Go! I'm Reason and I'm here to represent Guild Esports.
My name is Clement and I'm here to represent Solari.
My name is Anas and I'm here to represent Guild Esports.
Hey, my name is Loki and I'm here to represent Solari.
Okay guys, you ready?
Forty. 30, 30.
I can take it.
Oh, I'm playing cringe. Come. Flip. Oh my god! Oh my god! 100! Oh my god! On you. You're the goat of the setup. I should maybe get on it. 100? What's he doing? Can you sing it through the ball?
Nice!
Come on, Reason!
Out. Loki is so bad, I'm not sure. Anas, bro!
Why we take damage?
Nice.
Get out.
No.
You win this.
Oh my goodness.
Holy 2v1. That's bad, that's bad.
Oh no.
1 HP, 1
1
HP.
HP.
On a speed.
100.
I'm so bad.
That's embarrassing though, I'm not gonna lie.
Loki, 1 round please. Only 1 round.
It's not my strength. I'm so bad.
Bro, that's so bad.
Well, good.
5-0.
5-0. Let's go.
Can't believe it.
Oh no.
You guys literally spent 5-0.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having 1 close-range weapon and 1 distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
cause they never been what I represent. And I represent the equivalent of a put the score like a 10 of 10. So in the zone, in a league of my own, I'm a place that you never been.
We ready for action?
Ready for action.
You ready?
Ready, we ready. Ready for action. Ready for action.
Thousands of duos started out to claim the axe of champions. Only 50 now remain. Malibuca and Merstash punched their tickets early, finishing top of the leaderboard in Qualifier 1 in dominant fashion. Last season, they struggled coming out of Camp Cuttle. Will the loot and positional advantage of Command Cavern give them enough of an edge? We'll also be joined by the dominant duo Andy Lex and X-Weeze. With more finals appearances than any other EU duo, their experience is unmatched. Will they tear through the lobby like in Qualifier 2? Let's not forget the defending champions Hen and Queasy. Off to a slow start this season, they pulled out a victory royale on the first day of semis. They've earned their spot in the finals, but do they have what it takes to be crowned champions once again? Find out now on FNCS Europe.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Over the next 2 days, we'll watch 50 of the very best duos go head-to-head, looking to be crowned champion. This is finals. This is the FNCS. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the finals of the FNCS. This is the European region. Over the last several weeks, we've watched teams rise, teams fall, but now we sit here with the 50 very best in EU, and they're all going to go head-to-head. Who will be crowned champion of it at the end of it all? Man, that's what we're here to find out. But I need a little help. I need my friends. We need the analysts. We got Resub. We got Mini Miner. They're going to be hanging out with us as we break down all of the action. Oh, man, you got to love these two. Guys, we did it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, we'll do it too. Bang, bang. That wasn't planned either.
No.
We never planned those.
Never. We never plan anything.
True.
What's going on, everybody? Are you guys excited? Finals, we've made it. Here we are.
Oh, it's so exciting. It feels like a holiday. It feels like the absolute moment where we've all been waiting for. You know, we've been building up to it. Semi-finals, qualifiers, all the way back a few weeks ago. We've had weeks and weeks to build up for it. I'm personally so excited. 2 days of finals as well.
I mean, it's the best time of any Fortnite season right now. The finals, where all of the prize money comes. So all the storylines we've been talking about for weeks and weeks have all built up to here, and obviously today and tomorrow. So these are going to be some good games.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a sneak peek of that last week, right? Semifinals was absolutely insane, and now we're going to watch another 2 days of that peak Fortnite action, which we'd love to see. Now, we're going to go ahead and start the show, but first off, Legends Landing, if you guys are watching from there, what's going on, Legends Landing?
Hello.
We love to hang out with y'all, love to see you. Thanks for letting us hang out. We really appreciate it. Legends Landing, go check it out in Fortnite right now. I'm going to go this way. Let's talk about the broadcast schedule. So, if you like what you're seeing, you're like, man, Zeke, this is really cool. I want to watch more Fortnite next season. Of course, come back. This is kind of our format right here. We start off with a few qualifiers. We go into semifinals. We have 3 days of semifinals. Find the 50 best duos in a region, and then we find ourselves right here, finals. But how do we actually get here? Reese, talk to me.
We've had qualifiers, we've had semi-finals, and it has all led to this, the finals. This is where all of the prize money is. If you notice, we've got 2 days here, day 1, day number 2. If you notice, we're on pure play and then match points. What that actually means is that on the second day, if a team, it's unlikely, but if a team gets to 475 points with 3 victory rounds, they'll actually end the tournament early. So there's a match point in place here. It's not likely, let's be real at this point, but it'll add some excitement if it does happen.
Of course, but to get to that, you have to get the points. Now, we've talked about this points format quite a lot, but of course, the Victory Royale getting you 32 points, and of course, those cascading placement points starting at that top 25. You're getting 1 point for every single placement, moving all the way up into 3rd place as well. And of course, each elimination being worth 3 points. So lots of points up for grabs for these teams today, but you might be wondering, what are all these teams playing for? Zeke's got the answers.
Hey, I got you guys covered. Let's talk about the prize pool. Now, do keep in mind, Fortnite is a global competition. We have 7 regions going head-to-head for their cut of their respective prize pool. But you're probably asking yourself, Zeke, well, what about first place? What do people get for making it this far? I've got you guys covered. Don't even worry about it. Take a look. $300,000 for the duo that walks away in the #1 spot. But as I'm going to say across the 2 days, think about this, okay? If a duo, your favorite duo, can jump up from, say, last place into that top 10, huge amount of prize money there. So make sure you guys are rooting for your favorite duo all the way to the very end. And I got to tell you, we've been teasing it on social media. What are these guys fighting for? It's the new Axe of Champions. You guys got to check this out. Look at it, and it's all in chromy beauty.
That is beautiful. That's the first time we're getting to see it now as well.
It actually is. It's so clean. Charismatic, chromatic. We've got prismatic. We've got fantastic. It's cleaner than Shire Wager's shoe collection somehow.
Ooh, and sunglasses.
And sunglasses. He has many of those.
Yeah,
as well.
they're good though. But something else we want to look at, of course, the qualified players. Of the 50 duos that will qualify, the top 100 players, there's, I mean, EU's best names are all stacked up here. Can you point top left?
I can
right
indeed.
there.
Thank
you. Teamwork. Murstache and Malabuka. A team that we've been talking about, the community's been talking about for now seasons and seasons ahead. They are, I don't want to say unstoppable because I don't want to put a curse on them like that. But look at this. This right here is really important. 3 victory rounds. This is from their qualifier #1. And guess what? 3 games out of 3, they only got off spawn. So they won 100% of games they got off spawn.
These guys are scary when it gets to endgame. These guys are not a duo. Murstache and Malabuka, they're not a duo that you want to be coming up against in endgame. The way that they use pre-edits, the way that they bounce off each other, they're just sort of gliding through the endgame. Honestly, one of my favorite duos to watch when we get to the endgame. But they might have a few troubles off spawn today, Reese.
Yeah, they may have a few troubles off spawn. Like we said, they're contested by Pink and Anas, who right now it seems like they are kind of winning up against, right? It seems like I saw our boy Boop post a couple stats earlier. It seemed like they're winning a little bit more than Pink and Anas off spawn. But again, it's relatively even.
Yeah, another duo that I want to be talking about, though, is, of course, Seti and Cammy. Now, it's a duo that a lot of people would definitely put in contention for coming out on top today. And they're one of those sort of duos that play a little bit of a different strategy. They play low ground. They play a little bit slower right up until the end game. And they're picking up eliminations and refreshes where it matters most. This is another duo to look out for today.
It is. And I've kind of stood behind Seti playing a solo cash cup, right? And you think that's relatively insignificant to this. But to watch him physically from behind his screen it's something else. You understand that this guy is different. He's a special. He is a talent. And Cammy is exactly the same. These guys are so balanced in everything. They deal pretty much the exact same damage. They take pretty much the exact same damage. And if one of the things you notice is their positioning, right? They're so close to each other at all times in endgame. And that's just one of the reasons why they're such a good duo.
Yeah, we saw some insane solo clutch from Seti in particular. And of course, last season they didn't have too great of a time, but they've come together this season. The BL boys popping off, and hopefully they can do it today.
Absolutely. And we're going to go to our next 50 teams we've got here. One of the ones I want to point out is Tayson and Chapix. Now, Tayson and Chapix, 2 of EU's biggest names. If you think Tayson and is not going to perform in an FNCS finals, you're missing out here. Let me just list some of the placements he has. 4 times FNCS champion on EU, the most of any region. 2/3, 2/5, and 8. Like, this guy has been in the top 10 of an FNCS finals 9 times. That is honestly earth-shattering. And of course, I don't know, Chapix, a 2-time champion as well.
He's pretty good too, yeah, of course.
Okay,
but, yeah, he's decent. But no, like, you talk about this duo, I think this is the most experienced duo. This is the most experienced duo in the lobby. I think they have the most FNCS wins out of every other team, and they have that experience. They have that sort of, the ability to pop off when it matters most. You know, they turn up on the big days, and their fighting ability is second to none. They know exactly what they're doing in the mid-game, the early game segment as well, and of course, they're landing at the Collider, so they might have some easy off-spawn surge, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. Another duo that I do want to talk about is, of course, Reason and Deceptos. Now, we saw them popping off in qualifier #3. They only had semi-final #3. They only had semi-final #3 to make it to today, the finals, and oh boy, did they do it.
Yeah, they obviously managed to qualify through. Fantastic. I think they were one of the best raw skill teams in that kind of lobby at the time. And these guys I'm very excited about because they've kind of been just getting better as the season's gone on, and they've shown a ton of potential. 2 second places in the duo cash cups. Obviously, they did well in that semi-finals as well. But one of the most important things is Reason himself has said, I'm not usually on the same page as Deceptos, and the stats back that up. Deceptos places twice the amount of builds in endgame and does 40% more damage. So I'm not trying to say Deceptos is carrying here, but I hope these guys are on the same wavelength now.
Yeah, Deceptos is an absolutely incredible talent. They both are very, very talented individually. I mean, Deceptos just recently won the most recent solo Cash Cup, so there's definitely talent there, and if they can bring it together today, that is where it matters most. But I've got to throw you guys back over to Zeke, who has another content piece for us.
Thank you guys so much. It's fantastic as always. As these guys just mentioned, Tayson, one of the most winningest players of all Fortnite history, widely regarded as the GOAT. Well, guess what? 11-2K got to sit down and pick his brain on all things Fortnite. So check this out. This is In the Lobby with Tayson.
What's up, everyone? My name is 11-2K, and I am joined in the lobby by the one and only Tayson. Tayson, the greatest Fortnite player of all time. When you hear all the people in the scene sort of call you the GOAT, how does that make you feel, bro?
It just feels me special. I never thought I would be in this position, or it's just amazing.
It felt like you came out of nowhere, right? And you were just sort of this absolutely top-level player. Is there like a tournament you remember, or just any sort of moment where you realize, like, I'm the best player?
The solo FNCS win, when I got like a 12-kill win, I think that game was just amazing. I just felt like I was better than everyone.
Understandable. Like, is there maybe like a secret you have, you know, something that, you know, you can maybe give some people some advice on how you do it?
At the start, I just did a lot of practice, and I got a game plan that basically works in solos. And I just play by that plan, and it usually goes well.
Do you find it hard to stay at the top?
Every season is basically getting harder now, like the skill gap is increasing. It's getting harder and harder every season, basically.
Do you really look forward to LANs coming back? Because that's the biggest question mark around you. People say, look, Tayson's done it all online, but when the LANs come, will he still be the best player?
As long as I'm like comfortable with my setup, I think I can play well.
Yeah, so
it's not about the audience or anything. I think it's just about the setup, basically.
Yeah, just
how I sit.
Just you being comfortable.
Yeah.
This season, I'll be predicting you to take it all home, as I almost always do. Can I count on you to win it all this season?
I think there's like a lot of players that have a chance of winning. If I put my time in, it can happen again, yeah.
It's the FNCS final, the final game. What do you want in your inventory?
Gold Striker, Mythic Burst, 6 mini shields, 6 splashes, 3 bigs, and a lot of launch pads.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of launch pads. It's interesting you didn't say an SMG there. I'm surprised, right? Because they're so strong this season.
The Mythic Burst just makes up for it, I think.
Look, Tayson, it's been a pleasure having you, getting to talk to literally the greatest player. I'm shaking right now, you know, the greatest player of all time. Thank you very much for joining me. Where can the players find you?
So you can find me on Twitter, TaysonFN, and it's basically TaysonFN, all the socials.
It's been Tayson, 11-2K in the lobby. See you guys all soon.
We'll be watching Tayson compete today, and of course over tomorrow as well, so a lot to look forward to. But why don't we turn our attention back to some of the, you guys got to talk about the duos. Let's talk about the actual POIs and our expectations for them. We've changed this segment up just a little bit. Let's start off with Command Cavern. What do we got to know?
I mean, Command Cavern, the best POI on the map, hands down right now. But not only that, look at the teams it's attracting, right? We've got Malibu Mustache, Aquavino on this kind of west side, Pink and Ass on top, Tripper and Thomas 16 Raisin as well. Those two teams up top, Pink and Ass, are going to be going against Aqua and Mustache and Malibuca. And, you know, we've seen this going back and forth, right?
Yeah, we have. This sort of fight has been sort of developed throughout the whole season. We've seen teams taking fights right down on that south side by the slurp truck, of course the slurp truck not being there anymore, but we've seen the fights develop, and we've seen sort of moments where teams don't fight initially straight away. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops throughout the rest of this finals as well. You know, we have 12 games of action. I'm sure teams will vary that based on how well they're doing.
Yeah, and we're almost definitely going to see that fight up and top majority of the games, but down below is what's interesting. You're going to have 3 different teams. Are they going to fight? Are they not? Are they going to actually end up engaging? It's kind of difficult to say at this point because we've seen so many different things throughout the seasons gone by, but this is the drop map right here. I want to actually take a time to look at Greasy Grove. We're going to come back to Command Cavern, trust me, in a second here, right? Greasy Grove, the team that's landing there right now, Scram and Hellfire, who put on a show in qualifier number 3, but one of the things that they do really well in particular is when we see a north zone coming up, right? So a lot of teams right now are struggling when they have this max distance rotate to make, but them being in Greasy Grove, they know something that the other teams don't, and that is the next zone, because they in there can, for 135 gold, reveal the next zone. So at this moment here, if you're in the Joneses, if you're in Condo, all you can see is the first zone. However, if you're the Greasy Grove team, you get to see that second. So what they end up doing with that is using a Whiplash, the car that's in Greasy Grove, one of 3 cars on the map, so very small amount, to get there very, very early. They're going to go to the very center of that zone, because that's going to give them the most opportunity to get those next zones as well, right? So if you see Scram and Hellfire in a good position early, you can probably guess where that next zone is going to be, because they already know it. We might not, but they already will at this point. But on top of that, there's a very similar strat that coming out of Command Cavern, out of Aqua and Vino that we've mentioned so far too. So they rotate from Command Cavern down to Greasy Grove at the same time. However, they do this one zone later. So this is the second zone that's revealed. And what they will do is, because they're doing this later, tank a little bit of zone damage and reveal the third zone instead. And they'll do the exact same thing. They'll try to get like a center position on this. You can see the place that they'll end up eventually rotating to will be really close to give you visibility, right? So they ended up sitting on the side of this hill, and they've got great visibility of all these teams down on the south side near the water, because, I mean, if you've ever tried to swim through the water on like a late rotate, you know it's really, really tough to do at that point. However, one of the biggest issues with this, we're talking about cars. Aqua and Vino's managed to do this with a car previously, the IO cars that were in the qualifiers, but that's no longer here.
They don't have the vehicles anymore. They don't have the cars to make that rotate so much easier. They're going to have to use their legs. Such an old-fashioned way of rotating. Oh, it's going to be so bad for them. But another team that has sort of struggled and maybe developed their strategies through the removal of cars is, of course, Hen and Queasy. Now, of course, the reigning FNCS Champion Series. I'm excited to see how well they do today, but I'm sure it won't come with any, you know, they will come with some problems, but I'm sure they'll be able to overcome them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw these guys be really good in majority of tournaments. You know, it doesn't matter if they had cars or not. They were close to the top 10, if not winning at the same time. However, realistically, this week, we saw them kind of fumble a little bit in the Cash Cup. I do see Queasy say he wasn't feeling too good. He's feeling a little bit ill at that time. So I hope he's feeling better today. Fingers crossed. Maybe he's just making excuses. You know, you never know. But I think we're going to see a good performance from them regardless.
Yeah, what I find interesting about this duo is, of course, they're landing at the north side of Sleepy Sound. Now, when you talk about duos that are reigning FNCS champions, top teams, you wouldn't associate them with a drop spot like this. I mean, the loot is not incredible. You have 8 buildings there, maybe 1 to 2 chests per building. Is it really going to be winning loot for them? And particularly when you combine them with sort of the south zones, is it going to be enough?
I mean, it's enough because they get it to themselves, right? You know, if someone else was fighting for this, not a chance. Not a chance.
Definitely not. But something that I really want to highlight about Hen and Queasy is, of course, the south zone rotate. Now, of course, we know they're landing right at the top of the map right there. We can see it right up at the top. It is the North Sleepy Sound. We talked about it so much. They've landed here for so long, and they know how to loot it very well. But a problem that they've been having this season so far is this. If I was Queasy right now, I would be terrified of this zone, because I'm shaking almost just looking at it. It's a terrifying zone for the teams at North Sleepy. Now, I want to talk about how their sort of rotation has developed through the change in the vehicles. Of course, we had the vehicles and then we did it, but pre-vehicle nerf, we're seeing a lot of pre-vehicle removal. We're seeing them use the vehicles really, really effectively. They're rotating all the way up to the north side of the map, taking a fight, and then rotating all the way down back into zone. And they can do that a lot later than they can do now. So we can see the rotate that they take. They get one of the Whiplash vehicles. They're going up to the top. They take the fight for Storm Surge, and then they make their way into the zone a lot later on than they can do now. And that is the difference in today's and their current play style, because they're not able to do that. They don't have the vehicles anymore to be able to have that flexibility. They almost had free reign over the north side of the map. This time, though, what they're trying to do, they're trying to rotate on foot. They're going 1 minute earlier, and they're rotating towards the east side of the map, where they're taking fights. Potentially, we could see it against Restguard and Clown, or potentially Kovacs and Zrox at the north side of the map. Maybe if that doesn't work out, they go to the Daily Bugle, or another option, rotating to Coney Crossroads, getting ahead of all these teams, and then looking back for the surge. And this is the path that they're going to be taking for that. They're going to be rotating all the way around, looking into the Daily Bugle, because we know the Daily Bugle fights, they can take a little bit longer. They look for that surge, they get it, hopefully for them, and then they rotate right into the center of zone, where they can have that more, you know, maybe less congested side of zone, and that is the position that they want to be in. And I think that's really an interesting thing to look at, because they've developed their strategy, they've developed their rotation, and this is sort of the difference that we can see. But with all that being said, we're going to toss it back to Zeke, who has another content piece for us.
Thank you guys. You're so incredible. Love you guys so much. All right, have you ever wondered how pros prepare themselves on the day, going into finals, how they get their minds in the right headspace? Well, check this out. This is Game Day Rituals.
Best way to start a tournament: sleep late, wake up, shower, steak and chips, energy drink ready to go.
So before a tournament, I don't want to get burned out. So most times I'm just like going like 30 minutes before maybe. I'm free building, doing some edit maps and A maps, and that's it.
For the first game, I normally get on like early, warm up. I play like 200 pumps.
I think the best thing to do is just like keep your daily routines instead of putting a lot of pressure on yourself on the day, thinking you have to like overperform or overdo anything.
Before I start playing, obviously I put on my sleeve. It helps me with the motions on the mousepad. I feel better when I have it on, but I will still destroy it without it.
I make sure, especially when I'm playing a big tournament like FNCS, then I need to get 9 to 10 hours sleep in.
People underlook sleep because like we're thinking with our brain all game. Doing all of that, we need that sleep.
If it's before a big tournament, I'll definitely get as much sleep as I need to. I won't set an alarm.
I play much better if I know I've slept well.
It helps me psychologically because I know that I'm doing everything that I can to be the best.
Like also go for walks and runs sometimes.
Since I started working out, I've been feeling much better and more prepared for tournaments.
Going out is very important for vitamin D and also having fresh air.
If you're just triggered or you're just angry or you're just tired, I just have a cold shower, bro.
Stay off Twitter for the 30 minutes coming up to the tournament, and I also do push-ups before every tournament just because it gets the blood flowing.
You just gotta try and relax a bit. Just think, it doesn't matter, don't think about it too much.
I think pressure goes in hand with how much you, number one, play, and number two, how much you prep. But if you're prepped, you've done everything you need to, you know you've tried the best pre-hand, so all you can do is play.
For handling pressure, I think it comes with experience, but also not having high expectations at all goes the best. Like my main goal that I have is to qualify for Grands and not care how I do in Grands. And whenever that happened, I did good in it, so.
I don't feel pressure, especially when I've put in so much hours into the game. I know that I'm doing all I can to be the best.
Once you get used to it, you practice a lot, you play a lot of tournaments, a lot of finals, the pressure won't hit you as hard. Just gotta have ice in your veins.
There you go. Game day rituals once again. Thanks to all the players who came out for Media Day. We truly appreciate that. But we only have a few more minutes here, so let's go ahead, bring our casters in because we got to talk predictions. Shy Wager, 11-2K. Oh my gosh. Some of my favorite human beings ever walk on the earth.
You know.
Okay, guys, we have about 3 minutes here. Let's talk through our predictions. Which duos we think could walk away champions at the end of it all. Let's go ahead and see this graphic together. So, I'm going to be good guy Zeke here for a minute. Okay, just for one moment.
Okay.
Head and Queasy, all right, reigning FNCS champions. They did give us a little bit of a scare, right? They did qualify out of semifinals, which is, I don't want to say uncharacteristic, but maybe a little bit. And I think it's kind of put them in a place where they're saying, look, we need to take this a little more seriously. Now we're going into finals. We need to take it up a notch. What do you got?
I mean, it is uncharacteristic. Last time, they qualified, qualifier number 1, winning it, and then they won the FNCS as well. So, I don't know if that says anything about their gameplay right now, but I'm a kind of trend. I follow the trends myself. Not entirely sure.
Look, they're a team that's had to deal with so many adjustments. The struggles that they had were understandable. I don't think people should use that as a reason to maybe go, this isn't a team capable of winning FNCS. They are still a top quality duo.
That's right, that's right. Minnie, who do you have?
I have Tayson and Chapix. Now, me and Reese have disagreed on a few of our predictions. Not today, though. I've made the right decision, and we've gone for the same prediction. And I think we're just talking about two experienced players. They've done it. They've both done it together, of course, as well in Grand Royale. They've won this sort of event before. They've done it. They've been in the position. And I think on the west side of Collider, there's absolutely no reason for them not to win today.
Yeah, also at the same time, you got to think, like, when it comes to finals, doesn't matter how bad Tayson or Chapix's seasons have been. I said last season for Chapix, not that one. But Tayson in particular, it doesn't matter how bad the season's been, they perform when it matters in finals.
They do.
Okay, but when it matters, right? When it really matters, when it's, you know, deep into end games, things are really intense. You know, you need to find eliminations, you need to have a pop-off. Who better than Malabuka and Mustache? Like, I can't think of a team. If somebody here can name a team that has better pop-off potential, I will give you $1 million V-Bucks right now.
No. Hey, you're right. You're right.
I agree.
There's none. There's none. Let's actually. I've been saving this for a little bit. I'm the prop man sometimes, right? Let's go to Shio Land. I'm gonna put on my rose-tinted glasses here. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna show you guys if I get these undone. Okay. What I'm looking at: rose-colored fields, consistency over 12 games. Seti and Cammy, my heroes, my duo. They're split, undefeated, kind of chopped in half right now, but I'm not too worried about it. I'm seeing pink, and I'm liking it.
You know what? Cammy and Seti are a brilliant duo when they don't have to get eliminations. So, outside of that...
And off spawn, they're going to have some problems today, potentially. You know, you might be taking those glasses off a lot quicker than you might...
I'm hoisting them up.
I don't know about that. They're not
it's hoisted.
They'll be falling off very soon.
If we see any questionable calls from Shio, it's just because he can't see.
Is it a green bump, a red one? I'm not even...
No.
There you go, guys. It is almost that time. We're getting ready to jump off the battle bus and kick off the competition here from EU. This is the final. 6 games today, another tomorrow, and then we're crowning champions. It's that time. This is game 1 of the FNCS.
It's here. It's time. 3 qualifiers, 3 days of semis, and now 2 days of finals. What better reason to start off with than Levin EU?
Honestly, it's the moment we've all been waiting for, the favorite time for everybody that watches Fortnite in a season, the moment for the top players in the LAN to finally battle it out against each other.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those top players, some of the stories we have rolling in today. You mentioned Mustache and Malabuka. Why are they so good? Why should we focus on them?
I think the big thing for me is just their fighting potential, right? We talk about a lobby where there's a lot of new players, a lot of players who maybe aren't as experienced when it comes to getting Storm Surge. These guys, when it comes to dealing damage, that's their comfortability. That's where they feel most confident. And of course, an elimination-heavy format favors players that are really good at getting eliminations, and that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, they're the muscle. They're kind of like just the blood flow of the lobby. I'm looking at the consistency, the heartbeat even, Seti and Cammy. I think they should be around every single game. Might have some fluctuations, some palpitations, so to speak, but hopefully things are fine. Past that, Command Cavern, you mentioned Mustache and Malabuka. I think every top team from EU from the past is here.
Honestly, right, when we talk about what we've seen throughout the course of the season, non-stop fights at Command Cavern, and I'm sure as we head into this first game, we're going to be heading right into that once again. There's been so much action all over the map, but especially there, that's where the big dogs are really hounding it out.
Yeah, Greasy, Tilted, the Collider, new additions, old duos. It's all clashing here for this season's FNCS Chapter 3, Season 2. It's starting game 1 of 12.
We're heading right into things. Players gliding. You gotta make sure you hit the first drop sweet, nice, no hiccups to begin with. But this is where things get intense. You can see here over towards this Tilted Towers area, we got some top teams, some teams I'm sure we'll be following plenty today. And here at Command Cavern, you're the same. Look at all those names shy away up. I wouldn't be surprised if an FNCS winning duo came exactly from this spot. And Pink and Anas, a team that definitely will feel they deserve a mention in that. Landing over towards the top side, Malabuka Mustache at the blimp.
This entire landing for every team that's here, I think it's about 5 or 6 that are landing so far. They have to land like a perfect puzzle, Levin. One moment of kind of difference, one shot where, you know, one piece lays on top of the other, everything crumbles. There's a huge fight that starts.
Yeah, it's honestly, you know, a chess game between about 6 different teams, right? You can't overstep your boundary. You can't afford to step on someone's toes, right? That's where you can cause issues. This is something I'm happy to see right off the start. Game 1, a launch pad on the floor spawn is a brilliant, brilliant thing. But Malabuka Mustache will have to stay alive. You can see maybe some cheeky shots there, trying to get that Storm Surge damage dealt a bit early. But I love tap here and there. Won't be scary for anybody. What is scary, though, is save it down over here towards the Joneses. Yakpo having to fend for himself.
Yeah, this is where we're watching new experience build itself. For Yapko, not really made an FNCS final so far. This is his first time kind of in this type of seat, whether it's driver or passenger. We have 12 games to tell. Over here at the Joneses, though, this fight should go on for a multitude of games, for a lot of time between just these two duos until maybe even some more come in through the fray.
Yeah, I think the big thing with this fight, right, is that there's some games we'll watch, it literally just will finish instantly. There's some games where it will drag out. This is a game where maybe they can afford for it to drag out. The zone is close by, and so there's not as much pressure there. But Yakko in this situation is very, very tough. I'm sure there's been a lot of people who are fans of Savored, especially one of the bigger names in the scene. And so they'll be hoping that Yakpo can do a spectacular here and win things out.
Every time I watch a Joneses fight and one teammate's down, it's kind of like looking at a bucket of water with a hole at the bottom. you are leaking. You are reverse drowning, kind of. I don't know what the official term is. What I'm saying is you need to throw all the liquid you have at the duo you're fighting immediately. If you wait too long, you just get dragged out by constant pressure from a distance. No one needs to just rush at you immediately. Rab and Nyan just making sure they're taking their time. Nice tosses up top of the minis. Mechanic, we usually don't get to see the first-person POV of or used in the slow form type of battle, but over at the Jones, as Levin mentioned it, sometimes you're super fast. If you try things, you get denied. Really good defense from Yapko overall, but yeah, when you slow things down, that's where that bucket just loses all its liquid.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because to start off with, we didn't actually expect to see Rabbit and Fanayan landing over here towards the Jones' contestant, right? Many people thought it would be Blueback in theory. It's not obviously been them in this case. This time it's Fanayan winning it out there. They come in clutch in that moment, but we're right into some more action over towards Logjam. And another case of a fight maybe we didn't expect to see, but a fight that Flowis will be happy to be winning here, doing the crucial shots in the end. Mappy comes clean as well. Noah Riley and Vidil. This is so interesting, Shayo. We expected to see Noah Riley and Vidil over towards Command Cavern, but no, they're here at Logjam and they're going down early.
I was looking at the cavern for a sec, trying to get the full mosaic together. Some pieces were missing, some tiles, the color was looking kind of weird with how many people flying in. I did not expect this type of drop to change.
The story for Noah Riley and Vidil has been so all over the place, right? They were landing over towards the fortress. It had a bit of a nerve with the Collider coming in. They decided to leave. I think that was a mistake. Many people would argue that was a mistake. They decided to go to Command Cavern. Things were looking all right there, but still a bit scuffed. Now, game one of the FNCS finals decided, nope, scrap both of those. We're going to head towards Logjam and contest Mappy and Flowis. That is just all over the place. And to go down in game one especially is now going to be huge for their emotions.
Yeah, think about Flowis and Mappy as well specifically. They were not expecting that. They were looking at, not saying, you know, Lumberyard is a sleeper POI. They were in rest mode, still in bed, getting ready to start their day immediately now. Have Surge, have everything ready to go. I'm very concerned to see exactly how Noah Riley and Vidil's day goes if that is the adjustment.
Look, if there's one team especially, or two teams especially, that won't be happy to see how that fight played out, it will be Pink and that's Malibuka Mustache. If now Noah Riley and Vidil decide they want to go back to Command, that could be tragic for those two teams.
I will watch the perspective of veterans versus rookies. Look at Yusri though. Doesn't matter if he's new on the block, he's doing so much damage with every shot. 1v2 with the auto shotty in hand. Endelix and X-Squeeze are down.
What a shot from Yusri. All season long, we've talked about how this guy has the potential to hit max damage shots when necessary, call him Maxry sometimes, and to take down some French titans in Andelex and X-Squeeze, two players who very much are considered favorites by some people to go all the way.
He was back against the wall as well. This man was in an Andelex X-Squeeze pinch. I've never seen someone survive that type of hold. It's like a python getting hold of your entire body. Somehow you wriggle out and you slay the beast as well.
I'm really excited now. Just some of these early engagements we're seeing, things are looking a lot more fun than maybe we expected. Tayson and Chapix.
Oh no.
Not a team that I want to see getting an engagement, right? Very much a big favorite. The analysts, Reese and Mini, both have these guys as their potential winners for the whole thing. And understandably, two of the greatest Fortnite players we've ever seen, two players who are hungry to do better than how they did last season, and two players at a POI that very much has the potential to produce an FNCS winner.
This is one of the reasons for that. We saw the effect of a slurp truck all the way over at Command Cavern for the first half of the FNCS season, how much it can save you on a lot of the shields that you need, just prep you up for the end game as well. They'll have access to that, access to the rotations, but need to make sure they're dealing that damage. For Hen and Queasy, I mean, I'm looking at the zone right now, Levin. Mini literally explained this bar for bar. Queasy's down, first of all. Past that as well, this is a south zone. Worst possible circumstance for this duo to start the day.
Yeah, this is very much uncharted territory for them. Early game at Sleepy Sound, Queasy's down, right? Usually Queasy's the insurance almost, right? He's the guy that you can trust to maybe stay composed, stay calm, hence a phenomenal player, can lose his head at times. But for Queasy to be down in this situation, that is rough.
Must be some type of breakdown from that southern team landing all the way over at Sleepy.
I wonder if it wasn't Dre and Kiko, right? Those are obviously the guys that land South Sleepy. If there was a fight that broke out here, I'm sure we'll get an update on that at some point, but very, very tough start for the reigning FNCS champions.
See exactly what Reese has for some of these off-spawn engagements. They've been insane. We need some help with this one.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, boys. We're looking at Cammy and Say right now in a classic position, but one of the most important things about them is they have never gone down before the 4th zone. Not one game this season in a set lobby have they gone down, and that's due to things like this. Great positioning. They understand that right now they're sitting next to Tilted. They can get easy tags on the players next to them. So they're looking set up, and if they go down before 4th zone, it's a new record. Back to you, boys.
Reese making a great point, right? This is their bread and butter, sitting up here perched and tilted. I think the big difference for them in this lobby is that usually they'll be accustomed to seeing more teams fighting it out at tilted, right? There'll be easier opportunities to do damage there. But this time they might have to be a bit more patient and a bit more clinical when those opportunities arise. This is a fight though we were expecting to see. Flixie, Kiduo up against Ziandi and Joe. And a fight that many people, Shayo, expect to go heavily in the favor of Ziandi and Joe. Ziandi, one of the better off-spawn fighters in the land. Somebody so confident, so ruthless in these situations. And you can see just pressuring from above, really just forcing Kiduo and Flixie down to desperation shots, desperation opportunities.
I think Ziandi might just be one of the best, period, statistically, in the entire server off of spawn. Kiduo being one of the worst, but we've seen just in terms of stakes, a lot of reversals, a lot of upsets already inside this early game. Synapse Station, in terms of Ziandi and Joe, I feel like they've stamped this as home for them, especially in Qualifier 1.
Yeah, they've dominated in Qualifier 1, right? Off spawn. It wasn't up against Flixie and Kiduo, but again, just following along that trend of them being very prominent off spawn players. Synapse Station maybe isn't one of the flashiest POIs on the map, but they very much have access to some rifts, right? For rotation when needed to get further down into the middle of the map. And of course, in this game where the zone is pulling towards this side, they do have time to be a bit more patient with this fight.
Patience is the name of the game for some of the Command Cavern teams. Malibuca Mustache playing with the zone as much as possible, making sure the loadouts are spectacular. For Surge as well, I mean, what's one of the reasons, Levin, a lot of people like to stay in the Cavern for so long?
Well, the big thing with staying in the Cavern so long is that you can actually do it, right? In terms of there are so many heals here. I don't think there's ever been a POI, right, that's allowed you to stay in it for so long in Fortnite. You can literally stay here for more than a couple minutes, right? And that's why, you shouldn't panic if you see these teams still here. The big thing is, though, as well, is that if you're deep late in Storm and you have a way of getting in relatively quickly, you can pick your spot, right? You can choose to go and play the dead side of the zone. That's what a lot of these teams like to do. Pink and Nas especially like to do that, right? They like to stay, wait, make sure they have their surge and loot all patterned correctly, and then they like to choose a less congested side of the zone. And you can see here now, with both teams doing that, they realize there's still opportunities to do damage and big shots being done by Anas here.
Option to rotate now. We'll do a scan as well to hopefully get some more free picks, but nothing had happened yet. Queasy back up, Hen now down. This reversal that we see way deep into some tournaments, some set lobbies, like the game 5s and 6s, that's where this specific duo starts to struggle and swap lives back and forth. It's happening now.
This looks like a repeat of Qualifier 3. And for the people who maybe weren't here watching that stage, it was when the vehicles had just been removed. South zones were their biggest enemy. They've struggled so much against them, and coming into the finals, we thought they really had finally adapted and adjusted. Game 1 though, up against Clown and Refsguard in the zone. We saw Hen as a solo, now it's time for Queasy, but as much as a great player he is, this is such a difficult task. Refsguard, so relentless, doing the finishing blow as well. Him and Clown now will have their path to zone cleared, but they take out the reigning champions. A very, very rocky start for Queasy Hen.
Champions with no voice in game number 1. And surprisingly, I wouldn't even expect it to be Refsguard and Clown specifically to get that win off spawn, especially with just 2 eliminations. I thought they were gonna have a gruesome battle with Zrox and Kovacs overall. I thought it'd go all the way down to the final moment, someone getting eliminated, but they even disengaged. Now Aqua and Vino forced to get a little bit of their surge up, or, just do a little bit more damage here and there. What an angle from Vino. He just moves faster, his shots come out quicker as well, and he's forcing people on the wood builds for the moment, making them look like absolute drones for the moment here too. This is just nuts from Vino. The shotgun shot not as clean as some of the AR tags, but he's putting on the pressure.
Vino has been in scintillating form this season. Genuinely, right now might be the best player in the game. Real talk. And look, we've hyped up many teams so far at the top of the show, but these guys will feel like, you know, they've been done dirty by us as analysts and casters, because genuinely you could argue these guys are the biggest favorites coming in to the FNCS finals. Their form leading up to it, Shayo, has just been out of this world. They're winning cash cups, they're dominating events, they're winning at Command Cavern. They've shown they can do it when they get zones, when they don't get zones, when they do get zones. They obviously have access to the vault in some games as well, depending on where Gunner spawns at Command Cavern. And so very much one of the biggest favorites to do it all. And my team that I have as favorites are struggling right now. Mustache down, Malabuka having to play as a solo in game 1.
This is the effects of clashing with the team all the way from Shifty Shafts, getting really late into moving into the zone. Both of them colliding on their paths to get towards safety. It's Nebs and Kinzel, I believe, that Mustache and Malabuka just clashed with in trying to get towards just the safe spots.
It's very interesting with this team, right? Because when analyzing their games leading up to this, they don't necessarily have surge problems usually, right? They usually deal a great ton of damage, right? But obviously some of these southern zones can be a bit difficult for them in terms of positioning. We're seeing that here with Vettel and Lotix, another North team who is struggling with a very southern zone. There's many games, and so hopefully with variance and luck, you don't have to get as many south zones if you are one of the northern teams. But we're seeing all these teams who have to play north really just struggling here in game 1. And it's not because of a lack of preparation, but this lobby is the biggest, the hardest, most difficult lobby in all of Fortnite, the hardest lobby you will play in. And so as much as you prepare leading up to it, Shayo, when you're in the moment, it is just such a meal. And some players can't.
There's no way. No shield for Cammy and Seti down to Surge.
Come on.
Down to Surge. We talked about how they have a nice setup. Not even many people in Tilted. Might not be their usual Storm Surge strategy, but there should be so many people, Evan, moving around them. They have to land at least one shot.
Come on. Shayo Asia. For anybody watching right now who doesn't understand the scope of what we're seeing right now, we're seeing experienced veterans, people who have Storm Surge on lock in their back pocket, struggling to get Surge. Seti and Cammy in game 1, struggling with Surge, not something you'd be accustomed to seeing in the FNCS. But again, just showing you the magnitude of the lobby. A lot of these teams really struggling.
One big thing too, usually you'd see one team kind of get ahead of the pack in terms of points, eliminations. The only thing we've seen so far is just 2 eliminations max for a team. Right now, Mustache, Malabuka running in as well. This is going to be so bittersweet for Mustache overall. I don't think there's time for this bandage, my friend. Yep, you are knocked. Malabuka has the tech, the floppers, the mist as well, and the pad. Has a power loadout, but from this spot, with just being barely above Surge, I don't think that is enough at all.
Yeah, this is just so difficult. You can see all these teams looking at him. He uses the tree to line of sight his way in, and that's nice. But without a teammate this early on in the game, not many materials as well. Working with 300 wood, barely any hard materials. It is just a mountain for a molehill. Like, whoa! Look, he'll hit big shots like that. That's why people are so confident in his ability. But again, no shields even as well at this stage. Like, this is a near impossible situation for Malabuka.
Still getting rattled. No one's convinced that his defense can actually hold. Zone now locking in, and he has about half a box to use. The goal for Malabuka right now is just anything, any points, 1 elimination. Just survive a little bit of these placements. He needs to wait for 10 different duels to go down, and he's been hit for a white tag. That'll make people way too salviated for the moment to get this elimination right now. It's a quick tell too. There's not going to be that much speed in terms of expansion in this base. Not too much on the defensive side in terms of a voice for Malabuka. It's known now that he's a solo. Wood builds coming out as well. No one else in the lobby going down whatsoever. No fights breaking across the map. He is the spotlight. He is the man of focus. He runs away though, and it's going to be kind of okay for now. He's going to be taking zone for this though, Levin. This is disastrous.
I think his hope here is that people just forget about him at a certain point, right? Maybe he can just sneak his way in, but the moment he places a build down, instantly the shots come through right again.
When Malabuka is playing heel game in the 4th zone and is down on Surge, you know this FNCS is built different.
Yeah, this is just a game of adaptation. We're going to have to see change. I've seen even Pink and Anas now struggling, and he wants to get right in box. He doesn't even have shield, but he's desperate. He knows this is his only hope.
Armored walls.
Maybe use some armored walls to slow him down, and he literally just has 12 builds left, but you see what it takes right now. He thought, look, it's a duo, but I have no other option. I just have to get in.
And now he's got to just get out completely. Has the pad. We'll drop it down to jump onto that one, though. All the way back for Vino. It will take a little bit. of a big jump, or for Pink, excuse me, to a big jump to jump on that. It's one layer up, it's just made up of wood, and all of them are down bad. 35 below now for Malibuca, many different people falling within the feed. It's Marco getting picked for now. Up top, Trulex and Chicho. I think they took out Reason and Siptos to get that spot. You talk about people coming in from the zone. This was an in-zone type of fight. Whoever wins that claims the land, the title of Pharaoh of this desert.
Yeah, we're seeing in this game already a lot of the teams that land at these southern POIs sitting in good power positions. Scram and a Hellfire, a Greasy Grove team sitting nice, perched up. They have such a great angle onto these fights, and a lot of these Shambles teams, they're trying to hit damage. 144 above is all right compared to a lot of some of the other teams we've watched in this game, but there's plenty of opportunity for more.
Talk about all the veterans in the lobby. There are a lot of different duos as well who this is their first FNCS, and you mentioned this on the way over to the studio, 11. They will not know how to deal with the surge. They will be locked in, condensed into the zone line. You can look at the mini-map right now. You can see just that. No one in the center at all. People like this just barely surviving towards the back. It's Stompy who's moving in. Usually good off spawn in terms of he's either not making it towards the game or him and Ju are bigged up on a loadout and have no issues with surge rocking through, but clearly he's having some problems. Thomas and Tripper, who I feel like we should talk about but haven't even mentioned just yet, they're looking completely fine right now.
Yeah, this is another Command Cavern team, and not just any sort of Command Cavern team, Command Cavern Titans. Of course, they had a difficult journey to make it to the FNCS final, but never a team you can count out. We talked about how, you know, elimination heavy format. Thomas is right up there in terms of players who just non-stop get eliminations. He's the kind of guy you can just never count out. And as much as we all give Thomas his flowers, I want to big up Tripper. Not just because he's my former teammate, but because he has been so impressive this season. He has really, at times, put the team on his shoulders and came through clutch, hitting big shots. And we'll see if they can do that again, using a pad to get into 5th zone. And you can see already the position they're taking, making use of some of the builds of Art School and T-Chips. And they're set up nicely.
Meteors flying in definitely have an impact here. Thomas and Tripper now with this POV going to be a lot more active than Artskill and T-Chips right down below. This is just an insane kind of, is it a duplex? Is it a 2-story thing? I don't know what the specific residential tag is for it, but having these two teams free to shoot right now is going to cause so much damage. Rifty also just going completely down in the feed. Benji up and alive as well. Flodax is going to be Rifty's teammate who doesn't make this portion of the game. Up towards the north side, no one can really make it in just yet. That's where the majority of trouble is. Trulex and Chicho should have the best chance to understand all the information that's going down. Here's the zoom in into all that action. Vortex, Janice, they kind of started the game around here a little bit. Now put down armored walls on one side. Going to be so difficult for them to move, and they've almost trapped themselves in. There's no basement. There's no roof. This is tough for them. Janice is melting. It's just Vortex. He's forced to play as a solo from here. What a situation to be in. They pull zone 2, so he's going to be able to make it out from here, but he loses his teammate in the process.
He had to sacrifice Janice. There was literally only space for one of them in this tight little corner there. They couldn't both squeeze it. But Janice going down is rough. Janice is typically the one that leads Vortex to clearer oceans, puts him in positions to get good eliminations and refreshes. But now Vortex is going to have to do it as a solo.
Already moving zones as well, and I see Benji and Savage pulling the best possible zone on low ground from that POV. Tayson and Chatpix kind of in there. I don't know, just situation in their element as well, all the way on the backside. I love to see the double taps of the pads, just the late ones, to make sure they get a scope of the land first, see exactly where height is on the right, gonna fly, maybe even right past it. No, they're walking straight up. It's a red carpet for them almost, but do they win the award? Not just yet. It's Vanya who's up here, who they're gonna be trying to fight. Chatpix and Tayson looking for an option still. They need to force a fight here at some point. 200 below surge. This is trouble for them, but they can't find a single duo.
They're looking for another pad, right? And you see dropping down, they actually look like they're about to take out Vortex. He barely gets away by the skin of his teeth. Kami and Vanyak, though, held on to height against Chatpix and Tayson. We'll see how many times we get to say that throughout the day. But maybe I spoke too soon, because in the backside of the zone, Kami left Vanyak to find for himself, and he wasn't able to hack it. Tayson picks him up. Chatpix did go down in the meantime, but Tayson is no stranger to a solo clutch. Deep in the zone, though, using the chunk splashes for some extra time, and needs to hit a big shot, and he will.
The game's gone, though. The zone is so far away. They've been playing their own little mini-game here the entire time. Bats are going to come close towards Tayson, but he's taken so much in terms of resources to have this position. He's a solo now.
Yeah, and Nass was on his wall there for a moment. Got the edit through just in time to delay. but this is a very, very difficult situation. Thomas and Trippin, though, up on height. Vino in the bottom right of your screen as a solo. He doesn't have Aqua now, but he does still have a launch pad, and the med miss will give him some time in the zone. The low pad towards the front side of the zone is crucial for keeping him in this game.
Double tarp from Trippin and Thomas on height on the left side of your screen, and they have solos to deal with down below. Vico on the backside going for a few shots up against Hookah. He's going to go down. Vino now as well, just in this driver's seat of a clutch potential. Chicho also forced to do that, but look at high ground, maximum control, just dominance and effortless vibes from Trippin and Thomas.
But a team that we're associated with getting eliminations, just 2 at the moment, but plenty of opportunity for more. You can see Thomas now with the spray coming through. Chicho's a solo, so many solos left in this one. Hellfire being in a very similar predicament, but less builds and not much to work with. You can see he's trying to find something, some sort of an opening, but he needs to do it quickly. There's so many players in and around his builds. Almost opened the cone there to try and get the shot off. But you can hear he has the sound cues. He just needs to connect the shot.
Has to play with just the time. 8 teams left now, all the way up to close to zone 9. Hellfire, 4 eliminations for the full team, 5 here for Mappy and Flow. It's off of spawn in regulation. Now they're looking for a little bit more of consistency. Chicho runs into a wood wall and he just goes down. Art Skill is active inside this endgame. Hellfire now looking to just get heated up, but no, he gets cooled down by a few beams from the back. It's going to be windy here inside the mid ground. Will he just fall over like a lone leaf? Nope, the Stripper and Thomas just cutting down the forest from up top, taking apart every single solo down below in the stands. They melt into the ground. Thomas HD is looking high and mighty, but they still have no elims. They have to go straight for the win if they want to just rein in the points.
The weather report from up above is clear skies. No difficulty for them from above. They're not getting the eliminations, but they'll just secure the win instead. Kefi in the back of the zone has no chance. Flixie and Kiduo, though, they were able to stay alive from sign-up station, and now in a crucial 2v2 against 2 of the best players in the land.
Here we go. Thomas HD Trippin. Low on materials overall. Trippin will drop down the risk to go into the storm to pick up vital mats to be able to hold that high ground. Reconnected, armored walls. These guys are ready for the final fight. Nothing for Kidwo in the tank. They have to rely on those shots. Final pyramids drop down. It's all up to the fight in the sand. Trippin beam down. Thomas in trouble. They're holding on for as long as possible. One striker pump is going to start things off. Thomas takes down Flixie. Trippin drops but falls too fast. Thomas with the insurance and Thomas with the win.
There's a reason why he's respected the way he is. Thomas HD coming out in the first game of the FNCS and securing the victory royale. Trippin wanted all the glory and maybe fell a bit just too soon, but Thomas, even with no builds, was able to drop down and hit some crucial shots and closed it out against Kiduo. A brilliant Game 1 win and another instance of a Command Cavern team showing us why that POI is so strong.
And Thomas and Trippin, usually it's struggle. It's a fight to get a win, a fight to be on the board in like Game 3 and 4. This time, a playground, monkey bars to climb to the top of the server and then just have fun. Like, a nice day out in the sun.
It was clear skies for them up on the height. It was a very, tumultuous weather down below for some of the other teams, but these guys are on a roll. That momentum is the kind of thing the Danes really need if they want to propel themselves further into that first place. So we're going to kick it to the analyst, though, to break down all that action from that crazy Game 1.
Thank you guys so much. Game 1 in the books. Thomas, HD, and Trippin, Game 1 winners. Okay.
I mean, this is looking good, right? They came second in the Duo Cash Cup this week from the same kind of off-spawn situation that we've seen today with 2 of 6 wins. With 2 of 6 wins. And so far, they're looking to replicate that. Obviously, they'll be hoping for first, though.
Of course, they'll definitely be hoping for first. And of course, in that game, they came first. They were able to clutch it out up on the high ground. I think what I really like about the way they played this was they almost went for high ground really, really early on. You can see it's only the half and half. It's the 5th zone right now. They went for that commanding high ground, but I don't think they got the zone. So they thought, you know what, we'll just play our mats. We'll play a little bit more carefully. And then they let all the teams fight it out up on high ground. And in fact, it was actually Tayson and Chapix, Thomas HD's old teammate, who actually helped them out, because I saw Chapix going down and then Tayson was left as a solo and the door was wide open for Thomas and Trippin to take down the high ground, and Chico and Trulex there tried to get it, but the commanding position of Thomas and Trippin, it was too much for them.
Exactly, and one of the things that's very uncharacteristic about this is the 2 eliminations, right? We usually see when these guys win a game, it's closer to 10, and a lot of that is due to the inventory. You can see that Thomas HD does have the combat SMG right now, however Trippin doesn't, right? So when there's only 1 in their inventory, it makes it a lot more difficult for height teams to spray down. Now you can see the point, right? 1 SMG ammo towards that end bit. So the clutch potential and that high fragging ability is kind of lost a little bit at that moment.
Yeah, it was. We saw Thomas HD taking out Bad Sniper early on in that game at Tilted Towers just to get that Storm Surge done. We saw them doing really, really good on Storm Surge, and it was at this moment here when I thought, oh no, Trippin goes down. But we know about this duo. They are two solos combining together in incredible fashion in a duo format, and they are two very talented solos. And I think we can trust any of them to clutch up there.
I mean, we're used to seeing, like we've mentioned multiple times throughout the weeks, a lot of solo plays from them over and over. I think them playing height might be a good idea because it's a little bit easier to work as a team when you do that.
Yeah, it is. You're just sort of next to your mate there. You know, you can spray on down, but if you don't have the ammo, of course, that could become a problem. But I think what I want to see from this team going forward is maybe a little bit more aggressiveness on those refreshes. We talked about the lack of ammo, but of course the lack of materials there. I think it was Thomas HD who picked up a fantastic refresh right there at the end. I think without that, they might not have been able to clutch up the victory because I think they only had one elimination going into the end games.
Yeah, I did see them also pick up max SMG ammo just for that last bit. I was like, oh, I spoke too soon, but no, they managed to get more. But again, here we go. Now the leaderboards have come out. Even though they got that victory royale, Tripper and Thomas HD are actually only in third at this point, which is kind of surprising. But when you look at the amount of eliminations they got, like we kind of mentioned, obviously those points add up big time. Flix and Kiddo, who ended up being second there, popping off with 8 elims. I was actually quite surprised because coming into this, they have an off-spawn battle against Ziandi and Joe, and it was not looking favorable in their front, let's say. But clearly they managed to win that off game 1, but I'm not sure if the consistency for them is actually replicatable throughout the next 11 games.
Yeah, another sort of interesting off-spawn battle that we saw was, of course, Pink and Anis. Now, we saw some interesting battles going on there against, of course, Aqua and Vino. There's another team that we can talk about, and we saw Aqua and Vino having a little bit of an interesting Storm Surge strategy this game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they were basically just tagging a bunch, right? Vino right now is actually the player who has the highest amount of damage per game on average. So he's the one who's putting in a ton of the work when it comes to basically any stage of the game. And right there, that was when Aqua ended up going down Whaler. So he's managed to solo clutch this for a large part. Sorry, I misspoke a little bit too early at that moment. That's when it comes down to free edit play to Hellfire and Scram. So Vino not only is the player who does the most damage on average, he's a player with a ton of clutch potential like this.
Yeah, he really is. He's one of those sort of players that you definitely could rely on in those final moments. Of course, I think it was 8th there as well for them. So I think without that solo clutch, they would not even be close to this top 10. It would not be happening for them. But to the talent of Vino being able to get into that sort of position on the leaderboard, they're looking good. Of course, Pink and Anis there in 10th place as well. And Flixie and Kiduo, I mean, those guys popping off on the low ground as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive for them. To be honest, one of the more, I was going to say, things that are surprising me right now is Kefi and Melody being in second place, right? Because we were looking at the top of the show, we were thinking, how are they going to be cutting off Cammy and Seti's loop path? What is their early game strategy? Whatever it is right now, clearly it's working out, and we're going to have to pay attention to that in the next game.
Yeah, we really will. I mean, we're talking about that duo, in fact, in the way that, like, they're sort of halting Cammy and Seti in a way, rather than talking about them having the potential to pop off themselves as well. It's not about Cammy and Seti for them, it's about them being able to pop off.
And of course, for Cammy and Seti, like I said earlier in this match, this game is the first time this season in a set lobby that they've gone down before 4th zone. So clearly the interruption of Kefi and Melody is working in their favor and not in Cammy and Seti's so far.
And it's crazy too, a lot of these Titans, we would assume, right? It seems like they were going down much earlier on in the game. What do you guys think happened? Like, what is... I'm unused to seeing these names go down in, like, you know, 15th.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising because realistically, you suspect these guys understand their early mid-game strategy. They know the Storm Surge. They get themselves set up for moving zones really, really well. But again, when you come to a final situation, everyone there's been practicing, putting in the work, and they've also studied your game plan. So they know what you're doing. They can get in front of you. They can get in your way. They can halt what you're trying to do. And I think that's exactly kind of what we've seen so far.
Crazy, crazy. You do love to see it. That was just game number 1, and I think we have 5 more games of this. My goodness, EU is ready to go, and so are we. We hope you guys are enjoying all the action, so it's time to go back in. This is game 2 of the FNCS.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Mini, Reese. He mentions there's 5 more today, 11, 6 more tomorrow, 11 more games of this caliber. That's just too much to handle.
Honestly, it's one of the most fun parts about the finals, right? Regardless of there being so many more games and so many more opportunities for these teams to set their stakes and to really determine their futures. Game 1 overreactions, let's go. What's your biggest game 1 overreaction?
Expect the unexpected. Noah Riley, Vidil, why the Lumberyard? You know, Seti Cammy not having Surge. What is going on?
Honestly, for me, my overreaction, Flix and Kiduo, greatest players of all time.
Okay.
Greatest players of all time. The best players in the game.
The GOATs right now.
I'm just bantering. It is just a joke. Look, there's so many more games, like we said, so many more opportunities for these teams to actually come back. What some of the big surprises we saw. I can't expect to see a repeat of some of the things we saw in game one, as much as maybe some of them would love that to stay the way it is. I think we are going to see huge changes as we continue throughout the day.
Absolutely. Lots of titans, right? Lots of statues to be built. Not that much real estate. So let's see in game two who gets awarded the lots. Right now, we've got so much in the bag to just open up and see surprises for both you and me, Levin. What happens in this one?
Look, I love me a good goodie bag. Something full of surprises, but at the same time, I have a couple staples, things that I like to see, things I want to see in every goodie bag I open. And one of them is my favorite teams winning off spawn. So as you head into some of these spawn battles, a lot of them in the first game didn't go how we expected, right? You look at maybe the Joneses. A lot of people thought Savin and Jackpo would be able to win that one off spawn. You look at Sign Up Station, a team who's literally sitting in first place right now. Flix and Kido, a lot of people, including us, literally in that game said, Ziandi, Joe, it's a watch. They're going to win that every single time. And it didn't go that way, right? So we're already seeing huge things go against the curve, against the grain. But again, at Command Cavern, some of the biggest names will continue to land here. Pink and Anas sitting in 9th place at the moment. We'll be very much looking to better that.
Immediate drop, and I see 3 different players kind of rolling in right here, so I'm not sure exactly what's breaking down right off spawn. If there's immediate changes immediately.
We're already seeing Sign Up Station 50-50 this time. And Flixie and Kiduo, oh my goodness.
No way.
Gas comes through, but no. Ziandi wins it. So already, the game one winners, we talked about whether or not they'd be able to repeat their success off spawn. This time, a much quicker fight and one that they were not able to prevail in.
This happens in some types of like finals or high stakes set lobbies. It's all about some of these teams that kind of roll in, have this first game big impact, but they never stay.
And again, another fight we expected to see and one we're finally seeing now. Bubak and Fury, a team who we wondered whether they would be at the Joneses winning off spawn. This time round, they are, and they take down Savin and Yakpo. So again, 2 games in a row for Savin and Yakpo going down early. That's very, very hard on the mental.
So these are like, what, coin flip finals? Me and they get Zeke out here to start casting them, right? Like, it's straight up just back and forth when it comes to, you know, who's gonna win off of spawn. Sometimes it's heads on one side, other side, Thomas has to tuck his tail and run.
Look, if there's anyone I want to flip a coin for me, I want it to be Zeke. So I'm all good. Get him out of here.
Oh man, right now Tripper fully taken out. Definitive changes over at Command Cavern. I think that first game, it was allowed to just play. Mustache Malabuka and Austin Pink taken out immediately. They do not want any of that smoke in this game. Right now, Thomas HD up against a team that has a knock as well. What's going on here with them is Belusi and Hydro, who were taken down off spawn by Shizo, I believe, but somehow they're surviving. Timber says Thomas, but doesn't find the knock with the wood.
There's so much going on all around the map. Of course, we have Thomas here in a dire situation without Trippin, but we, of course, another fight towards Command, Malabuka Mustache taking out Pink and Anas in the feed. I believe I saw O'Reilly and Vidil winning against Flois and Mappy as well. So many things happening all around the map. We're seeing a lot of the reverse of some of the things we saw in game one. So instantly, game two, a much different complexion to what we will see in game one. And for a team that literally won it, they have a massive, you know, covert cavern type mountain to climb.
I'm scared for the rest of the lobby and endgame right now. A lot of that action that we saw was low ground teams just trying to survive. You put Mustache and Malabuka angry off of game one, winning off spawn in game two, straight into the mix. That looks really, really different.
Yeah, and we have a North zone this game as well, right? We talked and we saw all the impact, right, of a South zone last game. A lot of those teams were able to find better positions for Surge, and it helped them a long way without having to worry about all that stuff.
Talk about win conditions, talk about legendary duos. Got to bring up Hen and Queasy. Difficulties in game one. This time, a home zone 11. This is the best zone I feel like Sleepy can ever get. Are they awake, though, in these sounds?
They're going to have to be. They're going to have to be. If not, I can tell you last game was a massive shock for them. Going down the way they did, going down like that for Mappy will be huge. So these are all the updates. We're getting them as you go around the map here. Over towards Tilted Towers. A big surprise here between the Tilted teams fighting Artsco and T-Chips, DKS and Bad Sniper. Many expected them to stay harmonious, right? 2 French teams. You know, we'll leave you guys alone if you leave us alone. But no, battling it out. And Vino needs to be careful. You can't afford to get caught out here in a command fight. Has to stop. use some shields, but the action is never ending.
There's 2 different timers now on Cavern, usually an unlimited one for these teams to be able to just loot up off spawn and leave whenever they want to. We mentioned and talked about it a bit last game. So many heals here, right? The second timer now, though, with Command Cavern kind of being in zone, there will be many teams rolling in, trying to maybe get a little bit more free loot, maybe get some surge knowing that teams are staying inside. Everyone here has to be focused on how long they want to stay in here and the risk factor for extra teams past just the 10 that land here, invading their personal privacy.
Yeah, I think the big thing with the team on our screen now, Malibuca Mustache, they have a bit more freedom. They obviously have done a great deal of damage already after taking out Pink and Nas. They have this top side, they have plenty of loot. They have now the time to farm. The scan's going to come through here for Malibuca, so they get some vision of the players in and around this area. And a really, really nice start.
Absolutely. They'll tag up a few individuals, get their story on the board. Let's see what Mini has for us now.
Yeah, we saw Mustache and Malibuca falling in the mid-game last game, but this time they're getting the damage done off spawn nice and early on. We're talking about Malibuca fighting it down on the low ground of the area, the command cavern, and he's using the zipline in order to break the builds and get into these guys' box, get the elimination.
That's really nice. The chaos that can be caused via ziplines. Sometimes you see it in endgames, right? Players just absolutely destroying layers in moving zones with them. But Malibuca getting creative there. And a big, big fight that is, because both are teams that have the ability to win the whole event. And both are teams who, as far as I know, don't really want to be fighting every game, right? But there will be games like that where they are forced to have a bit of fisticuffs. But this time, Malibuca Mustache come to ones to win it out. We'll see if that continues across the next 10 games. Hen and Queasy, though, over at Sleepy. Home zone, Shayo, like he said. And a big chance for redemption.
A lot of these teams moving around right now. You might be asking at home, what's the game plan? And we saw it crumble for a few of them in the first game. Storm Surge, that's what this is all about. It's about doing as much damage as possible. If you're under the average amount of teams that you want to be alive in the lobby, lightning starts to strike you. If you're not doing your job and getting active, the server gets angry and you start to take a lot of damage, 25 every 5 seconds. Tayson and Chatpix looking for a few tags here and there. You want to deal damage or you take damage. That's basically the mid-game of Fortnite.
This is very interesting on our screens right now. Tayson and Chatpix. Obviously, this is a team that lands at the Collider, right? But the biggest thing when you talk about Tayson and Chatpix historically, the analyst talks about how these guys have all the experience in the world. They're 2 top players. This is a team that is very much accustomed to playing edge map. They want to play the dead side of the zone. And this time, this season round, landing at a central POI, I'm happy to see that they've actually decided, look, let's get up the Collider as soon as possible. Let's move up north towards this logjam area, towards the shifty area, and we can start to play the way we are accustomed to playing, not being in the center zone on congested side with all the struggling teams looking for surge, but instead trying to choose their own fates now. Very interesting adjustment from them.
It's kind of like the difference of playing a side scroller and like a 3D game completely, you know?
Yeah.
The amount of things you might not be used to. Not saying that one is even better than the other, right? It's just what you are personally accustomed to that can change the entire surge plan for them as well. Shmeki and Gabex are landing all the way towards the top right side of the map. And for them, off of like an island that's basically, you know, no one will ever visit sometimes. I feel like it might be grayed out for some people who are playing in the FNCS. They have many different stakes rolling in today.
Yeah, the Italian stallions repping for that side of Europe. Very much will have a lot of people supporting them in their corner, but again, like you said, it's going to be very difficult.
Haven't heard an engine rev too much so far. We mentioned vehicles being disabled. How does Scram and Hellfire have a vehicle right now? How do they have a Whiplash?
Well, they have a Whiplash because there's one that spawns in Greasy Grove that it looks like it's broken down, right? You'd look at it at first and be like, oh, we can't use that, right? You know, it's just some scrap parts. But if you find yourself some Chonkers tires and you chuck them on, it actually does allow you to use the vehicle as a regular vehicle you would use. The big thing though is that it is low on HP to start off with, right? It's not like a max HP Whiplash. It is a bit lower. Of course, you don't have the torches to be able to get the HP back up, right? Like we did before. So a bit of a different thing there for them, but yeah, a big advantage in these games.
And it's only available in Greasy. That might be a disadvantage for them soon, right? If some players are starting to get finicky off of their drop, wondering where to go, where's the only car available on the map, it might be a big target on Scram and Hellfire.
I think the big thing, though, that will stop that from happening is that 50-50 fights happen all the time at Greasy Grove. It's probably the most 50-50 POI we have in the game at times. And when it comes to 50-50s, Hellfire is that guy. He is that guy, right?
Yeah.
They have the drop maps. They've been landing here for ages. He's going to land, he's going to pick up the weapon before you, and he's going to take you out. So it will prevent teams from thinking, maybe we can contest Greasy Grove, because if you do, you will fight that team, and then definitely not a team you want to be trying to take a fight against.
Reason to sip those might have not been a 50-50 right off of spawn. Basically a 2v2 between two teams. It was a fight between two duos towards the mid game. And they lost in the last one against Trulex and Chicho. Absolutely taking over their entire space. Just looking at a board game, and they lost all their pieces. It was given completely to someone else. I've never seen them lose control completely. For Thomas and Tripper, I haven't seen them enter an endgame without each other too. I think what Thomas is trying to do right now is maybe get Tripper's card. He had to run so far away. But this time he has it, looking for that reboot.
Well, yeah, I do wonder if he does have it, because he's right next to a reboot van. Like, he could reboot. You know, we talk about how you can stay in the zone for long. The big problem is he's aware of this, you know, the team sort of nearby. And so once he starts, I think, yeah, you can see he's worried that they will start to push him once he starts to reboot. But they do look like they are sort of moving away in the bottom right. If you're looking, right, you can see the arrows sort of every time they turn around. Maybe there's that bit of worry, but they are moving away. So you should be able to get a reboot off now. And this is a chance for them to get back in the game. That was Hydra and Belusi who was potentially getting on his back.
I wish it was any other duo at Command Cavern or in the area. Hydra and Belusi, they never forget. Relentless. No matter who affects them off of spawn, even if you shoot at their builds where they're trying to just go for that revive, they get angry. They never, ever lose track of where you are.
Yeah, and you can see, right, they obviously are a Camp Cuddle team, so wrapping all the way around the command side shows their intention when it comes to rotation. I'm sure they'll be looking for Surge as well. This fight here is one that we literally just talked about when it comes to Hellfire and Scram. Positioned towards the center of the zone, below on Surge, and now having to try fight off against Astro and Michael, the Brits, as they try and find any sort of damage that they can do towards them. They can't afford to be too passive here, otherwise the lobby will not be as kind to them as maybe Astro and Michael are.
They drove all the way here in a whiplash. This is not something that Astro and Michael, the Bugle teams, the North teams are going to be used to. This is an invasive species in the form of Hellfire and Scram. They're going to be forcing these fights as well. Crucial shot for Astro to hit is going to come across as a miss. Michael will probably take swing number 2. Let's see if he can go for green. Not going to be there possible just yet. Hellfire is insane for dropping down like that on a wall he doesn't control, but he's faster than Michael for now. Open walls on all sides. This duo does not care.
He was much faster than Michael, and you can see there, they isolated the 2v1. Astro just caught on an island all on his own, and that damage is huge for their chances. It seems like they're going to actually allow Michael to get the res maybe, but he doesn't want to. He wants to just get right back in there and start dealing blows himself. But Michael's a bit too slow there to support his teammate, and you can see the effects of it now. Astro went down. They will have a second chance at this, but after already being taken out, the confidence can't be too high.
I'm wondering why they gave him the full 10 as well. Scram now taken down from the third party. Hellfire on just wobbly feet for the moment. Needs to have a huge moment to swing in terms of a shot somewhere. Maybe just setting up a labyrinth for people to run through. Scram now in a panic. Does find the finish. Is going to get just attacked by Surge. Hellfire now going down. It's a panic on all sides. No shields to even be able to drink so far. Medmiss picked up. He has the heals, but what a disaster of a fight. Greasy Grove, we talked about the importance, the vehicle as well. Take all of that into a bundle, and that's still not enough for this team to do well in game 2.
The big attraction around Greasy Grove is the fact that they have that whiplash to go out and find better positions to deal with their Surge, right? The whole point is that you can use that vehicle to get into positions quicker than anybody else and deal damage. They've not been able to do that. They've not been successful, and that might be a trend we see around them as well. A team that hasn't quite had Surge figured out so far this season, and already in game 2 showing us why that is the case. Michael and Astro way above on Surge, but what's that going to count for with Michael all alone with a team on his wall chasing him down? He'd much rather have Astro up by his side, I'm sure. But they did well to fend themselves off against those hungry players. It's always the Danes, right? Coming in at you. Whether it's Thomas and Trippin, Scram and Hellfire, or whoever else in this lobby, there's always an angry Danishman knocking at your wall. But they survive barely.
Adrenaline has to be pumping for him right now. Quad digits on Surge, above 1,000 for him. Vito and Aqua a little bit closer to that average, 3 to 400. And they've taken out a team and found another launch pad to roll in with.
Yeah, and towards here at North Sleepy, very, very close to Queasy and Hen territory. I'm sure we'll see them.
There they are.
Right there, right? Exactly, just below them.
Where's Queasy, though? I only see Hen.
Oh,
we got to start being careful with this. Second game. We're so used to both of them, right? And we're so used to Hen going down first, as you mentioned. If anything goes wrong, Queasy not making it again.
This is really tough, man. Again, these are the reigning FNCS champions. They won the duo FNCS last season. It's been a much rockier road for them this time round. But again, 2 games in a row now where they are just splintered, not together as a duo, not together as a unit. Very worrying times if you're a Queasy and Hen fan.
I feel like I might just be dreaming for the moment. Tell me something, Levin, so I know I'm in reality. Only Levin 2K has told Shy a wager.
I can't. I don't know if this is reality. That's the problem.
You know what I mean? Like, this is just so weird. It's like I've side graded what dimension I'm in, and watching some of these teams struggle the way they are. I think Malibuca also went down in the storm about a zone and a half ago. So with all the power they had off of spawn, with all the control, they even haven't made it towards this endgame.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams who are just clearly struggling with some of these zones and the way the lobbies are playing out. Reason in the Sitos, one that many people expect to have struggles when it comes to Surge and getting into zones. You can see the materials aren't looking too hot for Reason. They do have a launch pad, and they might have to be put to use here because you can see so many teams in this area. For them to run in now would be such a difficult rotation to make. So maybe they'll wait to see if somebody else uses a pad that they can recycle to get into that zone. But if not, they'll have to burn their own. And I can promise you it's much earlier than they would have wanted to, but that is the nature of this game, the nature of this lobby. All these teams struggling for Surge, a lot of them end up going towards that congested side where there are more players to deal some damage. And then you get zones like this where you just have all these players on this zone line, all watching each other, looking left and right. Who's gonna drop it first? Who's placing that pad?
We got 25 seconds to see. What about Fury? Once again, different flavor up inside this end game. Weren't really fully active in the first. Tayson chat picks, this is about setting themselves apart from the rest of the lobby. A little bit of a catch-up to play. It's about 50 to 40 points. They're 20 behind that top 5. Artor falling in the feed, and now we'll see who they get to bar back and coming into the zone.
Yeah, Kefi and Melody now. Very awkward spot there for Kefi. Maybe not realizing he couldn't place the wall there, taking some extra damage when not needed. We saw how well they did in the previous game, but this time round, things are looking a lot more difficult for them up north towards Sleepy Sound. They'll be able to get their way into the safe zone, but I don't think they're very safe.
You talk about up north or Sleepy Sound. Is there a north that even exists? I don't see anyone on that side of the map at all.
Yeah, everyone's sort of down. There's only a couple teams up towards that lighthouse side of things. Looks like 3 teams in a solo, you know. Like.
And if you don't have Surge at this point, look at Hen, 213. You're trapped in a place where there's only one team you can really fight. You have no options. And if it's a meal you don't like, you're going to be forced to eat it. If you're allergic, which I think he is, a 1v2 against Bluesy and Hydro, it just might not be possible.
Look, I've said to everybody watching the broadcast, I've said to you, Shio, many times, I've seen Hen do things I didn't think were possible in Fortnite. He's that crazy of a player. But again, when you're in these kind of situations, we saw with Malibuca last game, as a solo with so much Surge to be done, is it feasible? Is it possible?
What?
Dealing damage here in this box. The SMG coming to good use, but eventually taken out there by Belusi.
It's a struggle all around. Hen missing a few shots as a solo in a 1v1. Belusi did not have Hydro in that instant. At the same time, up top, Genesis and Vortex, we see them play so passive every time they're near this 4th, 5th zone. They're taken out in their base. Look at that right side POV. Seti Kami, they're back to doing their own business. We'll go back to them in just a second. 91 above. Usually they're super fine. They're looking really good, but the rain's lethal up here. Somehow Genesis has gone down.
The silver lining for them is that where the position in the zone shouldn't be too difficult to get to the next one. But when you got Shizo knocking on your wall like this, it's never too easy. They do brilliantly though, using his own aggression against him, catching him out of rhythm. And so now Grows as a solo. He's coming back to the FNCS to do even more damage, looking to shake up more waves. Last season did incredibly well, this time with a different teammate. But in this game, in particular, playing as a solo,
oh, no.
Clear his top. That's a silly mistake that you can't afford to be making now. Didn't clear his top, gets taken out as well. Vortex and Janice will jump on that and punish him for it.
They have to move so far, though, and that launch pad is completely blocked by their own builds. Just recently got knocked. There was no one near the lighthouse at all, and everyone now has to climb back, use so many builds, so much rotation, even use a teammate if you're Tayson. Chapix is gone.
Tayson as a solo, another game now.
How?
He goes into the end game as a solo. All of these mighty duos being tainted right now, forced apart. But Tayson with plenty of materials, sitting in an elevated position. The clutch is on for him, but he'd much rather have Chapix with him.
I think everyone in this entire lobby would much have different circumstances. Vino and Aqua, I think the only ones comfortable with full shield. Everyone's slightly affected on all sides. Vanya hiding down on the low ground. I saw Kepi get a few eliminations. That first place team still active inside this game. Looking ready to go. Kiro going down. Somehow Janus and Vortex survived that monstrous rotation. Trulex and Chicho also looking for their chance to do whatever. It's a game of solos near second and first height, but they only have control for moments until we move.
You can see it now. All these players looking towards the bottom left of the screen to try and force these players out of rhythm before they look to make their rotations. Tayson now looking around maybe to see if there is a pad he can use to find an easy path to zone, dealing some really nice damage. He needs to do it with the amount of damage he is below, and finally that pad will come out. And he's trying to take names while he takes the pad as well. Needs to be careful, down to such low HP. If anybody spots him, if anybody takes a shot, that will be the end. Finally able to land down, and he's going to use those hard mats to add a level of protection that is dearly needed as he heals up.
He needs one more shot to land though. 49 damage under Surge. Drox and Kovacs on the left side. He's gonna have a tough wall to crack if he wants to attack that duo. Belusi somehow still holding high ground up top. One of the duos who we thought was gonna look so good in this game. Good on Surge, good on everything. Now just 31 above. Chicho left as a solo, moving through every single build. Gonna be tough to break past this brick. He has to be forced to use that harpoon up inside a different box. A ramp in the way, just a burst they are to cleave a path, but he doesn't connect with anything. 12 HP, down to slivers, down to nothing. He is gone.
Aqua and Vino, though, this is where they want to be, up above on high ground. Aqua playing ulti height, short padding towards the front side of the zone as well. But you can see the players coming up for it. They need to make sure that they secure their high ground. It was Kiko and Andrea that were looking towards it, but they need to hit the big shots, and they're forcing people away. Badil gets taken out by Vortex in the feed. Tayson still here as a solo. He's trying to do the spectacular.
Eyes up in the sky. A lot of duels have clipped wings. Past that, Tayson looking close to the ground, making sure to utilize that shell of defense that he still has left. 210 mats in his inventory. On the bottom right, too, Genesis and Vortex. What a struggle to stay alive up inside this game. They've stretched themselves absolutely thin. Laffy Taffy for them right now. They're looking like a candy joke, but want to just get that renutrition, a step back towards the game, take out Fury, get that Cypher. Not going to be possible. They're low on mats. 4 elims total overall, and now they're going to get splintered apart. Janice has to jump, has to do something to survive. Dive in a box, find anything, my friend. Diving deep in his zone, gets that big, nice striker, lands with it, but it's not enough. He gets taken out.
Someone came knocking on his door. He didn't have the answers. But in that bottom right, you see Malibuca Mustache. This is vintage for them. Up in the low ground, picking up eliminations. Drox will be the one taken out. Tayson finally forced back to the lobby. But Aqua and Vino still up here on high.
You're witnessing the upper echelon. These guys are singing a different tune, playing a completely different game. Everyone down on low ground. A mishmash. Desperation. Kovacs doesn't know what's beside these walls. Said he Kami. They hear that med mist. They have that headset glued straight into their ears. But Vettel comes down and takes them both out. Room for Kovacs to move forward. One shot, I think, took them both. And he finds Mustache as well. The beams don't stop. Lotix takes out the rest of low ground. Clown is there too. My goodness, this duo is just splintering apart the lobby. Vanya now up inside, first place, looking to just further that lead. Finds Vico. Snap aim, finds Flodak. He's still shooting. This man has the equivalent of a railgun. He does not stop and gets the Siphon 2, looking too magnetic for the moment.
The laser beam, he couldn't miss, and now heading to the front of the zone. He did everything he needed to do in that instance, but now continuing to look. He sees Malibuca deep in the zone, but he needs to focus on his own position. There's still Clown here that could cause him some issues, and of course Aqua and Vino, but Aqua might be going down here. Clown doing big shots. Franyak takes him out though. Aqua in the back of his own, such low HP, and Vanyak just needs to connect with anything, and he does. Malibuka now below him, he sees him, and in this instance, a 1v1 Vanyak versus Malibuka. He's done so well up to this point. 11 eliminations. Can he take out the final player, though?
Has to keep the chain going. Has got every single almost elimination in what looks to be a solo FNCS. Look at him, Malibuka, both now up towards max HP. No builds for Vanya, though. Has to find just the shot. It's Malibuka who has the next piece of control, the next voice up top, but Vanya has the prediction, knows what side is the best, and finds Malibuka with 2 shots in a spray. That is just insane from Vanya.
I've never seen a player roll through an endgame with such confidence, with such goal, to walk through everybody in the lobby and say, I am that guy. Vanyak came in 12 eliminations just to his name. Kami sitting in the back, absolutely astounded by what his teammate has just been able to do. Taking out Titan after Titan like it was nothing, like an arena game, Shayo.
It was just, I don't even know how to react to that one. 80% of that top 10 was just siphoned in the Vanya.
That is one of the best performances we will see across the next day or so. What a performance from Vanyak to hit so many eliminations, push his team way up into first place there. That's without a doubt, right? After doing all that, can they continue to now go and do it again?
I mean, that's just game number 2 for them overall. So many more to go with. That was also just the end game. So many things happened in that one. I need Zeke, Mini, and Reese to tell me exactly what went down.
Shy Wager, 15 eliminations on the duo. Vanya just saying, all right, hop on my back here. I'm going to carry you to the Victory Royale. My goodness, this is looking like a qualifier to me. This is a finals lobby. 50 of the best duos in the world. And Vanya just rolling through like, hey, 12 eliminations? I'll casually do that, no problem.
You know what's really interesting is that this team is a team we've not seen that much of so far. They're actually the team who does the least average damage of all set lobbies so far.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, no.
This is like outstanding. This is outstanding in comparison to what we've seen them do this season.
Yeah, 15 eliminations in a lobby that is this stacked with this amount of talent. It is unheard of, and Vanyak just proving why he is just so good. Let me sleeper duo maybe we could be talking about, and the damage he's able to put down as a solo. Kami was just sat enjoying the spectacle of the clutch, the eliminations, the shots, the damage, all coming through from Vanyak, and it was a game of solos at the end. It was every single person. I think it was 4 solos right there at the end, all battling out, and ultimately it was Vanyak that came out on top.
Yeah, of course we saw like what Malibuka was there, we saw Aqua there, but one of the things we want to actually look back on is that team in particular earlier in that match. Vino and Aqua from their mid game had a really, really interesting strategy actually. We obviously know they're a Command Cavern team, right? We've seen them in Command Cavern so often, and this is the rotate they actually ended up doing. Remember, this is the northeast zone, and they've gone to the full northwest side, so just gone straight up and hit the rifts, right? So this means they can just fly on that complete north side away from everyone, and this is where they've landed. But notice one thing really massively here. Look at who they're about to take out in this position. Our current FNCS champions, Hen. You can see the Storm Surge coming down, the beautiful shots from Vino. Remember, I said earlier that Vino is the player who does the most damage. We've just seen the least damaging team win. Vino is the team who does the most damage, and it's reasons like this that put them set up into endgame.
Yeah, it was a really uncharacteristic rotate. It was a really different sort of rotate that we've seen, you know, using that rift to get to the less congested side of zone and then taking out the reigning FNCS champion. It was Queasy who he took out in the back there, and it was actually kind of crazy because I wasn't expecting it, and I think for an FNCS champion, he didn't block off his back. There was no builds to his back, and then Vino definitely took advantage of that and showed us a great example of how you can still pick up damage even when you're on the less congested side of zone.
Super rough, but we have to turn our attention to the standings, how things are going after that last game. We're looking at this duo in first place who surprised us all. Now, my question for this duo, especially if we haven't seen too much, the question becomes, can they continue this momentum? Was this a one-off situation? Could we see more of this?
I mean, in game number 1, we only saw them with a single elimination, right? So that is absolutely a standout game. 15 elims and a Victory Royale. That's 45. Look, 50 points in 10th. The elims they got alone was 45 points, right? So like, if they didn't even get any placement from that, they would almost be in 10th place from here, which is incredible, right? And again, when I go back to Vino and Aqua in that second place there, we saw them not only from that setup that we got earlier back on the side of zones, but they also managed to basically claim height throughout the majority of the end game because of it.
Yeah, they really did. Because of that elimination that Vino managed to capture onto Queasy, they're able to get into that early position for the high ground. They almost took Vino or Queasy and Hen's base. They were like, we'll have this now. This is our position. And they were able to take high at the perfect time. We talked about it so often. They were able to stand up on that high ground and take it at at the absolute vital moment, and this is where we saw them take it. It was Janus and Vortex who were below, but they were able to be commanding and really reinforce their way onto high ground at a very, very early stage of the game. And I think what helped them into doing this was there were a lot of solos down there, or a lot of players that, you know, maybe weren't going to look up to high ground because a lot of our hype teams were just down to 1, but you can see Vino going down there a little bit earlier on. I think it was Aqua that just fall at the end, and he was one of those solos right there at the end, and he couldn't quite make it happen. It was just an absolute mess at the end.
Yeah, 100%. And he ended up going down to Malabuka, right?
Yes.
Who is in 10th there. A great solo performance. I was watching it. We didn't really see too much of them in the early and mid game, right? We were kind of keeping an eye out. I wasn't even sure if they were actually still in it at that point, but come to the end game, no surprise. They start absolutely fragging out at this moment. Now, there was a bit of a choke, in my opinion, from Mustache. They do end up going down a little bit earlier, meaning that Malabuka has to clutch. And right, when these guys play well, they are the team to watch out for. We know that. So this is kind of an uncharacteristic mistake from them, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. But ultimately, they made it to the end game, which is something we didn't really see in game number 1. They kind of went down in the mid game, another one of the teams that didn't quite have the best mid game. But I think this is really what set them up for success. They were able to pick up eliminations, and they picked up those crucial eliminations onto Pink and Anna's off spawn as well. They almost did it in a really different way. They went down into Command Cavern to pick up those, and of course that sorted them out on Storm Surge. They were able to, you know, progress their way through the game and play how they wanted. It wasn't quite an ideal endgame, as you mentioned, Reese. Malabuka having to solo clutch, but we know how good Malabuka is as a solo. He couldn't quite make it happen, but a solid second place.
I mean, if you want anyone to clutch up for you in a solo game, it's going to be Malabuka. You know, add me. Come on.
Really? I wouldn't. I'm going to go with Malabuka.
We can run it next season, you know?
Well, I don't know about that. I think we'll just stick with Malabuka. He's probably the best option.
There you go. That's what we like to see. My goodness, that was just the first 2 games of the competition. I know what you're thinking, Zeke, is it over? Absolutely not. Remember, we have 12 total games. We have another 4 today, and we're coming back tomorrow for the last 6. My goodness, we're going into game number 3 of the FNCS. This is the European region, and this is game number 3.
Oh, thank you so much, Zeke. You look so good in these studio lights, but I might need different types, Levin. Infrared, ultraviolet. For invisible, like you need milk or something. We're watching like invisible duos like Vino and Malabuka towards these end games. I don't know how they're doing it. I count them out. They're here with 5+ elims.
Look, when you talk about teams being counted out, right? The likes of Vanya coming through. Reese hit us with the knowledge, right? This is a player who typically isn't doing damage in these kind of lobbies. To go out there and absolutely wipe everyone seemingly in that end game, we're seeing very uncharacteristic things. We need to have a bigger sort of lens to see everything that's going on right now. There is just so much chaos, surprises, disappointments for some teams happening around the map right now.
I need a 3-day break to just watch those 2 games back.
Literally.
That's how much is happening in these ones. And it's solo clutches as well. The fact that in this lobby, duos are not surviving. Benji and Savage aren't there at low ground. Hydro and Belusi as well make these end games together. They're splintered apart so fast. Janus having trouble in half and half. It doesn't happen in the FNCS.
I think the big thing is, right, as we head into game 3, a lot of these teams are starting to maybe get comfortable. Right, we started to see a bit of the vintage Malabuka Mustache endgame plays, Aqua Vino on the high ground as well. Can we start to see some of these teams get into their zone?
It's all about these new and up-and-comers holding onto the board now, the space they've solidified almost at triple digits versus the veterans getting used to the lobby. Floas and Mappy trying to push back against Vidil and Noah Riley. It'll happen again at the lumber yard. I see 2 different colored arrows here, but it's not going to be as fast as before.
The score right now at Logjam Lumberyard between these 2 teams is 1-1. Game 1, Floris and Mappy won. Game 2, it was Noah Riley and Vidil to steal it away. This time round, a bit less 50-50. Both teams going to get the chance to get some loadouts, and a shotgun there for Noah Riley is huge in terms of how this fight will play out. Which way do you have it going though, Shayo? It's the big question.
I feel like when it's not fast, Willis and Mappy have the breakdown. When it's sneaky though, right, because it's kind of a mix of both. If Noah Riley gets that first shot, it could be bad for the duo that's hometown is Logjam.
Yeah, I think Floris and Mappy will definitely want this to be a bit more even, slowing the pace down like it has been so far. But if you allow Noah Riley and Vidil to set that tempo, that's where you can really start to get yourself in trouble. Noah Riley needs to be careful though, right? Maybe he's a bit eager, trying to claim a bit more land than he can handle. But just farming things up now. Another fight we've seen play out many times. Game 3 though, Sabin and Yakpo not actually down instantly, which is a good start, right? That's 1 foot in the doorway. But if they want to barge their way through, Bubak and Fury will be the ones standing in that hallway, ready to stop them.
perspective of the crazy solo fights. What's happening here? No way Carmi gets that much damage before a knock goes down. Vanya can't miss. He actually, I think he tried to miss there. He just can't miss.
This guy actually has a laser beam with a combat SMG. We know it's strong, but he's making it look insane. No, he goes down. Another game. Another game where our game winners go down off spawn.
Is all the energy, the juice, the electricity just used in that previous endgame is overconfidence, I think.
Those 15 eliminations might have just been all their eliminations for the rest of their tournament.
There's just no way. With Vanya playing like that, that'd be sad to even see. Look at this sight though. Merstash and Malabuka versus Pink and Anas. A big finish onto Pink. Desperation from Anas to get inside the box, and Matt's running low for Merstash and Malabuka. Gonna be tough here back and forth, but all they need to do is hold on, shield up, and then go for the shots. It's a full HP Anas behind these doors. A beast bearing its fangs, wanting to get in and land every shot.
This is such an all-out war between these teams.
Oh my goodness!
Did big damage, but it just wasn't enough up against Malabuka and Merstash. Another game going in the favor of these boys. And Pink and Anas, a team who I have such high expectations of, really struggling so far.
And once again, Merstash, Malabuka, you mentioned it behind the scenes, Levin. Not allowed to breathe in the last endgame, not allowed to breathe after this fight either. A new team lands right on top of them. They're so aware, go for those tags and beams, and barely even have time to heal.
This is the everlasting story of Command Cavern. Seeing these teams fighting out against each other, you see Vino is the one up above. He knows they just fought, he wants the third party. That's how ruthless he is, realizing the potential for damage. He knows they're down there below. And Vino and Aqua, we typically see them up top. I mean, down below, so they're not up top. They're never up top is the point I wanted to make. They're never up top, really. But realizing that there's a chance to take out two Titans, they were instantly up here, ready to third party. Malabuka and Merstash doing well to not give them that space. But Shayo is so mad to me, right? Because Merstash yesterday, I kid you not, this is literally just yesterday, a couple hours ago, was playing some practice scrims with Pink.
Huh?
Yeah, they needed a fill and they decided to play with each other. To go from yesterday, playing on the same team, vibing, chilling, having some fun in practice, to coming out today on the grandest stage of them all and battling it out the way they are. That is just such a contrast.
They're forcing the fight on their side. Pink and Anas are just receiving a message every single game.
And it's not a message they want to be hearing, right?
Not at all.
You got some angry players, some ruthless players knocking on your door.
Oh, this strat from Nyan and Rabbit as well. They were ruthless in that first game and getting on top of the board. You look back at how it even started, they were immediately contesting the Joneses. Now they're kind of gone all the way back towards their POI. You mentioned, you know, Save Yapko, they get to be alive this game. Why is that? It's because maybe it's one of these strats where you go for aggression right off the rip, and after that, you go with your game plan.
So one of the biggest updates when you talk about players adjusting their POIs and where they're on the map, Benji and Savage actually haven't been going to the Collider. They've been here at Tilted Towers. And of course, a very familiar sight for DKS and Bad Sniper. We got a big fight taking place though, so we'll pause on that conversation for a moment. Queasy and Hen, another very, very difficult situation for them. Off spawn here at Sleepy Sound, up against Vettel and Lotix. We've seen how much they've struggled in these previous couple of games. But can this be a redeeming moment for them? The point that everything started to change in their FNCS story. Or will they just be forced to sit here and posture towards each other for an endless amount of time like some of these fights often are?
What Vino did to Queasy in this last game was just unfair. 300 meters away, landing 5 or 4 burst AR shots in a row. But like the burst as well, not just the first rat-a-tat-tat of the 2 shots that come out. It was boom, 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 boom. And this man was almost basically taken out. It's just too much. The big thing about Queasy and Hen specifically as well, right, is that it's structure and power that are there idealized in 2 players, right? Yeah. Queasy being the structure, Hen being the power. Yeah. The structure has gone down first almost every game so early. I think that's one of the reasons they're also struggling.
Yeah, you know, anybody that understands the dynamics of this team, as much as Hen is a great player, he very much needs Queasy to give him that direction. And if Queasy's off, their whole game plan, their whole strategy is off, right? Early in the week, playing in the Cash Cup, they had a torrid time, didn't play well whatsoever, and Queasy put it down to not feeling too good, having an off day. But a couple days later, maybe that off day is an off week. Yeah, you're on my wavelength right now.
Yeah. Oh man, it's going to be tough for them to kind of bring it back. You look at Vettel and Lowtech specifically too. I think this is one of the teams that might have been scared to maybe have a say, a flavor, a tune of their own inside the FNCS. I feel like they've been followers so far. In this last game, Levin, they were taken down. You were talking about Titans. They were taking down half of them. They're the reason it almost went down to solo. Steady and Cammy, I think, collat shot it at the same time, raining down more eliminations over and over all the way towards the 9th zone. They look so powerful. Maybe that is feeding their ego, these endgame elims towards contesting Hen and Queasy more off spawn.
Yeah, I think, you know, that is one of the biggest sort of quantities that even us as casters and analysts can't quantify, right? When you start hitting big shots in in-game, once you start feeling yourself, maybe you start getting devious ideas about how you go about the next couple of games. And for Vettel and Lowtix, for sure that will be the case. Vettel, someone who has played in previous FNCS finals, always playing with players who seemingly are on the come-up in the Norwegian scene, not maybe playing with the Norwegian veterans, but seemingly finding a way to do well with some of them. Lowtix now the newest in that bunch, in that party. And we'll see what they can cook up in the rest of these games. Slowest and Mappy, though, over at the log jam. And Mappy taking big damage.
That, you know, I don't think the 200 striker pumps exist, but that felt like one straight on the dome. Goomba stomped this man inside the box. Flowest now has to be able to keep up with Noah Riley. Going to be a tall ask, especially inside a fight that should be their home game, their arena, the long drawn out one inside the Storm. I feel like though, when you add that Storm, when you add too much length, that's where the power, the big, just momentous swings in the fight from Noah Riley and Vadil start to become too much to handle.
When we talk about fights in the Storm, right, we talk about it, there's literally a timer on your fight. You know, you have to close on the fight within a certain amount of time. And that added level of pressure, clearly something that they've not been able to handle.
Wow!
I say that. But in the final moment, they're Flowist with a big pump. I know, like we said, they ain't 200 anymore with a striker, but I'd bet you he would have come 200 right there. A huge shot to take Noah Riley out and a saving grace for their game.
But Logjam, slow on pushing out the lumber, pushing out the players towards the zone. I wonder if Mappy's going to be able to just bring it back. That specific duo needs so much going for them in organized structure. Scram and Hellfire as well right now. Sanctuary they've driven this far. Reese, what do you have to say about this?
We've seen a bunch of fights going on so far down in the cavern. And one of the things that's always been in contention is who is going to be grabbing the vault. Well, it's not Aqua and Vino this game. Tripper and Thomas HD are actually set up with the 2 launch pads from here, but this team ends up rotating in to get the extra loot that's left over here. So both teams right now are looking absolutely set up.
That's always one of the biggest things we talk about, right? Of course, the vault is so powerful and you want to get there first so you can get the supply drops and get the launch pads. But if you can roll through afterwards, things ain't looking too bad. In terms of, like Reese is saying, who's going to get it game to game? Well, people don't actually realize, shout out to Kicks Analytics on this one, in terms of the spawns, it's basically 50-50 which side of Command Cavern Gunner the NPC lands at, right? So game to game, it could go to the hands of either team. One game, Vino and Aqua will land on their side and they'll be the ones that get it. Another game like this one, Trippin and Thomas will be the ones with that fortune. Of course, 12 games we have in total. We'll see whether it actually does come out 50-50. I doubt it, right? There is so much variance. But whoever gets that gunner spawn the most is going to be the team that walks away from the final most likely the happiest.
Ebb and flow of the cavern, and all the other team can do is follow up in the heels. I'm looking at something very specific. This is a Shio deep dive analytic, right? It has nothing to do with stats. Okay. Nothing to do with the players.
My favorite type of analytics.
My vibes, yeah. I just looked at Mr. Savage's name. Hold up, let's just watch Mappy and Flowis take men's out. Still in the zone, by the way. Shizo going down. We'll get back to the fields in a second. Him and Hen, specifically, right, have this bear in their gamer tag. Flowis, hold up, going down in 6 HP for Mappy. He's taking out Grolls. It's just his feet made of rocks and stone. They can't be moved.
We talked about how well he did last season playing with Clown. And he seems to be the same animal, but a very much different beast in this game. A 2v1 against 2 top players. But they just got caught sleeping. Look at the loadout. He doesn't even have much.
He has nothing.
Look what
he
he's
has
working
literally
with.
one mag of the shotgun and a gray pistol, and he drops down and makes it work. That is absolute desperation manifested and just idealized. It's just working for the man.
I love that energy. That is FNCS winner type energy he's rolling with.
I mean, to win an FNCS duos, you need a teammate though, and his was down, so halfway there, halfway there.
Very much, not just halfway, a very long way. We have so many games. We are just in game 3 of 12, but a team that has very much impressed so far, Aqua and Vino. Again, I hyped them up earlier because in many people's eyes, they are the de facto favorite team to win up the whole of the FNCS. But things are never as easy as they seem, and we're seeing that already here. The chug splashes will keep Vino in the game, but DKS and Bad Sniper hitting some big shots. Another team that hasn't had the hottest of starts over at Tilted Towers, but is considered a huge favorite by many as well.
I mean, they're cold inside the zone in this one too. Like, nothing in terms of utility on either player. Bad Sniper hasn't popped a single heal and is still running right now, so I assume DKS is about to pick him up and take him in. Med miss, and it just looks like shambles on this side for Vino and Aqua. They're about to run into what might be another player as well. Nah, just an AI possibly to get some loot from. No, it is the Siptos. It's hiding 1 point. They have so much control of this bottom side on both these games that just started up. And the third one, Reason down, the Siptos out of luck.
Yeah, the Siptos and Reason, a team that has all the firepower and name, but just haven't been able to exert that force on lobbies this season. Vino showing now why he maybe has been able to do so as he hunts down the Siptos. The Frenchman has no place to hide, no place to run, and the time not ticking in his favor. Had to hit a bigger shot than that. And even if you'd hit that shot, to get the finishing time for the Siphon was probably impossible. And so Vino and Aqua inevitably win the fight. But Queasy just went down in the feed.
Again?
I just caught it. I almost missed it, Shayo. I almost missed it. I just caught it there. Queasy going down in the feed.
In a zone like this, I think you're going to need people like Queasy to figure out how to actually traverse things. Let's Squeeze and Endelex with the earliest pad I've seen for a third zone. It's just, it's actually a chain pad. Zone's been moving for a little bit. They decided to get straight onto towards these islands, straight all the way towards what is called launch pad inside the map. Mustache Malabuka struggling. So many teams I feel like have been in the zone for longer than they have been inside safety so far in this game.
Yeah, but for some of these teams, the zone is their safety. You can see Malabuka Mustache with all those white heals, the floppers free, chug splashes as well. Taking some zone damage will not scare them one bit.
They're going straight tropical paradise. Doesn't look like a vacation though. You talk about irregular zones, mountains, you know, sometimes rocky, having nothing but flat land. I feel like this is one of the most difficult ones. And for a team like Malabuka and Mustache, a team that likes staying on low grounds, looking for a lot of things to come to them, the pre-edit gods, you can't do that in the water.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest risks we could see with this zone. I think the big thing for them is that they're going to have to choose to play on higher elevations of mid-ground, use people's builds in their favor. But you always got to be careful, right, when you're on people's builds. Make sure you're coning your floors. You don't want to get chopped down. That's always a big risk. Clown and Refsguard
drowning.
Yeah, we're already seeing the battle in the water. It's so difficult. It's so awkward, so uncomfortable. Look how much space they have to work with. It's a rhetorical question. They ain't got much.
Refsguard, please hit the edits, my friend. Needs to go up as soon as he comes up for the back. For there, though, so much pressure from all sides. Clown is down. Refsguard will soon follow. And they're not even close to the next zone. Taken out by Janice and Vortex.
Another instance where we see Janice and Vortex lurking, preying on these teams that are just in these awkward positions. They always seem to be postured right there. They're not the team that shambles. They're not the team in the super awkward position. But they're always just right there to capitalize when they need to.
They're the pinch of cinnamon in the mix, right? Doesn't really belong as the extra spice somehow just finds himself in every single recipe. And look at this one, watered down Levin. Everyone has to just move across one big island before that Thomas HD and Tripper and gotta take a big dive.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they actually go about this. Again, another situation where you start looking left and right, trying to game your opponents, see if they maybe have a launch pad. If not, you might have to use your own. And we know that they're a team that will have them in abundance, potentially. Vino picking up some eliminations in the feed from some different teams. Kiko going down. Ju as well, being taken out. And Abuka Mesashto looking in a much more comfortable position than what we saw before, but still having a distance to go to get to the zone.
Very important game for them. Remember, they're fighting off spawn every time. What you saw from the qualifiers, the games they live, they have to get big points from.
So far, though, already some big points, right? They started this game in 10th place, already in 3rd due to some eliminations.
Look at this.
And waiting perfectly for the use pad. They're able to make their way in.
Danger from the left.
Wiggle their way around. And again, right, landing on an elevated position and making sure to break some builds. It's actually Aqua and Vino below them. And a 185 mustache! A monster. You need to be careful. The Vino's right behind you.
1 HP!
Comes through on 1 HP. He's going to have to chomp on them floppers as quickly as possible. He almost got ahead of himself there. He hit the 185 onto Aqua and he thought, I want to get in. That's the instinct from him. But Vino was thankfully waiting there, saving Aqua's life in that situation. But if they're hitting shots like that, Shayo, this is going to be a scary endgame for anybody who wants to be on the same layer as them.
A different tune of horror for the endgame as well. Imagine if it was Aqua controlling the skies. With that shot, they're going to be knives down for a little bit, ready to go maybe in the 7th or 8th zone.
And you can see Rabid Fanayan doing what many people will look to do, looking up above, lacking on the builds, but very much sharing the wealth is Fanayan as he drops them over. Their pathway to having a good game. Looks tough, looks stunted, and we're seeing a drop-down play here.
No way.
Art skill taken out. T-Chips now as a solo. We talked about how ruthless Vino can be, in a perfect display of that here.
The reason this is even possible, a lot of these teams congested into coming into this zone. So many launch pads used left, and we're not going to see that much flying happening inside this endgame. So many mats already built apart. The zone comes in the land where everyone's already congested. The box fighters, the Vinos, that's where they thrive. Aqua makes the call to drop down. He gets the pick. So important too because he took that 185.
Yeah, the refresh at this stage in the game will be pivotal for their high ground takes, right? We saw in previous games how so many of the teams will take height, invest so much into it. They don't have anything left once they have it. Those guys, though, hopefully will be very, very resourceful. Malibuca and Masashto aren't necessarily a team that's going to be looking towards that, but still a team that has so much elimination potential.
They're watching just the pressure, the chaos of the lobby just come to them like a tsunami off the shores. Many teams just moving side by side. Nebs taken down in the title forces. He's not going to make it. A launch pad forced up by Tayson and Chapix. They start to move. Mustache finds one. Siren now down. Janice and Vortex starting to move in as well. Surge is not really something that they concern themselves with. It's just the position. And Zone is now clapping back as a third party of just maximum damage walls of proportions. They are down, could not make it in. Look at the status of this.
And that's exactly what happens, right? A max distance zone where you don't have a launch pad. All those teams on that side having to tarp their way in. They were at the very back and they weren't prepared. And so they go down. These are the moments that are just so pivotal in games. Can you make something happen? Can these guys make something happen? They pull zone and they posture towards height. Tayson looking up on the other side at Fury. Nah, you guys better not come anywhere near it.
I mean, they padded for this position specifically. They wanted to get here super fast. So I'm assuming they're not giving this up. They're holding 5th to the end. That's impossible.
It's very difficult, isn't it? You need a lot of materials and a lot of willpower to do so. Mustache.
They're still going.
Up elimination.
It's Michael. And he's slapped in the face. Oh my God. He's done. Malibuca down to just slivers of HP before the zone starts to move. What a best and good place to take this fight. It's where zone's actually pulling. Michael, the maximum defense man, he took down what, 2-3 duos pushing him? Got Astro back in the game. Mustache Malibuca take him down.
These guys are not the kind of team you want to run into.
Look at this.
At any point in the game. Zara going down. Will Darkies follow? It might just be the case. Chicho as a solo now. He has everything to do. We saw Trulex in this position. We need to see Chicho put on a big performance now.
Zara and Darkies, they're the pirate kings of these islands. They land here, they live here. They're taken apart. Look at high ground now. Aquavino, they're back. 185 what? Right, Malibuca who? They don't care. All the way up on height, launch pattern again. They're taking it over from Tayson and Chapix. They have an airdrop possibly as well coming down, but look at the bottom side of the zone. Look what's happening in the purple waves. It's Thomas HD, 20 HP. Gonna be tough for him to really get things out of proportions from here, but he has even more Chug Splashes to use. Lots of time to buy for the moment. Tripper and down. It's a solo clutch with multiple bodies of loot he gets to use.
How about solo clutch that we've seen him perform in before? So many players going down, and that alone is beneficial for Thomas as he stays in the game. So much placement being found. But on the mid-ground, Mustache and Malabuka, another elimination. Mustache now has 8. We all give Malabuka his flowers, but in these moments, Mustache really shines. He knows there's players there. He wants to hit the shot, so he's feeling confident. Malabuka maybe tempering him to focus on the zone as he protects his back. But this is already a brilliant game. 10 eliminations, and not many more can be done for the rest of the players on their layers.
They've sliced through so many different duels, but now they have the Kings of the Dojo, Tayson and Chat mixed up inside their lair. Thomas Estido, the lone Ronin, he gets chopped down, he's taken out.
And you can see Aqua and Vino doing this again on height. Will they be able to hold on to it this time? That was the biggest issue they had last time round. Mustache and Malabuka need to stay healthy if they want to continue to do well in this game. But that's exactly what they will do. A refresh probably going to be needed soon as Malabuka's down to just the wood. But you know Mustache will be right on it. Cammy and Seti though, thriving on the low ground. All these teams on their established layers on a crash course to colliding at some point.
Oh my goodness, Mustache and Malabuka. This time, it's Malabuka trying to catch up. You know, we've given Mustache's flowers this game. He's like, wait a minute, 11, I'm still in the conversation.
And they're going right at it. First place team now. They've taken that title from Aqua and Vino. Those guys above, though, they need to start doing damage. They need to start picking up eliminations if they want to hold on to that crown. But the win is so much more important for them. You can see the zone going above the water. We talked about how tough this will be for everybody in the lobby. And so Malabuka choosing to go back up.
He just dropped down back up in the blink of a moment, an instant. If you missed it, it's done. If you missed Seti as well, I mean, he's kind of still alive, but it's all up to Cammy to take the game all the way home.
You can see Cammy in the backside of the zone. It's so awkward for him. He's trying to find any sort of ground to stand on. But once he does find that ground, he might end up running into Malabuka Mustache.
So many mats for this duel. They just need to stay well-tempered. Understand you're popping off. You have so many eliminations. 13 in the feed. Mustache can't be stopped. On the top, just completely.
Oh my gosh!
1v2, Tayson the Topics down!
We've not seen something like this from Mustache in a while. But when it comes through, it's so delightful. It is brilliant. We saw a big game last time round. He's trying to top it this time. They're both up now, looking to try win it all out in a 2v2 against Aqua and Vino. Two of the biggest names in this competition. Two favorites going at it. They've already crushed in this game, but will they be able to repeat? Mustache being slowed down, 65 HP. Malabuka now will have to hit a big shot. Mustache goes down. Malabuka in another cut situation, but no materials. And so a repeat of the last game, Aqua and Vino. The high ground team will prevail. Command Cabin producing so many monstrous teams in these games, Shayo. What a game we've just seen there.
Half of the elims go to the command, the rest of the wins go towards the cavern. This is just too much to handle inside the end game. Vino started us off with some cool plays. Mustache and Malabuka though, 16 on the board. Who were the true winners of game number 3?
Who were the true winners? That is the biggest question. Of course, Aqua and Vino secured the victory royale, and that's such a glorious feeling. But for Malabuka and Mustache down below, we literally just watched Vanyak and Kami have a game where we thought, okay, that's going to be the best game we see. We have 12 games, but that's probably going to be the best performance we see. No, Malabuka and Mustache, we talked about the pop-off potential from those guys on mid. Mustache, oh my, that was nasty from him, I'll be real. They don't get the victory royale, of course, but again, who are the true winners in that situation?
I mean, who is this duo as well? They kind of morph, I think, in that endgame to be one person, one cohesive unit in that final moment, drowning almost. Mustache or Malabuka, I just forget, finds 3. Shouldn't be possible.
It is actually unreal, the kind of things these guys can do. We're going to kick it to the desk. I'm sure they have all their thoughts about how that's all unfolded. Guys, break it all down.
You know, well, what more is there to say? We get this last game, game number 2, 15 eliminations. Just like Levin said, we're thinking, oh, Mac, it's not gonna get crazier. And then Mustache and Malabuka are like, did you say 15? I'll tell you, we're gonna one-up you right here. Now, yes, they did not get the victory royale. Victory royales are great, right? But that doesn't always mean you walk away the winner, the true winner of the game. I will say, though, Aqua and Vino, it kind of takes me back to like the World Cup qualifiers, right? The days of the World Cup. Oh, you look up, who's on high ground? Aqua. Aqua, come down, stop.
I know, it's crazy, right? We're used to seeing this so frequently right now. Him always up on high, and right now, like, they are popping off themselves. Let's be real.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen them on high ground so often, and this time they're picking up more eliminations, though. They're doing it in a bit of a better fashion. They're able to pick up the refreshes, and of course able to, you know, sort of have their say in the final stage of the end game as well. Of course, taking out Mustache and Malabuka right there. They were commanding on the high ground. They took it at a very good moment. We saw Tayson and Chapix up on high ground. And for a moment, I thought, okay, Tayson and Chapix, they're going to run the show here. They're going to close out the game with a nice high ground victory. But no, Akra and Vino had other ideas.
Let's be real. There's one team we want to talk about, one team we want to focus on only right now. That's Malabuka and Mustache. Everyone gives their props to Malabuka.
They do.
Everyone always says Malabuka is the best player right now. Nobody, and I mean nobody, puts respect on my man Mustache like this. Mustache, however, is the player with the highest average eliminations per game. 2.43 is what he normally does. This play here was very interesting, however. Notice, they needed a refresh. So these guys nearly always go for a refresh around the 5th zone. They're 53 mats right now. They nearly always go for something at this point. And you can see almost overextended. But I love that they kind of came back, re-attempted it, found another target, and then this obviously started the craziness that we saw in endgame with the materials they got from this.
Yeah, this absolutely was the Mustache and Malabuka show. This game was unbelievable. And going into the 4th zone, they had 4 eliminations. Going into the moving zones, they had 8 eliminations, and they didn't stop there. They were clutching up. They were getting so many eliminations right in at the end game, and this is absolute textbook Malabuka and Mustache plays, because we're seeing them go for free edits. We're seeing them go for hopping in boxes with SMGs. We're seeing the harpoon being used as well, and of course this clutch from Mustache was unbelievable.
And honestly, one of the things I find the most interesting is, like, these guys are aggressive in a way that not a lot of other teams are, right? When you think about teams who are aggressive in endgame, you know, a lot of people think of kind of some of the French box fighting players, but these guys will just jump in your box. Like, you know, they're not going to create a steady low tarp on the bottom. As soon as they have like a little bit of low materials, they find a weakness in someone, they're pre-editing you, they're jumping straight in their box. They do not care at all.
So sick. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, Zeke, what's going on? Why is the stage purple? Well, check this out. We're going to check in with these duos. We're going to see how Storm Surge is playing a factor. Because for a lot of these duos, in case you're new to Fortnite, like, what the heck, Storm Surge? These guys got you covered.
Yeah, of course. Storm Surge. If you don't deal enough damage, the lobby's going to deal damage back to you. That's like the most simple way to explain it to you. It happens 3 different times. 3rd zone, 5th zone, and then 7th zone, of course.
Yeah, so all it is just getting as much damage as you can, and if you're above the threshold of the damage of the rest of the lobby, then you will be able to get that. And of course, teams do it in different ways. You know, you can see teams that go for the more box fight, the more fighting style. We saw Mustache and Malabuka doing that. And of course, we see teams that are going for more tags throughout every single stage of the game, just trying to keep themselves above that threshold, which of course does change game in, game out, depending on how the rest of the lobby are doing. We're seeing Rabbit and Funyan right there picking up eliminations just where it matters most and just getting them above the storms.
Yeah, they were like just on the boundary, right? They were just above it. You have to make a play at that moment because there were so many players still left alive over that. If you don't make the aggressive play, like, you're just going to be tagged by the whole lobby at this point. But we have some leaderboards up ahead, and we have some new leaders up in there too. Mustache and Malabuka with a massive 16 eliminations second have flown up 9 places. You can see the change in placement up there. That is incredible.
I think it's terrifying at this stage of the competition when you start to see the duos break into that triple digits, right?
Yeah.
126 points, 123. That was just 3 games, Minnie.
We've had 3 games of action so far, and oh boy, has it not disappointed. Now, it seemed that we might have expected to do a little bit better in the first 2 games. This was, of course, Tayson and Chapix. This game, we saw them do it a little bit better. We saw Tayson and Chapix up on high ground. Of course, last time we saw Tayson on high on his own, but, you know, trying to clutch up as much as he can, getting eliminations after eliminations, and this is sort of the moment where we're seeing them picking up eliminations and then going up for that high ground. We can see them trying to take it off Fino and Aqua, but oh no, they were solidified up there. Tayson and Chapix were not having it, but they played the mid-ground layers really, really well. And I think I saw, was it 14 places they gained in this game? So they're really getting into their own and really picking up eliminations, and that's what we know this team for.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about them is, like, they don't overcommit to height. Last season, when it was Tayson and Thomas HD, we saw them play for height way too much. It's like any opportunity possible. It was like, hey, I'm going to go up. I'm going to try to win the game. Now what we're seeing for them is, okay, if it doesn't work, we're going to drop down. We're going to play that mid-ground. We're going to do super, super okay. We're going to try to do whatever we can down there rather than just trying to, like, PG fight for height, you know?
Exactly. I think that's the experience of that duo, of course. We know how experienced they are. They've been in these situations before. They know how the risks of high ground is. You know how when you go up for high ground, you're not guaranteed the victory because there are plenty of other high ground teams down below trying to do the same.
I love it, guys. The breakdown, absolutely next level. It's very reminiscent of the caliber of games we have right here. Top tier, which is things that I love to see. That was just 3 games. We have another 3 to go. That's right. Find your seats on the battle bus. This is the next game.
To the thousands of people watching all around the world, wherever you are, I just want to let you know, you ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. 3 games we've had have been spectacular, but not only do we have 3 more, we also have the 6 tomorrow as well.
It's insane to me because these 3 games feel like 3 separate FNCSs in total. The amount of things that are happening between teams, the unexpectedness, the twists, the turns, the stories, the plot lines, Levin. It's too much and we have to do it all again today.
Yeah, it's literally why we say this is the best time of the season to be a Fortnite fan. And not only that, we have all these players, right, who have such high expectations on themselves, so many people they want to impress, so many people they don't want to let down, and that can cause for some heartbreak, but it can also cause for some beautiful moments, and we're already seeing some of those in the games we've already seen today.
Yeah, fire ignited for some of these teammates who lose their duo mates going forward towards the very end of the game. The game starts now, though, right? We have to focus on some of those off-spawn engagements, some of the stories that leave tears for us before they even start.
And as we head into the game, who will be the teams to redeem themselves, or maybe to continue along their line of dominance? In the top right of your screen, you can see O'Reilly making his way into Logjam Lumberyard. Last time round, things didn't quite go the way they would have wanted to. They're sitting in 25th right now, and they'll want to push up much higher again. To remind you, this is a team who we were all expecting to be landing at Command Cavern, but once game 1 started, they decided, nope, we don't want any of that smoke with any of those guys. We're going to try it with Flois and Mappy. But Flois and Mappy have decided to leave. And they've come back to a place that they're very familiar with, Coney Crossroads.
And we were expecting this to happen maybe on day 2 from a different team. I think it was just Snazy and Podesai that might get invaded on, not someone escaping somewhere else and just trying to save their game on a POI they're familiar with.
Yeah, that's a big point actually you make, Shire, right? These kind of adjustments are things you see in day 2, right? Once everything's done and dusted on the first day, you go out and you decide, okay, maybe we have to move. But for these guys to do that in game 3, sorry, that shows them sort of mindset, right? They don't want to leave things to chance whatsoever. We're seeing Refsguard going down in that replay at the hands of Siren and Asvi. Big fights happening all over the map. Benji Fishy in the feed going down to Bad Snap. I'm sure there's a lot of people.
What season is it again?
Look, there's a lot of seasons where you could tell me this is happening. Of course, last season, that was one of the biggest battles we had all around the map. This time round, though, it still seems like Bad Snap and DKS are getting the best of those guys to some degree. Flixie and Kiduo, a team who sat in first place after game 1, trying to regain that spot, but it's not going to be an easy path to doing so. Flixie goes down. Kiduo, what can he do? The boy in AOS up against the Andy and Joe. Has to hit a big shot. The drum shotgun isn't going to be enough, even if it will take Joe out. Once again, I feel like the Andy coming in as the insurance in that fight.
All about a slight distraction, that's all they need. Meanwhile, over here, looks like Snazy Podesai, excuse me, a little bit of a rude awakening for them overall. Mappy and Flois way back at home, and looks like they had the D to the house, just looking that much more natural up here in the crossroads. Looks like Snazy already down, all up the Podesai to maybe get this 2v1 going from what we've seen in previous weeks, though. Very difficult to be able to play in this POI without a duo partner, without the possibilities of a pinch or an essence of control. Podesai will be able to change a few layers, go left and right, but Mappy and Flois, they've had this fight, what, 1,000 times?
That's tough though, man. If you're Snazy and Podesai, you've just had your game hampered, not directly because of Flois and Mappy, right? Indirectly, Noah Riley and Vidil are the cause of this. Like, if those guys just stay at command, Flois and Mappy never have any issues at Logjam, and because they never have any issues at Logjam, they never decide to contest at Coney and take out Podesai and Snazy. So the knock-on effect of just one team's decision can go a long, long way sometimes in these games.
Choose a waterfall, choose a butterfly, whatever animal or thing you want to attack to the beginning, you can. For Scram and Hellfire, I don't know what animal you can attribute to that type of drop down. Reason and Deceptos, we were thinking they were the incarnate of fear in the lobby. They've been taking out almost every single early game.
Yeah, it's not been a great start to them, right? They've obviously had their struggles, but like you said, one of their biggest selling points as a team is that, you know, they aren't people you want to knock on their door, right? You don't want to mess with those guys more often than not, but they haven't been able to possess that level of power. Maybe they need to start getting some tips from these guys. Aqua and Vino, a very, very powerful duo in these games. Farming up, making sure to get them floors, one of the best sources of metal at the command cabin.
Think about it this way in terms of just like POIs, you know, making winners, game winners, or lobby leaders. You would never expect, like, you know, Retail Row or when it was a mall completely, to have 3 different teams be able to be inside the top 3 to make close towards the end game. You never expect, you know, Craggy Cliffs to be able to have and sustain 2 different duos or trios or teams rock in and have them fight all the way towards the end. This is so unique to this FNCS, and it's crazy that these teams are landing next to each other, taking shots, and then fighting as the final 2 duels left in the game.
But again, it just goes back to what the analysts were saying and what everyone basically has been saying this season. Command Cabin is such a strong POI, one of the strongest, if not the strongest, we've ever had in the game. It rivals the likes of the Stark Industries POI and all the other ones we've seen at times, right? You know, go back to Season X, right? Season 9, that version of Neo Tilted, right? It beats them all, right? It beats them all. And we're seeing the effects of that on the leaderboard. We got a little update, though, for Mini Miner on some of these teams.
Thank you, Levin. We're going to be highlighting Tayson and Chapix here. Now, they're picking up their Storm Surge early on. We just talked about Storm Surge, and another element that they can add to that arsenal is the use of the scanner, the recon scanners that are dotted in and around the Collider POI. Now, right now, they're in the center of zone, and that recon scanner allows them to scan all different players around them and then pick up easy Storm Surge tags, which they can use later on to not have to worry about it. So they're picking up the Storm Surge tags, they're using the scanner to get them and highlight all the players that are nearby.
Giving Tayson basically, you know, the equivalent of just an unfair advantage, you know, compared to everyone else. Add that to just his prowess. I mean, it's not fair.
Yeah, giving Tayson an opportunity to see things that a regular eye can't see is never going to be ideal for the opponents. Of course, there does need to be people there, right?
Yeah.
In terms of what he can and can't see. So we'll see if they are able to do their damage. They've done a brilliant job of that so far. Obviously, came into this game in 4th, and they've been very consistent. Stompy and Jew not being consistent whatsoever. Tipsy Turbsy, up and down. And Stompy just deciding, I'm going to get out there. I'm sorry, Jew, bro. I'm sorry, bro. But you're going to have to do that yourself. Big man, I'm out.
I mean, I like the vibes of them entering that fight. Looked like a Fortnite trailer for, like, the start of the chapter, sliding down a hill, shooting at builds, you know? Yeah. RPGs going across the screen as well. Yeah. And then suddenly, the fight just stops, and that's a very important one for these 2 specific teams. You're going to be landing basically next to each other a lot, and they were 15th and 18th respectively. They're having a very similar day so far. Every time, like spinning tops in a bowl, they clash. Whichever one slows down a little bit more might just topple out completely and have the other one soaring towards the top 10.
Who would you put, you know?
My dosh on.
Yeah, who would you put your dosh on?
Personally, like on paper, it looks like, you know, Stompy and Jew should just rock things out, but after seeing multiple trailers, one of them being the one that Stompy and Jew were just a part of, that fight, kind of iffy, and then Eclipse and Noxies as well on Twitter, it might be towards them.
I think the big thing with Eclipse and Noxie, right, is that they are new players, and so the expectations for them are quite low for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. But sometimes that could be a good thing, you know? If they can come into this without the nerves and the pressure, then why not?
100%. I just saw something hilarious. I'm not sure if we can get that back on screen. The cam from Astro, the perspective.
Yeah.
He's permanently third-party. His room is so bright. Yeah. I didn't even see him on screen. I thought that was just like a zone notification or like a stat flying coming in. This man is surrounded by holy lights.
Bro, who said we ain't got good weather in Manchester? Clearly, the sun is beaming out there. Shout out to my guy Astro. Hopefully we get to see some happy reactions from them from today's games. But yeah, like you said, man, he's just, you know, permanently flashbang dormant.
If he misses shots, we know why. Not his fault.
If we see Astro missing shots, you know exactly why. He can't see. That is the reason.
Oh, look at this. That has to be Scram and Hellfire. Interrupted by, I was about to say Janus and Vortex. just Janice. Again. Why? Not how, why now? Because this is game 4-11. This is a team that learns at least this specific portion, maybe not Surge and the half-and-half issues, but why this early?
Are they a team that learns though? Look at the struggles they've had this season, Shia. Start off at Greasy Grove, can't hack it there, move. Go to the Collider, can't hack it there, move. Constantly going all around the map, trying to find somewhere they can call home. They even spent some time at Coney Crossroads, right? So they're a team that's been in disarray all season long. And that seems like it's going to continue for the rest of today in the meantime. But look, Thomas and Trippin. So I'm going to guess, based off of Thomas's inventory and the lack of a pad, that Gunner didn't spawn on their side, unless Trippin is just hogging all the launch pads.
Doubt.
Doubt.
Doubt. But yeah, I mean, depending on how the game goes, we're what? Who was the other team? It was Aquavino who gets even more. Why? We don't need we don't need that.
It's come
we
on,
watched
Kevin,
game
man.
3. We don't need that.
It's come on, Kevin, bro. It's just the Vino and Aqua. Spoiler alert. We're probably gonna see them on height this game.
Oh, for real?
It's interesting though, right? Because like we're seeing with some of the other Command teams, they stick around in Command for quite a while. Thomas and Trippin's approach in these games so far is let's get out as quick as you can. They just want to get out as quick as they can. I think that's the right decision for them when you look at some of the struggles they've had so far this season.
I think for Vidil and Noah Riley, it was kind of similar in previous seasons. It's land and attack a side POI or something that's close to you.
Yeah.
For what we've seen right now, Logjam Lumberyard and how they've been just waiting up top in the north, going for these storm fights. It is not move, it's defend. It's wait for people to come in or attack people that land where you are.
The big problem for them, right, is that they're already a team that isn't known to have an established strategy when it comes to dealing with Surge and getting damage, other than just fight, fight, fight.
No, it's pronounced Unga Bunga.
Unga Bunga, I think in the dialect of my area, it's actually Ooga Booga.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Definitely some boogeyman situations here for a second. Continue.
Scary stuff.
Yeah.
Not for Vettel and Lotic, so.
Why does Vidil actually just look like a horror movie villain right now in the attic?
Lurking in the
shadows. Oh my goodness!
Vettel caught sleeping.
Cut scene next. You know that little thing, the checkered board?
Yeah.
And it snaps. We move on to the end of the movie, where there's a huge hunt, a chase between our villains, the monsters, Vidil, Noah Riley, and the main characters. Malibuka Mustache is going on here. I'm actually not worried. I'm actually not worried at all.
Yeah.
I should be, but this looks a lot easier than the endgame they just played.
They might be the only team where you can see them both on like 5 HP and not have to be worried at times.
That's where the pinky goes up when you take a sip of tea, right? That's how they do it in your ends?
That's how they do it in my ends, yeah. That is how you do it. You stick your pinky out and you're taking a sip.
Yeah. Wow, that's how lethal Malibuka is. He stared at him, didn't shoot, and the man went down. Only Malibuka thinks.
Oh my god. That is
truly.
Hilarious.
I've never seen that before. He's scary.
That is absolutely hilarious. So for the people who maybe don't get the joke, he didn't actually just eliminate him by licking at him. Somebody else from afar did the finishing blow, but it did look as if he just looked at him and eliminated him.
He's a level 100 mob boss.
On this
with level 10 thugs around him.
He's upgraded, man. He's upgraded.
Oh my, Noah Riley. Wow. So this fight is still going on. You know when you leave the blender on too long?
Yeah.
It's just going.
Yeah.
You get used to the sound? I actually don't know that. I don't know where I'm going with this,
well, but I was gonna say, Noah Riley and Vidil, they look like level 15, you know, Sicarios, right? They're level 15. They need to work their way up in the organization.
Yeah.
In the meantime, T-Chips, another game where they're just fragmented as a duo. We saw Vino and Aqua were the ones to take them out last game. But this time, Scram and Hellfire will be the ones to do that damage. And finally, a game where they're looking comfortable on Surge as well. And a difference, a bit of an adaptation. In the previous games, we saw they were using that vehicle to play center zone and try to take positions there. This time, doing what we see some of the better teams doing, using the vehicle to get out to less congested sides of the zone, edge map, take isolated fights, similar to what we used to see Queasy and Hen do when they were those guys in the region. And maybe that will pay off for them.
Possibly. I think for this game specifically, they've barely even used the vehicle. Like, it was pushed forward from Greasy all the way to the bottom of Cavern, and then shot out by one of the teams up top. They're doing better without the car. Why even use it? Because, as you said, maybe they're not familiar with playing that center zone. They've just been using cannons so far past that and staying on foot, and it's going much better for them.
Yeah, well, you can see now, right? They're trying to head, and they do get into zone successfully.
Unscathed.
Yeah, nice. Typically, right, that's always a risk in these sort of games, whether that be a rift play or a cannon play, any sort of play that leaves you isolated in the sky without the ability to protect yourself can always be dicey. Everybody in these lobbies, pinpoint precise shots being hit.
Vino and Aqua, I'm seeing different trade jobs here right now on the server. They're obviously lumberjacks from Vino's POV.
Yeah.
There are multiple people, the train industry 11, right? Or the bridge ticket office industry. Okay. It's large right now.
Yeah.
There's big congestion for jobs. I think Thomas and Tripper are ahead of the class in it. But there's one bridge with 4 teams stuck. Only one team can kind of get the job.
Well, look, sometimes you get the plain sight officers that catch you out by surprise. They're lurking within the midst of everybody. You think they want to you turn around, and all of a sudden, they're the ones on your back, and that seems to be the case for Seti and Cammy, as they just are putting in so much damage on this side of the zone.
The quick stat up top as well, you can see how even if things are bad for them before, when things finally matter, when the days start to close in, it goes closer towards the finals, they perform. I'm personally not scared. First 2 games, always different, always haha crazy. They're not involved in the circus show, that's fine. I'll watch them in those booths in the audience, giving reviews, having a good night still. Day 2, they should pop off.
It's interesting though, because if we are going, down a trip down memory lane, the common trope with Cammy and Seti in the past, obviously when they were playing with Teak and Trios, was that they're a day 1 team, right? They're a team that day 1, they're going to be most secure, they're going to be most solid. I don't think that's going to be the case in this tournament, and so we'll see whether or not that is something that plays into it, but maybe a new version of them as we've headed into Chapter 3, one that isn't going to be that kind of team. Aqua and Vino, though.
Whoa. Great. Gotta build up, my friend. This is just top tier base with lots of shots. Vino taking a bit too many to the head. And now they're splintered and trying to move out. Vino ahead of Aqua, looking back. Aston gonna come through, and you look at the bridge, the big closure I was talking about. That's what Vino and Aqua are relying on. Lots of attention drawn towards the 5-6 teams that need to move below them. Check out that mini-map in just a second. You can see them right now. Hen Queasy. We got Floris Mappy there as well, and Dredda. I think Thomas and Tripper are somewhere close by. All of these teams kind of need to move, and as soon as the lobby gets distracted looking at them, there's gonna be a chance for Vino and Aqua to get in.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Vino and Aqua is that there was that opportunity of the timing, right, where everybody was going, so they've been able to make their way in now.
2 points for Hen and Queasy in game number 4. Listen, Levin, there is no VR qualifies you for first place. Yeah. You go on to the next stage. Consistency matters.
The big thing is that there are still plenty of games in theory, right?
Yeah.
I think typically you can't afford to have like 5 bad games, right? 4 is usually the cap, right?
Yeah.
3, you can usually you can have maybe 3 rough runs, 1 that's not too great, but maybe you picked up 1 or 2 points. Essentially, the point I'm getting at is these guys have to switch on that flip now.
I think the big thing too with that is that switch can then never be flipped off, right? Like, they have to be online for the rest of the day. Look at Anas and Pink. Allowed into one of these end games, one of these later zones. They do big damage, take a man down. That's Noah Riley and Vidil taken out by Pink and Anas.
Yeah, they made them look like quick, easy work. And like you said, their first bite at the apple, an opportunity to push themselves into this game, up the standings as well. They want to play high ground. There's a lot of teams who they're going to have to try and beat out for that. Of course, we've seen Vino and Aqua in so many of these games look to take height. And these guys are going to want to push their way into that fight. So we'll see whether or not those 2 heads will clash.
It'll be really interesting with the gust of the collider nearby as well. If it isn't able towards one of these End games, lots of people having to move all the way over now towards the bottom side of this half and half. Bat Sniper probably just going to be able to go on foot or look for the big grab. There it is, all the way up inside the sky. Free rotation for so many people. Now this is the opposite of that water zone we saw. So many people used to, or just forced to use launch pads, half their builds. This time, so many builds available. Pad saves. What does that mean for height?
I think the big thing for height is that whoever's holding it in first moving has to stay alert. There's going to be so many people in the air. You have to hit some shots. You have to scare off the ones that are looking for it. It's typically the late padders, right? The ones that are highest in the sky, that will be your biggest threat.
Meanwhile, some of these people flying high, getting swatted down immediately. Chapix on air duty, and Aqua as well. We thought they were in trouble. He takes out one big flyer trying to walk in. Bat Sniper going down.
Vino picked up an elimination earlier as well, so they're definitely going to be looking much better and much healthier. Malibuca and Mustache though, they're looking healthy. A launch pad is something we've not seen them have in many of these games, and so we'll see how they put that to use. But Lucy though, it's not a great situation to be in when you're such low HP with a team like this, pressuring your wall, pressuring your box. They're not able to get the elimination. It'll actually be some other players below that take it out. But Queasy and Hen now, another team who finally gets an opportunity as a duo to play in this game. Can they hold on to height? So many top height teams in this game.
The one time they make it, every top team from Cavern, every top team in EU that loves to overtake height is there, and it already starts. You have to give it up. There's no way you just try to hold on to high ground here, Hen. Queasy, save your materials. Look for the next portion of your game. They're staying up top inside this 5th zone, the 6th one actually now moving overall. They have that pad all the way at the top. Hen lands it, Queasy follows. They're looking good for now.
Yeah, the double dip will be huge. You can see Vino was in the sky as well. All of these guys now looking for their moment to take it. Cammy and Seti may be the ones out of place. They're not a height team, but in and around them, so many of the top height titans now. Queasy and Hen will look towards the front side of the zone. Aqua doing the same thing. They want to try build up and claim it, and they might have the opportunity if they can catch on. Aqua with a big shot, a max striker pump shot to take Hen out. But he needs to be careful because Queasy wants revenge. He builds up though, and these are the kind of moments, these are the kind of plays that can define a tournament. A big shot when needed to claim height for themselves.
To claim the lead as well, the cleanliness from Aqua, the pure focus, the dialed in type of form he's on right now. Perfect shot, max damage, perfect builds to take heights.
And so now Queasy as a solo. Last FNCS we saw Hen with some spectacular solo plays, but now it's time for Queasy to put on the mantle, and it's not going to be easy in the backside of the zone on high elevation, so he can stay alive, wait for people to go down. But he's still so many top names in the skill lobby.
He's pushing down to get a few Elans. What he doesn't know is his zone is pulling straight up a mountain, a bridge that he might not be able to climb. 4 mats. He has to stay elevated. It's so dangerous doing it as a solo. 150 damage, not enough for Queasy. Vino and Aqua, a chance to pinch the entire lobby down. Look at Jackson, Vico down below. They have no chance to move up. Queasy's made it onto the bridge, but it's costed him almost all of his materials. Has to utilize the mantling, maybe even get a mat or two off of that bridge. The metal, Cammy now going down. Savage Yapko taken out. Chapix, Vino are just the only ones claiming lives inside the speed. Queasy somehow maximizing the placement. About to touch some grass as well. A big 150 on the Janus. Him and Vortex. This might be the fruit that he needs, but he can't pick it off the tree. Joe now up inside the zone, but just falling over to the feed. It's not going to Queasy. Nope, it is. He has the siphon. He has the power. He can move forward.
This is huge. That was an absolutely vital elimination. It was necessary. But Queasy needs to stay up now. Vino and Aqua getting challenged for height by Pinkin and Nash. They're working their way up. Hellfire now in zone, hitting big shots onto Marine. He doesn't care who it is. He just wants to hit the shots. He's going to be able to stay up now, but it's going to be so difficult. Thomason tripping on low ground.
No match.
Can they clear it out with no materials? Shots behind them. They need to stay up. They need to stay aware. Malibuca now playing as a solo. Can he hit anything huge? Can he stay in the game? Is it going to be another second place performance for him? Hiding in a bush, but eventually gets snuffed out, gets taken. Seti all alone as well. Cammy is not here. Can he hit a big shot? He's running low on materials. He can't afford to hold on. Now down to 0. Knows he needs to look to alert below him. It's Kinto and Nebs. Not an easy fight whatsoever.
Chapix Vino, Aqua, Tayson. Those are the names that are just lighting up the field in this endgame, but it's just one of the duos that's alive on height. It's Aqua and Vino in that first place, looking for the next shot. Anas with the mantle, the fake out, but he gets seen by the sky. Sunlight in his eyes, blind now on all sides. Anas taken down in the backside of the feed. Afterwards, we tune in with Nebs, Kinzel, armored walls beside them. This is them just putting everything down in terms of control. They drop Thomas in both layers and life. Afterwards, pick apart Trippin in an instant, and after that, Kinzel goes down to the storm. It's Vino and Aqua now. Another game. Do they just have EU in their grasp, or their palms that big and heavy to claim the lives of many top players? Absolutely. Another win for this dynamic duo.
A back-to-back victory royale from a former World Cup winner and a young rising star in Vino. A dynamic duo who has just been so impressive this season and are showing us now on the biggest stage when it matters the most why they are deemed one of the best duos in all of the world. 2 victory royales in a row now for them.
2 teams tied to a rocket in that game. Aqua, Vino, Mustache, Malibuca tied in the 7th zone. Only one rises to the moon, to the Stratosphere 11, and it's the ones with the back-to-back.
The age-old question, right? Mid, low, height. It's height right now. That's really showing what can be done. They're not even getting too aggressive, right? They're not overextending for eliminations. They're letting them come to it naturally. And we're seeing them reap the benefits of that. The fruits of their labor will show on the standings, I can promise you that.
Yeah, you talk about the fruits. That was a squeeze from Aqua and Vino. The juice that falls from that. I mean, Zeke, Reese, and Minnie, they've got kind of the sauce of what's going down.
We're just trying to keep up with you, Shy Wager. That's all it is, brother. Just trying to keep up with you. My goodness. Aqua and Vino. If you're just tuning in, we just watched this duo win the last game, game number 3. Now they come back to win it again, Reese. What is happening? What am I watching, man?
It is a bad day to be a height team in EU because Aqua and Vino are dominant. They have always, and in particular Aqua, let's be real, has been known as the height guy. The last couple of seasons, it's not looked great. He's been shaky. He had a wrist injury. But now, like, he seems to be the best we have ever seen him. And of course, Vino, the new up-and-comer over the last kind of year, we would say. This could be the chance for these guys to get an FNCS title.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, this is almost at the moment a match made in heaven for them. You know, we know how good Aqua is on that high ground, getting the perfect timing on that retake. Of course, we talk about Vino, his mechanical ability, the ability to pick up eliminations where it matters most. And here is another example of that. Hen completely shut down with that purple striker pump, and those are exactly the eliminations that gets them set up for these end games. This is what puts them into the position in order for them to take height.
You know what's funny is they always take height at the same time as well.
They do.
It's like end of first moving, they just land on you. It doesn't matter, but it's so odd because it's kind of like a 50-50 play, right? For anyone else. But for these guys, it's a 100% win, it seems like at this moment. And no other team is able to do that. If you watch back through the semis, the teams who took height at this time of the game always lost, right? Because everyone was looking up. But when you're in a caliber, like a lobby with a caliber of players like this, like people are a little bit more timid. They're not going to be as aggressive on the high ground just for the victory royale. So guys like Aqua and Vino can take advantage of that. Take height, keep it, and absolutely dominate.
That's absolutely right. A lot of the teams will have one eye on the consistency. You know, they're thinking, okay, we're a height team. Maybe Hen and Queasy is another example of that. They're thinking, if we play low ground, if we play mid ground even a little bit more consistently, that might result in some better results in the end of things. But if you are if you're Aqua and Vino right now, if you're just winning every single game, you gotta give other people a chance.
No. Dude, they're shaking these lobbies right now. And you know, too, everyone else is thinking, this is now 2. We cannot give them any more of this, okay? They're too free. We gotta shut them down. They now overtake that #1 spot, right? Now we see Mustache and Malibuca. We can't forget about this duo as well. They did drop that 16 elimination game right before this. This feels like a finals, right? These duos are saying, we have to bring everything. We have to set ourselves up for this first 6 games going into tomorrow.
One of the things I felt really interesting, after the first 2 matches, when we were looking at the leaderboards here, it was a lot more new teams. You know, there's a lot of teams, just like Carmi and Banyak were up there after popping up. Obviously, they still are right now. A bunch of more unknown teams. When you look at the top 5 right now, that is the best of the best in EU. Because you know what? A couple games, sure, those pop-offs are going to happen, but the best teams are going to be consistent through as many matches as possible. And this is the result of it in after game 4.
Yeah, you mentioned the top teams, but there's one missing. You might be noticing who's not there. It is Hen and Queasy. Now, we haven't really seen the best from them today so far, and that was almost personified in this last game. It wasn't quite there for them. We saw them take height really early on, and I think this is a sort of solid position for them because they were able to take height right as that first moving pop. They were able to use the collider rotations as well, which we'll talk about, but they were able to sort of solidify themselves themselves in the high ground, but oh no, it was not going to be enough, because when you're in a lobby with this many high ground teams that are this confident, you almost have to expect to get landed on that.
Well, that's the thing. You do have to expect to get landed on. In particular, like, I know the strategies of Vino and Aqua. I guarantee you that Queasy and Hen know the strategies. Yep. You saw right there that Hen was kind of building lackadaisically. He was kind of just chilled about it. He was just slowly ramping up a little bit. And you just saw right there, Aqua land right on him, hit the maximum damage, and that essentially was the catalyst for them to win the game there. And it's a bit of a shame to see him almost just throw the game away, because they're massed. They had like 100 builds each, tons of ammo, everything to win that game set up. But with the best of the best in the lobby, can't always rely on that.
That's true, but I think Aqua and Vino would almost land on height nevertheless. You know, even if they don't pick up that elimination, they're still going to go for it. They're still going to be like a dog outside of the door. You know, you just want to get them out. You know, it's like Hen and Queasy, they just want to get them gone. They're just too loud, you know, just sort of barking at the door. But we're going to talk about the rotations of that end game. We saw an interesting end game, an interesting final few zones where it was around the collider, and this is where Vino and Aqua were able to use rotations just like this one right here. It's sort of like a little bit of a launch pad type device.
Yeah, it's a bit of a geyser underneath the map that would be moving around. Similarly, if you're in the collider now, obviously there's a huge slipstream that you can fly up with. So teams like Malibuca and Mustache set themselves up next to it. They waited. They understood that if they don't pull that 5th zone, right, it's going to be a far rotate for them. So knowing the natural mobility of the map is so useful, because you can just then box up next to it, ensure that you can go. And again, in the collider, like everywhere there is natural mobilities. There's cannons, there's launch pads, there's of course that big slipstream in the middle to keep yourself moving as well. So great awareness from a lot of our top teams.
Yeah, and what it allows them to do, of course, it saves them that launch pad as well. We saw it from Mustache and Malibuca. They had the launch pad in their inventory, and because when you have those abilities to rotate without using the launch pad, they can just think, you know what, we'll save this for later on. We'll just keep it stashed away, and we'll use that for maybe a first, second, or third moving, because those are the times when those launch pads, they really elevate your team above all the other teams that don't have one.
You got to think also, they use that launch pad to kite first move and win the game.
They did.
There you go. Just by using a simple little geyser, that potentially could have won them the match.
The little things, man. It's those little micro advantages that are going to help you and your duo pull ahead, right? Especially we're talking about $300,000 for coming in first place. You're looking for all these advantages. It is time, though. This is game number 5 of the EU FNCS. Let's get it.
Hey, little things, big players, big egos at Clash right now, Levin, and it's just the first day.
I'm so excited, right, by what I've just seen in the previous 5 games. We're seeing the elite of the elite team, showing us why they're considered the elite, right? Elite in all phases of the game. Early game, lockdown. Mid game, secure, intelligent, poised. End game, ruthless, aggressive, clinical.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And we're going to continue to see that. It's why they've been so dominant, a lot of these teams throughout the season, right? The likes of the Aqua, the Vinos, Tayson and Champions, we talk about never being able to count those guys out. Malibuca, Mustache as well. Even Seti and Kami looking strong as well after game 1. We talked about it. So many teams needed time to get into their rhythm, and now that they've hit their stride, it's a long day for anybody else trying to rise in the standings, honestly.
Yeah, the top 5 looks like every Twitter predictions list I've seen this morning. Like, it's all top names, and half of them are kind of overlapping, or not overlapping every game, right? It's a winner and then high elims. Right now, Aqua Vino, they're making that basically the same thing. They're the kings of EU before the day even ends.
And the big thing about it as we head into this 5th game is who can stop them? Who really is going to get in their way? What is the chink in their armor? There doesn't seem to be any.
At all. Usually, it's multiple height teams. You saw it in the qual for Aqua and Vino in specific. They would try to take fights for height when there's 3 different teams trying to do it as well. Some majorly inexperienced, giving them a long, long time on that fight. Everyone right now hyper-focused. Does that focus stay for the lobby on day number 2?
100%. Right?
No desperation for height.
I think the big thing, right, is that if Aqua's hitting shots like he was last game, you ain't even getting it even if you want to, right? And a team who clearly hasn't been able to get anything since that first game, Kiduo and Flixie, the Osborne battle at sign-up station, going very much how it was predicted to go so far. Joe and Ziandi dominating, and that domination is leading them into a spot in that top 10.
Here is the main story, Mustache and Malibuca. I think one of the only people that can stop Vino and Aqua for the moment.
The big thing is that they're one of the few teams that could still have the potential to go down off spawn, right? We've seen them have some of these fights against Pink and Anas in previous games. Let's say if that fight happens again this game, they go down. Vino and Aqua, they're just gonna have another big game. increase the gap even more. And then we're really starting to talk about, are they going to hit the threshold, right?
Oh, yeah, stopping EU before it even ends.
EU before it even ends, right?
Yeah, if you guys are not familiar with that, there is a rule in the book. I think it's about, we'll double check. It's closer to the 400-point threshold overall, maybe 500.
Like 475.
Yeah.
We'll check.
If a team hits that, the competition ends.
Yeah. And of course, in terms of victory royale quota, right? I think they've reached that, right? In terms of maybe they need one more or something, which they're bound to get. This game, Gunner spawned on their side of Command Cavern, which means that they will have access to the vault. So really, just I don't want to be that guy, man. I really don't want to be that guy, but like, I don't see a world where they just don't have another game where they either look like they're gonna win or just have a really, really high elimination game.
Few more things rolling across the map, slowing down for some of these teams. Clown and Refsguard be high and mighty here, dropping away from, I believe they were closer to one of these stations. Oh no, they are still fighting that Arcadia type duo and not seeing much here for now. A drawn out fight. They want to make the most out of their last two games.
You know, of course, Asvi and Siren aren't the most experienced players when it comes to FNCS. I believe this is their first FNCS final. And so very much an unknown quantity when it comes to a lot of the teams in this lobby. Refsguard, a very experienced player though, alongside Clown, who was very impressive last season. Maybe they can show us why.
Absolutely, they need to at this moment really take control. We're talking about, you know, what does a team have to do at the end of day one? Get as many points on the board to start day two strong and have as many options as possible. 58, not enough for Refsguard and Clown. They want to get closer to that triple-digit mark, hopefully, if everything goes completely right for them towards the end of the day. Got to see if that is a possibility.
We are a couple minutes into this game. Only 2 teams have gone down. Everyone keeping their cards very close to their chest, bro.
There's nothing.
No one's going down right now. 48 teams still left in this one. The only teams that have gone down are, we saw, right, Flixing, Kiduo, and Booback and Fury over at the Joneses. So we'll see, maybe Asvi and Siren will be the ones next to join that list of players, but very much a fight breaking out here. Clown needing the help of Refsguard. He's taking his sweet damn time to get to him. Finally does close that gap and deal some damage to push these two back.
He's not going to find much after that. They kind of run away and completely go into defensive armadillo mode. Not showing the underbelly, protruding the shell.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate Shy Wager, man? I can't believe what I just heard there, man. This guy really is the GOAT of right now. When it comes to casting, bro.
Nah, man. I learned from you guys. You know, it's how it goes. Take a piece from everyone. Armadillo, though, might be an OG. You know?
Yeah, Armadillo is crazy, bro. A brilliant analogy in the circumstance, right? Really just going back to their shell. They're within one box of each other, hiding away. But eventually, you do have to leave that shell at some point.
Refsguard still trying their best in this fight. This is very important for them just in terms of trying to come back once again in day number 2. A lot of the times, if there's not 12 games, just a 6-game format, irrelevant fight to watch. So we watch them come back right here, or possibly even go down. Third party, maybe even coming in. No, it's just a pinch from the side of Refsguard. They're going to look for a little bit. Meanwhile, Malibuca also fighting. Talk about a few teams all surviving. You mentioned a little bit backstage, Levin. We were all just chilling in the green room talking. What if every team played Surge perfectly? You know what I mean? Yeah. How would the game look? It'd be so difficult. I feel like teams had an essence of that. There's no way we can all just get tags. We have to maybe even fight. So for Stash Malibuca, they strike at that, pick up a team before, you know, the crazy tags start.
Yeah, this is a team that usually is never really dealing with Surge problems just because of how much damage they do, how prominent they are in fights. But we got Reese with an update on a team that's very, very prominent in fights. So what you got for us, Reese?
Hello, thanks, gents. In third place total, team did not really talk that much about the last few games, Tayson and Chapix. Notice the east to west bus path, getting some tags out of the sky right now. So that's going to set them up really, really well for the later game. And you also notice a little launch pad there on the floor too. So if these guys are below Surge, they've messed up.
Okay.
I associate intelligence in Fortnite to a couple players. When I think of the smartest players, the players who understand Fortnite the best. There are a couple of names that come to mind. First name, Queasy.
Okay.
Second name,
yeah,
Tayson.
Why in that specific order? Why Queasy first?
Well, one, because I don't like Tayson. He's not my friend anymore.
Oh.
We used to be best buds, but we got a little beef going on.
Oh, okay.
But also because I really like the way Queasy thinks about the game, so. But even then, it's not even like a 1 and 2. It's like a 1A, 1B type.
1A, 1B, yeah.
It's a 1A, 1B type thing.
On the note for those two specific players, you give intelligence tools so early in the game. Meters filled up that they usually check in like the 3rd or 4th zone, just completely one in the 1st. That is a dangerous combination for the game. Reese is setting them up to, you better make a big one out of this one, or there's a problem.
And the thing is, right, like we said, they've almost just sort of lurked their way into the situation. We've not seen much of them, but they've been very prominent in these games. And that's the reason why they're able to secure their damage really well. They're finding really good positions. Again, we talked about how it has been an adjustment for them, landing mid-map, right? They're more comfortable playing edge, playing dead side of the zone when they can as well.
Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see 3 launch pads in Tayson's inventory?
That says 3 launch pads.
3 launch pads.
Yep.
3 launch pads, 3rd place, 2 duos. Game 3 plus 2 is game 5. 11.
Wow.
It's happening.
You did the mathematics on that one.
I'm not even good at math, and I can make that one happen.
So what are you saying? Spoiler alert, Tayson Chaplik's win?
The thing is, right, I just checked my newspaper of the future of Game 5.
Okay.
Aquavino's still alive right now.
Yeah.
And that's a thing. And they had the gutter card. So,
Yeah.
5 launch pads versus 3.
The battle of the pads.
The language of the pads. What does the linguistic 11 have to say? The LL about the launch pads this game. The triple L. L cubed.
To win FNCS, you must speak the language of the pad.
Okay.
You must have pad.
Yeah.
Pad is win.
Yeah.
Win is pad.
And they have 3 of them this game. Are hogging pads from what must be the rest of the lobby completely. Sue and Leon, bottom left side landers towards the turbines. Will fly into zones padless. Zest and Hookah, we were predicting to give Andalex a bad time, but haven't seen too many eliminations past what's happening in the 5th and 6th zones. Nothing too early from them so far.
Yeah,
Zeston zoned in.
Look, this is a team who we know to be very aggressive, right, in terms of Hookah and Zeston. They haven't quite been able to show us that sort of prowess so far in these games. But in any case, we do still have many opportunities for them to show that off. Same can be said about Jonesy Andy. They've done a better job of that, right? Sitting in 8th place, winning their Osborne battles. But can we see a pop-off from them, right? Maybe can we see these guys be the ones to throw a wrench, just throw a spanner in the works when it comes to the battle for high ground? Wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Of course, the Andy is Chapik's former teammate, right? So maybe he has some words for his former teammate who is in 3rd place. Maybe he can put a stop to them. Definitely the type of team that could do that. For Zara and Darkies, though, these chug splashes are a savior. I was about to say, where are they getting HP from? The chug splashes come through. And so that will be a saving grace, but they are close to zone, so I'm sure they'll be all right. Noxie and Eclipse, though, always somewhere about this area, looking to cause some problems for anybody who wants some smoke. But Zara and Darkies will take the fight to them and making it look easy. Noxie was a solo, Eclipse wasn't there to be found. And so 1 elimination now for Darkies and Zara. If you've been watching the previous FNCS weeks and you're wondering who Zara is, his name was Mr. Staten before, so if you're wondering, there's a little update for you, but they're looking good. Max materials, close to the zone. They've dealt some damage, might need a bit more as we move forward into the game, but not a bad platform to build off of.
Looking at the God team themselves, the Kings, we're working on a name. It'll come naturally towards this end game where they win another game, right? Yeah. See the stat on screen, 2 games and 6 different FNCS finals. I think I was there for the first one that this man started off on. What was it? It was Aqua, Stompy Chink and Aqua.
Just
tell
the story. I know you want to tell everyone the story.
No, man, I want to tell them the story.
Tell them the story.
Predictions are a hot thing right now. They're on our hearts, on our heads, right, between all of us.
Yeah.
I used to feel the pain of them firsthand. Predicted these guys way back in Season X when they were a team. First 3 games, poo-poo, right? After that, something happened, I don't know, between these 3 players. Maybe Aqua stepped up, and it was just banger after banger after banger. Final game, win, and taking the title too. You just have to love it.
Yeah, so since then, you've always been a big Aqua believer, and rightfully so, coming back into the fray. We obviously got to see a lot of these players at Media Day, Reese and I, and Aqua was one of the ones that I was really impressed with.
Really?
He just seems to have a new sort of hunger, a new sort of fire and desire. And of course, I'm not trying to make everything seem rosy for that duo, right? Anybody that's been following the story of Aqua and Vino this season knows it's a miracle they're still a duo. I've never seen a team argue so much mid-competition. I've never seen 2 players openly admit their distaste towards each other in big moments, but yet they've managed to stick together, and they might even win an FNCS because of it.
The trick to winning FNCS, mute your duo partner in quals.
Yeah.
And ... profit.
Literally.
Those are the steps.
And guys, Shayo is not exaggerating either. There have been games where these guys have actually just muted each other mid-game.
And won. Like, literally got a VR. Think about that real quick. Imagine watching any other sport, right, and teammates don't talk to each other. There's never a pass. There's never anything. And they're winning games.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, crazy stuff.
On board right now, we see a bunch of teams that have had a few more rockier starts to the competition. Another game where Kami and Seti are down on Surge, just barely. Kami's AR does not work the same as Vino's. He takes 1 shot and only gets 1 tag, like the rest of us.
He is human.
He's trying to find a few more right now. This is primetime position for them. A few more zones than usual. They get to stay in this spot. Should be very familiar with the timings and the movements around Tilted. This is where they just get all their Surge all the time and then usually move out. They're still in the same base. Versace Malabuka, look at just the difference in where they're coming from. 648 damage above.
These guys don't have Surge issues, man. They don't have Surge issues. I'm hoping that everyone else starts to have issues. Because I want these guys to win, because they are my prediction. And I'm a biased caster. Yep, call me out in the chat. I don't care.
He's actually not even like lying about it. This man is freaking out backstage about the placement. It's crazy.
Look, man, I need to look, Queasy and Hen are trying to keep a hold of their FNCS title. I'm trying to keep a hold of my FNCS prediction title.
Ah, yes.
That's what it's really, that's what's in it for me.
Many storylines.
Seti. Them shots. 39 is not enough. Had potential for so much more. Malabuka picking up another elimination.
Clemberry on the right, he was a solo. He's surrounded by so many teams that are like 30th, 40th place, desperate, and probably need to edit on them. Versace Malabuka playing defense, playing the 8th zone basically, getting practice before it starts.
We'll see if they can get their way into zone, right? Because they do have a bit of a distance compared to seemingly everyone else in the lobby. Tayson, Chapix.
3 packs! We mentioned it before, but like just looking at it again in the 3rd zone, when everything starts to get a little bit more condensed, you get to see the advantage they have. But think about it, who else has this advantage? People are going to be following exactly where Tayson and Chapix are going to go. We have Vadil and Noah Riley, who basically get free rotates as well.
And the thing is, they will still look to recycle pads when needed, right?
That's disgusting.
They will. They'll still look to recycle pads when needed. And they'll probably look to play for height this game using those pads. So they'll try and save them for, you know, 2nd, 3rd moving, if possible.
Oh no, Malabuka down in a very crucial game. 30 points, 35 points behind Vino and Aqua. This is the only team that can give them trouble, that can contest them on the leaderboards, and they cannot afford to be a game behind even. They're already a full game's worth of points away from holding that 1st place title. Mustache now way deep in the zone. This is a later one, so it's sticking for 5 every single second. He will pop that med miss, but that will just even out his HP. Maybe give him a little bit more as he starts to move. He's going to be running into 3 different teams on many different layers. He's next to those 3 pads, though, so this might be the best position for him to be in. He basically has a dual partner beside him. He just needs to base up and then pray that Tayson and Chapix use those launch pads.
And Alonso just got used, right? And if he heard that, then maybe there's a chance for him. This is how Malabuka went down. Look, you can see they were trying to get in. I literally said it's going to be difficult. Opens the edit. As he opens it, players start taking shots at him. Really difficult stuff there, but they were one of the few teams that had a bit of a journey to get into zone. They waited too late after picking up the elimination on Climberry, and it might have just cost them their chance, really. Of course, we are still just at game 5. There's a whole nother day, but if Vino and Aqua continue on this pace, they're going to be so hard to catch.
Uncharacteristic from Vino right there, only landing 1 shot out of the 4. Unfortunate for Seti and Cammy. How is it that when these guys use a cannon like this, in this type of zone, no one shoots them? 39 HP and 10 HP. They're not shot a single time in the air. Both land, and the focus stops too. What?
Honestly, I would have been eliminated.
Where's the milk? I asked for milk at the start of the show to see invisible players, right? That's how you reveal the invisible ink. They have something.
They have
something. What is it?
Their outfits blend into the sky, so nobody can see them. No, maybe that's what's going on there. Look, very fortunate to still be in this game, of course, on such low HP. They are shambles. They're next to a team, though, and Aquavina, who are looking very, very strong. Clown and Rest Guard. We saw some of their struggles and trials and tribulations earlier on. They were able to pick up some eliminations onto Aspi and Siren, and now picking up some free loot here as well. They didn't put in the hard yards for this, but they'll happily profit from it.
Cammy now, crucial siphon onto T-Chips. Remember, they have no shield, and their damage is so low on Surge as well, so looks like Seti's game is going well so far. Talk about off spawn and look good for Clown and Rest Guard just for this game specifically. Rest of the day, shambles. This zone also shambles. Rest Guard has to be perfect, but doesn't have the life force to be able to stay in the game. He's out of materials. Oh, he's out of the magic. Clown, though, has a little bit of it. Still pushing forward, but can't do much right now.
He just hit a 175 shot, and he's 175 above. Literally was on that line for Surge. And so that shot will keep him in the game. But you can see what he's working with. It's not much when it comes to materials. If only maybe there was still 200 pump potential in this game, he would have had an elimination for himself, or at least a knock.
Okay, look at this. This is all purely done what looks like from maybe some loot that these guys might have got off of T-Chips. They've moved their base maybe slightly, had the harpoon from Cammy, picking up a few of the massive materials. Vino and Aqua's eyes will be on them as they move.
Yeah, but like you said, right, they have a distance to move. And so we'll see if they can make their way in. Going to use the river to go to the least congested side of the zone. A smart play from them as players are gliding in. Michael, though, has gone down. Astro having to be the carry in this team now. The sun's going down in Manchester a bit, so maybe some extra vision will be useful here for Astro.
He's trying to find anything right now. Medmiss, the desperation here. He has to focus on just topping off with them shields. Will be shield crack again. People might be able to hear it. Nope. Storm Surge, luckily, at the last second, turns off for under 50 players. We'll still see it again in that 7th zone. Has to go down all the way to 30. 15 more have to fall. It's Hen and Queasy all the way on high ground.
We saw them try for it last game, but it was Aqua who hit a massive shot onto Queasy.
Big thing with them, too. Last game, so many people got to save their mats, use the collider, and be beneath them. This game, Aqua, Vino have the entire key card, the safe, the vault, and Tayson and Chapix have 3 pads. It's deja vu for Queasy and Hen. A game they have a chance for height, but they have trouble lurking down below. Look at the comeback from Seti and Cammy. Absolute shambles. A collective 40 HP to now big mats and big items.
I'm just looking forward towards this fight for height. Right, we know who the main players are going to be in that regard.
And Chapix and Tayson have a geyser to be able to recycle with as well. They have effectively 5 launch pads this game.
We're seeing now Queasy and Hen aware of the pads being used, looking to try and catch some people out. Mustache will be the one to be caught out. Nothing he can do as he tried to recycle a pad. Queasy and Hen will take him out. You can see the pre-tarp as well. They need to start getting ready. Hen running into trouble in the zone.
way.
No, he tried to recycle a pad, and it was the Sip Toss who was in his way. Hen gets taken out. Queasy again now in a cut situation.
This was supposed to be the game for Hen and Queasy to come back, to be able to just stay alive a little bit still. It's gonna be that 8th zone where the problems start to begin. 1,000 damage above Surge almost. It was perfect for their run all the way till this point in the game, but the comeback story almost put on halt. Desperation for Queasy to keep his head above high water, but it's getting just shoved right back down. Height chop as well. Tayson and Chapix are here, all launch pads out of the inventory and their feet on the high ground.
We knew they would go for it, and this is exactly where they've wanted to be. They've done so well without even being able to play high. Will they be able to take advantage in this game? Aqua and Vino still kicking it though, and so that's going to be a threat to their height.
Vino takes a big shot towards the mid ground. Silence for the rest of the lobby as they try to dictate where to go next. Foki climbing up against Jackson down on the low ground. Meanwhile, the bottom right, Fetty Kami, the comeback of just nations, great nations. This is just nuts from them. The times I've seen them just down so bad in the mid game and then coming back triple digits close towards now fourth, even third place. They might be able to take over Mustache and Malabuka if they get close to 150.
Yeah, they're cerebral down on low. They're looking to get to the front side, claim it as much as possible, create space to get some eliminations. Vino picking up eliminations. Aqua isn't in the game. Floki was the one he took out. And so now he needs to stay up. He needs to make sure that he claims as many points as possible if he wants to maintain their lead. Vino now scurrying his way through the backside of the zone. He does have some materials though to keep himself in it. He needs to protect himself. The wood coming out will be an incentive for Trulets and Chicho to keep on applying pressure. Can he stay up though? Chicho actually goes down to Reason. He got caught sleeping. And so that space will allow Vino some time to stay up in the game.
Meanwhile, all of low ground getting pinched to go up a hill, but it bounces back. Trulex, time to breathe. Reason, down for now. Looking to see exactly what he can do next. Kami in the business. Looking for the next shot. They have so much control of this low ground. Half these builds are almost all theirs. 8 teams, and they're one of them that are so comfortable.
All these teams, everything going down below, but you have to remember what's happening on height. Tayson and Chapix are just licking their lips, waiting for that opportunity for the final fight to seize the opportunity. Vino, still though, as a solo, making it so much more difficult for them to actually close the distance as he just continues to ramp up in the placement points. They do have their eyes set on him though, and so we'll see if Chapix can hit the shots needed. But Tayson just using the burst assault rifle for the pressure, applying it as much as possible. Vino's done so brilliantly to stay up though, but 3 builds left. Eventually his time is gonna have to come, but will it come before all these other teams fight? He's hitting shots when needed, staying hidden, cloaked.
9th zone with 7 teams. The bounce backs back and forth are keeping these solos who have no builds absolutely alive. Reason now, down to low HP. Decepto's desperate, goes down. Kiko inside the storm is just a force to be reckoned with. He's taking so much HP away from these players. Reason forced to use a little bit of that med mist he was saving for the heal off. Meanwhile, Andretta not going to be able to survive the zone. Lots of Matson, more mist to pick up for Reason at the back. Vino somehow still alive in the top 5, looking for the next shot. His final build dropped down. He knows below there's just one player to deal with. There's only one duo alive right now. That's high ground. Looking to see what they can do down below. Slapped in the face. Vino will not be here for the rest of the game. It's Chapix in the face of Ju. He blocks off one of the shots, takes a trade down to just a little bit of big HP and shield still left. Ju at 17 builds on the low ground. Reason is just playing his own game. So many misses available. He's going all the way around. It might surprise them towards the end. This should be Tayson and Chapix's game to hold, but Reason might have a surprise in just a second. Ju looking for the next shot. He's bolstered down. Reason at the back. He gets found out. Gonna be there with the harpoon. Gonna be there all the way towards the end is Ju in second place, but it's gonna be a Titans he has to take down on height.
Tayson, Chapix, this is their moment. A redemption arc for them. Can they close it out though? Ju needs to try and spoil the party, and maybe he's doing just that, but no, they will close it out. Chapix and Tayson presenting themselves to the world now as the victory royale of the 5th game. Chapix from out the mud, out the gutter after last season's performance. Tayson as well, looking for redemption, looking to reclaim his GOAT status. And this is exactly how you do it. A victory royale in the penultimate game and a smooth sailing victory.
And it's action in the shadows for all these teams. There's only one team in that limelight. One team that the winners of Game 5, Chapix and Tayson, are trying to catch up to. That's Aqua and Vino, who with Vino in that clutch towards the end are still so mighty high in points.
Look, Vino in that moment wasn't flashy, right? Didn't pick up back-to-back eliminations, hitting pump shot after pump shot, but staying alive in that game made it so much more difficult for these guys to close that gap.
What he was spiritual. This man had no mats, solo, 11th type of team slash place, and gets what, 3 bounce backs?
Yeah.
Who did he pray to? Who is he talking to?
Clearly,
behind the scenes?
Lord Shy away of his nose, blessing him in those moments. But look, we still have to put our focus on that team. They've been so consistent today, not been able to really play height the way they wanted to, but when the opportunity came for them, they took it, and they took it so well. We're going to kick it to the analyst, right? Because Reese foresaw all of this happening earlier in the game.
First off, before we can get to you, Reese, you need to fix your problems with Tayson, okay? I know you guys are beefing right now. Fix it, all right? This is put respect on Tayson's name. Reese, thoughts on this game?
I mean, amazing. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to a finals performance, you can never, ever count out Tayson. You can never, ever count out Chapix. These two will always do it. I did see it early on, right? When I jumped in to interrupt our beautiful, handsome casters there, we obviously saw the fact that he got a pad early, he got tags early. But actually, this is the winning moment right here. Notice Tayson lands with a pad at the front moving side and starts cranking up. And look who's at the back side of the zone. Right there, that's Chapix. That's a perfect way that you can end up taking height. One at the front, one at the back, pinch up onto high ground.
Absolutely perfectly executed. We've talked about so many different ways of taking height. Of course, Vino and Aqua, they have a little bit of a different strategy. They just pad on whoever's on high ground. But Tayson and Chapix, that experience really showing through right there. They're able to take high ground from the front side and the back side of zone, really claiming all of that real estate that we can see in the end game. They're able to drop down, pick up eliminations as well. And I believe it was only a 4 elimination victory for them in the end.
Yeah.
Not a massive victory, but a much needed victory for them, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, they were in third going into this, right? But it's like, this is a long way.
Yeah.
You've got one more day of games. You've still got another game today as well. It's about how many of these you can do super, super well and repeatedly. And a team that we saw, we've seen little bits of so far as Cami and Say, right? Yeah. We've seen them do well in the leaderboards, but I feel like I haven't seen them do well, full stop.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much of an absolutely outstanding performance from them, but I think what they've been able to do is they're able to pick up consistent placements, consistent refreshes when it matters most, and that is absolute textbook stuff from them. We often see them popping off in day one, which is not something that we haven't seen that so far, but of course there is still one more game to go. They're picking up eliminations. There's definitely another game for them to pop off, and I think this zone was definitely a little bit more favorable for them because it was right on their backyard.
Yeah, absolutely. And in all honesty, I think they clutch us up so much. Remember we saw them padding or using the cannon, that was it, in the mid game there.
Yeah.
Flying up with almost no HP. Shio was absolutely blown away about the fact that they didn't get shot out of the sky, but then they managed to get refresh in 5th zone, and that's so critical. You're going to see so many of the top teams, if they're down by like 50 materials, 50 builds each or something, they're going to go for that refresh at the 5th zone just before moving, and that sets them up perfectly.
Now we got to turn our attention to the standings. Here we go. Remember, we're playing 6 games today. We have the next 6 tomorrow for a total of 12. But we're going into this last game on just day number 1. If you're Vino and Aqua, you're feeling really good, right? I don't want to say they can throw this last game because that's not what I want. No. But at least they're feeling really good if this is where they ended on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is on par and on pace right now to actually break the match point. They've got 2 victory royales next, basically by game 11 tomorrow. If they have over 475 points and 3 victory royales, the tournament's going to end early. So they are on pace to do something absolutely monumental right now. But one of the things I'm finding interesting, right? Tayson and Chapix, like we mentioned, not actually moved up the leaderboard with that victory royale. That's how big of a gap Mustache and Malabuka had on them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing different sort of rotations early game, mid game, and of course that's something we wanted to highlight because of course there are plenty of players that are rotating at different times coming out of their drop spot. Now, one of which that you picked up one really well, Reese, was of course Tayson rotating out really, really early on from their drop spot. They picked up the Storm Surge tags early, as you mentioned in the mid game package, and this just gave them the flexibility to use that Collider massive flying device in the middle of the map to rotate on out a lot earlier than other teams might have.
Yeah, this you can't actually see the timer in the bottom right there, but that was in basically 2 minutes before the first, or sorry, 3 minutes before that first zone had fully closed. So they were set up in a position with plenty of time to take advantage of the teams moving. Vino and Aqua that we see right here, completely different story. They're in the 2nd zone right now. This is almost 4 minutes later. They decide to leave their drop spot, but it all depends on what you've got around you, right? They have some rifts that they can use. They had tags earlier than that. All different types of different strategies.
Crazy stuff. That's why the stage is blue, by the way. We're just giving you guys all the insight, all right? That's what we're here for. It's our job. My goodness, this is the last game on the day here in EU. This is the finals. I'm telling you, this is it. We have one more game to set ourselves up going into tomorrow's games, and we come back for another 6, where we also crown new champions, returning champions. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, though, you guys got to find your seats on the battle bus. Grab the popcorn. This is game 6 of the EU FNCS finals. Day number 1. Game 6 time.
Well, Zeke, at the pace we're on now, we'll be crowning you champions, it looks like. We've seen domination from the likes of Aquavino, Tayson, Chapix, Malibuca, Mustache have impressed as well. And if these guys can close out the day with other strong games, there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to come back tomorrow looking to do more of the same.
Yeah, they're on an island of their own right now when it comes to points, when it comes to the top 3. If you want a ticket to that island, high cost level. Got to win a game, got to be double-digit elims, and one of these teams also has to go down.
Yeah, and we've seen from these games that's a very rare quantity. You can't rely on that happening. Ability to catch up is just so difficult, right? Even in that game, right, where Tayson and Chapix win, how do you catch up if the guy you're trying to catch is still just in the game, staying alive, even as a solo?
Yeah, and it's Vino today. This guy specifically has not missed a single shot. Aqua has been more aggressive than we've ever seen before.
He's feeling it. He's back in that World Cup form. You know what I mean? There was a time when he was revered as like the best player in the game. And look, trying to get back into that shape.
Yeah, for the other people on the board, the 20th to 40th places for the rest of the lobby, a chance to change their destinies in this Game 6, to have one of the best comebacks possible for Day 2 and the 6 more games tomorrow.
Of course, right? We're all excited about some of the teams higher up in the leaderboard. But the potential for some of these teams lower down to surprise us in Day 2 and show us that intention in this final game is very, very high. A lot of teams that have pop-off potential of their own, but this is not good at all. And Nas taking out Malibuca early doors.
Looks like it's even before the landing happens, before the feet even touch the ground. All up to Mustache now, and he has been the star player as of recent for this duo when it comes to the aggression and the elims within this tournament, within the latter games, specifically I think 4 or 3. The 16 rocking in, he had about 12 of them. We'll see what he can do with this type of loadout. Every option available for him to push forward with. Risky to go down. Let's see if Malibuca got to even touch where he wanted to go. Has a sniper to rock in with. After that, burst AR, seen from the backside. Pink on his walls. Where does Anas kind of chomp from? The other way. Striker straight to the face.
You know, that's interesting, right? Because you saw where Malibuca went to land, right? He doesn't need to land on that side of top. He can just go to Blimp. They can play it safer, right? They're greeding for, what, an extra 2 henchman chests? Look, henchman chests are great. I don't mind a couple here and there. But with the loot they have on Blimp, the loot that's below the Blimp as well, if they just land Blimp, play it safe, we're talking about another game where they're upsetting the apple cart, pushing their way into contention with Aqua and Vino. Now, that journey just looks so much more difficult, and now we're even thinking about Tayson and Chapix really starting to separate from those guys as well.
So Game 6, though, that's where some of the changes happen in that 2-day format. And we've also seen, you know, issues off spawn for both Anas, Pink, and Mustache, Malibuca specifically. Maybe one person gets taken out, they still all make the end game. I think 1 out of 5 games so far that's been a thing. Right now, Refsguard very frustrated with how his off-spawn story has been going. Actually diving, grabbing in, and proactively taking shots. Usually, it's a waiting game. You can see the distress on Asvi's face, unfortunately. Both him and Siren go down. Refsguard and Clown do not want to fool around anymore.
Yeah, closing this fight out much quicker than the previous games. We saw last game, this fight lasted a century. I actually grew up, graduated uni, had children, got married. My children graduated uni as well in the time it took for the fight to close out. This time though, making it quick, nice and easy.
How are the grandkids?
Well, on the way.
I was about to say, you could have claimed like one player, saying like, oh, he's playing right now.
Who's my son in this lobby? I think my son would be Pink.
Really?
Yeah, that's my son.
That's your son?
Yeah.
Would he be cool with you saying that too? Like you guys have that type of close relationship?
He's fuming if I said that. Yeah, I don't care.
Respectfully.
You know what? You know who else is my son?
Who?
Hen. Hen, that's my son as well.
Yeah.
They're all my sons. Tayson's my son as well, actually. They're all my sons, man. All of them, they're my sons.
Family reunion must be a lot of fun, you know?
Not really.
Not really.
Nah.
I mean, the interviews look good.
Oh, thank you. Can't wait to hop back in the lobby with all those guys.
You wore the same shirt for the whole week, yeah?
For a whole month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just that shirt.
Look at this. Bodasai Snazy I mean, they did not expect this once again on day one. We talked about it a few games ago. They were expecting some sort of turbulence on the flight of finals for the last 6 games, but so far the cabin's been a little bit of a rocky ship, and this is the first time that an advantage, it seems like, off of spawn.
We talked about how much of a surprise it was for them. Many people expected Podosan Sneezy to be a huge contender to push into the top 5, maybe even win it all with some luck going their way, but that's not been the case. And with Flois and Mappy now giving them issues here, it looks further and further from being a possibility. Mustache, on the right of your screen. Was it Mustache that went down in the first place, or am I bugging?
It's always a flippity floppity. I think it was Malibuca that went down immediately. Mustache, I was talking about, oh, you know, man has 12 E-limbs, 16 E-limbs, now it's up to him again. That's how I remember, you know?
Okay.
It's the one-liners.
If not, somebody in Twitch chat will let you know, probably.
I'll check the Reddit threads.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
Someone will let you know.
Yeah.
Tayson, though, picking up some eliminations on
2 pads!
Yeah, look, you get 2 pads from the Kaida, right?
But, like, there's other teams there, man. What are they doing?
They just took out the other team. That is Vico and Jackson, you know? They just...
But it seems so easy. What is this?
It is easy for them. Look at this. Oh, wow. Yeah.
This man is a shooter. Mega super nice IGL, fragger extraordinaire, and a gymnast, apparently. A gymnast, apparently.
Look,
circus freak. Like, what is this?
He made Vico look like easy work. But look, do not be fooled. Vico is a top up-and-coming German player, a great fighter, but against the mighty Tayson, everybody looks average at times, you know?
I mean, you got to be proud.
Yeah, look, I'm proud of my son. I am proud of him. And Zeke, we did fix our beef. We fixed our issues. So.
Don't even need to go into details.
Don't need that. Look, it was actually Mama Tayson. She sorted it all out. Made sure everything was good, you know?
Very nice. You see over here, Rabbit and Fnyayan specifically, right? I think their issues have just been with the vibe of EU overall. They picked a storyline which is very tragic. The first game wonders. Really good. I think they had 70 points, 50, 60 points coming in, more than half. And now by game 6, in trouble, man.
Yeah, you can see they clearly want to get back involved in this fight towards the Joneses. We saw them here earlier in the day. They sort of eased off it a bit, but once they started to ease off, a bit less fortune. You can see how patient they are, lining up the head.
Come on.
Oh,
what?
I would have taken it there.
Do it.
Do it.
There's something they don't know.
Come on, do it. He's waiting to just line up like a triple headshot.
There's just no way.
He wants double headshot.
Nice. Triple.
I love it.
See, the thing is, Bubak healed up so much. I'm wondering if he just did it so much earlier. He might have the advantage, but Fnyayan's just rolling in. Clearly knows way more than we do. He is just making sure the pressure does not stop. Bubak now in trouble. The pinch is coming in from Rabbit as well, so far away. Make sure Fury gets locked down. It's all about interrupting. We've seen these plays with the zip lines before. He's just trudging like a tank, like an armored train, straight towards his enemy, but Fury stops him in his tracks.
I love the patience from them. And even then, after all that damage, they're not just pushing into it. They know Saban and Yapko are still there. They know there's 2 teams. They can't afford to overextend. I'm loving it. Really nice work from them.
That patience. We would have messed that up completely.
Yeah, we would have shot instantly and just went down. 100%.
Oh, man. The way these players can also just end up staying together, too. It looks so basic in terms of plays that happen in the snap of a finger when both players are also just rolling around doing perfect pinches. It's very difficult to actually execute on the fly like that, especially at the Joneses.
Yeah, 100%. You have to have really great communication, something that those two clearly have had. Thomas and Triffin almost have become like the forgotten Cavan team with all the success we've seen from some of the others. They've slipped under the radar, but 7th place is not too shabby whatsoever, especially with there being another day. Mustache is doing a great job of trying to stay in the game, but there is still a team here.
It's Pinkin and us.
Yeah, they're not letting him breathe. Pinkin and us do often stay late anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not surprising to see them deep here in the zone. But of course, some added incentive with Mustache lurking around. Oh, they just scanned. They just scanned him. They know he's here. He can't get out. The armored wall will come.
It's on both sides.
He
has to be able to
through his own one.
Yeah, this is just the test of time, and they can hear him clanging on it. So 2 pickaxes versus 1, and they're already on his walls. Nowhere to go. A foot from Pink, and he is gone.
That is so tough. They saw or they heard the armored wall, and from there, it was wraps. We'll see what they can pull out here. Some interesting stuff in terms of how will they get to zone. It'll be fun to watch how they go about it.
Oh, wow.
Aqua and Vino were there as well.
Following them. They're just taking track of what's going on around the map. They can see the Elam happen to understand now the pace of the game. They're just checking the timer. Meanwhile, completely different form of what it looks like to be a Cavern team. Thomas and Tripper active, looking for a quick fight. You mentioned it, they like to move early.
We're seeing the benefits of that now all the way towards the south of Tilted. In a box fight that they are very comfortable in. Bad Sniper at DKS ain't been too hot.
This is where we saw Steady and Cammy before base up and look for a few surge shots. Wondering where they are in this game. Joins the Andy. I think one of the most impressive performances we're seeing so far today. The way they locked in their ticket to finals from the quals in that game 6. The way they're in top 5 right now as well. Fighting off Swan over and over. Nice slide back shot straight into Mr. Bad Sniper. Thomas HD gets all that loot.
They've moved up into 6th place now. Slowly but surely working their way up. Again, this is a team who very much has a lot of the same power level, you'd say, maybe, as Aqua and Vino. They have the potential to be performing how they were. Like, in terms of like the way this lobby's playing out, if you swap them on the leaderboard, I'd believe it, you know? I'd be like, really? Oh, yeah, it makes sense, you know? Half the games, they get the vault loot, the other half,
the other
Vino get it, you know? It's like, you could see it going either way. I think this is probably the one season where Thomas isn't as much of a favorite as usual. Still is definitely considered by many a top team, a team that should get top 5, but not an all-out favorite for the overall win as he has been in previous seasons past.
You can see the comeback from Steady Cammy, saying they're, you know, kind of, what, a day 1 team overall? Like, in terms of previous FNCSs, that's where their power is?
Well, that's what it was always in the
past.
Right?
Yeah. So they're staying true to it. Might have missed a few games earlier on, but triple digits in the last 2 games almost, right? Like that is huge in terms of the comeback.
Yeah, they've caught up. They've caught up, and they haven't really missed a beat since doing so, right? Like you said earlier, the top 5 right now literally just looks like everybody's prediction list from Twitter this morning. So we'll see if it holds.
Oh, Aqua down to Noah Riley, something we were expecting at the start of this day, just the beginning of these games. It's finally coming to fruition.
Vino as a solo now. Very, very early on.
Huh?
Yanis, how? Hello? Vino, hello?
I say, so he missed the bullets. They wrapped around the entire Earth and hit Janice in his box somewhere.
I don't get this guy, man. Like, how is he? Like, how? He's not going to get the elimination, right? Because Vortex can just revive, and he already has, but...
Okay. Damage.
Damage is good for Surge, and he is playing as a solo now, so he'll need to do a lot more damage, twice as much. Assuming everybody shares the Surge load evenly, which isn't the case, we know, but... For the sake of story, we'll call it that way. Janice and Vortex making their way into zone now.
Looking good while doing it. They've attracted the attention of other teams that's actually inside zone. That'll be Benji and Savage they're kind of rattling towards, and being one of the noisiest teams, many different sight lines and POVs will be looking to damage them as they move in. They're looking aggressive for this fight though, so might be something they're lacking. It might be damage overall. It might just be some type of loop, but Benji and Savage have already moved so far away underneath Tayson and Chapix.
Yeah.
And Dreda as well, in terms of a base, is one of the high ones.
It'll be interesting to see, right? Because you saw they were there positioned near the Collider. I know Reese had a conversation with Janice about what their strategies for moving around the map would be in terms of Surge. And Janice did say they'd often look to try and make use of that collider to see if they could get around the map. And so if they position near it, that would be nice. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Hasten.
See, as good as that is, though, if Vito's in that position, he has an elimination.
Yeah, Vito would have got the knock there for sure, but he's getting the revive. Look.
Yeah.
He's revs, so.
Aqua's back, but every team will hear that, and I think they know exactly where Vino is for the moment. I know Janice and Vortex know specifically, and some other teams are already behind them in terms of positioning. They should hear that reboot van go off. It'll be very difficult for Aqua to find his way back into this game. If they somehow make top 5 in this game 11, I will be madly impressed.
I wouldn't even be surprised. I personally wouldn't be surprised. That is the caliber of team they are. That's how they've been playing today. It would not surprise me one bit if they were able to crawl their way back in this game. Cammy and Seti though.
Wow. What a wave. Just the angle to be able to take out those many builds, have that much more of an open sightline, to have the knowledge to do that. Just amazing from Seti and Cammy.
Very experienced players. Know what they're doing in these situations. Chicho and Trulex. Another team that's known what they've been doing. We've seen them deep in many of these games playing mid-ground. Last game really was their time to shine on mid-ground without Malibuka and Mustache there. And this game will very much be a similar sort of beat where they will have free reign over what happens on those layers. Don't have to worry about the pre-editing plays of Malibuka and Mustache. Who maybe jump on that wave themselves.
Stakes for this game currently as we find our way going closer towards the later portions. It is the final game of day number 1 overall. The team in the lead, Vino and Aqua on your screen, ahead by what seems to be almost 50, 60 points overall. They're doing so good on the day so far. A lot of teams want them to go down before the top 25 so they can catch up. Their mission is to get close to that top 15, the top 10, but currently with medkits, small fries, they're wondering who should have more HP going in towards the end game. They're the final boss the lobby can't really seem to take down. This is the maximum limit of our top 10, Scram and Hellfire. Looking at their POV, everyone in the top 10 just wants to win more currently, be consistent. If you're top 10 right now, you want to be top 10 in this game and maintain where you are on the leaderboard. For everyone else, you want that big catch-up. You want the victory royale. If you're in the bottom 40, you want the best possible thing in terms of just points at this moment. You want to take the biggest risks. Meanwhile, the best teams in the lobby want to play reserve. So we should see some very opposite yin-yang action all the way towards the end. Desperation versus just patience.
And we're seeing a lot of that, right? A lot of those teams have been able to stay in this one. Joe and Ziandi here, positioned well, looking for the spray. And maybe we'll be able to connect. Joe sneaking some shots in there, and he's not done just yet. Looking for more. And running low on the ammo though, right? Doesn't have much in the reserve.
Doesn't have much for damage either. 152 below is what the update is for the moment. But every time I jump the gun on it,
I was gonna say, man, hold horses, bro.
I was just making the call there. I was like, I know things now. Apparently, I'm still as dumb as I am before. It's not good.
I'm mad jaded when it comes to that stuff. I've done it many a time.
174, it's good. Jackson, it seems like he's had such a terrible day so far in terms of just being able to survive and thrive, but I think the reason I remember his name is because we see him in almost every single 8th zone level. He's living till the end of the game.
Jackson's done brilliantly here, right? We saw early in the game Tayson taking out Vico in a very flashy way, to say the least. But Jackson did well to stay alive as a solo. It's not often that you can get away in those situations.
Most impressive thing, as a solo, staying ahead of Surge. As a solo, having this much of a base and a lot of mats still left in the reservoir.
We'll see how far he can go, of course. It's never going to be easy. See Clement now and Floki making their way in. We've seen them struggle in some of these games, but coming up against Seti and Cammy doing big damage. Getting so close as well to actually taking them out. The sprays come through, they're dropping them down. They want to close it out, and they have. They picked Seti up. Cammy has to be a solo now. And a key, crucial couple of shots there from Floki and Clement, the Frenchies. And Cammy barely escaping as well.
That is just literally the perspective of desperation versus patience. Cammy said he just want to move on, get along, get to the next position. They're not really looking at who's really around them. They're thinking about how to win and just be able to stay inside that top 5, top 10, be consistent in the game. Meanwhile, Floki, Clement, 72 points so far behind, looking to get the frags first, looking to get as many points on the board from the position that they can, take it step by step.
We're going to see a lot of these teams now starting to have their struggles. Zara won't be able to out-heal Storm Surge for much longer.
Tayson taking out Aqua inside the feed, so he's really trying to grab
down as well
towards the top, so they're frozen. I said they need to go down before top 25. They go down in 27th overall, it looks like. So a chance for these top 3 on their own islands to catch up. I think the goal is about 215 points that team needs to hit.
This is an opportunity for Tayson and Chapix to really put themselves in a good position going into tomorrow. Can they close that distance?
Pink and Anas are also all the way towards the top, right above them in heights. 110 points for Hellfire and Scram. They're not going to be that upper echelon we're looking at. If we can get an update to see these top teams, how close are they for the moment? These guys are actually really close. Hellfire, Thomas HD. So there's a fight right now between the top 3, trying to claim who can be the king of EU before day 2. And then after that, a fight in that bottom 5 to all the way to 10th. It's a 10-point almost differential as to who can be inside the highest money so far going into day 2.
Yeah, you can see already the classic posturing towards height that we'll see in these games. Pink and Anas will just peek there for the moment, right?
It's costly to take out Mustache and Malabuka off spawn. It leaves you possibly sometimes just as a solo. Here's Tayson and Chapix's POV, 171 points. They're about 40 behind so far.
They can very much recycle that pad. You can see running in, they have all the chunk splashes in the world as well. So they can just use this and start to have some height dreams. Will anybody turn them into nightmares? You can see there is somebody vying for it. Tayson though, choosing now, it's not the time. But who is it? Noah Riley, Vidil. Is this going to be their typical one-game wondrous win? Will this be the time? They have height, and I don't think there's many other teams in this one that can really pose a threat to them, who will really look to try to take it from now. So if they can hold on, Vidil has so many materials, it looks very, very possible, Shayo.
So high in the sky, and that low ground can only really get higher. So their perspective right now is just very, very powerful. Meanwhile, though, down at low ground, same story, different day. Thomas HD in the clutch seat.
Thomas tripping in the zone, in the back of the zone, not able to hit the shots. Thomas, he goes down. Cammy also just lurking, picks up Shizo as he runs his way into the zone. We saw how he went down, but he's able to stay in the game, and he's looking rather strong even for a solo.
They'll still move, Chapix and Tayson on second height. Chapix gets dropped, Tayson follows. They're actually just switching layers, going straight to low ground. What a call to make up in second place. They're just trying to do something very creative here and dodge all the pressure.
And you can see they've claimed the front side of the low ground. This is going to be such a great position for them to claim as many eliminations as humanly possible. As we see another fight for higher ground, we wondered whether Vidil and Noah Riley would hold on to it. Stompy and Jew look to try and test them, but a test that they pass, they hold on.
So high to grab, and it doesn't cost Vidil anything, barely even used any mats. That's the key so far. And Dreda as a solo down below. Top 12 right now. What does he want to do in terms of the end of day 1? Get more points. Is it possible? With no materials, with no chance, with no perspective. I want to wait, but it's a duel he has to fight. He goes down.
Crushed Andrea beneath the lobby. Chicho and Trulex. I said this was their chance to try and dominate in the mid ground without Malabuka and Stash here. We're seeing Tayson and Chapix do a very similar thing. 4 eliminations thus far. Joe now is a solo, doesn't have the firepower of Yandy with him, but has his own firepower. Hitting a huge shot onto Shmeki. Can he hit more though? Needs to find some space, calm down a bit. And that breathing room will be just what he needs to get his HP back up.
Chapix now all the way down to maximum. Low is going to be the ultimate chance for him to gain some control, but Clown and Nutsguard are there. They splinter the second team in half. Going to be unfortunate for them to keep moving. Just Tayson as a solo. Looks like Chapix might have had a lot of the mats where he was desperate to get some more. He has to now do this with just 200 wood.
And at the same time, Noah Riley Vidil still applying all that pressure. Clown and Refsguard looking to try and find their feet on the low ground. Refsguard running his way on in. Joe, he's just trying to stay inconspicuous. Doesn't want anybody to spot him out. Clown though has lost Refsguard. It's Stompy in the zone. They're going to clash heads. He needs to hit a big shot. The 70 isn't going to be enough, but Kefi will go down. Melody is going to follow soon as well. Low on the HP. The meat coming out, and he does claim the splashes. He does see it, but the refresh is coming in. The med mist as well. He has the tools to stay in the game if he needs to. And that's exactly what he has to do with low materials.
Tayson also, same situation, less splashes, more mist. He starts to move way in the backside of the zone. Vidil senses something wrong. He's looking back there for these teams, for these solos, just misting away inside the storm. Big shot from Tayson, narrowly misses Clown's head, going for the haircut, but doesn't find anything from the scout. Clown now looking back for the next shot. Tayson blocked off from all sides, looks for the prediction, but no, Clown goes down. No Cypher for him. Tayson is gone. To the final 2v2. Marine, Rifla, Vidil, Noah Riley, big shot from Vidil. You talk about their crazy game. They're going maniacal with this one. Slide jump from Vidil to close it out. Rifla goes down, and they make it look spectacular at the end of game 6.
Simply breathtaking from Noah Riley and Vidil. They're always good for one, Shayo. At some point, regardless of how the day is faring, they will always get their one victory royale and do it in spectacular fashion as well. A beautiful final shot here from Vidil onto Rifla, and a nice victory royale to really set the standards going into tomorrow.
Anger released, it feels like. All the qualms off Spawn from the start of the day, the issues with Surge even sometimes, they relieve it at the end of day 1.
A team that surprised us all by their choice of where to land today, but very much paying off finally by game 6, and we'll see whether they can hold on to that. But Shayo, the things we saw from Tayson and Traffics, Tayson staying in the game as a solo, doing his best to try and catch Vino and Aqua. It's been a crazy 6 games, but I can't wait to close it out tomorrow.
Absolutely. So far, that was a catch-up game, a change-up game. Give it as many C names as you want. I want to see exactly what the desk has for this one. It's been a phenomenal day so far.
You're right, Shy Wager. That's 6 games. I feel like I blinked and they're just gone, but still, incredible games to say the least. And I gotta say that the biggest factor, as they kind of mentioned, was Aqua falling down early, right? Our team in first place, coming in incredibly strong here, but they dropped so early that everyone else has that opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, we saw him actually get rebooted at one point, and then this is the second time we're going to see them go down. A rough rotate trying to get to 5th. Like, because of the fact that they ended up rebooting, that loses you a ton of your heals, your time, your materials, all this kind of stuff, because you got to split it off to your duo, and then that leaves you in kind of a scuffed position. We saw they didn't have a launch pad there. Normally, these guys would be way more stacked to loot, be able to pad out.
Yeah, it really does. It sets you back in your game. You know, you're not able to pick up the tags, you're not able to pick up the loot that you gained from getting those eliminations early on, and they were just sort of left behind, you know. They were behind in the meta, if you like, from everyone else. They were already sorted, they were already ahead inside the zone, and unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out, but they've given themselves enough of a buffer so that tomorrow, they don't have to worry too much.
You also got to think, another top team who's in first, Merstash and Malibuca, pretty sure they're still in first. They went down early there too. So the clutch from Tayson that we just saw is even more impressive now.
I love that you bring up Tayson, because we got to talk about him, right? Their performance in game number 6. Again, this is just to set us up for tomorrow, right? The last 6 games tomorrow, we'll see a winner. But talk to me about this right here.
I mean, realistically, we saw what I would say is a hilarious movement from Chapping, right? We saw him drop down to low ground. He was duck, dip, diving all the way around to try and avoid whatever shots. I'm not entirely sure actually how he managed to get down there, because we saw Tayson on quite a good mid-ground layer at that point. Regardless, whatever it was, that allowed Tayson then to set up the solo clutch, right? We've seen the top Titans, the top teams, everyone who was up there on the leaderboard drop out, and this was it. There's the movement.
It is. Yep.
He was trying to get back with the splashes into zone to get them some more placement. But again, that set up Tayson there left as the solo to clutch up into, what was that, 3rd place?
Yeah, third place for Tayson right there. Of course, he had the splashes as well, as did Chapix. Of course, not quite able to use them in the right time, but Tayson was, and he was able to use them at the perfect moment just to get those extra few placements. He picked up a med mist right there at the end as well, so just able to squeeze a few extra points, a few extra placements out of that last game, and a really, really solid performance from them today, and definitely one that they can pick up with tomorrow and, you know, have a really good day.
Absolutely. Look, I'm looking forward to the next 6 games tomorrow. That's what's going to be really exciting.
Dude, think about it, a full data reset to go back and say, okay, what did we do differently? What can we bring coming into day number 2? I'm looking forward to it. We also got to talk about the game winners, though. Noah Riley and Vidil, now uncontested, finally able to say, look, we're going to take high ground. We want to win a game.
I mean, this is big for them, right? Because, I mean, as Shayo beautifully and poetically mentioned, they win a game every single finals, right? They're always there. They're always up in the name. I'm used to it being, you know, like a 10, 15 elimination. I think, to be honest, the last couple seasons, we haven't really seen that from them as much. I genuinely think these guys have actually struggled to frag out, which is surprising. If you know anything about Noah and Vidil, these guys are 2 of the best fighters in the region. But I just think in FNCS, they've not actually managed to pull it all together yet. But this game is a really good first step, because they were starting to trail behind, right? This is a team that should be in the top 10.
Yes, That's absolutely right. They've almost been a little bit more timid this season, and maybe previous seasons as well. They haven't quite been able to pop off as we would expect them to. But, you know, what I really like about these guys is they're able to turn it on when it matters most. When they're on that high ground, more often than not, they are more than capable of getting the victory royale. And as we've seen right there, a lot of the hype teams, a lot of the big teams were out, so the door was wide open for them to pop off.
Big old catch-up game, man. It's a very scary time. We don't want to find ourselves in that spot, but here we are. Let's take a look at the standings together. We'll talk through it with our casters, with all the friends here. Aqua and Vino right now leading the pack. Okay, I want to come to you first, Levin. How are we feeling about this? There is a lead there, but that fall early kind of just tripped them up a little bit.
I do think they have clearly shown why they're considered the biggest favorites coming into the competition.
Sure.
From a personal standpoint, Shia knows how much pain I've been feeling today. I don't want to just say this, but right before the game started, right before the show started, I said to Shia, should I change my prediction to Vino Aqua? He was like, nah, stick with it. I was like, you know what?
Oh, come on.
I'll stick with it.
I said it's either follow your tactical mind, which was Mustache Malibuca, or your heart that was yearning for Vino Aqua. Clearly, man, you got some nice emotions.
Look, yes, it is what it is. Look, I'm sticking with my boys, though. I've been impressed. We saw on the leaderboard, a lot of it literally just looks like everyone's prediction list. We've been saying it. So many of the teams we expected to do well have been doing well.
That's right, coming in, man. It looks really good, especially going into day number 2. I got to say as well, I mean, Minnie, how are we feeling about this?
Well, surprised actually. I'm talking about Joe and Zed Andy. I mean, I didn't really expect them to be this high up on the leaderboard. They're 4th right now, and it clearly shows how they're having a really, really solid time off spawn so far. Down at the sign-up station. This is, I think they call it Zed Andy Station. I think that's the name.
I think he calls it.
He calls it that. Okay, maybe we should start calling it collectively. I think it probably is.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look at our predictions. Remember, these are the teams we think could walk away tomorrow as FNCS champions. Hen and Queasy, they haven't been doing so well. They are your reigning FNCS champions, but I think, look, tomorrow they come back, maybe look better. Maybe there was just something off today. Maybe you have to go back, VOD review, come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just have to fix their rotations, you know, the way they play endgame, their drop spot, their
crosshair
placement, their communication, their ability to pop off. Just a few things to fix, Deacon. I think they have a
not a lot.
Not a lot. Just one or two.
Yeah. So now that we kind of have the standings ready for us, I just want to kind of go across the board here just super quickly. Tell me your expectations going into tomorrow.
Well, I'm talking about my own prediction, of course, Tayson and Chafix. I'm expecting them to do more of the same, you know, picking up on games where maybe some of the other top teams aren't quite doing as well, and maybe thinking like, okay, we can play consistent. We can also play high ground when it matters most and when we have the opportunity, but hopefully they will be consistent across the 6 games tomorrow, and that's my goal.
Look, 2 things are going to happen tomorrow. Someone's going to win, but it's going to be a shake-up. Top 3 teams are already in there, but it's going to be a battle all the way down to that last game. You hear me? Last game it's going to go down to. And also, we've got someone in the top 5 right now that I think is going to just choke on day number 2. It happens every single time. I don't think it's going to be any exception.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it short and sweet. It'll be an island, like Reese said, for the top 3, battling it the whole day. I think Vino and Aqua might get stopped, though. People are going to start bothering what they do. Past that, one of the teams from the top 5 will take first. The most consistent one, Steady Cami. It's been said. I've watched this FNCS like last week. I don't think you guys have seen the futuristic VOD. So
what's actually going to happen? Don't listen to that waffler. 6 games tomorrow. 5 of them, Malibuca Mustache, 20 elimination victory.
Okay.
I'm going home. Chef kiss.
Should I get my glasses for you? Because you're
the rose-colored glasses. You love to see it. Guys, thank you so much. Day number 1 was absolutely insane. But now we turn our attention to day number 2. Don't forget, come back tomorrow, same time. 6 games, 1 FNCS champion. Legends Landing, thanks for having us. We appreciate y'all. And as always, we'll see y'all on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
even though I don't always have this great of an attitude, but you know, I'm working on it.
I feel like streaming is huge, and just like people like showing your personality.
There's just no feeling that comes close to that.
Just shower every day, just once a day, that's all it takes.
Like anything can happen, to be honest.
What is the optimal shower frequency for performance? It's crazy, that's a question.
I like to go at least once a day when I'm waking up and yeah, just feel good and not dirty, yeah.
I try to shower at night because like when I wake up and I shower, like it just makes my like hands feel weird and I usually play bad.
I think it's once a day, it's really good.
I usually shower like once a day, usually right before I get on, so I'm refreshed.
Definitely once a day, minimum. I know there's some gamers that do not do that. I know that for a fact.
Is there any underrated duo that you think could have a breakout performance?
Glaze and Trashy are doing really good right now, and I feel like they're working hard and they're placing, and I think they could do good.
I think Dubs and Mega are gonna have a very good season. I think people aren't thinking as highly of them.
Oh my god, me too, and Shadow1X is gonna do really good in this FNCS.
Joji and Rokane, they're not really underrated, but I think for comp-wise, like they've been doing really good and people kind of overlook them.
What's the most effective way to make a name for yourself in the community?
To be honest, just like do all your socials and just try to place as high as you can.
Probably just placing in cash cups mostly.
Like people really look out for like solo tournaments, especially for like looking for like a new duo. Like people want to see how you can do like by yourself.
Just know that you're really good if you stream every event and place well.
Everyone roots for the underdog, so if you're making a name for yourself, FNCS is the place to do that.
How did it feel getting your best placement in the FNCS Grand Final? I got my best placement in Season 5 in Trios, and it felt great because I never did really good in a big team mode.
3rd place in squad meta, so that was Chapter 2, Season 1, and that whole FNCS was very fun. I love squads. I wish we have it again someday.
First time, it was pretty good. You know, I got second like 4 times in a row, but so like towards the end, it was a little annoying.
It honestly felt really well, but at the same time really sad because I could have like won a lot more.
And when you see the leaderboard and then you're, I don't know, 1st place, it's always like just the best feeling ever.
Who is your role model?
I really look out for Bruga, one of the best players, and his story is really, really good.
Like everyone hypes me up and says like what I'm capable of, so it's honestly myself.
All like the Liquid people like Chap, Tom, Poach, like all of them, they're like super inspiring. Like you can do comp and keep content going as well.
Probably a tennis player like Roger Federer, who has like been on top for a long time and has a great attitude.
So back in the day, I was watching Apex, Temper, Fakey, and fast forward to today, I'm on their org, and that's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's amazing.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, burst assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
You ready? Ready for action. Ready for action.
Welcome to the FNCS NA East Chapter 3 Season 2 Finals. Thousands of duos started out to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 50 now remain. This weekend, they will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. Booga and Miro, back-to-back FNCS champions, will be defending their title against heavy hitters, Canada and Agers. Both duos are known for their strong performances in FNCS finals, so will definitely put on a good show. Underdogs Peterbot and Byla had a very dominant showing in Qualifier 1, which secured them instant qualification. You'll usually find them in a very strong spot at Collider, with 3 to 4 contested areas around them, making for some spicy Storm Surge plays. FNCS NA East Finals Day 1 starts now.
All right, Fortnite fans, this is it, the big one. It is time for FNCS Finals NAE Day number 1. It's showtime. Hello there and welcome in, folks. It is officially here, FNCS Finals. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host. What is going to be an incredible weekend of Fortnite action. The stars have aligned. That's right, we have our fabulous 50 duos competing this weekend, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, by the end of which the team with the most amount of points are going to walk away with the Axe of Champions. It is going to be incredible. You are here along for the ride. Now, as well, we have the POIs we're going to talk through. We're going to unfold the teams we think are going to go all the way to the very top, but some very exciting news as well. Now, of course, if you are in the Toronto area, listen to this. Tomorrow, FNCS NAE Day 2 is going to be broadcast at the Cineplex Movie Theatre in Toronto. We're going to be on the big screen. It's amazing. If you're in the Toronto area, make sure to find out about it. It's the first time on the FNCS that's happened. So exciting. You can find out on the Chapter 3 Season 2 blog all about how you can be involved if you're in the Toronto area. And of course, as well, if you're watching Legends Landing, hello, good to see you guys as well. You can find out loads more about that on the Epic Discovery Row. Now, as I said, it's all going to come your way. We're going to break down everything for you guys, but it's not just me, of course. The entire squad are here. Let's bring out the analysts. It's Vivid and SBG. Oh my gosh, they're amazing. Oh, look at this man. Guys, it is good to see you here. What is up? What is I'll take that. Anyway, guess what, guys? FNCS Finals. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's go. But honestly, the last this is the 4th week now. We've had qualifiers, we had semi-finals last weekend, and now we're here for finals. Finally, SBG, it's happening. The top 50 duos going head-to-head for the amazing prize that is the Axe of Champions. They must be going through it all right now. But how are you feeling being here on the stage, being here for finals?
I'm super excited. We have the best teams in the region about to go head-to-head, 50 duos, and we're going to see who's coming out on top tomorrow. But we have to get there first. We have some awesome gameplay ahead of us. I'm super excited. What about you, Vivid?
Got to be the most excited I've been for an FNCS yet. The in-person vibes with the crew, unmatched. I get to share this experience in person with everybody. I cannot wait to kick off the action.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. And as we say, you guys are always, you have a front row seat to all the action as well. So make sure to keep the hype alive online as well. We love hearing from you guys. Now, let's go through a few things. First and foremost, the broadcast schedule. Check this out here. I've got a slightly small screen. Maybe you can see it. I don't know if you can. Just squint your eyes. It's actually massive. You can see, you can't miss it here. Qualifiers 1, 2, and 3 happened right at the beginning of our competition here. Then we had semi-finals last weekend. And of course, now here in the bold red, you can see May 28th and 29th. That is right now. That is finals. As we mentioned, 6 games today and 6 games tomorrow as well. That's the schedule, but let's talk about the format of the show as well. Vivid, walk us through, baby.
Guys, come on. We've been through 3 weeks of this FNCS so far. Now find ourselves in this 4th weekend. We've been through 3 qualifying rounds and then 3 amazing semifinal sessions, also that we can find the best 50 duos on the region and bring them here to the finals. Now, this is a 2-day format, 6 games each day. And at the end of this weekend, the cumulative leaderboard will be set forth, showed to you guys. And at the end of that, we will finally have our FNCS champions. But like I mentioned, the points are what are important. How are they going to be getting those points?
So let's talk about it. We have placement and elim points. Placement, are all what you see right here, and we get Elim points. It's 3 points per Elim. We've seen some teams rack up some massive games, even just in EU. That was wild. But it's not just Elims, it's placement as well. You're getting those starting at 35th. You accumulate them all the way up to that victory royale that everyone's trying to get at 32 points. Now, it's a little different here, Vivid. We're playing 12 games over the next 2 days. If tomorrow someone reaches 475 points and has 3 victory royales, that's it. They are our FNCS champions. But what are they playing for, Adam?
Well, that's right. Let's talk about the money. That's right. Here it is right here. This is exactly what they're playing for in this region. NA East in red here, $637,500. That is a lot of cheddar. That's a lot of money. You can see here the breakdown as well. Even if you place 46th through 50th at the back of the pack here, still $1,000. You walk your way through here in 10th position. You can see 10,000. Then it really starts to ramp up in 5th, 40, then 56, 70, 90, and then first place, $130,000. That is going to change lives. An incredible amount of money. But to go with that as well, the bragging rights. What does it come with? The Axe of Champions as well. Look at this thing on screen. It is so clean. I'm loving this thing as well. Our champions will don the Axe as well. It is so great. Fellas, what do you think of this thing as well? I'm absolutely loving it. I think it's great.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I'd hold that right now. I mean, start swinging that thing. That looks so nice.
A dream for sure, and this what these players are fighting for. But we have those players for you. As I mentioned, 50 duos competing. But listen, there is one sticking out to me. Booga and Mira, our current reigning FNCS champs. But not only that, they're currently on a hot streak. Back-to-back FNCS championships in a row right now. It's going to be awesome watching them go for that 4P. And as you can see here, they are going to be landing down at Chonkers Speedway. A little bit different this season, SBG, because the vehicles are no longer down there. They can no longer rely on them, but I don't think that's going to impact them at all. We saw them come out hot. Qualifier 1, they got 5th, qualified immediately for these finals.
Wasted no time, and I would expect them to waste no time getting into this tournament. And we do have those air vents, the geysers that they're going to be able to rotate from. I don't think the lack of vehicles is going to hurt them too much, but we got to talk about another team. We have Scented and Cold, another duo that has been looking hot as of recently. We were watching the Cash Cup. Those two were just absolutely dominating on that low ground. Scented was taking over. Cold was fragging out. These two are so clean at the moment and peaking right when it is most important. They were able to get 5th last FNCS after a really strong day 2. High expectations though, Vivid. We've seen these two be at the top of the leaderboard so many times. Coming into today, expectations have to be high once again.
Top of the leaderboard and on the low ground in the lobby. They love to play down there. They are so good at it, arguably the best in my opinion. And coming off hot, like you mentioned, we were watching that Cash Cup. They won that most recent Cash Cup, bringing their total to this season to 3 Cash Cup wins. I mean, like, come on. Ooh. Listen, we got a lot more competitors to talk through as well. One of them sticking out to me, it's got to be Kanata and Agers. Listen, Kanata's got to be the most, he's got the most accolades out of any player playing today. That's because he has the most, or no, not the most, he has made it to every single FNCS finals. But on top of that, the past 7 FNCSs, he's gotten top 10, at least in every single one of them. So expect to see him at the top of the leaderboard today for sure. He is going to be landing over at Greasy Grove, uncontested, presumably, as well. And the most important thing about this POI, it's got to be that whiplash that's hiding out in that garage, right? You can throw a vehicle mod on it, make it functional, and use it for those rotates.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going to try and play today. We were watching them in the Cash Cup. The mid game is so clean. They're not having issues. But it's the end game. Are they going to try and play mid ground? Are they going to go for low? Or are we going to see them up on height, looking to take wins? All right, hey, give them all the grounds. They want them all. But no, these two are incredible. And Kanata and IGL, a rising IGL. We've been talking about this. He has been more of a fragger support player in the past, but now doing it all, leading a duo, and he's been doing it so well. Now, we got another duo to talk about. We got Pledge and Teo. These two are coming in from Camp Cuddle. They are a duo that was contested last FNCS, but now appear to have it all by themselves. This could be dangerous for this duo because the fragging ability of Pledge, he's going insane in end games. He loves to pop off for big elims. We saw Malibuka and Mustache in EU. Well, I get reminded of Pledge watching those two because he has some crazy plays. And another IGL that I want to talk about is Teo. Much like Kanata, he has been excelling and thriving as we go up and up and up. These two, watch out for them today.
Yeah, ever rising so slightly since Teo, Chimp, and Tabney first made their appearance. But to learn a little bit more about the players, Adam, what do you got for us?
As always, so much Vivid. But one cool thing we like to do here is catch up with the players, find out exactly, well, a bit more about them at least anyway. This is what happened when we caught up with Threats.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and we are in the lobby, and today we have Man City Threats with us. Threats, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
What was the first tournament you ever won money in, and what was that like?
The first tournament I made money in was, I think, World Cup Week 1, and it felt pretty good because I got 36, so I was feeling pretty good.
Was there a key moment for you when you look back and you're just like, oh yeah, that's really the turning point where I know that like I can hang with the best of the best, like I'm seeing my name up there all the time. Like what was that moment?
It was in a Elite X-Prac like scrim ladder, and I had like 80 kills in like 20 games, so I was like first in kills by like 30, and that's when I realized like I was like almost there is like the best.
Looking forward to this season, how do you feel like your duo kind of stacks up? Are you excited going into the season?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm playing with the Rise. I think we can do really good because he's one of the top IGLs in our region. I think we can probably win.
So the question is, do you ever feel like you need to break off on the show? There are ever times where it's like, no, like here's the play we need to be making. You kind of like take matters into your own hand.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll be like, no, follow me, because like I just see an opportunity and we just go for it. And it usually works, but sometimes it doesn't.
With the more options that have been added to movement between sprinting, mantling, and sliding, do you feel like you've been able to incorporate that into your game to create some more of those opportunities? Are there some fights where you look at and like, before I'm not sure if I could have won this, but now I can get a clear-cut advantage?
Yeah, especially with the mantling, because like it's just so much you can do. Like you can just mantle up like above the kid and he can't hear because there's no audio cue on it. It's easier when you have like no mats because you can just get above them or just run away really easily.
What do your friends and family think about this?
My mom was really happy and like my brothers and everything. And once I got announced, like all my friends were like texting me like congrats, and it felt really good.
Where can people check you out? What are your social media tags? Where do you stream? Where can they find you?
Threats FN on all social medias basically. And that's where you can find me.
Look at that, consistent branding. Awesome, thank you so much, Threats, and thank you guys.
It's great to hear them in Threats as well, talking about his friends and family. Imagine all the players now, their friends and family, just so excited for them to compete in this competition as well. Right, let's jump into POIs. Obviously, we talk about these a lot here, but tonight we're gonna kind of evolve the conversation somewhat. Talk about rotations as well. Now, little predictions obviously we get to later on, but little tip: my team may be dropping in this area, but Command Cavern is one of those areas which is exciting because it seems there's so much you can do here, so many ways you can rotate out of it. Vivid, why is it such an exciting place for a lot of our duos, and what are we going to see happen here tonight?
I mean, first of all, it's simple, Adam. One stat to break it down. Command Cavern has put out the most Victory Royales this FNCS. And listen, I love to go ahead and mention that because we just watched EU, right? Aqua and Vino lane in here, Malibu and Merstash lane here. Those are the first two teams on the leaderboard over in EU, right? Yeah. And listen, they both crossed 200 points in that region. Crazy. So this POI is very, very good. But listen, there's a lot of quarters as you're seeing here, and obviously the vault as well. There's just so much loot here. You have the IO chest, you have the regular chest, and you also have some fishing spots that you can find as well. There's just so much loot. But that's not all. There's a lot of rotational items as well. You have the siege cannons, the air vents, and then you also have some of the launch pads you can find around the map. Now, I want to quickly talk about the siege cannons because they can get you out a very far distance. So worst case scenario, let's say we make it down to a southeast zone, right? It's pretty much worst case scenario. It's like the furthest away. It's quite far. You can use those siege cannons to kind of make a rotation. Now I'm going to show you pretty much a general area of where you can make it to if you decide to use those siege cannons. As you can see, you can make it a pretty far distance, right? You can either decide to go towards Tilted Towers or a little bit more south. Now, if you're like me, right, and you get some early storm surge maybe around those other teams that are at Command Cavern, you might want to take a route that has a lot less people. You can go directly to the south. As you can see, there's only Camp Cuddle, Greasy Grove, and there's like 2 split drops. So really only 2 or 4 teams that are going to be south of Command Cavern. You can make this rotate, and there's not going to be a lot of duos here, but then again, storm surge is a factor. Can you survive by making a rotate where there's not a lot of teams. If you feel like you need to make a little bit more of a direct rotate, you can go directly towards Tilted Towers using any of those rotational items that I talked about. But again, this is going to be a lot more dangerous, going to be a lot more duos in your way if you decide to rotate this way.
Yeah. Oh, that is a great POI, and you highlighted why it is. We're probably going to see that once again here today.
We will.
Oh, Command Cavern, beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. But another one as well, in the vicinity of the giant circle, you see there, Butter Barn as well. This is one we know a lot of our teams may be focusing on, trying to find a way they can get there because it's a great spot as well, an advantage point here as well, SPG. Tell us exactly why.
So we have D-Roller and NPen, they're going to land here, and Butter Barn is a non-name POI. It is a landmark, and it is a nice little spot, as you can see right here. Beautiful to post up and hang out at, but really the key is going to be the NPC Man Cake. He sells launch pads for 100 gold. Now, landing Butter Barn, you can get about 100 gold, maybe buy one of those launch pads. But there's a lot of people landing nearby, so it'll be really interesting to see the teams that land here. NPen and D-Roller, they've been landing here for a long time. They're super experienced. They know how to play this POI, and there's not really anyone landing nearby them. It is an open space, and they are going to be nice and clean off spawn. We've seen them in that top 10 pretty consistently in Cash Cups, in qualifiers. They're a team to watch out for that many people may not be talking about. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is, much like you had, let's talk about the worst case scenario. We're going all the way up north.
This is great
for this zone, but look where Butter Barn is. That is where we are on the map, and let's say zone goes all the way up north, right? Now, you have to make a really long rotate. Well, how are you going to do that? If you're the team, D-Roller and NPen at Butter Barn, you're going to scoot straight up to Tilted Towers, try and grab priority on one of these mountains. The mountains are going to be key because a lot of teams are going to be trying to grab these positions for Storm Surge and farm everyone on the southern side of the map, making that rotate up. Now, it's not only those positions, we also have teams like Booga and Miro rotating out of Chonkers Speedway. They're going to try and rotate in, possibly buy a pad or two, because you can get a lot of gold at Chonkers. We also have a contested POI at Synapse, and if they rotate in, they could either take the Rift, they could left foot, right foot it, and buy another pad as well. D-Roller and NPen, they don't know if they're going to be taking out the NPC so no one else can get it, but if they don't, that means more pads on the map, more rotation. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because this is a nice little tactical piece between all those teams in that southern area.
Yeah, very good point there. You could decide to kind of take that NPC out, be like, hey, listen, you surrounding teams, you are not buying a pad. We're just going to keep that to ourselves. But listen, let's keep this show rolling. Adam, what do you got for us?
Something very exciting, actually. The Duo Revive Lobby NAE. It's a fun one. Check this out. This is what happened. We caught up with some of our players.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and right now we're going to play Duo, Revive, and Lobby. Our players are going to pick from these three iconic NA East players, and they're going to choose who they would duo with, who they would revive, or who they would send back to the lobby. Let's hop into the picks.
Duo. So I'm gonna choose Mero as my duo. He's the best fit for me, as I'm an IEL. With my current duo, Vert, he's a handsome man, so for duo, inside and outside of the game, one of the best players right now. He owns low ground, very handsome, very handsome. Got a duo with Scented.
I'm choosing the duo with Booga because he's one of the best IGLs on the region.
I think I have to go with Scented because he's one of the most dominant players there is right now, so I think that's the only correct answer.
The handsomest man in the world.
Miro, because he's very, very consistent. He has that aim assist, so you can always count on him.
We're gonna have to revive Miro because Miro is part of the controller community, so we gotta help brother out with the controller.
My friend Booga, can't leave him out.
Miro, just because he's the best fragger on NA East.
I feel like Mero's like the best solo clutcher in the game right now.
Probably revive Scented. If he ever goes down, I'd want to get him right back up.
You know, trio FNCS, he carried, just kept solo clutching, getting kills on low ground, whatnot. So, revive, Mero. Sent to the lobby, Scented, unfortunately, but that's it. My man Kyle's Gearsdorf, you know, World Cup, game 1, shockwaved on me, took my first place. I could have been a World Cup champion if it wasn't for this guy, so.
Lobby Scented, because I don't think he's as good as the other two options.
For lobby, we gotta go with Booga.
I would definitely send Booga back to the lobby.
Booga's not really much of an aim assist fan, so we gotta go send Booga to the lobby.
To the lobby you go, Booga.
Love hearing from the players there. Do you know what? During the VT as well, we can see the timer ticking down. We're thinking, we're 4 minutes away from the first game. This is amazing. We love this. I mean, as fans as well, as we talk about the game all the time, we're actually just embracing every single game here too. Let's talk about the teams for a second here before we bring out our casters here. We were talking last night about who we think is going to go all the way, right? And you were leaning on one team here thinking, both of you were actually, and then suddenly you saw that was going to change up because the POI was suddenly going to be contested and you swap things around. How pivotal in this situation, and we've got the finals here, your drop spot, you know, how integral is that to the way you play with it?
Well, listen, the team that we're talking about here, Scented and Cold, they were landing Fortress, they were meant to be uncontested. Then yesterday comes out a tweet, Quanti's like, listen, that's where we're going to. So now we're gonna have a little bit of spice over at the Fortress. Now, how does that kind of change up the dynamic? Well, Scented and Cold are used to being uncontested, right? They have strategies based around being contested. They might not be too good when they're contested. SPG, what are your thoughts?
It's not the biggest POI, and if it was me personally, I wouldn't want to fight over this. So we may see this change after the first game or two. It could also be mind games. Who knows if one of these players is actually going to land here. You never know how this all turns out. So game one, we'll get to see how it starts, but how it finishes is going to be the most important.
Indeed, yeah. Got to respect the mind games. Got to respect the mind. Right, we need to make our squad complete here. We're missing two people. The casters bringing you guys at home all the energy, all the hype for every game. It's Sundown and Monster Defense! Let's go! Let's go!
Hey, man.
It's good to see you.
We're here. We're back. We're back.
Fellas, waiting in the wings there. I mean, you can feel that we're so excited for this. I mean, Sundown, here we are on stage, FNCS Finals. We're back here. I mean, this is a great place to be. What a time to be alive.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. It's been so amazing to be back on set with all of you guys and sitting there watching the EU action. I was just like, is it my turn yet? Can I get up there? Like, I just want to go.
It's exciting. I mean, and we have a lot to look forward to, not only between us, but of course the gameplay that's to come.
Indeed, it is right around the corner as well. We better go with our predictions. Obviously, we like to look at who we think is going to go all the way here. I'll jump straight in. DGen and Eomzo qualify week one here. This is a duo that ooze confidence, play with a lot of other players. The experience is there. I mentioned Command Cabin, the airship. They got height. They got you can censor where other players are as well. It's going to be interesting. I think they could go all the way here. SPG though, talk me through your pick. Who do you think is going to be FNCS champion?
So, like we just mentioned, I had to switch last minute, but I still am confident in my pick. We're going Acorn and Edgy. They've been playing very well this entire season, and they're a multitude of layers team. Acorn is playing out of his mind, understanding layering, positioning in endgame. Edgy, as we know, tried IGLing last season, now has all that same ideas in his head, but doesn't have to be in that same position to call the shots. That's why I'm going with those two.
Yeah, very good point there, but I like Bugin Mira, the reigning FNCS champs. I mean, come on, how can you not pick them? The solo clutches, expect to see a lot of them because they are so good when they are left as a solo. It's like, man, like why even play as a duo sometimes? Like just go up by your own, you know what I mean? Like, whatever.
Sundown, are you on the same wavelength as Vivid there or someone else you think to go the way?
Not on the same wavelength, maybe just slightly off, you know, a different frequency because I'm going with the Dignitas teammate on that side. I mean, Jamper and Duke have looked fantastic. We saw them play, we saw high ground dominate, uncontested logjam lumberyard to the fact where nobody wants to go near them. They've been given that space, and I think they're going to pull it out easy.
It's a team that earned it as well. Another team that's earned their drop is my pick, Kanata and Agers. Trustworthy. We talked about that makeshift drop spot, creating the vehicle, which is so important to their success. Looking at EU, though, Scram and company had a bit of a tough time finding Surge, but for Kanata and Agers, I mean, they're marksmen in their own rights. I'm trusting in them to do the drop spot good, and I think they got this today. And let's see it, though. It's 2 days of competition.
He's feeling confident now. Obviously, we always ask you guys at home as well, let us know who you think is going to be FNCS champions. You guys have been amazing this whole season in the chat. Let us know. It could be one of our picks. It could be somebody completely different. We'd love to hear from you guys. The question is, down the line real quickly, SPG, Bugru Miro, can they do it again? Yes or no?
I mean, I didn't predict them, so no.
Okay.
They can.
Sundown?
I mean, absolutely they can. All the teams here are fantastic, but I mean, trying to go for the 4P World Cup champion, I mean, Miro, arguably the best player in NA East right now.
And let's be honest, we're giving them 12 games, right? There's more time now. Finals is, of course, where every player shows up, and it's the hardest time to do it, but the consistent teams always pull through.
Yeah, consistency is, of course, key, and it is that time. We've all been waiting for this. Finally, it is here. FNCS Finals NAE Game 1 is about to begin. Let's head over to Sundown, to MDF, and let's kickstart this adventure. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Setting the stage, 50 duos, 12 games, $130,000 for first place. Axe of Champions 2.0 on the line, but you know, all they want, Monster, they want the clout. They want the bragging rights that come with that.
It's not going to be easy, not at all. 2 days of competition in front of us. More prizing on the line than ever as well, so there's a lot to look up for. And most importantly, there have been, you know, little spanners thrown in the works here. You heard Vivid when he said he had to change his pick quite literally because new teams are being contested now. And you talked about Scented and Cold putting in that work, going into arena, queuing in, trying to overcome what will be today's hurdle, a drop spot that they were not looking to have contested this time.
And I mean, there's just so many options there, but like we said, stage is set, 6 games today, and match 1 starts right now.
This is it. We are jumping straight into things. There is no time to waste. We have a lot of Fortnite action in front of us. If you are just tuning in, thank you for being here. The premier NA East region kicks off right here, right now. We talked about the money, we talked about the bragging rights, but now it's time to sit down and put up the numbers here, put in the work. The Fortress, of course, being one of those contested drops, looks like it's clear.
Yeah, north to south on the split for the bus. A little bit of room for people. We'll keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as Slacks takes down Diego almost immediately. Users also getting knocked in the feed. Confirmation comes through for Slacks, and Sinetto getting on the board here in his first ever FNCS finals. We're swinging over to what we thought would be the contest in the forest, and then we'll take a look. And this was actually going to be my pick yesterday because Clarity G played fantastic through over the course of this entire season. But with Diego and Bizzle moving over, a little bit more questionable.
Tough team to fight. Diego, Bizzle, consistent. Bizzle has found a lot of success in finals, lobbies. This is really where we expect him to do well. Today, kicking things off, not so hot. Slacks and Clarity best them here. And you know, Sleepy Sound, enough room for 2. For 3 teams, though, it's going to be questionable either way across the board.
Yeah, there's not necessarily that much room here, and it was something Bizzle actually ended up taking to social media and saying where it's like, hey, I believe I have the veteran experiments. I can sit here and just grind this out for a week and learn the spot better than these guys. But the guys they're going up against are no slouches. Clarity and Slacks. Clarity has made the final of every single Cash Cup, and I'm not just talking duos. He did it in solos as well.
Yeah, we like to hype up teams and players that do well in finals, but hey,
that's a huge
the true sentiment, yes, that is a huge one. Let's put a pause on that. Death takes out Commandment there, and that means Stretch is by himself somewhere in the mix of this Coney Crossroads. But not only that, there's a team right outside starting to look on in. Tabney and Def, sleeper team, if I do say so myself, going against the big dogs here, and already it's looking great for them.
I mean, they looked fantastic during qualifiers, though. You say sleeper, and that's probably just because we have so many big-name duos who have made it through. Basically, everyone is here in the finals trying to bring it back, but these guys have looked fantastic, and not a bad loadout on the side of Death either. That definitely will enable you to fight early on.
What's really cool is like Tabney is sort of a part of this new era of Chimp, Tabney, Teo, right? These up-and-coming players. The last year or so has been exceptional for them. And like we mentioned, they are putting up the results. That's what's most important.
And you talk about up-and-coming players, have to give a shout-out over to Middle East, which was the first region to wrap up their FNCS today. There was a player who, coming into the season, had 0 earnings whatsoever, took first place going through. So congrats to the Kings duo taking that. But it just goes to show, open ecosystem coming through. Anybody can put the time in, put the effort, and come out and walk away with that absolutely gorgeous new Axe of Champions.
That's what makes FNCS so exciting. The new teams, the new names, the new faces. I mean, the European region had 19 brand new finalists stepping in for the first time, getting their chance at competition. Of course, here on NA East, we have our own fair share of folks making their first touching down right inside this kind of high-stakes play environment. In the feed, though, Skittles is going to find one. Skittles and Users, great team coming in, a Collider team. There's a lot to look forward to with these Collider teams because of how explosive that drop spot can be. Same as for anyone landing just outside of this command cavern, but let's take the conversation to Cold and, of course, Scented here. It does not seem like they got into a fight early on.
Yeah, no, it looks like they're just trying to grab the loot and dip, which is something we've seen a number of times when it comes to Fortress. It's not necessarily the best spot where you want to hang around. Unless that first zone drops on top of your head, you'll often see teams rotate back over the bridge because you can farm such efficient metal.
And what we are noticing, just looking at Scented's loadout there, it was about half worn there. Only one big pot, half ammunition that we'd expect. And, you know, again, the loadout not completely full, so it's definitely a wear and tear sign that they are splitting the drop. Booga and Miro, though, exciting team. one of the best drop spots, hands down, even with the removal of the vehicles. Chonkers, Speedway, and look at this, it's playing so well into their loadout. Obviously, this is Vivid's pick for good reason. He was kind of leaned into this pick, and you know, judging by the way the zones play out, I think it's truly going to determine their success here today.
Yeah, and we'll swap from one pick on over to another, from Vivids to mine, with Luminosity Gaming, Jumper, Dignitas, Duke, and I mean, Dignitas, it feels like whoever was doing the signing for them went and did their homework, picking up Miro, P-God, like just a fantastic outlook. Also have to give a shout out to 50 Torrents, you know, keeping those guys going.
I was going to say, we know exactly who's doing the recruitment. The man puts in the work, and we love to see it. He definitely has an eye to the scene. And, you know, again, if you are doing your homework, you'll see these teams continue to pop up. But for G2, Smacked and Cobalt now, fight going down here. Great tags. This might be a free pick out the air. One reload. No, that burst rifle only has 20 in the magazine. The one downside to the rifle. But, hey, these kind of things happen, and they're going to at least be happy to get all these tags here.
I mean, I think Cobalt actually got the knock. Smack didn't see it in the top left-hand corner of the feed. It went down, and Cobalt's pushing up. Yeah, they did get the knock. So the question is now whether they decide to chase out here, because they are relatively close to the edge of zone.
Hoopfish and Cavs are windmill landing team. Cobalt and Smack rotating in late. No sign of Kanat and Agers means they're long gone. So this is a fight that even Kanat and Agers are going to have to be wary of. Cobalt and Smack's late rotates. We're already seeing what could be the potential story that will unfold. Also notice a very rare zone to pull hard west. Not even north, but southern. So this is a unique endgame, possibly already to kick things off for game number 1.
And we're already starting to see, keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. We've seen 2 full duos be eliminated and then 2 solos are out running around. But right now, what's going on, these teams are trying to post up, get some Storm Surge. So while we got a little bit of a break, we're going to kick it on over. SPG, what you got for us?
Hey guys, I know you were wondering where Cold and Scented landed. They decided not to go to the fortress and land at this bridge and the outskirts of the area. They don't want to be contested, but it actually works out fairly well for them, as Cold is able to get some tags on the collider and then look towards the fortress. So look for them to play this position in the upcoming games.
You said some tags. That was a lot more than some. I think he got like 150 damage out there. That was fantastic.
Vivid's turning in his bed right now. He's so mad. Clenched fists, cue the memes, all of that. Cold and Scented getting away with a great game 1 kickoff already. Thank you for that breakdown there, SPG. Truly phenomenal, and honestly kind of sets the stage for us seeing the success of teams that put in the work.
And we're already seeing a trend from a lot of these duos where it's get relatively near your landing spot, get as many of the shields around you as you can, and then get moving. We already see Bucky and Camp. They are way away from the Bugle, where they haven't left all season.
That is true. The Bugle, fun drop spot, exciting drop spot. But it comes with its own pain points if you're being contested there. Obviously, we saw what unfolded between Macwood and Donnie. I think today they still have those same issues, but more on the line now than ever, right? No more chances. You just get 12 games here, essentially. Dayton Clicks. Here's a team that easily could have been one of our picks, but the problem is, what day will we get today? What clicks will we get right now? Are they on it? Are they feeling it? Because this is a team that rides the momentum of the mental, right? The energy, everything has to work well for them.
And one of the things we saw over in EU, and particularly with this format, we saw it during the qualifiers and in the round 4, eliminations matter, straight up. Like, yes, the placement points, 32 for a victory, that was fantastic. Eliminations being +3 means if you're aggressive and you are successful, as we saw over in EU, a couple of record-breaking performances coming through, they will be able to add up. If there's anybody out of this lobby who's not afraid to start flying at people, it's that NRG duo. And honestly, Peterbot and Byla can say the same about them.
Exciting team. Mythical burst in the loadout here. Legendary striker as well. This is a loadout fit for a team looking to pick up a victory royale. Now keep in mind, they are at the Collider. This is the most explosive drop spot that we've seen introduced this season. Launch pads are guaranteed here. Obviously, the mythical upgrades are something that no one's going to want to turn down in this general area. And then, of course, the heals that come out here, the natural rotate straight off of the Collider as a main drop spot point, makes this the place of choice to hang out. But finding Surge here can be a bit difficult as all teams are so based up.
Yeah, and now we will see where that next zone will be revealed as it goes through on the left side of your screen. And we're pulling relatively center. One thing to note, as you see kind of the gray spaces on the map, those denote the mountains coming through. And you already see those blue triangles heading straight to the top of it. They want the vantage point on everybody rotating in, as Byla, unfortunately, not able to sneak through some shots on a very cheeky angle.
Man, you're just bringing attention to the players and where they're positioned. Guys, pay attention to how many players are alive right now. We have something called Storm Surge, and this is always going to turn on in the finals lobby. In about a minute or so, damage will be dealt to players who have not done enough damage to other players in the lobby.
Yeah, and so just fun fact about Storm Surge 1, it's actually on in every single game of Fortnite Battle Royale that you end up playing. However, it will only trigger when you're above 70, 50, and 30 players at zones 3, 5, and 7. That's why we always say, hey, Storm Surge, you just got to keep 3, 5, and 7 in mind. You reverse it from the number of players in the lobby, and you keep it in that order for when it goes off. What is Storm Surge? 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who haven't hit enough shots. So when we say hit your shot, kid, we mean it, because if you're not cranking that number up, as we still have 95 players up, only one solo rider out there, you're going to be put under pressure. That's why almost everyone we're tuning into right now is even investing some of their stone, building up high, and looking for sight.
This is why every engagement is so important. This is why we really stress those early game clashes. And this is why we call them wins. Even when you just, again, head bump with the team, you don't need to get the elims. You just need to do the damage. That is what's most important, because it will start to add up. For Agers and Kanata, though, this is my pick. It is not looking good. Big wall comes down, the armored wall to protect them, and Agers has to dig into the quick heals here. Will he be able to play for the pickup here? This is not looking good at all right now, as Teo is on the other side of the wall. Here comes the counter edit. He's got to put some punishment down, or he's going to start running out here. Pledge and Teo are not giving this up.
Yeah, and Pledge and Teo, a duo who is more than happy to fight. And I mean, they're even saying, look, chip away at this armored wall, bring it on down. But Agers trying to create enough space. What they'll likely look to do is wait until he commits for a revive and then find an angle to ensure he's not able to stick it, and that's immediately what comes out.
And they are 280 damage above here, so this is really for the points here, for the setup for the future. Agers still has not managed to fully heal up. He has, however, dropped another chug splash. Down goes Kanata. It is not looking good. Pledge got what he wanted. The loot, the material, the everything else that falls from the drop body there. And notice they expended so much metal. So Pledge, Teo seem to be happy for now to claim some spoils, but is it enough to give Agers a free pass now?
And they should get the points for that. Again, the points end up going over to whoever got the knock, not who gets the confirmation on the knock. So 3 points going over because Pledge was the one who picked it up. You can see that on the right-hand side. And they are 216 above. So even with that elimination, though, as we see, 24 players, 12 duos are going to be under pressure, and they might be able to snipe the whip.
This is the most important thing. Kanata and Agers actually land at Greasy Grove to get this vehicle. Now, the vehicle comes a little more damage than the others because you do have to build it back together, essentially. But again, it is so important. And look at this. We have Clicks and Day now below the Storm Surge here. 173. Make that 188. It's continuing to rack up here. This is a team that will absolutely have to fight.
And what they do when they're under Surge, they won't look to rifle. Yes, occasionally they do. They want to get wall to wall. They want to get box to box. And you can see them eyeing the team right away. The key here is, though, they have had a tough time when pushing in this situation, not taking chip damage from other angles. And you can see that already coming out as Bryce able to get a shot on him. They're immediately going to shield all the way up, and they're going to take this fight.
Small mistake there made from Clicks. He didn't realize Bryce actually had that side angle, and let's see if that information was relayed to someone like Day, because Day's pushing straight in, face checking Nos in here. So they are in between these two solos, and there it is. More of those side shots starting to come in here. Day is running out of material. He's running out of gas here as well. Surge will be active. The damage is going to start ringing in. They are running out of time effectively here. The longer this goes on, the less likely it will be that Day and Click survive.
And if you're Bryce and Austin, you've already tagged them during this period where they're trying to push up. Yeah, they can just fight defensively and wait. And we've talked about how in NAE, some of these guys are just fantastic defensive fighters.
Right, here comes the push. Clay, oh my gosh, Clay jumps in a box. He finds a nice little tag there, but no, the whiff, not a full connection, and the Surge comes in, finishes him off. He gets knocked, Day goes down, and just like that, the two get wrapped up from behind. It's Trashy and Glace looking on in to try to get their 2 cents in the mix here, and it does seem like they've also been damaged not only by the Storm, but potentially the Surge as well. So this is going to start to rack up. Other teams, though, potentially under pressure right now. Looks like Qua is one of them.
Tabs already down, 93 below on the right-hand side. Stretch also going to fall, most likely to Surge in that regard. It's something we've seen in a lot, whether it's the semifinals, round fours, and he likes to kind of let the lobby come to them in the first couple of games. That'll pick up the pace as people realize, hey, doesn't matter how many tags we get, there's still 96+ players up at first Surge. As Rokane and Joji get on the board, Agers actually finds D-Roller on the other side of that, so trying to get them back in action.
That's crazy. Agers was solo with Kanata no longer in the game.
Maybe maybe Surge, maybe under Surge pressure, just throwing some rifle tags over. That would be my guess.
And Agers needed it. He was 67 above when the Surge went active, so it was definitely something that he was going to need. 384 buff for Acorn and Edgy, looking very solid right now. Loadout in full. I like it. In the feed, though, Larson, Quanti, and Bent go down. Cold starting to get on fire. Jamper finds Elite X as well. So big elims coming through.
I mean, that is monstrous for Cold, trying to get it going. We've talked about how good him and Scented have been. Cold is still kind of one of those newcomers on the scene. Yes, he's been around, but doesn't necessarily have the same level of experience. But hello, Acorn walks right up on top of a duo, trying to find it, and Fable Taco luckily able to throw up the walls, but him and Golden might potentially be caught out here if Edgy can get a little bit more aggressive. Trashy gets the knock onto Shoni. Him and Polo had a fantastic showing for a first-time finalist when they're coming through in the semifinals.
We got ourselves a very cluttered rotate, though.
Oh, yeah.
Down to that bottom right-hand side. If you take a look at that map, look at how many teams are desperate to get into the collider here. They want to get a free rotate and position themselves up. Right now, out comes the rest. If anyone is positioned off in the distance, they will start looking for free tags there. You see Threats and Rise being one of the few positioned in a great spot. Ager still in this game is a solo. How is he holding on?
Doing it Mr. Solo Dolo right now, but Storm Surge has turned off after taking its toll. We see Rokane and Trashy get the confirmation on their side. Rokane and Joji are lighting up the feed a little bit. I mean, Rokane in particular, we talked about him in qualifier number 3 having potentially one of the best individual efforts, honestly, that I've ever seen. And they're one of my bigger favorites coming into the season due to their initial Cash Cup performance. We gotta fight.
One team needs to fall, place some points get given out. It does just happen right there. It's gonna be TK who gets taken out for Cold and Scented. This is a big fight right now. They have the zone landing right on top of them. The most important zone, zone number 4. If you don't have to move in zone 4, that is so great because now you get to wait for half in, half out.
Yeah, and part of the reason why zone 4 is so important, as you mentioned, the half in, half out, that's zone number 5. It is the first of the zones that is no longer a concentric safe circle. That means that the safe zone is completely within the previous bounds of the other storm. That's kind of the transition point from the early game into the mid game, and then we get the full moving zones in zones 6 through 9. We're gonna hop back on board. Our defending FNCS champs currently sitting on 1 elimination and some pretty prime real estate here.
Definitely a good spot to be in. A little bit further from the big pack on the right as well, so definitely a better spot than some might think. For Avery and Muzz, though, they're also a team that's positioned pretty decently here. Got to right see that mountain, right? They do have to get a little bit of that elevation. Other teams are trying to scramble across here. Once again, these are very important engagements, important tags. 2 launch pads in the hands of Avery and Muzz, so it looks like Command Cavern gave them something really great. Might have even gotten that vault to themselves.
And this was a duo who a lot of people were talking about, and it just doesn't feel like they were quite clicking. They're amazing when it comes to individual skills. As we see, Joji picking up yet another pair. Rokane and Joji, they got the bus moving monster right now.
But Miro and Booga are the ones who get all the loot off of AV and Eden right there. So yes, the elims go one way, the points go one way, but the loot goes to Miro and Booga. Very important as we're starting to edge our way to this end game.
And we can already see a little bit of that shift in the pace we talked about, where before we were 24 players up above Surge, and generally after that nobody would fight. We've chipped it down because players are fighting for the real estate. There's only really 2 natural high grounds in here, but right now, Joji and Rokane, they've been active, but they're stuck between Cobalt and Smack, and then they have Booga and Miro on the other side with almost no utility, so they were able to get the 3 eliminations, but at what cost if they don't get the actual refresh from it?
One might say the armored wall's impenetrable, but so are Booga and Miro when they're positioned this well on the edge of the storm here. Rokane, 6 HP, not looking too good right now. Joji trying to lead the rotate here. He's in the front. He has to be the meat shield for the duo right now. The shots are coming in, though. It's coming from multiple angles, but they hold on just long enough to buy themselves some time. In the feed, Agers gets taken out by Haji here, just outside the top 25. Mega unfortunate for him. That's placement points lost.
Yeah, into the top 25 means we're into the cascading placement point. Storm Surge also never even went off. The pace picked up ridiculously, but look at the bottom right-hand corner. We have 3 duos inside the half in, half out. Everyone else is all the way across the zone.
We're gonna have to start figuring out a rotation plan here, and sometime soon, Iamzo, D-Gen being one of the few to go ahead and take that first stab at the new zone. They're built up strong and high. Booga and Miro once again find 2 more in the feed. It's starting to add up here. These elimination points, we cannot stress how important they are. 3 points per elim is effectively worth 3 placement spots in the end game. So when you find 2, that's a 6-point jump.
Yeah, we mentioned being in the cascading placement points. Once you're into the top 25, it's plus 1 point. Each duo that then goes down, since you're in the back half of the game, is an additional point being given. So if you're able to just stay on your feet a little bit longer, you're generally in a good circumstance. What we're gonna see right now is everybody sprint to the pads that they hear going down. Because all of these southeastern teams were able to rotate with the collider and the pad that was over there, there should be plenty for people to find as Duke gets a knock on to Igna.
Ignalai is going to go ahead and fall there. Just a knock, though, so he can potentially be safe here. That's his player swatted out the sky. Rokane being left as a solo right now. 13 points earned. Not bad at all for a first game, but can he do big solo efforts here? Clutch up a little bit more. That's what is most important. Take a look at this zone. Half of it is in the water. The other half barely holding on to a piece of land. It's Booga and Miro who are way out on the side there. Talk about a bold choice from them to stay that far from the pack and not be lobby focused. That's a rarity.
But the difference is if you check the bottom right-hand corner, if the zone pulls anywhere on like the western or north part, they basically win. Everyone now has to rotate past our defending FNCS champions as Muzz will end up shutting down Rokane and Joji. So while they got it going early on, the 3 elims plus about 4 or 5 placement points coming through aren't necessarily going to be the best of starts as Booga and Miro, they're on 3 elims and they got plenty of room.
The cool part about this, they can basically edge their way out just a little bit, go for that late pad and actually play for a high ground. We don't see it very often, but it is a possibility. Slacks and Clarity, however, do have that high ground currently. They are the eyes in the skies. What is going to be their play? Will they play for the recycling of a launch pad? Will they just wait this one out? Let's find out. They go for their own. Looking to double dip here potentially, but no. Instead, they want to touchdown first. He's going to double back. Slacks is trying to get as much information as possible. This is the smartest way to do it. Another launch pad right here. They're going to go for it. Mega's hurt. Chimp is hurt too. And you can see players are going for that shotgun drop down. Spade is going to be one of the few that actually picks up an elimination in the process. Peterbot, Byla still alive. Gold and Aviv still alive there on the front. Clarity G and Slacks are hurt, but they're up and running. And this is an exciting team right here. Cold and Scented are still in the game.
Clarity drops. Demonics on the other side of that. You talked about them being hurt. Well, maybe a little bit too much.
High ground.
Slack, but Pamstone and Fash, the French-Canadians, say that one's for us. They rip away high ground on the rotation. Chimp picks up DJ, and Nick ends up getting the confirmation on the Clarity. I mean, the French-Canadians have been showing up here on NAE.
They haven't stopped going for high ground since the semifinals when they decided they were going to go high ground game after game, and now we get to see them play this height. I love this play by them. It's bold. Ooh. It's a statement maker. It's the way you want to kick off your game number 1, and already they're finding the tags here. This is looking like a win set up for us, written in stone, but again, they have to perform here. Teo is down. Pledge has to play for the heals. Dude, he's got so much to work with, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's just popping sushi over here, chilling, no problem, eating the raw fish out in the zone. But we talked about it. Hey, during the semifinals, Fash and Pamsel had a game very much so like this, where they looked like they were aloft. They're on the left-hand side of your screen, the bottom right-hand corner. Miro going to work on the backside of the zone, finds a huge shot, needs to dig in and pick up the splashes, and then continue moving towards the zone. He wants to pick up a siphon here, but he doesn't have time, and he gets it just as it ticks over. He still needs to catch up to the zone, and Nawson, oh, Miro, what was that?
Shuts down Vert with a big tag right there. All he needed was one, and that's a blessing in disguise. The siphon keeps him alive here, a fighting chance, and this is what Miro is known for. This is what the duo does best. Trust in one another to pop off and pick up big points. Spade and Chimp, a team that got second last FNCS are here, and now looking to continue to pop off. Miro is still alive. He gets another one, though, sundown. He is starting to really cook up here.
I mean, I was talking about just the 6 elims on the other side there. Miro's got 6 by himself, 40 more builds, and again, Zone is pulling back around him. Now, this is a fantastic individual movement, and he is hounding these solos.
He's cutting them off right there. I love that play. Aviv, be careful. Miro's waiting. So is Muzz there waiting on the side. He sees the fight breaking out. He knows this is his wall. He's got the angle there, but no. Backs off here with every team that falls. More placement points being given out. Pam and Fatch have the high ground for free. Everyone else is battling. Down come the high ground kings to start battling those in the low. Miro, though, is still popping off, and another one. Down goes Aviv. That's going to bring him on up to 9. Another player in the box. He finally gets crushed, and there it is. Byla and Peerbot now 8 elims in a 2v2.
but down on resources as Pamso and Batch, they've been chilling. Yes, they only have 4 elims sitting on the half, but they want the Victory Royale to come through. It's not going to matter, though, because at the end of the day, Peterbot and Byla are going to be first place on our leaderboard to the back of the eliminations, but hold the phone, it's not over yet. We talked about the there it is, never mind. There's a little bit of panic, not gonna throw that one away as Pam Stout and Batch, the French Canadians, take game number 1.
Hey, Pam's been there before.
Yes,
he might have thrown a game or two once in the past, but not today, not when it matters most. The win comes through for Pam and Batch there. A huge showing as well. Peterbot and Byla, impressive for them to come on up into the conversation here. We'll take a look at that. It all starts to add up. 6 elims, not too bad.
I mean, we were talking about it right before. I'm like, man, I feel like we kind of forgot about Peterbot and Byla a little bit, and they're saying, you can't forget about us, we'll put a stamp on it. However, I do have to say, Monster, this is a very typical NAE start. Slow Storm Surge off of the bat, it kind of ends up rolling everyone out, and then High Ground dominates, but the individual effort.
I was gonna say, but also, let's talk about that second surge. That was super
unlikely.
What second surge?
It was gone.
Yeah, things just really racked up, things picked up. It was an exciting game 1, and just like that, the games are off, and the pace is going crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna...
Absolutely crazy, absolutely insane. I think that's the thing with Pamsto and Fatch as well, continuing exactly where they left off in semi-finals. High ground, Victory Royale, insane start, Vivid, insane.
Beautiful, beautiful, insane start. So listen, we talked about it. Bugha and Miro, the solo clutches, it is inevitable. Miro in the end game, 7 eliminations on his own, 2 on Bugha as well. SPG, come on, we were hyping him up.
Dude, that was incredible. We're sitting here like jumping around, going crazy.
like, yeah.
That was incredible. I ate my words. I've never eaten my words so quickly after saying no, they can't do this again. But that was phenomenal and exactly what we expect out of them. And that's, you shouldn't expect that, but expect greatness out of the champs.
Indeed, we saw them singled out as well there on the edge of that lake. You can see they're completely separate from the rest of the pack. Everybody else, this crazy mountain being built, and they're just waiting for the moment to pounce. And Miro, again, the clutch meister extraordinaire, Vivid, just... the way he plays is just something else. It's almost kind of extraterrestrial. It's insane.
It was so close. At one point, Sundown mentioned it. Listen, he literally got an elim right as he was about to go down to Storm. Found it, got bumped up to 50 HP, ended up living and putting on quite a performance. But listen, that's not the only great performance result. Pamsto and Fatch, hats off to these boys. You mentioned it at the top there, Adam. They've developed. They actually grew from semifinals. Playing in semifinals helped out Pamsto and Fatch so much. We saw them Session 2. They played for the high ground. We were joking. We were like, man, they played high ground so well. They should become a high ground team. Session 3 semifinals. They do the same thing again. They go for a height again and again. And we're like, okay, maybe they're a high ground team. Game 1 finals, they're on the high ground.
I never expected that. And they play it so well. They learn from whatever happened in semifinals. They're like, okay, whatever confidence they got, deciding not to play that mid to low ground anymore and now go for these wins, this is going to pay massive dividends. This is a whole new team we have to watch out for on the high ground.
Indeed, we saw Sundown last season, Chapter 3, Season 1, continuously saying, Pamsto and Fatch, and look where they are right now. You can see they've definitely developed the way they play the game. It's absolutely incredible stuff. Who knows if they can continue this. It's a great start to proceedings, but again, another team must highlight as well. We talked about Bugha and Miro, their ex-teammate and ex-FNCS champion, Muzz, with Avery as well.
Exactly.
You know, another pick, obviously, in our semi-final. You said the right game, the right time they went through. I mean, right now, Vivid's top of the world here. I'm kind of enjoying this, but also kind of hating at the same time. But they're doing also brilliant things, and you know, where they left off again in semi-finals, Vivid, they're continuing their journey very well.
Absolutely incredible. You know, a lot of people question, like, listen, man, are they going to do well? They're not. Listen, Command Caravan has proved to be a very good POI. This is where they are landing, and right now they do like to land in that south entrance where the Slurp truck used to be, right? And they have it uncontested in these finals right now. It's working out well so far.
It has worked out well, and I've waited to see this team do exactly this. They've kind of been middle of the pack. I want to see them excel, continue this. You talked about early game drop spots, but I highlighted earlier people buying the pads. Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. 9 elims.
It's literally stunned on the leaderboard. It is incredible. 9 eliminations, but also Peterbot and Byla there, 8 eliminations. Vivid, I mean, this is incredibly tight. We saw there that we had the dominant performance from Bugha and Miro, as well as Pamsto and Fatch, but we see so many teams scoring big points early on.
Oh, man, this is unbelievable. If we have 12 games like this, right, where we're very, very close. Oh, we are in for quite a show. But listen, we talked about it. Miro with the solo clutch, right? Bugha and Miro, Bugha go down early, and then Miro basically puts up all of these points that they have right now, right? Like 7 eliminations, getting all the way into that top 5, basically by himself. Like, it is incredible what they do as a solo. And then also great to see Peterbot and Baile, they are landing at the collider. That new POI, very good as well, SPG.
Yeah, definitely very well. Bugha and Miro, I almost put their names together. They were able to save so many mats because they had 3 pads. They were able to purchase 2 from Mancake. I actually, kind of expected them to rotate through, but we see it right here. Bugha rotating into Mancake, purchasing multiple pads, and now these guys are gonna consistently use this. As they go into the mid game, they're using all the movement, they're saving those materials. I mean, we see right now, Bugha does not have that many mats, and to be able to get that top 5, granted, awesome solo play by Miro, but it was incredible, and it's all the knowledge of the game.
Yeah, this is exactly what you said early game, lads, as well. It was going to happen this way. That is exactly why you pay the big bucks. Well, you guys are Hollywood. You can see here as well the standings again on the board one more time, guys. Obviously, this is only game number 1 now, but it's a thing. Bugha and Miro, reigning champions, starting proceedings incredibly well vivid. I mean, obviously for qualifier 1, these guys went through, but a lot of teams as well have not competed any of the championship up until this point. Again, it seems like they've hit the ground running and they are ready to roll.
Yeah, very, very fast, as you mentioned, running immediately straight out of the gate. You know, a lot of nerves maybe coming in for some of these players, but Bugha and Miro, they've been here time and time again. We mentioned at the top of the show, Bugha has 3 FNCS wins, Miro has 6. They are used to these type of lobbies. As this goes on and on and on, it's going to just shape up to be amazing.
Yeah, they're clearly locked in, and we've seen a lot of teams have been locked in throughout these games. It's only 1 game. North Zone, we'll have to see where they continue to go. Pam and Fatch having a great match. Now, we'll see what comes up next.
Yeah, we saw some teams as well, like Storm Surge, like Clicks and Day, we saw they were a big factor as well. So that's something definitely to watch out for as well. What do our teams do in game 2 here? Is it back to the same thing, Vivid? How do we go into this next one? What's going to unfold?
Listen, these teams have strategies, right? If it doesn't work out game 1, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. You know, sometimes you do get unlucky in Fortnite. It does happen. So stick to your strategy. It's just game 2 and see how it happens here.
Okay, that's it. You've heard it from the guys here. It's all about to happen in game 2 here. Will our teams like Pamstone and Fadge, Bugha and Miro continue ascending to the top of the leaderboard, or will it change? We'll have to wait and see here. Anything can happen on NA. It's time for finals. Game 2 here on day 1. It's over to Sundown and MDF. Back into the action.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I mean, what more could we ask for in game 1, Moz? That's fantastic.
It was definitely exciting. The leaderboard telling us a story already. NA East is heavily leaning into the eliminations. Up at the top, it's a clear breakaway for our top 3 teams. But at the bottom, DJ Niamzo picking up 21 placement points there, already finding consistency out of one of the more difficult drop spots, Command Cavern.
It's something we talked about and we saw over in EU, where I promise you at the top of the very table right there on the leaderboard, yeah, there might be a couple who are playing all placement points. If you're not getting elims and you're not getting the +3 points, there's no shot you pick up that oxygen.
Yeah, and that mid game is going to be very, very interesting. Big teams falling. I mean, I'm so curious what went wrong for Kanata there. He got in that head-to-head clash. Things crumbled so quickly. That foundation has to be strong, and a team that has Greasy Grove to themselves is a strong foundation, so we are expecting great things. But again, it's already starting to unfold here. Game 2 is underway. Let's just go ahead and jump on that battle bus as the stories will begin to write themselves here. There is so much to play for now, Sundown. Again, we are only setting the stage up for these players, but they have to do the rest.
And what a stage it is, as we see here. Just a slightly underneath the middle bus path going from southeast to right around the midpoint on the western side. Tough glide for some of the northern teams. The southern teams should be happy here as we see where everything's going to net out.
Man, what an exciting game that was. Pamsto and Fatch playing for high ground, picking up that pace that they left off out of the semifinals gate there. And semifinals was a story in its own. The caliber of those lobbies were no pushovers, but for the most part, all of our premier teams pushed through. In the feed, though, to kick things off, Tabs G having a rough start this time around.
Yeah, knocked almost immediately. Users getting on the other side of the feed here. So we're going to hop on down to the Synapse station, except in Voil. Don't forget there are 3 naturally spawning rifts down here, as well as a close proximity to the man cake. who will sell you. Nope, not some fantastic flapjacks. Instead, it's going to be the launch pads, which honestly people might enjoy better, as we also see Bizzle going down near instantly, and Diego has no HP. That was hide and seek getting a piece of that, so we can assume that that was likely rifle shots coming over from the side. Not sure how aware Pamso and Thatch are of that, or Clarity and Slacks are of that.
And we saw this unfold the same exact way last time, except the shoe was on the other foot. Diego got dropped near instant before Bizzle gets picked off on the rotate on out. This time around, though, there's going to be a re-pickup here. So Bizzle will be able to get saved. He'll be able to continue his tournament play. On the other side, though, here's a fight we did not get to tune in early with. Rise and Threats in a 1v1 head-to-head clash here. Looks like Blake and Lawrence on the other side of the wall. Blake, who is a high ground type player, you unleash this guy and his duo into endgame. It's going to spell disaster for everyone in the lobby, so this is a very important fight for the general whole of the tournament.
And another slight change in what's going on early on. We got Cold dropping Quanti immediately. And I mean immediately. They're going right down in that, but Threats now getting pushed back a little bit here by Blake, and I think he's probably going to reset with only one build and not necessarily the best weaponry to dive in. Doesn't have a swap weapon, but that early auto shotgun is good, and they might be able to take something here, but instead just going to back off and try and get a couple more builds there, as actually throwing that one of his 2 wooden builds right there might put him in a tough spot.
Yeah, Rise is nowhere near him, so Threats has to be very, very careful with how long he lingers about. There it is, recognizing that it is time to go ahead and back on off. D-Gen is going to find Walkers in the feed, so the high ground of Command Cavern already playing into effect here. Walkers actually lands on the eastern portion. That's the right side of the mountain of Command Cavern, the general outside facility, so it must have been he was rotating out.
And one thing we've talked about, how the pace in the game will probably slightly shift now. There are still reboots around all the time, but we are already at, if Skittles gets confirmed here by Peterbot, we are already at the number we saw when third zone closed, and Peterbot looks like he's hunting for this.
This is a collider fight, guys. A team of Skittles and users, a team that is so exceptionally powerful once they get rolling here, going up against Peterbot and Byla, whom already have proven they are off to quite the start, now find themselves 2 great eliminations there.
As we're going to get a replay of how they went down. And one thing in particular when it comes to Peterbot, everyone knows him as one of the strongest individual solo players and having fantastic aim, as we've seen there. But when it comes to playing in team modes, he has struggled to find a duo who really complements him. And I'll get back to that point in a second here, as Commandment and Stretch, they're under pressure for the 2nd game in a row. Death and Tabney are taking it right to them.
And Death and Tabney are inside the top 10, so they made real good use of their time alive after the Coney Crossroads. Now, keep in mind, though, Stretch did survive the last early game. They didn't make any points out of it, though, so they were forced out of the drop and had to play for a pickup, but they couldn't make do with their time alive in the lobby. That's important, because now they're losing this fight again. So if they get fully eliminated, I mean, it's going to be a major setback here.
And this is a team who likes to play for consistency. They're not necessarily the, hey, we're going to go find a bunch of elimination, as Commandment drops down there, finding a nice little drop shot and going up. But you notice how he invested 5 of his 8 builds to get that 1 shot, now down to 2. He's going to be forced to disengage. He can't take a fight anymore. He's going to go double up with Stretch, but now 1 more build left. He has to create distance or he's gone.
He got caught off guard there by Tabney, just leaving the wall open and no build.
1 shot.
You see the benefit of having those materials. You need them here, even especially in the early game. Commandment is down to 1 shot. Stretch has to put up some counter defense here onto Death. It's enough to buy them some time, but for how long?
Only 3 more builds here onto Death, and he's immediately going to go over and say, nope, I'm going to chop down this tree. Not going to end up in the same situation as my opponents, and they're trying to isolate Commandment. And you can see Stretch desperately trying to work his way around and help him out.
He's going to get outside. Another fight on the edge of the screen here between Edgy and Acorn right now. A team that, of course, did not expect to be contested in this general open area. Tilt the Tower starting to push in. Byla and Peterbot are the team that land at the collider here. Other teams starting to look south now, and it's a fight that is going to continue to clash out. Fable, Taco, and Golden are the team that kind of takes that general area, so there's not enough loot there for 2. Back on over, though. Death and Tabney, they push out, successfully push out Stretch and Commandment.
And generally, they say you can always expect Death and Taxes, but right now you can expect Death and Tabney to be pushing these guys away from Coney Crossroads. They're saying, we're the consistent factor coming through, and as I immediately say that, Death loses the entirety of his extra shield, so need to be careful there. And this is something I like to see out of Clix and Day. They're not waiting, they're trying to get on this hunting effort. And DeQuentin is completely alone. Day doesn't miss these shots. 1, 2, 3, lines up the headshot coming through, not gonna connect, but Clix gets a fantastic spray, and there's no escape here. What do? You drop drop down, you take the zip line. No, Day's gonna sit on top of that, try and use the builds, but again, taking chip damage from the side. Armored Wall gonna buy him a little bit of time, but how long?
Great use of the Armored Wall there to buy himself some time, but Day looking for that low ground angle here, trying to find anything to expose this player. It's only a matter of time unless the duo gets here ASAP, but Clicks and Day do not capitalize on the moment. His duo has arrived now, and things start to slow down. DeQuented manages to crank his way out of one of the most just disgusting ambushes right there.
And you see how he immediately invested what I'm assuming is almost all of his hard mass.
Yeah.
There's not a ton to farm over here, and he's going straight up. And again, still taking chip damage from the side. If they can clean up that ability, this would make these fights so much easier for them. But honestly, in a lot of circumstances, they don't care because they're willing to push these guys, win the fight, and then take the extra loot, refreshing themselves. As we actually see our Game 1 winners getting knocked in the top left-hand corner of the feed by our second place FNCS finishers last season.
Been Spade, a team that you cannot let your guard down on, but back into the action here. Day and Clicks, have they done enough here to finish this fight? It does seem like the team has fully reset, and this could be risking it all now, and that's the decision they have to weigh. They have to weigh their position here in the tournament. Is this truly worth it right now? They didn't earn any points coming out of Game 1. This is Game 2. Their fresh stab at what could be. As you can see there, Sphinx is in second with total elims at 5, so they have been playing pretty well today.
Yeah, we know who's in first above him. That was Miro with his absurd performance in the last game. But I don't hate this because they know they got tags, and if they're able to rotate around these hoodoos and keep the positional advantage getting more central from this other team, based on where the zone is, it's going to keep likely pulling center with some potential to end up going over the east. Right now, on the very edge of the zone, you can see in Condo Canyon, still this fight going on with Threats and Rise, but notice how separate Threats is, and Blake and Lawrence could take advantage of this.
He is definitely risking it for the biscuit right now, being that far from his teammate. But Blake and Lawrence, they're okay with going ahead and pause down. As you can see, Blake does not have any real material here to stretch this battle out. And this is what you have to assume is that re-engagement, a re-initiation between the two. Take a look at Pam still, though, playing the mountain fronts here inside the bush, just trying to wait this one out. Looking for these Daily Bugle teams who do tend to come on out, build these big bases, and try to play for exchanges that are long range. Pam does not have Thatch alive right now, so already losing his best mate in the lobby.
Yeah, and those Spade who ended up getting the early knock on that side, don't forget they were able to win the first game, but as we talked about going into that first game, they're in third place, and that's because just the raw amount of eliminations that we saw on the other two teams with Peterbot and Byla, and then Booga and Miro going through. So we're gonna swing on over to Pledge, who's posted up just above Golden and Fable Taco. They're looking to replace all of these and get an edit down monster.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they're already starting to grab these walls. It's going to spell trouble for the teams up top, but notice they're also cautious, right? Backing up here, making sure, okay, let's not just let them edit on down. We'll be rating for that one. And down they come. Okay, so they reinforce this Golden.
Yeah, they heard that.
Recognize what's going on here. A little too much action happening down low. Fable Taco and Golden are looking for the fight right now.
They want to take this fight. They're trying to get an engagement on here. We can anticipate a slightly faster pace than we saw pretty much each game going until game 5 or 6. Oh, but not covering the backs is something we've talked about over and over again. Teams are posted up super early looking for those opportunities, and whoever got those tags, they're set on Surge now.
Over to the Command Cavern. Elite and Bank here in a big clash, but a huge shot from Elite there. He shuts down Scare Bear from Team Matrix, and just like that, that duo is down and out. That's going to be one, but there's a fresh 2-pack sitting right around this general area. The wide shot will give us the big look, but for Booga and Miro.
We saw that team just right at the immediate instant they ended up getting the Elam. The other team, Peace, they're like, hey, we got some room. We don't want to get bogged down in the fight. Oh, yeah, they were out. And as you see, like you said, Miro in first with 7 eliminations. We saw it in the last game. Reigning FNCS champ, I would say 100% the best controller player in the world. I would also argue that Dignitas Miro right now is straight up the best competitive player in the world when it comes to playing in these tight lobbies and in these tough circumstances. And Pamstar right now is just looking for a lifeline.
Yeah, he's found something here to work with, some minis to go ahead and get him some shielding back up. And then, of course, he wants to keep that Harpoon, though, because he's going to play deep into the zone. This will give him an opportunity to play for the save here onto that. Little med kit, little campfire as well. So a lot, right? A lot going in his favor. He has time.
So right now, if I'm Pamso, and I know I'm hanging out here, and I know there's a med kit there, I would have waited the extra 10 seconds to pop this. He just ended up losing like 5 or 6 seconds in the zone as we actually see Spade going down there.
Big elims right here. Jamper and Duke are that team just inside the safety of the zone. Pamstel's the one player to the south, and there it is. They ambush onto the solo there, and they actually pick it up. That's a knock. Why is he so far from his teammate is the real question. But looks like Chimp now off to the side. He's just hiding out, trying to keep a low profile for Jamper and Duke. They edge their way, inch their way to that top 10 after that elimination, and they're so comfortable above the surge right now, so they're A-okay to play for positioning here.
Yeah, and this is a team who prioritizes positioning so much. They're looking for high ground nearly every single game, and they want to control it. It's what made them so strong during the qualifiers. But right now, 1v1. Chimp versus Pamstel on the opposite side of it. Chimp definitely has the HP advantage, but in the top left-hand corner, hey, Clix and Day are getting up on their horse as well, and Chimp finds a huge shot on the back of Pamstel. Will get the wall replaced on the backside, and he's immediately going to change the angle. He is hounding him.
Yeah, definitely on the push right now. Pam just inching his way out that zone. Shots start to come in, though, from the Daily Bugle, and Pamstel gets hit once again. There's no breaks here, no rest on this side of the wall. Huge counter shot for Chimp. He has to fight this one out. He knows the surge will be active here shortly. 70 damage below.
Great
and there
shot.
it is. Great tags. Keep Chimp and Spade in the game. Fourth takes out third.
But also noting, because Pamstel was only a solo and so low on HP and shield test, see what I did there? Chimp is still below Storm Surge.
Definitely below here. 53, make that 68, and no, that means the rest of the lobby is starting to find their tags. They're getting a bit active. It's not looking too hot here. He has a lot of heals, but does he have time to actually pop them is the true question. Clarity and Slacks being one of the few on the side, Due to Yamzo being others in the mix.
Might have been one of the circumstances where you want to use the natural slope of the Bugle to just slide back a little bit, break the line of sight, and get those heals off. Because, I mean, he's got 4 seconds till 25 damage. Every 5 seconds is coming through as we're going to swing on over. Aegis and Kanata, they're going to be underneath that threat right now. We talked about how Storm Surge, hey, we got 10 less players in the lobby than last time, so it's a little faster, but still, so many players, 7 duos going to be under threat, with Aegis and Kanata being one of them.
This is the biggest issue that we saw from Scram and Hellfire in EU. It was Storm Surge, and now we're seeing it here. Problems unfolding for Kanata and Aegis. We did not expect this to happen at all. They are 130 below, having to use all of these additional heals right now. Kanata, what do you do? All those teams are so far from you. They have to launch pad in Sundown. They have decided we need to get in there. They answer the question. They need to get box to box here. I mean, that's where Kanata will perform best. But, oh my, big shots come in. They get a knock there. That is exactly what was needed.
No, Suscript is still up on his feet. I think, yeah, he's got like 3 HP on the opposite side of it. So not quite enough to get the knock, but it gets them above just barely as we see the feed lighting up. Acorn picking up one, Cobalt picking up, and another return fire on the opposite side. To me, this says that Haji and Suscript, they're not safe either.
Yeah, definitely. All these teams starting to step in to take these fights. Joji and Rokane being one of the ones that get punished there as well. They want a piece of the cake. Can they get a big enough slice to fulfill them here in this game is the real question. But 81 above now. Things are going to go ahead and slow down for a second, but they know they're not safe. They're not safe right now. They're not necessarily safe for later in the game, right? There's so much more riding on the line than just this, but they're going to go ahead and take this as a small win and back on out.
Definitely a less severe surge here, but we talked about Sphinx being second in eliminations coming into this game. He just ended up getting a huge one on the opposite side. As we see Melito and Death also getting up on the board with Eden and Ab both falling. We will need just one more duo to go down. Storm Surge turns off. First round of placement points given out. So if you're still up on your feet when 35 are there, hey, congratulations, you made it through the early game. Here's a point.
Bucky and Cam putting some shots down onto Kanata and Aegis there, who play for dead center and what seems to be an airdrop there. Commandment is stretched out once again. Shut down, this time to the hands of Muzz, who comes out of Command Cavern. Muzz and Avery, of course, the team that punched their way out of the semi-stages. Bucky now under pressure here. Fighting back with no help, though.
Well, I do not have anywhere near the amount of fortitude to open up a window where I've just been beamed with 15 HP. And Bucky does it like he's nothing. He's like, oh, you're running? I know you're not shooting at me. But looking over our current leaders, we see Peterbot all by his lonesome, and I have no idea where Viola is. I don't see him on the map. It looks like, oh, he's just inside that structure refarming. Okay, so slightly safe right now, but that still gives me a little bit of nervousness as we see Peterbot making sure, like, hey, I'm gonna tunnel back over to you and then refarm all.
Yeah, both sides really risking it there, stepping out for, again, what is a play to get material and a little extra loot. So the greed's going to pay off here for Peterbot as he buys himself a little more time. definitely some more material to go ahead and bounce up, but Muzz, we saw him fighting. We saw him take out Commandment and Stretch there. And already you're seeing the wear and tear of sitting in that storm for so long.
That's so good by Muzz, recognizing the fact that he had just enough grid space to where he could sit right on the edge. Teammate crawls through because he's able to break the metal, and he picks him up, making sure he doesn't take any additional of that 5 tick, because I don't think they have any splashes to delay the pickup. This is Cobalt and Smack underneath them, trying to push through. They are able to get the edit down, and that, unfortunately, is going to offset the amazing heads-up play Muzz just did, and now the OCE transplant is all by his lonesome.
Now Smacked and Cobalt pick up the loot, the material, and everything in between. They also recognize Muzz will be a solo there on the side, and just like that, Muzz has to play this one out by himself. Still holding on to that top 5, though. Placement points have already been given out to the lobby. You can see NPen and D-Roller picking up their first one now this time around, so this game setting them up in the right direction here. Take a look at the zone. Sundown is going north now. A lot of teams still got to get a move on.
Yeah, very interesting zone, as we do have a ton of potential water in play when we get into the moving zones, because those islands can end up pulling it over, but right now we're mainly over a landmass. One thing to talk about, though, as we're keeping an eye on which duos are still on their feet, which ones are going through. First and second are up, third and fourth down immediately. 8th place also down, so there's some room. If you didn't necessarily have the best first game, you can get yourself up onto that first page with just a decent performance here, as we see some shots coming in from the one island over in play here. But Booga and Miro are trying to head for right in the middle. You don't necessarily want to be crowded around the outside and 4th zone unless you're overly stacked on builds, because players are just going to be filtering in over and over, as right now we got, again, somebody hanging out in the zone. It's Accept with his very own supply of floppers, plenty of chug splashes. Unfortunately, he'll have to leave Voil behind.
Yeah, definitely will have to leave him behind there, but he's got a lot of time to work with here on the backside of zone. I was just going to say, a little lady luck from Miro and Booga there, who didn't get tagged a single time on that full rotate. So many shots coming in. Sometimes that is all you need to go ahead and get comfortable. On the side, though, Edgy and Acorn poising up for a high ground play. Accept here, though, in the ultimate low, just struggling to hold on and maintain here. The next position that Accept wants to get to here for him and his team is top 25.
We will have 5th zone reveal, half in, half out, occurring right now. And like I said, plenty of water in play. We're going over to the one island. So everybody, get your water wings on, or get your actual wings on and take to the sky, as yet again, Storm Surge is causing problems for the Energy duo despite picking up the pair early on. We see Day go down to it, and Clicks, one more tick will end up going through. He has just enough time to end up full confirming. Nope. Didn't take the shield immediately. It takes 5 seconds to take it, so if you don't pop it before that first one comes through, unfortunately, sayonara, that's going to be it. We'll see you in the next game, as Rokane and Threats also end up going down here. Storm Surge will turn off with the confirmation on the Threats.
What's exciting, though, I saw Byla and Peterbot still alive there, looking very, very strong. Although they are not in the safety of the new zone just yet. They are part of this Western pack that has to get a move on to the other side of the zone. Out comes the Launchpad, Agers and Kanata somehow maintaining and holding on to this game, but they have been wrecked by Storm Surge. It's pretty clear. Oh, the shots come in from down low. The edits were quick from Blake and Lawrence, but it was not enough. Kanata and Agers have quite the fight to bounce back from. This is a huge opportunity. They already have 2. They fight a little more. And talk about a team that needed that so bad. But can they claim the loot? No. Nasen and Bryce sniped that all up.
That was such a heads-up play from Kanata to end up making sure he owned that, then edited out. There was absolutely nothing Bucky and Cam can do, but you can see real estate. Hey, beachfront real estate is real expensive right now. Everyone trying to pile in. And if you're late rotating, I'm actually pretty impressed. Jackson and Mason made a nice little slide around that backside.
The best real estate is going to go to Peterbot and Byla, though. Low ground, front side, best view, and elims to add to the entire mix here. The pot is looking real good. Miro, though, gets picked up by Smack. We've seen Miro clutch up time and time again. What will Booga be able to do now that he's potentially lost his teammate here? But Peterbot and Byla are still on the hunt right now. They're definitely looking all around. Booga playing for the safety pickup right now, but Edgy and Acorn are cracking open those builds. And yes, he does get the save. It's all due to those armored walls. So important to have those in endgame.
Yeah, being able to just slam those down and say, hey, You got 2K worth of damage you can pump in real quick. And honestly, at this case, with how high Storm Surge has been, the answer is more often than not no. And another big thing when it comes to the loadouts is if you're carrying that scope burst rifle, you can't break one of the armored walls. You literally don't have enough bullets. It takes way too much time as they're going to end up rotating in and getting prime real estate here.
It's going right back over the land. It's going to be a welcome sight for some on the distance, though. Bugha finds one, finds two, add them up. That's a 6-point swing for a team that's already in the lead, and it's really starting to add up now. These are the placement points and the elims that they desperately needed to hold and maintain that #1 spot. But who will claim height? It's a little bit of a toss-up right now. Kanata and Agers, one of our few teams who will definitely play for height. 6 elims now, Sundown, and they've managed to find some refreshers. How in the world have they clawed their way back so hard into this game here? It was looking impossible for a second there, but there's a new team on height. It's hide and seek, and Nets there. Cold and Scented, however, are fighting their way into this top 10.
Clarity ended up picking up Miro and Peterbot as well. Cold ends up getting Miro, which means Bugha is solo again, but we've seen what the World Cup champ can do.
This is a huge elimination right here. Huge change of pace for Peterbot as well, who's playing solo. Bugha goes for the Hitstorm heal. What? Oh no, and it wasn't enough.
That was never going to end up going through. Luckily, some fish going off for Miro there. When you're in the 10-tick zone, sticking a revive is almost impossible. The Sphinx also almost going to go down. We do have Storm Surge turning on. Nope, just turns off. Duke's still up on his feet. Scented still up on his feet. Yamzo running on the back of the zone, jumping, hopping, trying to find a little bit of space to get back to his duo as we're going to swing on over to our current leaders.
How in the world does Bugha manage to survive that one? All those flashes came into big use here, and he is still up. He's pumping his way through. 70 effective HP to work with here. Only wood. Looking for a refresher. Glace is down to the side there. Cold is going to fall. Oh my gosh, Scented is down as well. Edgy falls inside the storm too, so big names already folding. It's going to start opening up the standings here. Degen and Yamzo, though, playing for high ground. Looking good right now. They actually managed to retake it here. Just a couple builds in the works, though. Agers finally goes down after what was a play worth house money there, but Peterbot is still in the game.
We talk about the individual efforts. Bugha goes down, but inside the top 10, Peterbot says, yoink, give me that first place, as he's going to about face. And this is what I talked about. The individual efforts from this player is gross. We talk about individual efforts. Clarity G slapping down players. He gets Duke, he gets Bugha, he gets Degen as well, putting the G in Clarity G as Nick ends up picking up his partner.
It's a high ground fight, though. Yamzo has to give it up. He doesn't have mats. Clarity and Slacks go on up to the top here. Very little to work with, but the high ground is just that important. Into the top 10 we are. Yamzo finds one. Down goes Acorn. Bye-bye, buddy. It's a two-man fiesta in front of them, and they get cracked there. But Peterbot is still fighting in the game. He finds two more, and just like that, it's a full team wipe. There's no way you do this one as well, Peterbot. We know you're great, but how great are you when it comes down to the final moments? On the front side, Donnie and Macwood, all of the Daily Bugle are alive here, jumping their way back in. Peterbot has more in the tank. Down goes Lawrence. He has shut down at least 3 duos in this endgame by himself.
And just doing it with the strong weaponry, and right now the other duos are fighting off. He might just push himself individually into a top 2. Peterbot forced into the zone now. 2v1. Slacks and Clarity looking to put their stamp on it here as Donnie is just buying as much time. He's got the points he needs, but you are just sprinting uphill. And no, actually, he's going to take it away. One more shot will do it, but the young lad is going for it, unfortunately. Slacks and Clarity will take that one away from him. A good effort, but man, Clarity and Slacks look good there, and they were knocking out all the people they needed to knock out if they want to push themselves up the leaderboard.
And a hero's effort from Donnie and Macwood out of that draw spot to stay alive here. Bounce back in game number 2, but Clarity G and Slacks managed to do enough there. A 7 elimination victory royale will punch them out of game 2, pick up their first win here in the finals, and that's a great way to kick things off. But let's talk about Peterbot for a second. What a game the young lad managed to pull off.
I mean, it's nuts, and it continues to be the story of NA East where, hey, you got height, you ride it out in the end game, you look pretty good, but the individual efforts and all the points are going over to those solos.
Yeah, definitely. Those were big plays, even huge plays for the standings. We're going to send on over to the boys, though. Crunch the numbers for us, guys.
Peterbot You absolute monster. That was something else. We saw Miro's performance in game 1, but Peterbot raises the ante. We'll get to Peterbot. That was something else. Clarity and Slacks, though, great win. I mean, we've highlighted them previous competition, parts of the competition now, and we see them get the victory royale. I think 7 eliminations there as well. SBG, fantastic from these guys, getting that high ground and making sure they get their victory royale.
They used every little piece they had to take that high ground. We even see them have to jump down, take a little bit of fall damage to then hold the high ground, and just enough. I mean, recognizing the right moment, having the awareness to see what's going on around you, that is exactly why this team was able to win this game, and that's why they're here. They're that good. They understand how this lobby works. They see a free height, they take it, use everything they have, and then just grab that victory royale.
Yeah, Clarity and Slacks right there, as you can see, making a play on the Duke. They find the elimination on the back foot of that refresh. They immediately contest Yamzo and Degen on the high ground, who unfortunately at the time had almost to none mats remaining, so it was a pretty easy take for Slacks and Clarity. At that point, they ride it out, but amazing to see. Listen, Donnie and Macwood, second place that game as well from the low ground nonetheless.
I know, so we associate Macwood and Donnie so much with the high ground. They get second position. Great for them points-wise. We'll see the leaderboard shortly. We must talk about the beast that is Peterbot.
Oh my.
I mean,
so
this
good.
was
What
just...
is
What is happening right now? I mean, you obviously know in finals, you know, when one of your teammates goes down, you have to clutch up and get as far as you can standing points-wise. And not only that, but Peterbot manages to get 6 eliminations as well. I mean, SBG, fantastic from Peterbot. We're used to seeing him do well, but this is just, you want to see this kind of performance in finals.
Oh, every single game. I mean, NA East is 2 games in, and thank you. Just thank you to the players for what we've seen just 2 games. That is absolutely absurd. And doing it with the drum shotgun, not typically held by a player trying to make big solo plays, but he's able to sustain his HP with all these eliminations. And man, you gotta love this, Vivid.
Oh, it's so good on the back foot, landing at that southeast side of the collider, right? Picking up Dr. Sloan very, very early on, grabbing that mythic AR, really setting him up for that Slurm Surge, and then also getting those 2 early eliminations. But here you go, on the back foot of a great performance, Peterbot and Bila find themselves first place with 102 points.
After 2 games, no less, SBG, 102 points, 16 eliminations after 2 games. You can see here as well, folks, you've got the standings, as well as you have next to that, the arrows, the up and down, seeing where they've moved up and down the leaderboard here. Jamper and Duke, they're going 8 places as well. I mean, SBG, we're seeing now, we have got ourselves some big numbers, those top 3 teams with double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's where all the points, no, I shouldn't say all, a lot of these points that are separating them from everyone else, it's all those eliminations. I mean, look at 4th place. I don't know how Degen and Yamzo are up there in 4th place with only 4 elims, but that shows the consistency, that shows the placement and their play style. Shout out to Jamper and Duke, another team that was able to sustain within that end game and going all the way up the leaderboard after that victory royale. Slacks and Clarity G now sitting pretty in 2nd place.
Yeah, listen, you mentioned like how are Degen and Yamzo up there, right, in 4th place. Well, look at it. They have 55 points, but then Peterbot and Bila are almost 50 points ahead of them in 1st place, right? That gap is so huge there. And listen, Peterbot and Bila were just set up so perfect for the game. We saw in the other game, and we talked about it at the top of the show, Quanti and Larson were actually meant to be contesting Skittles and Users at the collider. But now that Quanti and Larson are gone, Skittles and Users have that side uncontested, but I think they got a little too comfortable, right? As you can see here, Peterbot picking up the early mythic AR, and then quickly after SPG, he's going to be utilizing it to pick up some eliminations, but also being well aware of how his POI works, using the scanner, picking up some early information to help him actually pick up this early elimination.
Yeah, and those 2 elims right off the start, 1 set a precedent. They're like, this is our collider, and then 2, it's huge for Storm Surge, your confidence, and we can clearly see it just continued to funnel through the rest of the game, and they were rolling downhill after that.
They certainly were. We saw a lot of our teams actually from game 1 who did superbly well lose one of their teammates who go down very early in the last game. We saw Spade and Chimp, we lost, I think it was Spade very early on. You look like the Pamstone and Thatch went down early too. I mean, it's really starting to shake things up, I think, and starting to make this look like a very exciting competition. I mean, game 3, obviously things are flip-flopping a lot here. Vivid, I'm looking at the leaderboard now, and I'm seeing as well here that when we start to get to a position where it's, you know, we get to a position where we see our big teams knowing that everything pressure-wise is on here. We mentioned consistency early on, is if you do go down early on, you need to get your teammate over the line and into zone as well. Game 3. I mean, there's a lot on here. I mean, we saw Miro and Booga there as well go down pretty early, considering they had a great game 1.
Miro went down early, but again, the solo clutches, Booga actually got into that top 10. But SPG, something that I want to talk about, you know, you talked about in that mid-game segment, Sentin and Cold actually picked up some early eliminations on the Quanti and Larson in game 2 there, so a little bit of switch up happening there.
Yeah, and with all of the IO guards you have to fight them. They don't just disappear, and when you get distracted, it can be easily shot at by other players. That likely was what was going to happen, and now, hey, the Fortress ain't looking so pretty anymore.
Yeah, it's certainly not. It's certainly not indeed. We have ourselves a game 3, which is very, very imminent indeed. I think we are going to be heading over and seeing a lot of action very, very quickly here. The battle bus is ready to rock and roll. Sundad MDF bringing us all of this. It's the halfway point after game 3. Let's dive on in and see what happens next.
Are you not entertained? What more could you ask for out of the first 2 matches here in NA East? The top team showing up, individual efforts monster. This is a blast.
It was everything. We were just talking about, man, time is flying. How in the world are we already approaching game number 3 here? The standings starting to take shape here. Teams that are feeling good here on day 1 have still a day 2 in front of them, and of course these games to play out. But the contested drops for Byla and Peterbot, how long can they maintain the collider? One of the most prominent drop spots on the map. We know how much loot is there, but more importantly, they're facing against some decent teams. So far, it's been great, but can they keep it up?
Yeah, and every single one of these duos here is plenty capable of winning one of those early fights, and all it takes is them going down once early. But the thing that we've seen in almost every FNCS finals is there's always a team, a duo, a player who puts it all together. And right now, if I had to guess, I'm saying it's either Peterbot or flip a coin between Booga and Miro, because they got so much swag.
They played well. They really did
well.
Well,
It's an understatement.
And also, just shout out to Kanata and Agers maintaining composure. They were down and out, no builds approaching that end game, and then he managed to pull something exceptional. Game 3 is here, though. There's no time to waste. Let's jump on the battle bus. Let's see how fortune will favor the players this time around. We saw what game 2 was. It was a left to right battle bus split. This time here, it does seem like it's going the opposite way. A little different flavor here, kind of taking shape right now.
But we're also very far south again, so it's going to make that run for the north, the glide for the north teams very tough. And for Bizzle and Diego in particular, trying to land at Sleepy Sound, I want to know, can they get their feet on the ground? Because every other time, they've been rifled pretty hard heading in.
Yeah, definitely. For Agers and Kanata, though, 35-point or placement jump up for them, really putting themselves right back into the tournament. A 36 hop up for Lawrence and Blake there. We knew this is a team that was, again, getting this big contested drop spot from Condo Canyon. But wait for them to make an end game out of that. That was impressive across the board, as Rise will find Blake this time around. He doesn't even touch down safely. Or Threats gets shaded there too. Is that from the hands of Miro off in the distance? What just happened?
Yeah, I think they were able to put the shots down over there, trying to close the gap here, but Lawrence going hip to hip here, trying to utilize that Ranger and just get in there. But I mean, honestly, if you ask me to hip fire this weapon, I wouldn't hit a shot. Lawrence on the opposite side of it though, is trying to put in the work, trying to get some of that regular HP down. He knows roughly where Rise is, and if he can prevent Rise from getting the pickup onto Threats,
Miro.
he should be good. But like you were talking about, the harassment coming in from the side.
And that's why the zone plays such an important, kind of into shaping the story, right? Because the way the battle bus played out, it allowed Miro to touch down first and then get those eliminations early, which allows Lawrence to actually ultimately clutch up his drop spot here at the Condo Canyon.
But they're actually going to get 6 points from that because Blake was the one who got the final knock. So now there's potential that they should...
Hello. What? Bye-bye, Scented. Quanti's back. He's here to play, using the mantle mechanics to hop on over and just give him a face full of lead.
I mean, you know me, I love talking. I am very ever speechless, but that just, I had to stop for a second. The mantle into the immediate shot, dropping him down there and then making sure he's meeting up with Larson. That's what they're gonna need to get this ball rolling. Don't forget, we got 12 games. There's still a long finals going through here. So now we're gonna swing on over to Sleepy Sound.
This is not a safe drop by any means. Managed to infacture the team off in the distance while within the top 10, playing very, very well here so far to kick things off. But Slacks and Clarity G, second place now, contested drop spot. We saw what happened in game 1. Game 2, they actually allowed Bizzo and Diego to jump back in and play their game out. It worked out pretty okay for them, right? They earned some points, but this time here, Slacks and Clarity G, if they can get 6, they jump on up to second.
And you can see Slacks checking the audio cues there. He knows he's aware of it. He's communicating that to Clarity G right away, who's trying to come around and find an angle. You can see it on the map. It's that little tan circle there in the house, and Slacks knows he doesn't want to overcommit because of Bizzle and Diego push out. That's something when it comes to dropping at a new spot, finding the angles, and knowing how to actually properly take this 2v1 is really tough.
That's actually a huge find, though. Just an SMG right here really optimizes his his early game battle, right? He's just gonna go ahead and put the AR down for now. That's not great for mid game or end game, but hey, for early game, that SMG is gonna be super huge. So a little more confidence coming into Clarity G and Slacks now as Clarity finally slides it up. Also notice he has the brick reservoir right here, so that's gonna allow them to cap out really quickly. So already they have a very healthy amount of material. It is not looking too hot for Bizzle. Down low and Diego on the outskirts. Pamsto and Thatcher looking on in. Here comes the fight though. Things are gonna start breaking out. Bizzle back against the wall here. No shield find for him. Already starting to lose control of the walls too, so gotta be careful here.
Trying not to get backed into a corner because that's exactly where Clarity wants you. And if he's able to dictate the pace of the fight, it's really difficult. But look how much Bizzle and Diego are investing in terms of putting the brick up in the walls. They want as many cones, they want as many layers between them and Clarity and Slacks as possible because, like I said, Clarity this season, he's been good, man.
And you can just tell he's playing smart. He's slow, steady, methodical with the way he's taking these walls here, even going as far as trying to bait Diego out from the side box there. He jumped in and said, hey, yeah, let's see if you're gonna make that edit. He's not allowing himself to get punished here. Very smart, very high level play, guys, from our professional players right now. Sleepy Sounds fight is drawing a lot of attention, though. Those Southern teams now starting to edge their way on up, just looking on in, trying to see what's going on the other side.
And one of the things that's been beneficial for almost all the duos is we haven't had too ridiculous of first pulls on the zones. Everything has been relatively centered. You're not going to get pulled all the way to the one side of the map, so kind of lets these fights play out a little bit. But as we see some of the shots coming in from a distance, and we're going to swing on over the cavern when we saw that Avery's already been taken down, but Muzz is still up on his feet, so he's one of the 3 solo riders who's still around. It was Walkers who picked up the Elam on him.
Walkers and Scare Bear, man, managed to jump in that last game, go ahead and put some points on the board for them. Again, a team that has just been making their appearances, continue to pop up and show up. Command Cavern is no easy drop. You have players like Elite here, Bank, Muzz, Avery, the high ground of Degen and Niamzo, right? Looking down and always tempting you to go ahead and peek so they can just burn you from the skies above. So there's a lot going on here. What might I say? A bit of sensory overload can kick in here with how many teams are in this general area. I forgot to include Nico and Polarize, right? So you can see there's a little too many hands in the kitchen pot.
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily want to end up in that situation, but as we've seen, Command Cavern, it's been pretty strong here. As a nice little quick stat in the top right, Peterbot already has more elims by himself, 10, than all but 2 other teams have in total. My question would be, who do you think those 2 teams are, Monster? I know Booga and Miro is one of them.
I mean, all of our teams up at the top, Chip and Spade might be up there as well. They're definitely the ones leading with elims. They've been popping off. They had those solo pop-offs. None like Peterbot, though. Peterbot definitely put up some incredible numbers. But look, he didn't actually overrun the Collider this time. They actually played a little bit safer. So, you know, we do tend to see when teams that are in the lead change up their playstyle, it backfires. So I'm a little bit worried for them not being as aggressive as they started off.
Yeah, let's see if that ends up playing into the first surge, because when we talk about pacing of the match and with this slightly more centered zone, we've slowed down a little bit. Only 1 full duo has ended up being eliminated. We do still have 2 solo riders out there with 1 of the reboots coming through, so there's a little bit of space. Actually, there's a second reboot coming through, so only a single solo rider out there. I was about to say the other one, Slacks and Clarity G, because we've been seeing Clarity G just push the pedal to the metal, but I mean, Slacks keeping pace with them too. He's fragging out.
Great point there. Clicks and Day, though, try to do that ambush play. They try to slide into that fight there over in the desert. Does not work out. They're forced back out. What's important, though, is they get their hands dirty. They get some tags. They put their numbers on the board here, put the score up. Now they make their way on over to try to get some launch pads here. Let's see if they have enough gold to go out and make these exchanges. Back on over to the Command Cavern, though. The battle basically continues to rage on here for Muzz and Avery. Now being down, Muzz has to play this one out with a hero's effort on his own. We know there's a couple of options when it comes to playing for the pickup here, but this many teams being at the Command Cavern, it's not looking too hot as the zone is somewhat favored this general area here.
And if you are just tuning in, welcome. We are closing in on the halfway point here of day 1, so the quarterway point overall of the NA East. Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS Finals. Whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, watch.fortnite.com, Twitter, or in-game in Legends Landing. Hey, if you're in-game, hit us with your favorite emote right now. If you're in chat, hit us with who you're rooting for and let us know. But thanks for joining us. This is a fantastic day to watch some amazing Fortnite.
Yeah, if you're in the Toronto area and you're planning on checking us out tomorrow in theaters, don't forget them as well. We'll be seeing you on the big screen. Such cool things happening in the Fortnite universe all the time, but let's see it here. Acorn and Edgy positioning up. DJ Niamzo up in 4th place right now. Once again, this high ground hold of the Command Cavern. We've seen so many successful playthroughs of any of the teams that decide to claim the peak-most area of the Command Cavern. It just feels like a different game for them, and already again, they're breaking away with not only a great loadout, but great Storm Surge tag for the most part. That is one of the benefits of having the peak of Command Cavern.
Yeah, and we will get that second zone reveal, and we're going relatively south. You can see we only have 6 or 7 duos in there. A couple more who aren't too far away, but everyone's on the northern side is going to get going, and Polo actually getting on the board. Polo and Shoni, one of the few first-timers here in the finals, and they had a really, I don't want to say explosive because it was kind of a build-up there where they had a couple tough qualifier rounds, but then once they got into semifinals, these guys were able to go up against some of the best duos in NA East and really take the fight to them. But right now, somebody's got the fight being taken to them.
Not looking good right now for Clarity and Slacks. Looks like they were pushed out the zone and they were getting rolled on really quickly. Bizzle and Diego fighting back here from the outside of the storm. Looking to get a little bit of revenge right now, but it's SMG on the other side of the fire here. Gotta be careful. These are big damage, high fire rate weapons that can shred through you before you even notice. You lose a wall, and it's not looking good for Diego and Bizzle here as the shot starts to fire on through. Clarity G and Slacks, man, trying to pick up a quick 6 here. They find Diego. Can they get the rest? Of course they can. And just like that, they edge their way up. Yeah, hit the dance, Diego. You definitely deserve it. Oh, sorry, Clarity G there as they start to rack up. And they're in 2nd place now off of those elims. So a huge swing already.
And I talked about at the top of the show, honestly, I'm feeling a little not intelligent for second-guessing myself, as I'll get onto that point as I want to talk about Shoni and Polo. Again, they've been fighting incredibly well. Going to utilize the Chug Splash to try and just keep his teammate up here, but he wants the wall-to-wall with Austin. You can see he's trying to be cognizant of that edit coming through. Doesn't quite get the wall replaced, and he needs to be careful here because Austin could take advantage of him. He's actually able to wall him off. He's going to back off, slam down the armored wall, and say, no, you come to me.
Shoni and Polo, solid players. You can see that they've been holding their own this time around, though. Bested by Nawson and Bryce, so there will be a pickup
very good
there.
Too.
Also, great players, but what's cool about Shoni and Polo is how well we've seen them play throughout the course of the weeks. Obviously, those semi-weeks, those lead-ups in the qualifiers, putting a spotlight on this new duo now popping off here. And also, they changed draw spots. They were in Greasy Grove before. They mix it up. They say, you know what? Tournament means a lot to us, especially the finals. Let's play somewhere else. And they try their hand elsewhere. And they've been finding success all around the map. Cold is going to find Avery, though. Big knock right there. Avery is inside the top 10.
But that was after we had already seen Avery going down earlier, so he was when the reboots coming through, probably likely not necessarily having as many shields or resources to be able to utilize. So we're going to take a peek. Our current leaders on the left-hand side well over Surge, but right now my prediction and sitting in 6th place, Jamper and Duke, they're 90 below, and they're not the only ones. We're likely going to have 10 other duos, or 9 other duos who are also under pressure, and probably 1 or 2 of the solos who are running around.
I'm also curious about my pick, Kanat and Agers. They were at the Greasy Grove, one of the only teams over there in the zone was on that drop. They didn't play well when the zone went their way the last time, finding it hard to find their surge tags. For Jamper and Duke, it seems like this zone also being unfavorable for them right now. But they are still in the game here, still plenty of time to start playing for tags. Lots of teams in the general area as we hop on over here. This is just a hot pocket of Slacks and Clarity G. They've been having a struggle here on the edge of the zone. The first time, they were almost down and out, but they find Bizzle. They find Diego. It manages to keep them in the tournament, but now being held out by other teams in this general area. In the feed, though, they find Smacked. So this is a big exchange happening here. Clicks is still up as well. This time, no surge issues. And I love that. Cones him off, just blasts him with all the arsenal that he could find there, and Cobalt goes down.
See, that's one of the things I think Clicks does better than almost any other player when he's on your wall. Where if he gets a timing and he knows he can go, he will capitalize on it nearly better than anybody else in the region, arguably in the world.
It's that lack of hesitation at best of the best.
It's a double-edged sword, right?
On over to Aviv. And Gold is actually down right now. So our 7th place team facing struggles of their own. Not only does he have a man down, but he has Surge to worry about here. He's 150 damage below. Things are really going to start getting active now, so here comes the pressure. Clock is ticking.
We're not going to stop ticking anytime soon here, as we still have 85 players up.
Starts to go out. Ooh. Great exchanges there. A headshot. Picks that one up too. So that's about 125 pickup. In the feed though, Vert is down. Jackson is down. And V finds another headshot. Talk about clutching up here. But that's not going to be enough. Out comes the minis. Tries to go for that little exchange again, and no, just gets hit with the double burst in the exchange, and 8th place is down and out.
And it was right after he ticked over for Surge, but because he had to peek over and over, as we're going to swing over to your prediction, they're 130 below, have plenty of flops to offset this initially, which is one of the best things when you're under Surge, because they take so little time to consume. But Kanata, he's not in that circumstance. He has to go when he has to fight. 29 damage below with only 74 HP. Any solid shot from a shotgun will hit him. I mean, Fishy and Kaz, they will put the pressure on.
And you can hear it's an auto shotgun on the side of that wall, so it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be intimidating as well. The Surge will turn off here, but once again, Kanata and Agers have managed to struggle with their Storm Surge. Fishy and Kaz, the windmill team that lands so close to them, has really been giving them a problem, and you can see that it has not been an easy turnaround for them to get those eliminations time and time again for Pledge and Teo, a team that needs to bounce back here. Rotate right now.
The Surge did turn off. We're at 70 players, 69 now with 36 duos remaining, so one more will need to go down before we have that first placement point given out, and there it is.
Nicely done. Teo is hurt. Pledge is hurt. This is a team that has obviously fought the battle against the Storm Surge, and it did not play too well for them as they don't have any additional heals to work with here. But everyone's more focused on the rotate. Everyone is focused on playing it slow and steady. Slacks actually finds himself knocked. Wonder what happened there. This is actually Donnie and Macwood there, right behind them. Great tags from Pledge.
So I would guess when it comes to Slacks and Clarity G, they were way out in the zone and fighting kind of on that northern side. And yeah, that's what's going to happen. Back to it. And now Clarity G, he's under pressure himself. Shots coming in on the back. And if one of our top teams ends up going down, there is room at the top of the leaderboard. So far, we have seen our top 3. They've been pretty consistent, making the back-to-back top 10s and adding an Elam. However, the second you falter, that's when you get that little shoop. And there's plenty more room at the top of the leaderboard, especially with 9 games to go after this one.
Yep. Slacks is down then. Stretch is down as well. One of those players that fall inside the storm line there. So you can see that struggle really starting to take its toll here. Clarity G, though, just holding on here. 2 bandages. Give the man a second to pop it. But no, it's not going to be enough here. Back into the old build you go. 3 just to work with. I mean, it does look like it's only a matter of time. Pamso Thatch might be finding this unless TK and Playify turn this one around here. And they go. They're on the hunt now. They don't find him, though.
TK needs to be careful there because you can see the other team who's right next to him is looking for that Teo and Pledge, but all of a sudden they're under pressure, and not sure who was able to slip the shot in there, but 2nd place falls.
Blake and Lawrence.
Rogaine got that
elims right now. Starting to get active here. Way to bounce back in the tournament after a rough game 1 and an early takedown at the Coney. This is looking really, really good for Blake and Lawrence. Like we said before, you let Blake and Lawrence get into endgame and it's going to be a problem. This is a team that is very bold and will play for height.
That is a massive investment of metal there. I'm hoping they're sitting on another repository or that they're really valuing this power position because they just burned through nearly half of their metal. But right now you can see Diden Iamzo, they're boxed up right next to Clicks and Day, and I'm not necessarily sure that's a bear you want to poke.
This is looking great for them, though. 12 chug splashes for Iamzo here. He's got 6 himself, so 18 collectively for the duo. Launchpad in play, 3 armored walls as well. Where did they get all this loot? The command cavern is usually pretty good, but my gosh, this game might just be theirs just based off of a little bit of luck that they picked up. Clicks and Day actually managed to maintain a strong position here, though, for the first time today. So far, game 3, this halfway, this pivotal moment in the tournament, they have a great position here on the lobby.
But we should get a warning on Surge, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. Where are they on the threshold? So we'll get the first little blip, and that's actually the true nope. Like I said, the first blip generally tells you how far the lowest team is below. So with only 33 being low, that tells you that these duos are right on top of each other. This number's going to ping pong back and forth. If you're Clicks a Day, that 117, 145, we say like above 150 is about safe. I'd say they should be fine for this one, but somebody who's not right-hand side of the screen, Walkers and Scare Bear, they're going to get active.
Just a single tag is what they need to go ahead and give some other teams some more pressure. And remember, it takes 30 seconds until the zone closes, and then it gets active and it starts damaging the opponents that are alive in the game. So we'll see who's below. We'll see who doesn't find their tags here shortly. Walkers and Scare Bear, everything's on the line right now. They're slowly slipping away. That means the teams right above them are starting to take away with it.
But Kanata was able to get a knock, and Cold immediately returned it over as Quanti ended up going down. Chimp falls to hide and seek, and there's going to be a little bit of room, but 5 seconds until the 25 damage. Every 5 seconds goes through, and you can see Aegis desperately trying to get back to Kanata, but shots are raining in from everywhere.
Yeah, the lobby's starting to focus in from the distance. It's not looking good for Kanata and Aegis. Cold and Scented, however, have this great angle here, and they're starting to pressure in onto other teams. Kanata gets fully finished there, so Cold or Scented will get his full elimination credit. Now they're starting to look up. They said, hey, wait, if they got finished, we need to turn this around. Let's go ahead and get these elims, but no, they don't find any. But the speed still lighting up here. Quaz down now. 4 players. 1 player has to go down.
They really need a refresh. I don't know if you saw that, but Cold has no excess shields on him, and he's almost out of light ammunition, which as a low ground team, you really can't afford to do. You have to be constantly pressuring walls as Storm Surge will turn off. We have 2 solo riders out there, so we still are 1 away from that cascading placement points, and 5th zone is revealed with, hey, most of the lobby already posted up and chilling.
Yeah, and this is because of all those other fights that were dragging on here. Aegis is still alive, though. You can see him barely holding on to 14th there on the outer edge. Jamper and Duke, though, looking for a launch pad. They find one, getting tagged out from behind. And no, those are big tags. He actually blocks himself off as well. That is not good. That's Aegis, who's right on the heels here. But Duke gets in. He's starting to move. Can he find a safe spot? Yes, he can. Off to his teammate, now playing hip-to-hip. This is nice for him. They're back in. They will be able to save themselves this time here. Yamzone Degen starts to touch down. Scented and Cole are still up. Aegis, once again, that solo, skating his way out the backside. Look at Fatch and Pamsa, though, holding on to top 7. A little angle here, very cheeky. He gets some tags, but no, that was Aegis. That would have been a full finish had he connected.
And I mean, they desperately need it. They have to get a refresh. When we talk about refresh, that means finding eliminations, and even if you're not the one to get them, players drop all their loot, and you need to pick it up. As we said, Scented actually gets the confirmation onto Aegis. We have our top 25, so 1 point going down to every team. Each duel that drops after that will be an additional point. And our Game 1 winners, Pamso and Fatch, they need to find more, but luckily for them, they have a pretty good priority position on this moving zone.
That's the second time Aegis has fallen, and 26 just outside that extra placement point. That is probably one of the most painful times to fall there, when you can see the points in reaching distance here. For Cold and Scented, things are starting to click here, but desperate, right? Desperate in the HP compartment, desperate in the overall material compartment as well. Let's take a look at High Ground, though, a team that hasn't really performed yet today. Playify and TK looking to make a statement here in Game 3. Already poisoned themselves up. Bank and Elite finally make it out of Command Cavern into endgame for themselves, and look at what they have managed to do with it. They have 7 elims, a launch pad, plenty of loot, so far above the Surge as well. This could be their game. They're definitely heating up.
And Peterbot finds Fatch, and then Day ends up getting a pair himself. So still pushing towards the top of the leaderboard. Peterbot and Byla doing an incredible job in that regard. Don't forget our second place duo of Slacks and Clarity G fell early, so a little bit of daylight, but Booga and Miro are still up, going through. Pamstow trying to do it as a solo, looking for some room. Will find the recycle pad. He's going to go straight to the front side of the zone as we see Joji pick up Macwood and Oliver OG pick up Crumbler.
He's only got enough for 1 box, though, so he truly needs to take a fight here. Onto the side he goes, use that Manson going and stop his momentum. There it is, catches Walker. Walker says no. Quick drop kick and shuts him down. Out of the box he goes on High Ground. It's Lawrence, it's Blake. We said they will play for High Ground if you let them get into this end game, and they are here. They are there on Height. Scented looking hurt, though. He is down and out of HP. He's gonna have to figure something out. Lawrence and Blake, however, starting to get active here. 4 elims now.
And they have so much room because of where the zone is pulling. Nobody's been there, but Peterbot and Byla ripped it away.
This is crazy. They actually come on up. They want to take this fight here. They have such a lead over the lobby as well. They can risk it all here, and it works out. Look at the skeleton of the build. This shows the story in its own here. A fight for height. Blake and Cruz start to launch pad on and off. They don't want that static. They don't want the action up top. They have a game to play out here, and out they go off to the side. But Peterbot and Byla really making a statement here.
And then you can see on the low ground, Muzz trying to continue to run through. We've talked about how he's had a tough time with Avery staying up on his feet, but he says, don't worry, I'll do it myself, as Clicks ends up going down. Roken and Joji find a pair. Oliver gets the confirmation on that side as Iamzo ends up picking up Day, and we're closing in on our top 10, but Scented right now barely has any minis. whereas Booga and Miro, for what feels like the first time, are hip to hip, and as soon as I say that, Booga opens up an edit, and he takes so much damage, and not really time to put it back, and he's gonna fall. It's all gonna be on Miro again.
Huge edit from Mega there to take out Booga, and the full finish comes through. Miro has to clutch it by himself now for Elite and Bank out of Command Cavern. They are already approaching 10 eliminations. Miro goes down to Nets on the outside there, and Scented is still alive here. A solo effort right now to try and clutch this one up, and already at 6 elims, almost 90 points. What more can he do here? He's definitely done enough as he's gotten into that top 10. No build, solo on the side, he doesn't catch him. Player underneath this wooden box, will he fight for that one? In the feed though, Mega goes down, that's a full finish there. And here it is, great tag, down goes Nets. He's smart, and it's clever, and it's patient, and that is why Scented is still in this game.
And this grid space is so key, because you get just enough space down there, and if he owns that, he can edit his walls, and anybody who falls down will get taken out, as Bank ends up finding Roking, and we almost have a solos competition as Elite ends up finding a pair of them. He got another, Scented got another on the low ground, but up top, we talked about them needing to fall, and Peterbot and Byla say, it's our world, you're just living in it.
He's definitely playing this one out. Peterbot and Byla are starting to break away with a monstrous lead here, setting themselves up for another Victory Royale. Down comes Scare Bear, he gets shut down. It's a 2v2.
Wait, whoa, the low ground team has 14 elims? Hello?
Yeah, Elite and Bank have really turned this game into something special. This is a huge story maker for them. It's going to put them inside that top 10, now top 7. I mean, there's a lot of placement points, and of course, elim points here waiting. Elite with the side angle, I love it, but he messes up. He falls there. The mantle doesn't quite come through. Up and over you go, so Elite's on top. He's going to go in and heal himself out. Bank already taking the fight to the wall here. It's looking great for him, but he's pinched.
No builds. He's trying to find an angle, trying to get the mantle up. He's going to give the siphon over, and Peterbot's going to be able to pick that one up. But Elite, if you're going to clutch up, now's the opportunity. He has the position.
Great pre-fire there. He still has mats as well. And this is it. He's in. Commits. Great tag. The zone does the rest. And yes, Peterbot is hurt. Byla is also hurt. They don't have mats. It's an ultimate low push. But no, he misses. Down goes one and no follow-up. Byla clutches out in the end. But man, what an explosive game there for Elite and Bank as they pick up 14 elims in the second place as well.
Nuts for them pushing through for that. I think they might have ended up picking up the 15th there going through, which I think will be an NAE's record when it comes to the duo. But Peterbot and Byla putting it all together, utilizing that drum for elims, the VR, and in 3 games, Monster, they're averaging just under 50 points a game? That's gross.
We didn't think we were going to see it on NAE's. Peterbot and Byla are doing something crazy. They're contested at their drop spot. They're putting up big numbers. Not only that, they are playing for high ground. Way to clash and really fight that one out, keeping it exciting for us.
And they're utilizing the high rate of fire, the drum shotgun, and just having better positioning. But we're in the halfway mark of the day, quarter way point through. We'll kick it on over. Adam, Vivid SPG, what you got?
Thank you very much, guys. One of my favorite parts there when Blake and Lawrence are on the high ground and suddenly Sundown goes, hello, there is Peterbot and Byla. I mean, that was absolutely extraordinary. Back to back there for Peterbot as well. That we highlighted them the previous game, and now game 3 happens again. What a superb performance from Peterbot and Byla. Vivid, I mean, what can we say about this team we haven't said already? Fantastic FNCS finals. They are showing up.
They're ahead of the game right now. They're ahead of this lobby. We've gathered the 50 best duos, and right now, Peterbot and Byla are saying, hey, listen, yeah, there are 49 other duos in the lobby, but out of everybody, we are the best. The way they are playing high ground, the way they are taking it, like you said, Blake and Lawrence just baffled, right? They themselves were probably like, where did these guys come from? Just like Sundown was. All of a sudden, they're on the high ground. They ride it out. They play it perfectly. SPG, I am amazed by their play so far.
I don't know that we should be that surprised, though. This is what they did in qualifiers. They just ran through lobbies and absolutely dominated. This is what we should expect from them, but against this level of competition, it is absurd. They are putting on a show for us, and it's similar to what we saw in EU with Aqua and Vino just taking off and soaring through these lobbies. It's been incredible to watch through these first 3 games.
It really has. Now, in previous kind of qualifiers and semifinals as well, we've seen kind of eliminations, about 11s, 12s. Bank and Elite 14! 14! That is a lot of digits. I don't even have enough fingers for that. That's a lot. I mean, this again, eliminations will account for 3 points apiece here. And Vivid, 14, an enormous score. The leaderboard is going to change massively now after 3 games. But, I mean, what can we say? I mean, again, eliminations are so pivotal, and they seem to be finding them left, right, and center.
Yeah, it's great, and it just happens so fast. If you see right here, right, they have like 9, right? So it's like, where did you pick up these last 4 eliminations? We saw them all the way down to that 2v2 situation. It was very, very close, by the way. Like, oh yeah, Peterbot and Violet, they may have secured the victory out, but it was close. Elite and Bank were right there behind them. Yeah. 14 eliminations. You talked about the caliber of the lobby that we are playing in. To come out and do what Peterbot and Violet is doing is amazing, but 14 eliminations against the players that we have in this lobby, that's unheard of.
Yeah, able to clean that up and stealing the low ground, able to take it from Cold and Scented, who have been dominating that position, able to get Scented eventually. And here's the leaderboard. This should be no surprise. Peterbot and Violet.
Guys, Vivid, 50 points between first and second place after 3 games. Yeah. We thought EU was massive, the difference in the points between, I think, the first, second, or third team. But this, between first and second, it's unheard of.
Yeah, this is an absurd lead. And then Elite and Bank jumping up 37 positions. Incredible.
Absolutely insane. And that's what those huge matches do for you. You see the variability early on within these tournaments, and hey, you got to keep it rolling now. Another team, Slacks and Clarity went down early, but still able to hold on to that top 3 spot. Same with Booga and Miro. A little earlier than we've seen, but still in our top 5.
Yeah, we can see as well here 37 places Elite and Bank, that one game, 37 places they jump up. That is enormous, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And listen, we've talked about it a bunch, okay, SBG. Honestly, the most impactful thing in this lobby has to be Storm Surge, right? Yeah. Like, some of these players are doing way better at getting Storm Surge, and that's why they're consistently making it into these end games. Peterbot and Violet doing great over at the Collider, being contested by Skittles and users. We've seen them make full advantage of that situation. Then, as you can see here, another way that you can kind of play Storm Surge is to be aggressive in this early to mid-game position.
Yeah, we must highlight as well, of course, the stage is this electric purple to reflect the Storm Surge as well. It's a fantastic thing. For those of you who are brand new to Storm Surge, a lot of new viewers as well watching FNCS, you want to be familiar with it. This, of course, is a threshold where if you're one of the teams that have not inflicted the damage that other teams have, you start to get hit by a Storm Surge. Every 5 seconds, 25 health goes, it's taken away. I want to ask you, SBG, as well. As a team, you're being affected by Storm Surge. Do you ride it out with meds, or do you try and get those tags when you're in that situation? Do you play every situation by ear? What would you do? How do you work it?
Once you start trying to heal off Storm Surge, it's one. That is my personal view on Storm Surge. You have to be proactive, and once you're too late, it becomes really difficult to overcome that hurdle, because not only are you getting hit with Storm Surge, damage is being dealt. Players are seeing you're getting damage dealt to you, so then they're taking advantage of you being weak, and it just becomes that much harder and just snowballs as you continue to go down.
Yeah, listen, great points you made there. We are halfway through day number 1 right now, right? So this could be the turning point for a lot of these teams. They've had 3 games to kind of learn what's going on in the lobby. Let's see if they can switch it up, Adam.
Yes, let's see indeed, of course. That is game number 3 done. We move into game 4, the second half of day number 1 here on FNCS Finals NAE. But how will things unfold? Will our top team continue to reign supreme? Let's find out. Let's jump in with Sundown and MDF.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I mean, Peterbot and Byla, I said it right at the start. I'm like, man, I feel like we almost forgot about them. Nobody's forgetting now. That first qualifier, they ran through there in first place. And after 3 games, we might have to start talking about that match point.
They're starting to really take away with the lead here, and we'll leave it to Sundown to break down what match point exactly means. Let's give it maybe another game or 2, but effectively it could be happening here. They're starting to get so far ahead of the competition that it's going to be interesting. With 50 points breaking away from them and the others down low, I mean, they have a game or 2 buffer to effectively kind of take a relaxation.
Yeah, unless the team who is in second or third right now puts up a huge elimination game and the VR, no matter what happens after this game, they're still going to be in that #1 spot on the leaderboard, which is a bit of a ridiculous performance, but as we cover it, we're going to get in. Match number 4 starts now.
Here we have it. This is it. We're hopping on in. The halfway mark. drawn in the sand already, right? The line's been marked. Let's go ahead and jump on into the battle bus. Mega and Dubs made a great performance that last game. We love to see them there. We're talking about a completely different zone. This is far north for the bus cut here. Everyone up top, they're going to touch down quickly. These fights are going to be explosive. They're going to end very fast. Bizzo and Diego finally set off with a bit of an advantage here, pushing back Slacks and Clarity G.
So to me, at least seeing just the particular sleepy sound spot, it seems like Bizzle and Diego probably got more reps where they weren't on the absolute southern part of the map, as we see Diego end up picking up, because those long flights are generally a lot harder if you haven't drilled them, knowing the exact distance you need to land.
And also, Slacks here gets knocked by Hide and Seek, who's the team on the other side, the southern side of the Sleepy Sound. Clarity
can't stick this.
Is so hurt here. Yeah, he's barely got any kind of material here, so he's got to figure out a play. But no, SMG Fire starts to come in, and they recognize he is out of builds. Down goes our third place team, Slacks and Clarity G. A dagger to the heart there as they just get crushed in game 4 so quickly as well. And that is why we talk about that bus so much at the start of the games. It really determines so much for certain teams. It almost plays a different dynamic, right? You have to have a strategy for when it's close to you, when it's far.
And one of the things that these top duos will talk about all the time when they're landing at a spot, and why it's such a big deal when somebody moves, is it's called the drop map. And what that kind of teaches players once you've gone through is, regardless of where the bus path is, you know exactly where you need to jump out, how far you need to glide to land on one of those priority weapons. Now, if you haven't necessarily drilled or had the amount of practice to get to where you need to get going, somebody else who does can take advantage of that, as we're seeing Scented and Cold begin to get their rotation going on, and they got a little bit of daylight now.
And there's clear implications as well to third place falling, right? These are teams that are on the heels of our first place duo. So for Bila and Peterbot, if second and third go down, I mean, they are gonna have such just a killer lead, like, over everybody. Like, they're gonna really have a lot of room to work with. And that's also scary for the rest of the lobby, because everyone is chasing down that FNCS Pickaxe of Champions. You want to go ahead and be one of those teams in that #1 conversation for first place. But when you have a team like Peterbot and Bila playing the way they're playing right now, they have this exceptional drop spot, and no one's really contested them. Yes, you have Skittles and users on the other side, but this is a drop spot big enough for 2. There's no need to take an early clash necessarily. We'll see it happen, but it isn't forced.
And one of the things I love about Peterbot's looting path right now is his prioritizing getting that mythic scope burst, and then additionally, you can see him getting all of the high value materials. He's on nearly max stone and 300+ metal in a blink of an eye, because he knows the high value resources to hit.
Look at Miro here. Talk about high value resources. The entire drop spot is one that's loaded with them. Metal, brick, wood, and of course the extra coolers to get those chug splashes. For Elites and Bank, man, big game to put them inside the conversation, a big game to hang your hat on. You pulled off something exceptional this FNCS. You talked about it, quite literally could be a record-setting game, record-pacing game right there. A huge performance from them.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think, at least for this FNCS, we've seen a duo put up that many eliminations. There might have been 1 or 2 that were close going through, but just a fantastic effort. And it goes to show just how strong that can be on the leaderboard.
You know what's very interesting is that they've changed their playstyle as well. After that huge pop-off, they're like, wait a second, top 10? We should not stay inside the command cavern. Let's just get out of here. And it's almost like that little showing says, we can do this.
And sometimes that's all you need. You need a little bit of daylight there, and you can kind of keep it rolling, which honestly I feel like is what's happening to Peterbot and Bila. There's just no slowdown from the first qualifier where they took first place to now, and they're continuing to keep it rolling.
We have a problem with this zone, though, and the problem is Kanata and Adris have not played well when the zone has been close to Greasy Grove. They just haven't found their storm surge. It becomes more and more difficult for any team that has the zone on top of them to find teams rotating.
Yeah, and it seems like they do a lot better when they're forced to go somewhere else, because they move around the map so well together. But also another team that we need to look at here is Muzz and Avery, because we talked about facing adversity, being able to overcome it. I know a lot of people have talked about, like, hey, I'm not necessarily sure this duo clicks in terms of their play style, but they found the way to put it all together through their individual effort and the skill, and now they're set up pretty solidly for what feels like the first time we've tuned in with them.
Yeah, definitely a good spot to be in top 9. We know we lost Avery a little early that last game, that rotate coming out the storm. Maybe they stood around a little too long, right? And they got picked off.
I mean, it's the cavern. Everyone always hangs out, right?
Super unfortunate time for them to come on in. Avery falls to the storm, right? There was a lot of things that didn't go well, but hey, the fact that they've managed to pick up enough points and even give them the opportunity to continue to hold the top 10 is important and cool in its own right. We'll see how that plays out for Acorn and Edgy. Here's a team that's starting to rocket their way on up, right? Jump their way on into this conversation. This is a caster pick for us as well. Acorn and Edgy, right? Who is it? I think somebody's gun leaning into Acorn and Edgy, a team that we definitely know has that champion caliber. They're here.
And one of the things we end up going back and we're talking about predictions, put a lot of time looking at the drop map and all that, but we also flip-flop all the time. Like if we were going through rehearsals yesterday and you looked at the prediction page then compared to now, I'm pretty sure like 3/5 of us ended up changing and going through it. It just goes to show how strong the lobby is and players moving around each other, and it can make a big difference. As right now, Jackson and Mason, who were pretty much known throughout the entirety of the qualifiers to just come barging into Greasy Grove, have completely swapped up their playstyle.
Definitely, kind of like Shoney and Polo, right? Changing up the playstyle, trying to find success, especially when we see finals. We love to see, especially newer teams, try out things that are gonna, you know, potentially and hopefully work for them when it comes down to finals. No new team that we've seen show up today has taken their finals opportunity and tossed it to the wind. In the past, maybe you see players just headbang into a drop spot, but not this time around.
Be very, very quiet. Be hunting Lawrence and Blake. We've seen Day and Clicks do this a number of times, but can they finally get the 3-2-1 and convert it into something they can push on?
They also have not done this through Blake and Lawrence, right? They've opened on many other teams, but this time here, they're finding Blake and Lawrence completely off guard out in the open. They has to be careful. Those visual sound effects will give it your position a little bit further than others, but he understands this very, very well. Now they have the high ground. They have this team in his natural divot. This is the perfect time to open up. He doesn't even wait for clicks. He finds a couple tags here, tries to take the push. This is what Day does best, though, is to open up these fights and try to fully commit to it, but Blake and Lawrence have been playing very well.
But one of the key differences, normally when they take this push, there's somebody lurking around them who can chip them out, and we've commented on it every time, but for the first time, there's nobody else there. And also for the first time, they just back off.
Trying to play it slow instead of here, playing smart. They probably recognize these guys are playing very well, but there's more, of course, unfolding. We got Vivid to give us the lowdown.
Hey guys, just wanted to catch up on the big question mark coming into today. Scented and Cold were presumably going to be contested by Quanti and Larson, but big switch-ups happening in games 1, 2, and 3. Scented now in game 4, as you can see, they're taking a split drop, but it's causing a little bit of awkward moments. You can see him using that siege cannon to rotate over the building, thinking that he was going to get some free loot, but no, he actually runs into Larson again. Ends up making it to safety though. Let's see what they can do with the rest of this game.
And the name of the game in NA East is stay on your feet. And as I say that, Booga fails to do so. NPen getting the knock and taking him down. You see Nets actually knocking Diego as well over in the Sleepy Sound. And Miro says, I've had enough of that. He's sprinting back and potentially trying to maybe get a reboot back in the zone. He can hang out here forever. 2 floppers, 2 med kits, as long as even has the shield keg to offset some of the storm surge, and has a med miss. If he just wants to hang out and not worry, as you see the other duo rotating away, he should be able to grab this card and make it happen.
What's crazy about this is this entire saloon was not even looted. Like, talk about having an incredible draw spot, and then even more loot to play with. You can see up at the top that Miro and Booga have at least 16 points in each of their last 16 set lobbies games played. So they have been playing okay, right? But, you know, where to pick up?
That's actually really, if we're talking minimum number, like picking up a minimum of 16 points going through in that regard is really, really, really good.
In 16 games.
Yeah, like that is a very impressive streak coming through it. I mean, I think that it then has to go back to the last finals as well, because they ended up going through in the qualifier.
In a half, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely a lot of games there, guys. Dates way back to the other times when, of course, they're
looking to fight,
punching in those FNCS champs. But DJ Yamzo, for the first time now, we're seeing them get a little bit closer and closer to danger here. Just outside of Sensitive and Cold. Pay attention to that feed. Something might be going down for Avery and Muzz. They have managed to end up on high ground. Okay, so we're just seeing, like, take the dice and roll it.
And I mean, also, just as we're looking at all these teams who are in Command Cavern, we had, I believe it was 2nd, 6th, 9th, 11th, all right on top of each other. These guys are the top part of the table at one of the strongest points and having an amazing bandage.
All we need is Peter Bot and Bala to go ahead and jump up in this conversation, toss themselves into this general area, and all of a sudden we got ourselves a deadly concoction. But On over to Edgy and Acorn, our 14th place team. We saw that they were sitting right around these other teams, and it looks like they're looking for a fight, but Day and Clicks are also looking for a battle. They got pressured into this entire mix here, but not looking too good.
But yet again, Day taking chip damage from the side as they're trying to get this aggression. If they can close that off, they're fantastic. When they can get wall to wall, they can win these fights, but they keep getting chipped down. And instead, it looks like they're trying to potentially rotate past.
A little bit of a mix for wear here. Day and Clicks are jammed in between Edgy and Acorn, and then that team that's holding down the front side of the water there. So there's no free passes here. It's Fable Taco and Golden. As we know, Fable Taco and Golden, of course, just trying to figure out their draw spot, figure out this general area. They have been landing and pretty much looting the Shambles loots that's just outside the Tilted Tower in the Collider.
This is actually the first time just taking a peek at Peterbot's inventory. We talked about him going for that Mythic AR right off of the start and just putting shots in. It's the first time we've seen him holding the Striker Pump, which is something I wanted to talk about because even back when the regular pumps were still in the game and everyone was using that, Peterbot was a tac shotgun player. He likes the high rate of fire weapons. He likes kind of taking advantage, pressuring your walls, and as we see here, like we talked about, Miro got Booga back up on his feet, and he's even splitting him resources now. They're burning a pad too.
And the worst part about this, they are so below the surge actually, so this is a desperate attempt for them. The launch pad is absolutely a necessity here, guys. They have to not only get to the zone, they have to get to the zone, they have to fight, they have to find time to heal. There's a lot working against them here. Now, the one thing they can do, get in a box fight, throw those 2 barrels down, and they can actually take damage and take a fight. That is probably the only play that is realistic here for them. Booga is split up from Miro, though. Miro's decided to go straight into another team. Booga, however, says, hey, there's minis here. I need this loot.
And as we see now, Booga trying to find some side. Honestly, he might look to potentially fish. Like, they're running out of options here in terms of white HP. And when you're late to the edge of the zone, I promise you there's going to be players there. As we swing on over, Duke and Jumper, they're in a similar situation, but able to pick up much needed elims and damage.
Definitely a huge fight here. TK's down, Haji's down, down goes Fatch as well. Fatch falling is actually huge implications for the standing as well. But Miro jumps in a box, so does Booga. They're stepping in. Player Fi is the one player on the other side of the wall. Have they done enough? Miro has already picked up a full elimination. He just face checks a 2-man duo and gets away with 1. And now he's looking to close out here on Player Fi.
That was nuts. I was just about to say, up in the feed, Miro got a knock, but he just full sent it using that legendary combat SMG and getting on top of TK and Playify, who are very good in these circumstances. But as you talked about, 7 below, 52 below, Storm is still going to keep ticking in. Playify, he's below as well. So if they're able to take the aggression onto him, this could end up being a huge saving grace for them.
Also, look at Booga's HP. It's starting to run really low here. Miro as well.
He has to find
Clock is ticking. There's no more time left. 1 surge and that's it. That is it. So
Pop
right
bandage.
there, that's so much HP. No, he doesn't have time for the bandage. Don't troll Sundown. There is no time for that here. It's finals, baby. Miro is off to the races, though. He has to get a little bit more tags. Will he survive?
I will still claim that Zexro could have popped that bandage and sprinted into zone, but with just the zone still only switching over to 2-tick, there is potential that they might be able to keep Booga from getting full confirmed. We're going to keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. As I say that, Kanata gets a pair, Day gets 1, and it actually looks like Booga ends up going down. We'll see if another reboot can come through, but Peterbot underneath Surge might have just individually put him above. I think it did.
Miro's down as well, and that's it. 2nd place down, 3rd place down, 4th is all that remains in the game. Peterbot and Byla now have the runway completely open. It's a green light. How much gas do they have in the tank? How far can they take this opportunity? If they manage to pop off once again here, it is a true runaway train. The only way to dethrone them will probably be to land on them, contest them, make something, again, troublesome for them, because so far they have had, like, cruising on easy street.
Right now, DJ looking for a little bit of room here. You can see him and Ionzo still 27 below, and just as I say that, a duo gets confirmed, and they will, fortunately, not have to dig into their resources, thanks to Pamso catching a pair onto Mega and Dubs.
We did see Fatch go down, though, so Pam could be a solo here. Mega and Dubs now fully taken out. We will get the full update there shortly. Scented and Cold, however, that team that we said, it was 4th place still in the game. It's Scented and Cold here, now in 2nd place. They find someone off guard here. It's actually Bank and Elite, our other top 10 team. Very, very big opportunity here for Sensen and Cold as they have managed to find just a couple tags to go ahead and start this one off. In the feed, though, Peterbot finds another one. Tabs G is going to find a knock onto Fable Taco, and already these exchanges are starting to add up. If you didn't know, you could take the porta potty to go ahead and hit a rotate right there. A little tech for you guys.
I mean, I like to call those the portal potties. You know, you end up going through. It's a nice little portal on the opposite side. Fun fact, they're also indestructible. So, hey, you ever need to buy a couple seconds? You know, just catch a little break on the side. Might not smell too good, but better than being taken down early.
Yeah, definitely. On over to Avery and Muzz, though. So now we have 3 teams at the Command Cavern, all within the top 10, all still alive this game as well.
And we saw a very similar thing over AudiU where Command Cavern, hey man, if you don't even need to alpha it up. People will give you room. There's plenty of resources to be scooped up. But this zone is getting super interesting now as we are relatively central, but with just the river running through it and not too many natural high ground spots, players are going to be forced to burn a lot of their hard mats. But as we're checking in with our teams in the top 10, they don't have a ton.
Yeah, also, Elite's down in the storm here. Bank is just holding on to dear life, thinking about it. Can I get the pickup here? Can I save my teammate? It's not looking likely. Iamzo, DJ, only a single elim right now. Also, very, very hurt, looking super bad right now. What is their play here? How do you survive this?
Honestly, if they have the awareness to know that team is there, you just want to jump on Bank when he comes out of the zone. They should know somebody is rotating next to him, and here it is.
No, doesn't find the opportunity. We were holding our breath there, and Bank just squeaks his way through, but also it's Muzz and Avery who's down low here as well. Bank is in a world of trouble. He is pinched in between our top 5, number 7 teams here. But not only that, it's Muzz and Avery who are definitely in the lead.
Yeah, it's 6, 7, 8 right on top of each other. But Muzz and Avery have the party position. And one thing too, in Avery's loadout, he has the sniper. I'm about to say he's going to look to catch somebody over peeking.
What's crazy is Avery and Booger are one of the 2 only NA East pros that will actually carry this confidently. And it's also interesting to note that they played with each other in the past, right? So some stuff working between them.
Threat's got to knock on to Cold, which we talked about. Peterbot and Byla entering tournament management mode. If Cold and Scented go down, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are down right at the first placement threshold.
So risky. Degen taking the pad here. It's low. He's moving fast, but Avery, all he needs to do is sneeze on Degen and it's over. Luckily, he touches down. In the feed, though, Scented goes down to the explosive Shoni and Polo. We talked about them. They're so good. They're finding a lot of success here, and already that's a full elimination. That's not just a knock. That is a complete elimination.
And Degen and Iamzo are about to be cooked right
gosh.
here. I mean, they got about 1 damage worth of HP between
just a launch pad. Might as well put it down, right? Just don't want to give that one away for free. Pamsel is just looking around now. You can see the walls crumbling here. That's because Pamsel's starting to pickaxe. There it is. We get to jump into his perspective. And he just pushes off Iamzo for a second. Bank finally gets picked off by Scare Bear there. Another team that's starting to inch their way into that top 10. Big knock, though, onto Lawrence. A team that was edging their way on up. Blake and Lawrence. But that's just a knock. Will the finish come through is the true question, as that's a team that is on Peterbot's heels. Remember, Peterbot and Byla are effectively in a position to just break away.
I mean, they are 70+ points up. No, that is not a mistake. Yes, we are only in game 4. We'll have 2 more after this. They are 70+ points up on the closest duo in the lobby right now. That means besides Peterbot and Byla, hey, things are pretty close. But this is the finals. You gotta catch those boys, and you gotta start getting going now.
Yeah, definitely. If Cold is still alive here as well, I mean, they're just holding on by a thread. So that thread's thin. Let's see it, though, for Bizzle. Bizzle gets taken out. Larson falls there. We're starting to see all the trades happen now. Here's Byla. Here's Peterbot. Here's their situation. Peterbot, no HP for the shields. Okay, he's got 1 flopper to work with. Jamper on high ground 6. The zone does not pull their way. They're going to need a launch pad, and they're going to need it ASAP. Here it is. They're going for the ground rotate. They don't even want to stick around and wait.
Tough situation, trying to slide down. They need to hop right on over the river, and you see them utilizing wood builds, trying to be as sparing as possible. And I mean, over the river and through the builds, but Byla gets ripped to shreds before he can end up getting to grandmother's house. And again, does not have any shields, but they see the player just kind of slowly floating next to him. They want to be able to pick that up. As Shoney finds another. Muzz gets the confirmation onto Quanti right now, and we are closing in on that top 25, but there is no Storm Surge threat. And right now, if I'm Peterbot and Bila, I want to pick up Igna on the backside of the zone, and Peterbot tries to change the angle. He gets taken out.
Bila goes down as well, and that's it. They fall just outside the top 25. Finally now, there's an opportunity for the players to go ahead and hop their way on up, make this a closer competition, but we said it, they have effectively a 70-point stretch over everyone else. That's so far about 3 games worth of comfort.
So if we're looking now in this game, first out, second out, third out, fourth out, sixth out, seventh out. That means we just have Blake and Lawrence, Duke, Jamper, Muzz, Avery, Pam Salfatch, and then Joji and Rokane. We're just on the outside looking in of the top 10. They want to make a push here to try and equalize that a little bit. There's daylight to push into second if you can scoop this VR and some elimination.
Couple bubble teams, Walkers and Scarebear, Demonics down low, Jeff's duo. I saw Agers holding on there on the side, so those are teams that if they perform well here and now, they will jump into the top 10 and put themselves in the conversation top for day 2. But Rokane and Joji's hurt. He got left behind. He finally catches up to Rokane now, and they're both looking very, very weak right now as they don't have a lot of HP. I think Joji got picked off on the backside of the storm there. What just happened?
Duke and Jamper going down as well. They're going to try and take that short pad. You can see just a sliver of HP and daylight on Joji. That's barely even 1. Might as well be 0. Duke will end up getting the confirmation over. Nick goes down. Tabs goes down. We're in the top 25. Storm Surge will turn on here in 20 seconds if 5 more players don't fall, but we're looking at shambles here. Joji 52 HP and looking for some space. Rokane gonna split all the mats. Now just 8 combined HP. Slams down some armored walls. Looking for a little bit of room. Clicks goes down, Joji goes down, and honestly, this is going to be a shakeup here. Muzz and Avery, they're in a good position if they can find some builds.
Definitely. Pamso also falls there, so there it is. Another top 10 team already getting just blown out of the lobby here well before the big placement points start to get given out. For now, though, high ground, Pledge and Teo starting to pressure down the lobby. Muzz and Avery sneak their way on into 4th here. Oliver OG finds Walkers. The 2 bubble teams clashing there on that low ground position. That mid ground is getting very, very interesting here. Pledge, though, starting to look for a refresher here. He's edging his way around here. This is a win set up condition for him if they can pull through. Agers and Kanata are still alive, and they're also inside that top 11 here. Take a look at Blake, though. Solo clutch time.
And he's into 2nd place. We talked about all those duos going down and there being daylight. So far, they've capitalized, but with only 2 builds, all he cares about is outlasting other duos. He doesn't want to get smelled out. He wants to just hang around. If he can find a refresh on the backside of the zone, that'll be huge. And Clicks gets taken down. Gives him a couple more builds, but no excess shield.
Definitely a full finish right there. That's worth a point.
Muzz and Avery down.
And the 3 points. Muzz and Avery go down inside the top 5. There it is. Blake now has a chance to run away with this, but there's not many solos alive here. They get found out right there. He gets just a run away here. He's trying to stay alive here. Watching this behind here, just making sure there's no one creeping up. The zone bounces back. It's going to work very, very well for him. Kanata finds Oliver OG in the feed. Agers gets hurt, but he's still in it. Agers does have to clutch up now as Kanata falls down 2 on the right, though. We have Nets trying to solo clutch right now. He's inside the top 8, and it's a pop-off performance. This mid-ground is so congested.
Looking for some space. We still have plenty of, actually 6 solo riders out there right now, as well as 6 duos, so we're evening it out. You can see the action on the backside of the zone as Av trying to get a piece of it, but Blake is hanging out just underneath that. He says, hey, the more people that fall, better for me, but we saw threats in Qualifier 1 with that amazing 10 elim game by himself, sitting on 4 right now, and despite the builds, they're looking pretty good, but we're bouncing back and forth. This is our 3rd straight bounce back, and if it pulls anywhere back to the north, things are going to get real weird real fast.
Yeah, Nets is trying to go ahead and sit this one out. He's going to go for the Storm play, the Medkit play. Meanwhile, goes Blake on that low ground, just inching his way around here. This back and forth bounce has really played into his favor because players are recycling builds, and it is going to go right back. Pledge and crew on high ground have slowly ran out of materials, so now they have to come on down. This is not a free win for them by any means, as Threats and Rise have been looking on up. Huge knock right there from Threats. He gets some big tags, goes in for the finish, but no, someone sneaks up behind him. It's actually Bryson Nawson, and down he goes to the hands of Bryce here. Meanwhile, Blake sneaking away with so many points. Now he's about 40, maybe 30-point stretch from 1st place, so he is definitely in that conversation, bouncing his way back into it. On the side, though, Blake's still up.
But there's going to be a change in elevation here. Yes, we're heading back towards some old builds, but if you don't have a way up or you don't have daylight to mantle, it's going to get very tough. But Blake has, since we've watched, he's picked up the 1 elimination and like 10 placement points.
He's just racking up.
Chilling.
He's just adding up here. We're inside the top 5.
He has to go up. He has to go up.
Playing this low ground so well, but Adrian's is coming around the corner, and he just lights him up like a firework. Down he goes. 5 eliminations now, and Adrian snatches up a 4th place here, and he is starting to crank his way out the side. Remember, high ground does not have any builds here. The low ground teams have been able to live off the siphon down. Finally goes Adrian's users, is clutching up crit space here.
He's blocked out for the crit,
but no, down he goes, and he has all the white heals. He ends up dropping them here for Skittles. This is a team that's at Collider. Remember that. So they absolutely need this. A free elimination for Narwhal in Nexi as they've managed to turn around this high ground, and now they're fighting their way out to this victory royale here. It's a 2v1 situation, and Teo, you can run, but you cannot hide. Down he goes.
And Narwhal spears him there with the horn on his head. And I want to say we're going to get a shake-up in the leaderboard, but we know who's on top. However, Blake and Lawrence, they made a push. I mean, Blake was talking about maybe dipping down to Florida instead. He's going to be dipping all the way up the top of the leaderboard here as we can now take a look. Nexi and Narwhal, I mean, just great positional advantage. 8 elims in the VR. That's going to put them in the conversation.
Yeah, we saw what happens when that zone can bounce back and forth right there. It can start to work against that high ground team. Pledge and company were starting to put down too many materials, and then all of a sudden, there were no refreshes available because they're behind all these heavy mats.
It was a 6, 7, 8, and then 9 went barely over to the side, but you saw so many things happen, and we thought maybe this was the game where Peterbot and Byla stalled, but everyone else went down as well, so we know who's on the top. What does the rest of the leaderboard look like, gentlemen?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. And then we saw there as well, you know, they didn't have the high ground, but Narwhal and Nexi did have the Storm in their favor. They go through the Victory Royale there and getting a lot of points as well. But this was one of those amazing games that we have here as well. As the boys mentioned, we had a top 7 teams, only Blake and Lawrence in 5th position, with a 1 still going when there were 25 teams left in that game. Vivid, this is what we kind of hope for here in a way, because it makes things so exciting for our predictions, for you guys watching at home, and the leaderboard is going to be all over the shop after this one.
The leaderboard, right? That's the talking point here. Like, what is going on there? But yeah, Blake and Lawrence, I mean, it's incredible to see him putting up so many points as a solo, but it's incredible to see. We know that he lands over at Condo Canyon, right? But Threats and Rise do as well, and we saw both of those teams actually in the end game, so maybe a little bit of a favorable zone for Condo Canyon, I don't know.
Hey, maybe they're figuring something out, you know, finding some space to make everyone work, everyone happy, but that was so nice by Blake. What we have to talk about is Pledge and Teo on the high ground, though. Okay. They were able to take that high ground and hold it for long-ish, but not long enough.
Yeah.
And what you really need here is that one more refresh. They were able to get Nazin at one point, but it wasn't enough material to sustain this high ground. And you see the ammo count wasn't huge for them, so that's why they're not able to go and make aggressive plays. Nice play here by Teo to make sure they confirm that 2nd place, because they easily could have lost the high ground and then fell in 3rd. So solid play, and that should boost them up the leaderboard as well. I don't even know what this is going to look like, because there were so many teams that just made plays.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Canada and Aegis there as well, like in the end game, so Monster will be happy as well. But let's have a look now. This is how things stand. 151 points, Vivid. I mean, the lead has definitely been shrunk a little bit here, but still, we're talking about 35 odd points here. This is still a big margin.
Yeah, absolutely incredible that Peterbot and Violet, even though they went down a little bit early in the game, earlier than what we've seen them put out, they are still up there by quite a margin. But like we mentioned, Blake and Lawrence, that performance right there, going to be bumping up 3 spots. It's amazing actually to see. We were talking about big leaderboard shifts right there. Buka and Mira didn't actually move at all. And then Sentinel and Cold only went down 1. So maybe not as many shifts as we were kind of expecting, but nonetheless, you know, great performance out of Blake and Lawrence. We love to see that.
Yeah, just finding ways to hide in that mid ground, the low ground, that is really difficult. If you have no idea how difficult that is to play with no materials, get no refreshes, and then just continue to like sneak around, find your way through those builds and not run into players, that is an impressive game. Even though it doesn't say it on the elim count, that was really cool by Blake. And another team, Canada Agers, you mentioned it.
Yeah.
They were able to have a really solid match as well. They picked up several eliminations in that end game, able to get themselves up into this top 10. Hide and seek, Nets, another one shooting up the leaderboard. So we did see some shifts on this bottom half of the top 10, but not necessarily on the top half.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, every single one of our placements here on FNCS Finals as well, there comes the prize pool as well. 15 points right now between 10th position and 3rd position. Oof. That is so close. Narwhal Nexty here, though, we're seeing the end game. I mean, the high ground we said was good, but they did drop to low Vivid and managed to maintain, because the Storm, despite the fact the Storm has been all over the place today, we've seen it on water tons, and now we see it moving in their favor, and they are able to remain intact on the lower ground, but still get the Victory Royale and go through with a lot of points.
Yeah, we actually saw that. It was actually Teo who was on the high ground for most of the game, and Sun and MDF were speaking to it that they had no mats left, and they pretty much wrote it out for as long as they possibly could, actually picking up that 2nd place, so well done by them. But Narwhal and Nexty having the awareness, realizing, listen, this high ground team, they're not really playing for much. It kind of looks like they're a little shambles. Maybe they are out of mats. Eventually, they do go into that storm, kind of make that little bit of a high ground play, and finish the game off with 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale. So big swing for them.
Yeah, hey, you got to make plays to win the game. That's what this is all about, right? You want to be able to be on top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. So solid play by them, and hey, they're looking that much better.
Yes, that's right. And you see Blake and Lawrence will have really shot up the leaderboard now, and they're in kind of 2nd position. They're not too far away, so anything is possible still. We always say that in FNCS Finals. We're going into our next game here. It's Game 5, and of course, everything's to play for. Who will get to the top and who could supersede Peterbot and Byler? We'll have to wait and see. It's over to the casters, Sundown, our monster, to bring us all the good stuff. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. With 2 matches to go, it's still just Peterbot and Byler's world. Everyone else is playing catch-up. The last game, though, if you take the top away, everything else is super competitive. So if they slip, if they fall, if they stumble, there's some room.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now the standings have truly become a lot more competitive, right? Those teams that were starting to break away and kind of feel like the tournament was slipping from them have an opportunity now. They get to jump back into things, and that's what we're seeing here. Kanata and Agers jump, really hop, skip, and a jump their way into top 10 there, and they're only, what, 6, 7, about 8 points or so separating them to the top 5, and that top 5, it gets truly competitive as well. I think Blake and Lawrence have proven that if they can get out of that drop spot, they can do serious things.
Yeah, they're able to find the picks they need. They're able to find the eliminations, but as we saw up there, the eliminations is what's separating the top, and here we go. We got this game, we got one more, and then we'll have NA West just right after that, and then we do it all again tomorrow. Also, don't forget, make sure you tune in at the top of the show tomorrow. We got something real spicy for you.
Can't wait to see what that's all about, but here it is. Game 5 is underway. It's a south drop for the zone.
Speaking
Everyone touches down. Voyo and XF finally being contested here. And this is, again, a contested drop for Voyo and XF. We've seen them be so successful for the entire semis run. Smacked and Cobalt, though, gets shut down here. The one time Smacked and Cobalt actually got out of here, they played really, really well. We saw that for sure as they made an endgame, but talk about 2 very skilled teams, unfortunately, just clashing at a drop spot not big enough for 2.
And Cobalt now, he's just kind of have to chill, but there's only one spot you're really going to hide, and you see him. He wants to try and drop down and find a right hand that he's able to sit behind. He does have that drum shotgun off of the rip, where if you want a weapon to 1v2 with, as we saw Peterbot do, this is it. The difference being it's really strong right off the rip if your opponents don't have shields. That's not really the case here.
Yeah, these guys already have the siphon material. Now a little bit more loot. The more time that he waits, the more likely Voyo and XF are to just get situated here and find more to win this fight out. Here it is, though. They start to commit on into Cobalt. Cobalt is just hoping they walk in and give him the fair 1v1. You hear the shots going off. He gets a knock, but it's not going to be enough here. Voyo will be able to finish that up, and just like that, they hop their way into 19th place with 2 eliminations there. On over to Slacks and Clarity G. Last game, Sleepy Sound. That battle bus actually worked against them. They were taken out right away.
And this time we've had a different bus than we've seen. It was almost due south, due north, right down the middle, which doesn't favor really any part of the map unless you're going to the extremes towards the outside. But because everyone's kind of moving at the same time, we have seen less duos taking that initial chip damage because somebody on the earlier part of the bus path is able to abuse them, right? So now we're going to see probably a little bit more dragged out fights here in these POIs. Unless somebody wants to get moving, and Clarity, he is moving.
Yeah, they're trying to make up for lost time there. Clarity G and Slacks were in second place coming into that game 4, getting taken out the rip there. Had them hard stuck at 92 points, and now you're seeing that all these other teams took advantage of it. Those bubble teams that were within that top 15 have now managed to claw their way into this conversation and put themselves within a competitive reach of them. For Peterbot and Byla falling outside the top 25, they did enough to at least give them some points. It wasn't just a dud round by any means last game.
Yeah, I mean, 5 points isn't bad, but it really cut into their average of scoring about 50 points a game. As you can see, Peterbot still in first with total elims, sitting on 14, which is absolutely bonkers. He is just in eliminations, not talking any amount of placement. He's accountable for 42 points himself. That is really impressive. As you see, Acorn get a knocking confirmation onto Fable Taco in the feed.
For the first time, though, we're seeing him get pushed out a little early here from the Collider, forced to the outskirts, having to give away all that center point loot that's so valuable for Acorn and Edgy, though. They were in 14th last game. They have slipped down so far down because they fell early this time, now fighting up against Golden here. And, of course, Fable Taco. This is a drop that they don't contest each other, but they fight for some loot within each other's pathing. And teams will fight back, right? They won't push players back. Edgy does manage to find a full elimination there, and that's the finish. The 2 elims for them now, and that's all because, you know, Fable, Taco, and Golden, they get a little greedy, right? They say, oh, we want some more loot. We're going to go for that floor loot, and now it forces a fight.
And those are massive upgrades on either side. Edgy sitting on an epic striker pump as well as a legendary combat shotgun. I believe there was or combat SMG. I believe there was another legendary weapon that he's going to gift over to Acorn. And I mean, they're in prime position. Edgy is actually, I was about to say, he's going to do the smart thing and rotate back over to Acorn because Sentin and Cold, they're rolling up. But right now, our second place duo, they're getting pinched again. Clicks and Day were actually able to make the 3-2-1 work this time.
They managed to find him last time. This time, he fights back, but Lawrence does not do enough. Clicks goes down, Day goes down. Threats and Rise are seeing this all unfold outside, and they have an option to weigh in here, but they say, no, we're not going to go head-to-head with Clicks and Day here. It's not worth it. They back out, and just like that, we get to hop on over to another exciting fight of Scented and Cold. They open fire onto Acorn and Edgy, but they don't find enough to finish the battle here. So this was still up.
Yes, for those of you who don't know, FaZe Walltaker 7 is FaZe Scented. The reason he goes by Walltaker is they play low ground all the time. He's generally the one trying to get up on the walls and set up Cold. With that being said, when you are one of the best players in your region, please rep your brand, rep your name. Let us give you all the clout when we throw your name up there when you get the VR. We want to see FaZe Scented. We want to see your name. We want to be able to celebrate you. It makes it easy in that regard. We don't have to do any of the guesswork because we're going to swing on over to Man City Threats.
And for the most part, our players this season done a great job. Scented the only one, one of the biggest.
Miro early on. Had to call him out on that too.
But we're talking today actively in the FNCS finals. So Scented, you know, step up. But player 5 pops off here. He finds himself a nice little elimination. That's a much needed one for them. They still have just again, a mountain to climb in front of them. Their journey's just beginning here on the standings. That edges them on up to 31. For Bizzo and Diego, their journey is continued to be halted here at the Sleepy Sound. This time, though, to the hands of Melito and Ignali, who roll on in out of nowhere. Melito and Ignali, of course, making their first big statement out of the semifinals. They're picking up a win, and then, of course, those qualifiers where they continue to pick up wins, which was so impressive because we hadn't seen them before. But that is what the FNCS platform's all about.
Another duo who is fighting in their first ever FNCS final, trying to make it through. Somebody who is no stranger to the finals. In fact, they got a couple of Acts of Champions videos up on their socials here. Sentinels, Booga, Dignitas, Miro, trying to find a little bit of room, a little bit of space here. Slightly, I feel like this is the 4th time we've had a pretty much center first zone, which is making all of these rotations a little interesting, but also something interesting to note, Monster. Take a peek at the top left. 1, no solo riders around. 2, this is far and away the lowest we have seen the player total this early on in the game. So you can tell, NA East, they're settling in a little bit. They know where they can push, they know where they can fight, and we're starting to see some of these fights resolve a little bit quicker, a little more confidence coming on the teams who are playing really well, one of which being Avery and Muzz. Hey, they're right there in the conversation.
Yeah. You know, what we start to find is, you know, teams kind of fine-tune their play style. So since this is a faster paced game, more action. You'll notice next game will most likely be a slower paced game. It's almost like the teams that did a little too much say, all right, maybe I overextended, I'm gonna play a little slower, and the ones that kind of found success try to continue to keep up that pace because they have success and they make more points. So it does determine a lot depending on how your game plays out ultimately, but you will find it's sort of like a tug of war. It'll always find its balance back and forth. For Agers and Kanata, again, talk about a team that just did not start off very hot. We talked about how those zones that when they landed on top of them was not working. Now look at this. For the earliest time, we see them get straight into the center zone. They're not playing that outskirt stuff anymore. They don't want to hear any of that noise. They're trying to play for tags.
And I like this because Kanata has some amazing shots
Kanata.
Normally. Unfortunately, that was probably a little bit of an outlier where he's trading out the damage. And if he'd had a shield keg, that'd be great. But looking at the inventory, only 4 minis. He's going to be forced to take a big pot here because he doesn't necessarily want to catch one of those stray sniper rounds. And you can even see Qua and Tabs G with a little bit of a split. They're looking straight down here. They have to be very careful with the angles.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they can see directly inside this box. So Qua and Tabs G, very, very dangerous position for our Kanata and Agers there. Peterbot and Bila, however, on the other side, the Collider, they are sitting right on top of that launch pad. They have, of course, the center point to rotate on into and move into. They're exceptional here. Just take a look at it. Also, take a look at Users and Skittles there in the distance. 16th place. They were so far out of the conversation, but one endgame was all it took to put them on the bubble here inside today's FNCS. And again, this is just day 1. Tomorrow is day 2. So there's a long tournament run in front of us.
And right now, we've got a little bit of space to breathe. We're going to kick it on over to SBG. What you got for us?
Hey, Sundown MDF, I got you guys. We're checking in with Peterbot and Bila. They've been landing at the Collider and doing so well from it. Now getting zone. So not only are you getting a solid POI, you're also getting that guaranteed launch pad. You're getting zone right on top of you. And I've been watching them. They've been picking up a ton of Surge tags. So I would be highly doubtful to see them under Surge. Back to you guys.
That makes so much sense as well as we get to see how they position up here, start to take those fights, right? Those tags.
And last game was the first time we actually saw them under threat from Storm Surge, right? When they weren't necessarily being as aggressive, staying around and trying to posture up. And that caused them a little bit of problem. It caused them to be slow on the rotation going through. And right now you see Scented, he's going to be more than willing to just spray these shots out because look at the access, particularly when it comes to shields. The shield keg, one of the best things you can utilize when you're looking for tags. You can just throw it down and trade out with people.
Got such a variety change in the storms as well. Let's just talk about these zones. This one's going west now. You know, we've kind of had some of these center positions, this one's going east here. We've had a lot of these western zones for the most part. Finally now we're getting a little bit of a center piece at play, more eastern than anything we've seen today. This is going to change up the dynamic of the game. So, you know, our players today haven't quite experienced a zone like this that can also play its factor into the lobby.
Now, my prediction, Jumper and Duke. Honestly, the biggest surprise from them is they were so dominant during the qualifiers when they were playing from the high ground position. They just haven't had the room to really make those plays. This time, though, it feels like they're given a lot more space. They have a lot more shields, and I would anticipate if there was a game where they're going to look for height, this would probably be it.
I mean, let's be honest, these 5 games, we saw Pam and Fatch go crazy for high ground game 1. Peterbot and Bila just decide, nope, we're fighting for it in game 4 or so. All in all, there are some teams in here willing to play for height. Has not been easy. So for Jumper and Duke, like you said, I mean, it is just about, can we find a chance to? How worth it is it? Will the stars align for them? Here's Clicks and Day, though. 64 above, this is not good. They know it's not good, and this is why they're trying to set up a fight right now. Looking for some tags, but other teams start to put in their 2 cents here.
But this is the first time we've seen Day actively checking his side. Normally, he would be slamming his face on this wall, and he would have taken some chip damage. This time, the disappointed how he pushes, this is what I want to see more out of them. Because if they can convince that team to stop shooting at them, right, they're going to be able to push it. However, it doesn't seem like that's stopping anytime soon.
No, in they go. Still trying to look for opportunity here, but more shots coming in. Teams starting to look in, and now the pressure's coming in from multiple angles. It's not looking too hot for Clicks and Day here. Clicks loses all of his shield, and off to the races they go. They have to turn and burn here to go ahead and buy themselves some time. Another duo starting to hop into the mix, though. Sitting right above them is Oliver on the side there, but no, Mars and Crumbler are the team sneaking up behind them, and here it is. Day opens exchange.
He's back.
Oh, He couldn't do it. Crumbler and Mars, however, get one for their troubles. The team in the distance just closes them out. So unfortunate.
And I love the calculated aggression coming out of the NRG duo, but the downfall has been how the rest of NA East plays. They're posted up and they're looking. They're not trying to get wall-to-wall like Clix and Daya. If everyone else was doing that, they would be fine. However, everyone is just posted up, just throwing out these striker burst shots, and I mean, it makes such a big difference to the aggressive gameplay. Crumbler's able to get Mars back up on his feet. Because two duos are converging, this now becomes awkward. You can just kind of lead them into each other and back off.
And look at this, Oliver OG and Jeff, this is the most aggressive we've seen them.
They're below surge, they gotta go.
They're below the surge, they can also use a refresh here. No one wants to sit down and heal this one out. Looking at the Lou, however, though, they do have a very noticeable lead with the HP here, so they can do something very, very good. But here it is. It turns on. Great tag. That's enough for them to go ahead and chill out for a second, maybe heal up. But, of course, they might need a little bit more. Larson finds Crumbler, so this fight's still trading.
Yeah, Larson got the pair up there. He ended up knocking Mars right before that. And while Oliver and Jeff wanted to push up, Quanti and Larson are like, we will take all of those points. But first on 10 Swole, Duke and Jamper are 100% under surge if they are pushing this. You can see the damage coming through. Peterbot and Bilo, they just want to get away. You can see Duke has been taken down. Great shot from Peterbot, backing him up.
This is not looking good right now. Peterbot gets hurt here, and he has to back up. Byla is by himself. He's losing even more HP. There's another team looking in. It's the young boys of Ignalai Melito. They're firing from the side. Down goes Jamper, and Peterbot and Byla buy themselves a moment's time here. Byla just barely etches his way out, sneaks his way out that low ground. Usually you think being in that bottommost area is the most dangerous, but it was enough this time to keep a low profile, and all of a sudden, they have a chance here.
Scented and Cold, the third place team, are trying to go over and pick up that refresh. As we see, Macwood end up getting trashy. One more player will need to fall before Storm Surge turns off, so somebody is taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds, but Peterbot and Byla have room. Additionally, too, we talked about how Peterbot tends to favor the high rate of fire weapons. This is the second game in a row we've seen him holding the striker pump, so not necessarily having the same clutch potential we saw in games 1 and games 3. But right now, our first and third teams are rotating right next to each other, and Cold needs to be careful again with taking that chip damage as they're trying to edge their way into the zone and hopefully post up on one of these geysers.
And what we're seeing is our 5th place, Muzz and Avery, the team firing inwards towards Cold and Scented here. They have a line of sight on the Scented and Cold here, so already not looking too hot here. They're inside that metal box right in front of them. Our 6th place Scare Bear is there as well. Meanwhile, in the feed, a story is unfolding. Mega falls, Commandment falls, Stretch is down as well, so that's a full team wipe. And my gosh, talk about what could have been a huge shakeup had Peterbot and Byla gotten taken out there.
I mean, you're saying they're not looking too hot, but they're definitely not cold. Well, it is cold, but they're all right. They're boxed up in the full metal. They got a little bit of room around them. A little better off right now than Dubs and Mega. Mega picked up an Elam, but right now he's got Users and Skittles knocking on his door, and that's not a duo I necessarily want to let in if I'm Dubs. He's going to need to come up with a huge play here at only 120 effective HP. We are inside the first placement threshold, and Storm Surge has turned off.
And Dubs is a very important player right now, and I say that because he's holding on to 2 launch pads. Not 1, but 2. He's a solo as well, so if anyone finds him as a refresher, it's going to be a major turning point for their tournament game here for Thatch and Pamstool. Kind of south here. They still have a little bit of zone to work with. Quite a stretch to play for the new Storm here when the rotate comes out. It does seem like they may have had some issues there with the Storm Surge as they are already down an inventory slot and halfway through their heals.
Right now, we're going to see a little bit of a slowdown. 4th zone did just get revealed. Everyone's going to pile around the outside. Don't forget, the 4th is the last of the completely concentric safe circles. So the next one will be that half in, half out as we're transitioning kind of from the mid into the moving circles of the late game. Right now, Hide and Seek and Nets currently up in 7th place. Hide and Seek had one of the most absurd individual performances we saw during the semifinals to really carry his team through on the back of his eliminations. Additionally, he's been the one who's just been kind of messing with all those sleepy sound teams. He's the one who's finding all of those tags off of the start, and it's adding up, and it's putting them in a pretty good position. As we also have Iamzo with Degen down right next to our top 10 team, and he's got a decent ways to go.
Yeah, definitely. And this is Adam's pick here, so already being in 8th place and being a man down when you have such a long rotate in front of you is not looking good. But no, there's a wall open there too. It's Kanata and Agers who are looking in. And they might just be thinking to go ahead and finish this fight, but instead they also have to worry about that zone there. So lucky for Iamza, who's up top. Kanata and Agers are going to go ahead and take the footpath here into the geyser. Out they go. That's a free rotate straight across. Iamza, of course, has to wait for it to go ahead and get off. And there it is. He slides on in. Off he goes with his free rotate. So a great spot to put himself in.
But if I'm Kanata and Agers, I'm just turning around and looking at him. Like, I know he's there, but he's going to get a decent amount of room. He's boxed up directly on top of it. The one thing to note, no excess heals, no excess shields, and he's building pretty sparsely. They should know he's a solo. Right now, Walker's currently sitting in 6th place. Him and Scarebear looking for some room, but they are below the Storm Surge 76, so they're going to start throwing some damage out there.
Walker's, man, really making a statement, making a name for himself here.
Big fan of this
team
kid.
that's landing outside the Command Cavern. I said there was 3 top 10 teams. There's 4 top 10 teams at the Command Cavern if you include Walker's and Scarebear, who land just outside of it, right up above him. You saw Muzz and Avery there for a second, so this is their direct competition, who is currently sitting in 5th.
Aviv just picks up Pam Stout and Fatch. They will be knocked out. We have now seen 2nd, 7th, and I believe that was just 9th also being taken out. So a little bit of daylight on the top of the table as Walker's is below, Avery is below, right side of your screen. Action's gonna happen, but Walker's with a monstrous shot. It should be enough to just barely put him back above. If they're able to isolate Muzz, and they do, he gets taken down and Surge finish him off. That is a gift from above for them.
Not only that, they snatch 5th place directly from Muzz's hands there. They say, give me that. That's 3 more points to add to their elimination count this game here, and it's looking very, very good. Scarebear and Walkers are now effectively right above Avery here, and Avery needs to do a little bit more. He's gonna ultimately have to come down and possibly take this fight here. No one's opening their boxes, and remember, the last team to do damage onto Avery was Walker, so they could be getting a free set of points right now. Just depends here. One more tick. Here it is, and down he goes. Will they get the placement points? I believe so. They might be recognizing that here shortly, and it should be Elims on top of Elims. Out comes the rotates, though. They pull half in, half out, and everyone's starting to come on in now.
You can see the immediate rotation. Everybody wanting to pack in. You have a 1st place duo over there. We're going to jump on over to 4th place. They're 145 above, so we don't have to worry about that. But Boga and Miro want to get going. They don't like being that far behind. They don't like playing catch-up. They like being able to enter the tournament management mode right now. The only players below, well, one more tick. I'm sorry, Chimp. Unfortunately, the Purple Lightning will take it out. Storm Surge turns off, and we are into our cascading placement points as we hit 25 duos remaining, and a whole bunch of players go down after that. Chimp to Quentin, Who Fishy, awful.
Yeah, definitely. Players fall, points get rewarded to everyone else there in the game, and we have a new team poising themselves up for high ground as Polo and Shoni go down just on the outskirts there. Skittles and Users, however, are in a bit of a fight here, being pressured in by Peterbot and Byla. Cold and Scented also jump into this, so you have numbers 1 and 3 putting pressure into another team that could be jumping into that top 10. Zone looks like it's going to favor this eastern or western side here for the teams that majority have the zone pull.
And you saw Cold pause for a second. You also see in the bottom right-hand corner that little white marker. That is Cold marking the edge of the safe zone. So there's no guesswork. You know exact path you need to go. You have a marker there. Now we're going to turn on over. Peterbot and Byla, they have so much more resources, and we talked about it. Peterbot has the drum shotgun. That was the enabler in game 1 and game 3. Can he make a difference? We see 12 below to only 11 above, so they're going to have a little bit to get going, and instead they're going to rotate with the pad, which is key because they're in the air when they could possibly be taking shots. That's going to dictate them needing to take a fight soon as everyone else gets on their rotation.
Take a look. Booga jumps up here, trying to play for that mid-ground alongside Miro there. They end up clashing. They actually land right on top of Peterbot and Byla. They might be fighting each other here. Meanwhile, in height, Haji and Subscript, they're going for it. They need a big, big win to put them back in it. Booga finds Elite. Death there. Down he goes as N-Pen falls as well. So already, Booga and Miro finally get their first set of eliminations here as they desperately needed it. But the chop comes through. High ground comes down. Luckily, Haji and Subscript reconnect there. Meanwhile, down here, a big fight.
They have to get the refresh here. We talked about them not having any excess resources, any extra shields, and actually, Sented's just gonna drop all of his stuff. He said, go on, my son, do what you do. And Cold says, I got you, I'll carry the torch. He finds a huge refresh on the backside. That's a 4-point jump. Now he needs to cover. Tries to get the wall at it. Tries to find the pre-fire. He's not going to do it. We have second place on our top right, first place in the bottom right, everyone else on the wide with Haji and Suscript on the high ground. Cold just barely hanging on by a thread. If he steps outside the zone, if somebody sneezes on him, and that's gonna take him down.
Booga's down, Miro's down, and just like that, the standings once again open up for Kanata, Agers, who are still alive here, and you can see, so is Peterbot and Byla. They are playing out of the world today. Walkers and Scare Bear hop their way on up to the 3-digit mark inside that top 100. It's looking good for them. They still haven't picked up anything yet, though. They're playing smart. Low ground, front side. They have a team right above them. It's Doji. It's Rokade. They're in 6th. This is a big set of eliminations that can open up for them, but nothing comes from it. Meanwhile, Kanata finds Macron on the side there. TK, however, just playing a solo clutch here. He's sitting back in the storm. He's got a lot of time to work with. But where is Joji? Where is Rokade? They're still sitting on that zone there. All these teams are inside the top 10. They're starting to get clashed in on top of one another.
And Rokade and Joji are picking up a bunch of elims on the backside of the zone, but Byla and Peterbot aren't slowing down either. They just found a pair and it's on to users. Scare Bear goes down. Scare Bear goes down. That means every single person who is on the front page has basically been taken out, except our leaders. What can they do wrong? No, I say that. Walkers is still up on his feet, trying to make the solo catch. Can he keep the story going?
He's got to be careful, though. He just face-checked into Kanata and users who's right up above him. Shots come from below, though. It's Kanata. They're trying to pull them on down. Kanata is playing this one out by himself as well. He's going to go for the big pot here. Meanwhile, Aviv and Elite Gold have managed to claw their way back in. There's a solo. No, that's a duo set in front of him. Aviv tries to go for the wall tick. It's not looking good. They get blocked out here, but this is it. Rokane's out of mats. He just has barely whatever Joji just dropped for him. It's a small split for him. And look at how many teams are looking to collide here. Byla and Peterbot might just really rack up here. There's one opportunity. Down goes Walkers in third. Bye-bye. Another set goes for them. That's 6 elims now.
And Byla needs to work back to Peterbot. Peterbot is the one with the heals. You see him taking the block. Huge shot onto Rokane there. And Peterbot dropped his drum shotgun. He says, Sundown, what you know about me, baby? I'll do it with the striker. And he finds one, but doesn't get the confirmation as Joji and Rokane try and throw a little bit there. But Haji and Suscript, they've been on the high ground the whole time.
Now down they come. Joji here is just edging his way out. Haji is making what he can with this little zone here. He's just trying to edge his way all the way around the side. It's a 2v1 situation here. Aviv has managed to make it this far. Suscript and Haji, however, are now officially out of material. Aviv, what can you do as now Haji jumps into that box? Suscript plays it smart. He backs on out. There goes the big shot, and just like that, they put themselves on the board. A nice little victory royale for Suscript and Haji.
Yeah, great high ground control from them. They weren't tempted to drop down. They didn't want to look at the eliminations. They saw all the fracas and the chaos that was going down out there, and they're like, all right, we'll take the dub. It's free, right?
And a big opportunity now for Aviv, who jumps on into number 3 there, a top 3 position for him. Haji and Suscript, congrats on a Game 5 win. Big game for you guys to put y'all selves on the bubble here. But it is our teams like Walkers and Scare Bear who still alive there. Kanata and Agers who are now up at the top. And we had a couple upsets, though, some big fallings, too.
And the one duo who hasn't been falling has been playing out of their absolute freaking minds from start to finish. Only one poor game. Peterbot and Byla, they're starting to kind of look around behind them and being like, is there really that much distance? We got to figure out what the distance is. We'll send it on over. Adam Vivid SPG, let us know, man.
I think at this point, Sundown, I think Peterbot and Byla has ordered themselves a celebratory cake. I think it's looking really good. It's looking really strong right now because it seems that a lot of the other teams just aren't keeping up. They continuously get themselves into the end zone and score points. Leaderboard's going to be very exciting. But let's focus on some other teams for a second here. We have a new team who have made it all the way. Suscript and Haji get the victory royale. Now, SBG, this is a team I saw there, 26th position there at the end of that with 68 points, which shows us that they haven't had the best 4 games going into this, but suddenly they propel themselves up and give themselves a good opportunity going into day 2 tomorrow with only 1 game left today.
Yeah, this shows how good every team is. Given the opportunity, they will make and take plays to win games. It is that close between everyone, but everyone is close besides our top team. We see Peterbot and Byla once again. This is absurd. They saw Aqua and Vino. They're like, hold my slurp juice. I'm going to one-up you guys. I'm getting more points. And we have 1 more game still to go. it is crazy to see them just absolutely take over this lobby, because I honestly didn't think this was going to be possible for anyone to do in the region, and it is awesome to watch.
I mean, the most notable thing there is that we actually saw them finish the game on the low ground, right? We have seen them play the mid ground. We see them up on height. We've seen them win games, but now we're seeing them on the low ground. I think that's honestly been the story of NA East. We talk about this time and time again between teams. It's like, well, this team could play this play style, mid ground, low ground, high ground. It's like these teams are evolving as this competition goes on, and they are very ready to play any play style that is handed to them. Shout out to Peterbot and Violet, putting on a clinic and finishing out. I believe it was in 4th place right there. Definitely securing themselves up at the top of this leaderboard. For sure.
Indeed, yeah. And one thing as well, which I really admire about the team as well, consistently having resources at endgame. We saw floppers, we saw minis, we saw big pots as well, always having meds. We saw even med mist there as well. Plus that with the materials, the combination, I mean, you're setting yourself up for a great finale every time they're SBG, and that's why I think they're doing so well right now as well. Let's have a look at how well they are doing. 193 points. We are looking at 71 points in the lead after 5 games. SBG, they're almost at 200 points after 5 games. That's not bad. It's not bad, really.
It's not. It's not. 220 is what you got to beat to go and one-up EU. We see Cold and Scented able to move up the leaderboard a little bit, but I want to talk about Aviv and Gold. They were able to make that end game, and we saw the consistency. We saw them play very well, playing a mid-ground level within semifinals. They did it right there, able to pick up a lot of eliminations, all of that placement, 17 points up. Now, in the first couple of games, going up 17 points isn't as impressive, but now doing it after 5 full matches, that is a huge jump up the leaderboard, and they had a massive game there.
Yeah, Bobby, I was to say, Vivi, we see Scare Bear as well there in 4th position, who again, we must highlight a team that have done superbly to get themselves up into 4th at 120 points.
I mean, so many eliminations coming out of them in the end game right here. And you can see right here, initially they were actually controlling the low ground. And this is great for a team like this to take advantage of the fact that a lot of our teams that we are finding before this game that were in the top 10 are kind of falling very, very early. So the fact that Scare Bear and Walkers are like, listen, we're going to take full advantage of this opportunity, pick up, looks like 4 total eliminations before actually going down here and getting into that top 5 position. That is a great, solid game.
That's a great point, because everyone besides Peterbot and Viola has been inconsistent, has struggled to consistently perform each and every end game. So it's no wonder we see a large gap between the two. And that's why it's going to get so close between everyone second to, let's call it 30th. They're going to be able to battle it out and shoot for those points, try and get all the elims, the placement over this next game and over day 2 to try and get up that leaderboard.
Yeah, and honestly though, if we were looking at that leaderboard right there, Scare Bear is actually the second most consistent team in terms of placement points. They have 81 right now. Okay. Now, Peterbot and Violet, they have upwards of like 110 placement points, so that's a different story.
Different story.
Yeah.
Different story.
So the consistency is there. They just not finding as many elims.
Well, interesting the leaderboard there as well. We saw in 9th position 100 points, 2nd position 122 points. So that competition is wide open. I mean, we're seeing it kind of flip-flopping all the time there, but the front runners, Peterbot and Violet right now, 193 points. Now, bear in mind, guys, everyone watching at home right now, we have 1 game left today, 6 games tomorrow as well. So there's still plenty of time, 7 games in total left. But today, they've had such a strong start to proceedings. You can see there as well, 27 eliminations, SBG. That is almost at the 30 mark. I mean, for a day 1, anyone would be happy with that. But with 1 game left to play, I mean, I feel they're going to surpass 30. How are you feeling about this?
3 elims? I mean, they're averaging, I'm not doing math, but let's call it 5 per game.
Oh, it's so
and we'll see it continue. I don't see anything early game, even mid game, that would stop them or prevent them from once again clutching up a number of points. So, I mean, hey, guys, you might have to try and beat them tomorrow, because I don't see it happening today.
Well, you've heard from the fellas here. We have 1 game left here today. This is game number 6 on FNCS Finals NAE Day 1. It's coming at you right now. What is going to happen? How are the points going to be set at the end of Day 1? We'll have to find out. It's back over to Monster and the Sundown to bring us all the good stuff, all the action here on the final game of today. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And to just kind of underscore how well Peterbot and Violet are doing, they have a 50% increase on eliminations to the next closest team, a nearly 85% increase on placement points. Somebody's got to stop this train.
And it's going to be hard to do that. You can see they have a 70-point gap over second place. It's a true fighters competition for anyone inside the top 10 currently, but that first place spot is slowly slipping away, and it's off the backs of what has just been some incredible performances. I mean, we're seeing them pop off, we're seeing them find all the elims, get the refreshes that they need, and there's only been a single time where they did okay, not even that bad, but here it is, the final game of NA East. Day number 1 is underway, ladies and gentlemen.
And wherever you are watching, thank you for tuning in, whether it's in Legends Landing, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, it don't matter. We got a split path here right down the middle, so maybe not necessarily any of those early tags coming through, but we'll be hopping on to the Chapter 3 Season 2 island one more time today. We'll have NA West right after this, where Kelly, Clay, Panda, Tokata, and Jacob will be calling all the action here as we have Iamzo and Degen trying to find some shots immediately, and we're hopping on board with Command Cavern because they had the fastest drop, or one of the fastest drops.
Looks like Sinetto takes out Skittles there in the feed. That's a early fight at the Collider, right? That's a team that we saw finding a lot of success at the Collider.
So odds are potentially good that it might be a rifle coming in and just a bad drop coming out from Skittles due to the bus path, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Users now forced over the side. That's Skittles' teammate, and we don't see anybody near or on top of him. So there's just Skittles getting picked out of the air as Duke is going to get on the board as well.
Nice elimination there for Duke. Let's take a look at a quick instant replay here. What all unfolded. You see that pressure coming in, and oh my god. The clutch up from Sinetto. Users onto Sinetto there, just putting the fire back where it deserves to be. Meanwhile, Diego and Bizzle find Slacks and Clarity G over at the Sleepy Sound. So this game already beginning off to an explosive start. Bizzle and Diego managed to find some success.
And that's what you want. If you're Bizzle and Diego, this is Diego's first time playing in the FNCS finals. And don't forget, during the qualifiers, they didn't make it through to round 4. Some 2 unfortunate 51st places in the round 3 of qualifier. I believe it was 2 and 3. It was back-to-back there where they ended up getting through. And that means not necessarily having the same amount of experience in the set lobby format. Now, Bizzle, he's been here forever. He knows what to do. However, Diego, hey man, being thrown right into the deep end is tough. Me personally, I like to kind of like stick a big toe in, see how's the water feel. No, Diego was just hooked off the side of the ship and said, swim.
Not only that, swim against Slacks and Clarity.
Right, exactly.
So good today. So it's not just any kind of finals engagement. For Stretch and Commandment, this is arguably the toughest day one we've ever seen them put on here. And it's just been rough. Battle after battle here. Death and Tavne have just been exceptional so far. And now they're going for the disrespectful pickaxe play here. They're not going to find it. Instead, he waits for the edit to come through. And he shuts things down there. And already the crossroads in a battle round after round.
And the fights over here are so odd to me because they're not actually fighting in Coney. Every time we've actually tuned into them, they're just outside of it. So you can tell there's a little bit of hesitancy to wanting to commit to the hard spot. But we know Roken and Joji, they haven't left Rocky Reels all season, and they're looking pretty good right now. Currently sitting in 5th place, 115 points in. I mean, we've talked about the individual efforts from Roken. He's been playing fantastic.
Yeah, which is really cool. Roken and Joji kind of in the earlier weeks were contested here at Rocky Reels. It was no easy drop by any means. This time they get the full drop spot to themselves, and they're finding tons of success here. And again, this is a huge, huge drop that just provides tons of loot. For Miro and Booga, let's just do a little deep dive into what's gone on in their tournament history as, again, Miro and Booga have found so much success early on, and then the last couple games have fallen outside that top 25. More often than not, we see them pick up these hero clutches and performances, but it's been pretty rough for them.
Yeah, I definitely want to see them try to prioritize getting more hip-to-hip in these mid-game type of situations. Right, they're very good at doing it end game and then enabling one of them to clutch up, but they have to get themselves there.
You see Marzo W and Crumbler here putting pressure onto Shoney and Polo. Polo already being eliminated. Shoney just trying to skate away in the vehicle. That build's got some boosters though, so it gets pretty far and out of line of sight, and just like that, he's still up. On the other side, you can see how it all went down here. He rolls up right behind Polar. Just like that, he takes him out. Meanwhile, the zone's fully on the eastern side as well.
Man, if I'm Polo there, I was wondering, somebody... And Crumbler coming right out of the water there, but Tony doing a good job making sure he puts that seat back to an angle where it's very difficult to hit him. We talked about this a little bit last week, how in the boats typically, if we didn't necessarily have the scope burst coming through, you just would have been safe and out. But if you get a bead on their head, you saw the 39 tags coming out. However, Peterbot just continuing to loot up, continuing to look good. We're gonna swing on over. Ghost Blake, Limit Lawrence. They're trying to keep themselves in the conversation and getting a little bit of an early rotate. They need to be careful about the angles here though, as they do have 2 duos in between them and their path to the safe zone. And one of them is immediately turning around and hawking them.
Yeah, let's not forget, that was Clicks and Day the last time. They like to sneak on up. Last game was a huge thorn in the side for Lawrence and Blake as they were caught completely off guard on the same exact ambush. If they don't learn from their previous mistakes, we will see them possibly collide here once again. But no, this time it's actually DeQuinted and Sphinx who's positioned up outside. Meanwhile, hopping on over to Scented and Cold, who has managed to edge their way back into second place. It's been a back and forth battle for this position here. Up against the 4th place team of Walkers and Scare Bear. Keep in mind, they are generally sharing this area. And there's another team on top of Walkers and Scare Bear. So that is not honestly the least of their concerns right now. They have more trouble on the horizon.
You can see Scented trying to swap out or split his medium ammo so they're able to go, and now they're gonna head back on over to this fight, but Scare Bear and Walkers, they're already pinned Polarize and Nico pretty much directly on top of them.
In comes Scented and Cold from down low though. Notice they're moving in very, very quickly here. They heard that shotgun go off, it blasts into distance. They say, no, this is a shot for us to get on in. And they see the opponents of Polarize and Nico there in the distance. They actually take the shot off, and a huge little pre-fire right there from Scare Bear. He finds something, but he gets tagged in the return as well.
Yeah, luckily from that distance, the striker pump is just gonna be a little tickle. That's not gonna be anything pellets. You just kind of brush those off. It's merely a flesh wound. They're gonna look to bite their legs off later though, as Clicks and Day getting wall to wall against Sphinx and DeQuinted, and Sphinx has had a very solid performance so far. He was on the top of the charts after the first couple of games with Elam, so they're going.
This is looking like a swarm in right now though. A lot of attention being brought here. And all of a sudden now we have not 1, not 2, but 3 duos hovering around this general area. One of them, of course, being Blake and Lawrence there looking on in.
And Day, yet again, you can see his HP bar. Didn't cover his back, took a bunch of chip damage, and now you got Booga and Miro sitting directly on top of you. And if you like to sneak up on people, there's no sneaking anywhere. Check the bottom right-hand corner. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 duos all on the southern side.
Meanwhile, Except and Voyo have big line of sight onto Miro and Booga. Luckily, they throw some walls down because otherwise they would have been completely exposed there. So, little spider sense kicking in. Miro glances back. You can see they pick up that little bit of information there off in the distance. Miro looking for any of these trades possible. Meanwhile, Voyo and Except are debating down to the left. Oh, do we get out of here? Do we stick around?
And one of the things to note too, look at Miro's loadout right now. He wants to trade these long distance tags or support Booga as he pushes up. If he gets jumped on and somebody has any form of shotgun, he's not going to be able to trade out efficiently. Yes, they have the chug splash to offset it, but they have to be careful about this rotate because him and Booga are very far away from each other. And Threats and Rise are coming around that same side. We're gonna go right back on over to the stalemate though here, where Day and Clicks still trying to pressure Sphinx and DeQuinted. They got a nice little arena here with everyone else just saying, no, fight, fight, fight. We'll just look.
Yeah, Day's looking around though. He's trying to figure out, hey, are there any other teams glancing into this position right now? Did they leave? Are they sticking around? Because if so, we cannot take this fight, not safely, not comfortably at least. And just like that, Day and Clicks are now looking for the disengage here, trying to get to the zone first. Remember, if they get to that safety position first, they can use the storm to their benefit. Every lead counts. Meanwhile, Bucky falls to Trashy there in the feed, so Trashy and Nawson already find themselves some eliminations. Let's take a look at the wide map, though.
This is the first time we're coming real up to the northeast. We did have that one zone that finished right around the Sanctuary. I believe that was game 1 or 2, but now we're directly on top of the Bugle. As Day and Clicks looking for some room. They're going to have not a wee little bit of a yog to get over to the zone. You can see they're actually going to disengage out of that fight. As DJ and Yamzo, they're throwing shots towards someone.
Those are teams trying to rotate out of Command Cavern and everything in between here. Degen and Niamzo have also sort of slipped down here, and it actually looks like a team launch pattern off this high ground base. That could have been Dubs and Mega, honestly. They do like to position themselves around these general mountaintops here, but safety of the zone is right in front of them, so they'll be a-okay to go ahead and play this one out. Take some time. Meanwhile, Scare Bear and Walkers are there. Oh, there it is. It's the Geyser hitting those big rotates.
Chimp took a bunch of damage from the side. I believe that was Demonics and Nick trying to roll up on them over there, and Chimp just over peaking a little bit. As you can see, players are trying to prioritize. You can check the bottom right, getting on top of these outcroppings in the Bugle. When the zone drops directly on top of them, if you can get up, invest a little bit of your brick, a little bit of your metal, you have some fantastic sight lines, and it gives you the priority position.
The wide shot, though, telling a story in its own. Not many teams on that north side, so the collateral will start to begin on the south portion. Meanwhile, Aviv and Gold, who have sort of just snuck their way on into this top 3 position here, are looking for Storm Surge right now.
I want to say snuck their way in, but we've seen a lot of Aviv in the late game, picking up eliminations, picking up placement points. It's something he's been doing incredibly well in a very stacked lobby. So honestly, some of the newcomers, the new blood, we talked about this being one of the most finals appearances out of a singular region with 435, but the people showing up are the new kids on the block.
Yeah, hide and seek, Nets being some of them as well. There's a lot to catch up on, so Vivid, give us what you got.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of our top teams and what they're rocking out of this early game. First, Peterbot and Violet, they are doing great. They got the Chug Splashes, they got some Floppers, and that Dr. Sloan Striker assault rifle there. Also, Miro here, interestingly enough, he doesn't actually have a shotgun, but also has Chug Splashes. And then one more team we want to look at is Scented and Cold. They have the pad and Chug Splashes. These Chug Splashes are so good in the end games. You can use them for green health or shields. So let's see what they can do with them.
I also love just right on the little bit of the replay, you could see Scented. He just throws a full shotgun blast towards that bush, knowing if somebody's in there, he will at least get the shield tag. And fun little info on the top right. Haji and Suscripts 2 elim tied for the fewest ever in a VR during the NA East Finals. That basically means you picked up probably the last duo who was there. So nice little impressive performance coming out there to secure the VR, but only really walking away with 38 points for that one, which we generally see as a lot higher mark, but Melito and Igna, they're getting on the board there, picking up Creo and Vert.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here, even for Muzz and Avery now, who position themselves up way up top. For Byla and Peterbot, though, there hasn't been a single problem they couldn't solve here today. Right now, though, one of the first times in the tournament here, we see them slightly below the Storm Surge here. Meanwhile, Senta goes down to the hands of Acorn, and that's not just a knock, it's actually a full finish.
It's going to be dangerous. Cold is going to be forced into a 1v2 situation, and we've talked about how the rest of the lobby is playing catch-up, and if you're Peterbot and Bilo, the more of those top teams you see going down and sneaking a fantastic headshot in there, and another one towards the back. This man just throws shots towards everyone and finds it. See, Avery gets a knock onto Av. Cold is on the right side of our screen here, just trying to play a little sneaky snake, a little bit of bushwalking going on, as Peterbot is going to ask for his teammate to open the edit as he then holds the line. And one thing I do want to note is Peterbot and Byla are one of the few who we see prioritize having floppers every single game.
Yeah, definitely. And remember, having those quick heals can be so beneficial in tons of different scenarios. And floppers kind of fell out of favor, I feel like, since the reintroduction of Chug Splashes, which both are so good for quick heals, but again, each their own more and faster heals from those floppers. But hold up, Users fell in the feed. That's an important one. He was up inside that top 10 there, so another one of our teams that have been relatively consistent today, already down. And of course, we're watching Scented and Cold's journey here start to unfold. Take a look. That is Skittles right there, trying to play for Users. Revival now, trying to get him back in the game. He's still at the command cavern, barely above the surge, though. I think he'll have enough to hold on.
I mean, this game, again, we talked about kind of the pace picking up towards the back half of the board. I doubt we will see that tomorrow. With 75 players, only 5 more will need to go down. He might have the opportunity to out-heal, especially with 4 medkits, 2 floppers, and all the fishing spots that's in the cavern. But we talked about Bizzle and Diego needing to get a little bit more of that experience. Bizzle, get your boy to the late game, right? Let him play in some of those situations. Let him pop off here. They need to get the opportunity to do that. But right now, Nico and Polarize, they're getting active.
They're trying to put their first points on the board today. What can they do? They're close to placement points. And they're, of course, hunting for some eliminations right now. Meanwhile, Polarize just get rolled up on, and no, Nico gets punished as well here. This is Diego and Bizzle. They managed to give them enough time to go ahead and heal back up, and Diego and Bizzle are fighting back now. Down goes Nico and Polarize there. A quick 6 for Diego and Bizzle now. While that was all unfolding, Kanata found one in the feed there onto, I believe it was Quaz. So another set of eliminations now for Kanata, and that's a team that genuinely was struggling with Surge all day long, so those early elims are crucial.
And everybody knows who FaZe Bizzle is. He's been around forever, one of the standouts in the Fortnite community. A lot of people haven't heard of Diego Plays before. That's because it was somebody who was ripped right out of creative, right out of the build battles. And I'll get back to my point real quick. As Cold and Scented, they managed to make it into the zone in second place. We saw Scented just hanging out there, and hey, he's gonna pop plenty of bandages, no Surge to worry about. Little fortunate here as, because of the aggression in the lobby, they get kind of a second chance at this game.
Yeah, and that was looking super close right there for a second. It could have been taken out. Now, all that's left is minis, but there's a player behind this wall. It's Bryce. He's hovering around this general area somewhere. Meanwhile, in the storm, Skittles is healing off here. We saw how many medkits and stuff he had before, and now look, it's only improved since the last time we tuned in. So he's got more HP to work with, but he still has to play for the pickup here onto users. And then he's got to dash his way to the zone. Someone was rebooted. Surge might just turn back on. Be careful for someone like Skittles. I mean, that might be his worst nightmare.
Yeah, that could end up being very, very not beneficial to the way he is playing as somebody who is very used to just hanging out in the storm and eating as many fishes and trying to time out the medkits. Can put you in a tough situation. You see him trying to min-max that as best as he can. He's even checking in. You've said the warning. Storm Surge turns back on. Is he the one below? Because if he doesn't have shield kegs, he's not going to be able to do much about it, but Nick is going to be able to bail him out, and Scare Bear actually ends up getting knocked. We'll keep an eye on the feed. If Acorn's able to get that confirmation, that's going to throw a definite wrench in the wheel.
Oh, he's down. Scare Bear is out to the hands of Fatch. He gets the full elimination there. It knocks over, so that means Walkers is left by himself in this game. Remember, they were inside the top 3. This is excellent if you're rooting for Miro and Booga. Even better for Kanata and Adris, who are closer to that next placement point threshold to go ahead and hop their way on up. Finally now top 35, so placement points do get given out for some of our duos here in the lobby. Loadout not looking exceptional by any means, but hey, they're still alive, they're still in the game. Meanwhile, Larson's under some serious pressure right now. Big fight breaking out against Oliver, OG, and Jeff. Shots coming in from the third party here. Larson smartly positioning himself around the side, though. He's trying to play this out. That's his wall. Big edit there. Down body there, too. Can he save Quanti?
He's trying to be able to pull him back and then get him into the full built metal, but he needs to be careful about resetting this. Some very good edits in position. Unfortunately, he did miss about 2 edits there that might have let him cut it off and potentially have a chance to go aggressive, as it gives Oliver, OG, and Jeff the time to heal. But if I'm Larson, I'm okay with that. I want them to come and try and chase me, and in fact, that's exactly what they're doing. As we see, Scented actually gets a little phase-on-phase crime in the feed as Dubs goes down, and Oliver OG puts that drum shotgun to work. He's gonna find it.
Nicely done there. Already now starting to bounce his way back into this, put himself back in the conversation. But Voyo and XFD Surge, they start to hop in. So does Kaz and Fishy, and you're seeing what unfolds when teams need that Surge. They're willing to fight outside the edge of the storm here. Priority is priority. Agers falls in the feed, but not before trading out with Bank there. So that might be a huge change of events now for Kanata, who might have to play this one out by himself. Meanwhile, Cold and Scented bounce their way back into the tournament here.
I mean, they're effectively in first place as long as we don't.
is down, Nets is down. That's a top 5 team. GG's.
Yeah, going to be able to still close the gap. But again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We got this game, and then we're turning over to NA West. The story of NA East has been Peterbot and Bila doing absolutely everything, with the exception of game number 4. But right now, everyone else is playing catch-up. The best players in the region, like Sentin and Cold, trying to catch them. Booga and Mira trying to catch them. Joji and Rokane, they're all behind the pace being set there.
This is it. Cold and Sentin definitely know that's a solo up above. Diego comes down, though, into the Lions Den, and they bite back. They get pushed now. Cold completely commits here, so does Sentin. They jump on in. It looks like they find one for their troubles. It's Bizzle who goes down first. Diego falls shortly afterwards, and just like that, they have managed to pick up a slew of eliminations. So much material. Double the launch pads now as well.
Blake and Lawrence, they're underneath Storm Surge. They were in 6, but some key shots coming out from Lawrence is going to force them to eat into nearly all of their extra utility to just make it past. And they don't have enough HP to continue pushing forward. And they get ripped down as we have the half in, half out revealed on the opposite side. That's where you hear everyone taking to the skies and just trying to make it into this last end game of the day here in NA.
6 places down. Now Booga and Miro managed to claim that 6 for themselves there. Perfect spot to be in here, but look at the loadout. No heals to work with other than a med kit halfway through the material count, and you can see this has been a very difficult game for Booga and Miro. Meanwhile, Cold finds another one in the feed. They are starting to really rack up points and eliminations this game here. That's setting up for a very great day 2 for them, right? You want to close strong. You want to close that gap.
And they're trying to close it on the back of eliminations. We talked about coming into this, how Peterbot and Byla had 50% more elims, nearly 85% more placement points, but they've slowed down their pace a little bit. They're trying to say, hey, as long as we keep getting the placement points, we're fine. Zenton and Cold, they don't want to slow down. They want to keep going. They want to try and hit that hot streak and keep sliding, but we're also bouncing back and away from the natural high ground here. So it's going to be a shift in who has control over this part of the lobby as we head into the moving circles.
Definitely, it's going to get more and more interesting now. Hoofishy and Kaz are up on high ground. Pamsto and Fash are also close to it as well. They're setting themselves up for the full pull here. Pamsto and Fash can genuinely just straight bounce back into this. Look at this. They're in 15th place. Oh, 90 points here. That's really not that bad. Remember, these standings are so close, guys. Don't let that number fool you. That one elimination jumps about 3 points in overall placement, so now they're in 12th. That is how close our top 15 is genuinely right here.
But look at where Peterbot and Byla have
They're in a different tournament.
They look to try and take the high ground. They're at 199, but every time they're on the front side of zone, they take this absolutely brilliant angle to cut off everyone else, and then they say, we're good. We'll play late game, and they've done fantastic when they got there. And just checking the board, 4th place down. 6th place down, 7th place down. Everybody else trying to make up space, but Gold 25 being down is leaving Aviv to do it all by himself again.
He has to clutch up here. Only 21 above the surge here. Several more players separate him from that surge being active here, and it's going to happen soon. Meanwhile, Peterbot gets another one. This starts a Booga, huge upset for him. Top 20 is not that high, guys. There's a lot of points left here, so Miro, once again, is left by himself. And this is a huge opportunity now for Peterbot to, again, force out the competition, give them more space to break away with the lead here. Meanwhile, Teo still alive there, making his rotate. There's Miro clawing his way through the bottom of the low ground here. Smart rotates by him. He plays his way around the outskirts here, changes layers. It's looking good so far.
But look, Peterbot and Byla, again, they're prioritizing. Get to the front side of zone and just rotate. Cut everyone off and about face. Meanwhile, Kaz and Hoofishy, they're trying to make a claim, get the momentum rolling onto day 2. They got height. They got 6 eliminations. Trying to run it out as Miro is also trying to just hop, skip, jump it out. We see Sentin pick up another one. Duke picks up one in the feed. We're into the top 15 here in game number 6. And do we have any more dramatics? We opened up the day with an absurd Miro solo clutch. Can he do it again as Sentin and Cold are trying to put the pedal to the metal and not let Byla and Peterbot run away with it, but they're lighting up the feed as well.
It was looking like it wasn't going to be Sentin and Cold's day, but they managed to continue to pop off and prove everyone wrong here. Meanwhile, Miro just holding on. He finds a single
Another one for
That's
Byla.
perfect for him. Things start to add up here. What can he do now? He's starting to run his way to that new zone. Sentin and Cold are still in a world of trouble here. There's teams above them. There's teams below them. They have to continue to pop off and fight back. Meanwhile, Peterbot in the low ground has got another player in his sights here.
And they have zone priority this time as Miro ends up finding another as a solo.
Oh, high ground
Duke and Damper. You can see the chop. They're out of builds trying to go up. And Sentin and Cold are going for the height. Sentin and Cold are going for height. Hoofishy is down. Kaz is going to be forced out with only 5 builds as Miro finds yet another. Kaz gets wiped, but Sentin and Cold take away height in game number 6.
And now they're at 6 eliminations here. They can really start to catch up. Peterbot and Byla have someone on their heels. It's not over yet. This tournament is still here. They're starting to catch up for Duke. And of course, Jamper, they're still in the fight now as well. Already at 5 elims here. Can they take down Peterbot and company? The pressure's coming in. Here comes the edit, but no, doesn't find it there. However, Byla and Peterbot are looking here. They need to make a decision. Fight this low ground team or battle for hype, but no, the focus comes down low. It's not looking good. Hughes gets crushed by Peterbot and a great follow-up there for the full finish. And now he blocks things off. He gets the loot. This is a win condition available to them now that they have some material Chimp is playing that backside. He's going to be very dangerous.
But Sentin and Cold know exactly where Peterbot and Bilo are, and they are hounding and they're spraying every single bullet their way. Cold will end up finding Jamper instead, and now we have a 2v2v1v1 to close out the game here, with first and second being the only duos off. They want to put a stamp on it. If you're going to start the comeback now, why wait till day 2? Take some points away here and now. Peterbot with no builds. Will there be any more dramatics? He's taken down Sentin and Cold. 9 eliminations, Monster. They are pushing.
This is it. They should be able to close out here and put up their first victory of the day. And down they go. And a Big 10 elimination win there for Cold and Sentin.
I mean, what a way. That's perfectly an allegory, a metaphor, an example, whatever the correct word is right now, because I'm floundering. This has been brilliant. Peterbot and Bila playing fantastically frontside zone and a belt facing, but Sentin and Cold saying, hey, you talk a little bit of trash about our last performance in FNCS. We are showing up today, and what a way to close out day number 1.
And we expected a team like Sentin and Cold to pop off, but man, they're keeping it interesting for us. They're not allowing that train to get too far. They got themselves a ticket, a VIP ticket, and they're trying to jump their way on out. But that was just day 1, though.
That's day 1. That's the first 6 matches down. We'll have 6 more tomorrow. We're going to go to a little bit of a break after this, and we'll have NA West. But to show us where we're at after day number 1, we got the best in the business. Adam, Vivid, SVG, take us home.
Coming from the best, that means everything. Thank you, guys. That was, do you know what? As Sundown MDF said there, we could not have asked for a better way to round things off here. Top of show, you guys were saying, we were thinking about predicting Cold and Sentin. They're going to get contested. I picked them, and right? They are crushing things right now. You did pick them?
No.
Hey, I didn't think you did.
He did.
Don't troll me like this. You know what? I think this is the amazing thing, is that we had the perfect finale there as well. Peterbot and Bila there as well at the end game with Cold and Sentin. First and second position, battling back and forth. SBG, this is a way you want to round out Game 6 on day 1 ahead of day 2. It was perfection, and you guys got a front row seat, as we said. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, and we get to see first and second go head-to-head. Sundown and MDF put it perfectly. They were just clashing, 2 Rams running into one another, and you don't really see Sentin and Cold go for high ground plays very often, so this is a rare one, but they felt confident. They wanted to grab that win, and they had the mats, because obviously they finished with 10 elims, so they're in a really good position. They had mats to take height, and Vivid, they closed it out so nicely to end the day.
Beautiful. Listen, they wanted it. Like you mentioned, they never go for high ground. Their comfort zone is that low ground, and they were like, no. Who Fishy Cats, we know you're up there. We're coming for you, but we're also coming for Peterbot and Bila. They had the fortress, their drop spot, uncontested that game, and it proves that they can pull off victory royales if they do have that kind of room to wiggle.
We've seen them a lot in action, so let's check them out one more time. I think we can here as well. Some highlights of Peterbot and Bila, who today have been so seamless. They've been so consistent. We always talk about consistency, but again, racking eliminations, it's always getting to this end game position, whether it be mid, high, or low ground. They find a way to survive, and that is what you have to do in FNCS finals.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. They had a first, a second, a third, a fifth, and now another third. I don't know how you do this in FNCS finals, but whatever these guys ate this morning, they need to rinse and repeat, because that is unbelievable. Not only that, but we asked, are they going to get more than 30 elims? There's 4 right there. Quick maths, that's more than 30.
Wow. Good maths. Good maths.
Good maths.
Solid maths.
These guys slaying out. That has been so nice.
Wow, it's been, what a day it's been here. Sundown MDF, that was someone else. So I think we all wanted to see action here on day 1. That's exactly what we got.
I blinked, it's over. 6 games, flew by.
Done. I mean, for you guys as well, like casting the action there as well, there was so much. I mean, did you foresee MDF, Peterbot, and Bila doing so well on day 1?
I mean, the thing is, we knew Collider was going to be a great drop spot, but my gosh, to talk about that much success, we did not expect it to happen. The leaderboards tell a story in its own. It was so much of a runaway train. I mean, tomorrow, at this point, can you count them out? It doesn't look like it.
I mean, the gap is closed considerably, though.
I was going to say, like, you talk about it being a runaway train. We might as well say it's runaway trains, because this is the smallest the lead has been for first place since after game number 2. Yeah. Otherwise, they were 50 points clear. Right now, like Cold and Scented did everything they can to just close the gap, doing every huge 10 elim victory route, and they're still 45 points behind. But we still got 6 more games to go. So
we have indeed. Of course, as well, we have got 6 games tomorrow. Predictions, we were guessing who we thought was going to go all the way in this as well. We should take a look at these in a second as well, because I know that I think some of our teams are doing very well. Mine, not so well right now. There are still 6 games to go, and we talk behind the scenes as well. They could get a couple of victory rounds tomorrow. It's still possible. So DJ Neom, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. But Booger and Miro Vivid, it's been a strong start. Not the greatest finish, but there are still those 6 games we talk.
I mean, not the greatest finish. They're in 3rd place right now, Adam. It's pretty good, right? I mean, compared to Peterbot and Violence and then Cold, I mean, that's a tall task. I think Booga and Miro are doing good. We saw Miro in that last game picking up a couple more points to bump them up into that 3rd position. So happy with their performance overall.
Yeah, I'd take that 3rd place. Like 3rd place going into day 2 is really solid. Acorn, Edgy, I definitely get bonus points because Edgy and Scented used to play together, right? That's how this works?
Yeah. Give them bonus points for that.
Nice.
What? That's
by the transitive property, some kind of math, whatever.
Because he's so far behind. That's the only reason we're giving some bonus points. That's the only reason is. But it's all to play for. It's going to be really exciting, I think, as well. Sun and Jamper and Duke as well.
They're up in the conversation. And one thing to consider, too, when you're looking at a leaderboard like this, when 1st and 2nd have pulled so many points out, that means the battle for 3rd onward, anybody can have that one huge game, and all of a sudden you are winning tens of thousands of dollars more. And it's going to make the late dramatics tomorrow that much more interesting.
And the cool part about it, I mean, we have our own mini competition here. So 1st and 2nd are not in that conversation. This allows us to continue to stay hyper competitive too, which is fun, right? Kanata, Agers, they managed to have a bumpy start, but then in the end, rocket their way on in, get into a conversation where they're putting up the numbers, then all of a sudden you have Scented and Cole just boom, rocket on past them and have some exceptional last games there. But ultimately, I'm liking where the standings are right now. I think we have ourselves a pretty solid and fun day 2 to look forward to.
We certainly do, and we've always talked about this region as well. We have so many big teams, such a high caliber of a player base here in the region, so absolutely anything is possible. Of course, that is it for us today. Tomorrow, 6 more games. It concludes finals. Make sure to check out, of course, those of you in Toronto as well, the Cineplex Toronto Movie Theatre will be broadcasting live NAE for you guys there, so check that out. It's goodbye from Monster and Sundown Vivid and somebody's dad here as well. We're bringing you all the action tomorrow. We'll see you on the Battle Bus. Take care. Bye-bye for now. Bye.
Today we're gonna be playing Don't Say It, and basically what Don't Say It is it's a game where I'm gonna be telling you about a weapon or a consumable in the game, and then you're gonna have to guess it with how I describe it. Okay, so you can use this to grab loot.
Harpoon.
Yep. It can be used for you and your duo at the same time.
Campfire.
And you heal with it.
Campfire.
No.
Slurp or splashes.
No.
Med mist.
No. It generates shield. It zaps you.
Stone Surge.
Yeah. They are completely useless, and you get it out of ice coolers.
Small fry.
No.
Thermal fish.
Yeah. It came in this season. You can use it on anything metal. And then if you use it on wood, it catches it on fire.
Repair torch.
Yeah. You get this if you eliminate someone mid-game, they might have it. They get it if you, how do I say this? I don't know how to say that without saying it. It's Victory Crown.
I think you did all right, but like, you could have done better for sure. Okay, old drop spot, alpaca. Alpaca.
I don't know what that is, bro.
An alpaca. You don't know what an alpaca is?
No.
Your old
llama?
drop spot.
Oh, the llama drop spot.
Yes. Flying in the air.
Gliding?
Comes down. Free stuff.
Oh, spider.
Yeah. Really bad POI. Near like the big statue. Oh, shoot. Fast. It's in pubs.
Grenade launcher?
No, you put stuff in it. You can like put loot in it and then get it like another time.
10.
Yeah. They recently added it this season.
What color is it?
It could be any color. It's a gun.
It's a gun?
Yeah.
Sniper?
No, it's like semi-automatic.
Gosh, this is so hard, bro. What is it?
Thermal.
Oh, that gun is good.
No, it's not. That gun is bad, but it was a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be to get you to guess these, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I expected.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Welcome to the FNCS NA West Chapter 3 Season 2 Finals. Thousands of duos are starting out to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 50 now remain. This weekend, they will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. Two-time champions Favs and Snacky will be the ones to watch as they defend their titles against big hitters Arkham and Epicwell. Can they make it a three-peat? Console duo Riek and Remy impressed us by topping the leaderboard in Qualifier 3 and shooting straight to finals. This will be Remy's second FNCS Finals appearance this year. Region veterans Landjock and Punisher will be battling their way through the finals from Windbreakers. Will this edge map position be disadvantageous for them since the removal of vehicles? Find out now on FNCS NA West Finals Day 1.
Welcome everyone to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 Finals. We started this journey 4 weeks ago where thousands of hopeful teams competed to be right here. Out of those 1,000 teams, only 50 remain, the best of the very best. And what stands in their way of the title? 2 days and 12 games of Fortnite action. Everyone, it's time for NA West Finals Day 1. Welcome back, everyone, to the beautiful FNCS stage. I am your host, Hello Kelly Link, and I want to give a special shout out to those of you watching in Legends Landing. That's right, it is the ultimate Fortnite viewing experience. You can find it in the Buy Epic Road Discovery, so definitely check it out right now. Also, something else you can check out is my 2 incredible analysts. Let's bring them out on stage. It is Clay Staling and Panda. What is up, guys? I am so ready for the competition. 50 of the best teams, and there is just so many storylines to follow, Clay.
There's so many we can't keep up. We're going to have to keep up, though, today because, oh, my gosh, Kelly, it's Finals Day 1.
It's here, Panda.
It is, and I'm so excited. Everything that we've been doing culminates to this moment here for these teams, and I'm so excited to see what these teams do.
Oh, my gosh, it's been such an incredible journey, and let's actually kind of relive this journey that we've had, everyone. Let's go over the schedule that we have had over the last month because what a journey it has been. We've obviously finished up our 3 qualifiers right here. The teams that didn't make it into the finals through those qualifiers, well, they had to duke it out in the semifinals, which was a 3-day intense affair, guys. And that's all led to this, the finals. 50 teams, 2 days. But Panda's gonna break it down even more.
I absolutely am. And listen, we've talked about it, right? Kelly even mentioned it there. The qualifiers, they're done. Semifinals, out of here. It's all about the finals, baby. 50 teams have made it to this point here to compete. Day 1, pure play. Now, you may be wondering what that means. That means no team will be crowned the champion on day 1, but day 2, that's when it's gonna happen, right? And it could happen early through match point. If a team gets 475 points on top of some VRs, they have the opportunity to win early. But Clay, they may be wondering, how do they get the points, man?
Yeah, as you see right there, Victory Royale's 32 points, so you can definitely get that match point. You go all the way down to 35, you're gonna get a point for that placement there. But big thing this season, Panda, each elim, 3 points.
Wow, 3 points per elimination. Listen, that's a lot, but I heard there's a lot on the line as well, Kelly.
Oh my gosh, I mean, obviously we're fighting for the title, we're fighting for pride, but also they're competing for some money, everyone. And what a prize pool we have. Here we have it, all 7 regions broken down for you all, but we're specifically going to be looking at this one right here, NA West, and we're going to break that down even more. As you guys know, everyone is going to be walking away with a little bit of money, all the way down to 50th place, walking away with $500. But what you and I are looking at, that first place spot right there, $45,000. Wow. Each player walking away with $22,000. But you know what else they're going to be winning, guys? The Axe of Champions. Ooh. Look at this in all of its iridescent glory. Panda, what are your thoughts?
Listen, first glance, this is beautiful, right? The prismatic look, the nice glare and shine to it. Man, I can't wait to see some of these NA West boys and girls walking around with this pickaxe because so many incredible players have made it to this point and they could potentially walk away with it. But we got to start start from the top, right? Obviously, when I say the top, I got to talk about the top of qualifier 1. Rex and Reed walking away qualifying in only 1 week here. They're definitely going to be a close team we have to pay attention to. Now, 208 points is no easy task here in a qualifier, and they did just that. And they're going to be actually competing out of Greasy Grove. Now, this is only one of 3 locations that has a vehicle. Yes, you heard me correctly. 1 of 3, meaning that Reed and Rex have a huge advantage here if they use the vehicle correctly.
That's the big thing right there. They have to use it correctly. We've seen so many teams not use it correctly and it just get eliminated so quickly because of it. And so just take a look at some of these highlights go through. Reed and Rex have been on a tear in NA West, and that's really what you want to see from a top performing team like that.
It absolutely is. And I have no doubt that they're going to be successful here throughout the finals, but will they come out on top? Because there's a lot of great names up here, Clay.
There is, like, the team that I'm focusing on, Midi and Kaboot right there in the middle, coming through qualifier number 3. Look at they're not too far off in points from Reed and Rex. They had a pretty good performance. Their average elims and average placement, though, that's what I'm looking at, because they can get into that top 10 every single time, and they're going to need to tilt the towers.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting for them, right? They are contested here at Tilted Towers, but this is a team that knows how to kind of overcome adversity and deal with contestation and still be successful. So we're definitely going to have to pay close attention to them, especially with their height takes that we've seen so far this season.
And that's definitely a level up there for Midi, because if you go back previous season, you watch him, very low ground oriented player, and then finally gets a teammate in Kaboo where he can go for the high ground and start to take it. And that's when they start popping off, Panda.
Absolutely right. But look, Midi and Kaboo, they're great, but there are more incredible teams here like Beast and Tao Tai. Listen, when you talk about veterans, you got to talk about Beast and Tao Tai. This team is a super special team. They were able to qualify through the qualifiers, and they made it here to the finals. Look at that, 194 total points. They actually came out with the top spot in their qualifying day. So impressive performance, obviously, and they're going to be doing all of this from Sleepy Sound. You already guessed it. Listen, and they are actually going to be splitting this drop as well from what I can tell. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can be successful while contested. However, Tao Tai, over during the media day, very confident in the performance that they were going to be able to put on this season. And I think it's going to show here, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, you said it, Tao Tai's a veteran here in NA West. As long as I remember watching NA West, Tao Tai's been playing. Wheels used to be his teammate there as well. So he knows how to get into these top 10 performances. He knows how to do well, but can they perform with Beast? That'll be the question. But I want to take a look. I'm going to take a page out of Panda's book.
Okay.
I took Batman, Booga, and Wheels because I wanted to see how they would do, how their performance matched up. And look, Panda, 183 points. Look at that average placement too. One of the best we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, look, average placement up in the top 10, meaning that most of their games, they made it into a top 10 situation, which is always great. Average eliminations 3. Obviously, that alone in average elims, that's 9 points, because 3 points per elim. I mean, look, that's a really solid setup. Now, they're going to be doing this out of Command Cavern, a really special POI for them. It's obviously contested by multiple teams, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But they've really kind of honed in how to take on this drop spot and be successful.
Yeah, and without having to worry about surge, without having to worry about players rotating in, without worrying about going down early, they really have something special here today. And I'm excited to see what they do. Just take a look at how well they're working together, Panda. They are hip to hip, box to box, fighting together, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, we love to see it, right? Obviously, Batman Booga, newer player, Wheels, veteran player. But look, so many incredible players here that we didn't get a chance to mention, but I believe, Kelly, you got a chance to show us some content from some of these players?
That is right, and I actually want to talk about one of the players you already talked about, the top player, one of the top players in NA West, if not an international player. His name's Reet, and we grabbed him in the lobby.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I'm here with one of the most infamous names in NA West, Reet. Reet, my guy, how's it been, man?
It's been good, it's been good. A pleasure to come out here, you know, meet up with all the friends and all the Fortnite team. It's been cool.
One of the first things I gotta ask, man, how'd you get into Fortnite?
One of my homies from school, he was like, oh, you gotta get this new game, Fortnite, right? To be honest, like all my friends, they were low-key better than me, like at the beginning. So then I was like, you know how it is with your friends, you always gotta get better than them at the video games. So I just kept playing and playing, and then eventually we got here.
That's awesome. I mean, look, I couldn't imagine many players being better than you, so it's kind of funny that you say that. Now, with the addition of a new qualifier day, What are you going to take away from that?
Last time, because there was only 2 qualifiers, you know, so you couldn't really like mess around, because if you didn't qualify for one, you know, it was kind of rough. But with the 3-day qualifier, I think it should be a breeze.
So tell us a little bit about your play style.
I think a lot of people know me as like one of like the most aggressive players, you know, that's kind of where I got my name from. But recently, like since Duo started, I've been like trying to learn to be an IGL, and I've stepped into that IGL role kind of, playing with Rex. So I'm probably more on the passive side of things now, you know, but definitely still got that aggressiveness.
How do you feel this IGL role is different than the aggression that you had in the past?
Being the IGL, you got to tarp, you got to take over tarp, you got to lead your teammate, and instead, like what I used to do, I used to be the one following, picking up all the eliminations, back tarp, but now instead of focusing on the eliminations, I gotta keep the tarp, you know, and lead the team.
All last year we experienced trios, and now this year is duos. What are you doing differently here now that we're going into duos?
So trios, you obviously had a lot more mats because there was 3 of you. So duos, you have a lot less, so it's a lot different IGLing. Honestly, you got to go for a lot more refreshes, and I think the first season, you know, it just took us a bit getting used to, but we should be good this season.
You've been able to go through every single region and come out on top. What are you doing that makes you that dominant no matter what region you're on?
It's just confidence, to be honest. Like obviously on different regions like Asia, East, you have that higher ping, but you just got to kind of just like pretend it's not there, pretend you're on the same ping, and you just got to trust that your builds just like keep the same confidence that you have on your own region.
Now, here it is, Chapter 3, Season 2, Qualifier 1. Are you going to make it through Qualifier 1? Are you going to leave no doubt here on the playing field?
Oh, of course. The first, yeah, like I said, last time we didn't take the first one serious. We definitely going to be locking in for the first qualifier this time. Can't take no chances.
Awesome. All right, Reed, thank you so much for coming out here for Media Day. It's been a pleasure talking to you, my guy. Where can the people at home find you?
ReedLol on Twitter and Twitch, and then on YouTube it should just be Reed.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for coming out, and let's get back to the Battle Bus.
I love that question you asked him, Panda. Is he going to qualify through Qualifier 1? And not only did he do that, he did it in the first place spot, over 200 points. Can't wait to see how he's going to compete today with Rex. But for right now, everyone, we got to look at some drop spots and what follows up after that. Of course, rotations being a huge part of the competition. So the first one we're going to be looking at is Tilted Towers. And of course, you guys love to talk about it, Midi and Kaboo. But also, there's going to be a few other teams landing here as well, Clay.
Yeah, we got Jeffers and Crimson and Kompalop and Gear. Kompalop and Gear is actually first FNCS final. But I want to take a look here at all of the destroyed buildings, how that's going to play into effect. Doesn't have loot for 3 teams anymore, Kelly.
Nope.
They have to be very careful. There's a lot of rotation, though, coming out of Tilted and coming into Tilted, and that is what you're seeing here up on top of that hill right there as well. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot to look at when you're at Tilted because we had our zone at EU. Very first zone looked really good for the players at Tilted, but they kept going down because they had no surge and they didn't have the positioning that they needed.
Yeah, they didn't. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because, again, a lot of these teams, when they were practicing before FNCS hit, Tilted looked a little bit different. Now it's here. It's made some adjustments, and it's caused these teams to have to make some major adjustments to the game plan. But look, there's still a lot that Tilted Towers has to offer, Clay.
Yeah, take a look at the map right here, right? It's centrally located. One of the best parts about Tilted, right? It's always been centrally located, but what I want to look at is all of the different high ground positions around Tilted that are offered these players around, right? Let's say you pull zone, Kelly, right? You're going to need to find some positions in zone quickly because if you don't, you're going to be stuck down in that valley of Tilted and it's not going to end up well for you. So we have got 4 positions here, and then we've got 1 up near the collider as well, really 5 with siege cannons, high ground, and everything you need to rotate in. And best part about Tilted, everyone's coming into it, right? Especially if you pull a zone like this, everyone's gonna rotate in. So look, you come in from the Collider, you come in from Coney, coming in from Sanctuary, coming from Rocky and Jones's, everyone is going to converse on you. So you get those high ground positions, should be chilling on Surge.
Yeah, I think when we looked at the map, it was something like 2/3 or maybe even 3/4 of the team are on the north side of that map. So if the zone really does come that way, Tilted Towers is the place to be. But Panda, let's say that you have 8 teams rotating into your spot. Are you going on the aggressive or are you kind of playing a bit more of a passive?
Well, you got to do what Clay said, right? Get those high ground spots early. Make sure, obviously, looting is important. So if you don't have the loot that you need, make sure you get that wherever necessary. But get those high ground spots super early so you can tag these players as they rotate around you. You also want to make sure that you're punishing players as they come closer, because the last thing you want is to just let them get close to you and then try to take a box-to-box fight with them. So taking these tags is going to be super important to keeping the teams away from them, but also getting those very needed Storm Surge tags. for sure.
And of course, it wouldn't be Chapter 3 Season 2 if we didn't look at Command Cavern. If I'm not mistaken, from Europe, there were 6 different teams there, and like top 3 were landing there, contested, and still made it out. Clay.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting POI. I know we got Batman Booga, Wheels, Pars, Rays, Yasir, Kevin, Kenzo, School. We got Kayla's Solution, but I think Panda's got a little bit of a breakdown for us.
No, absolutely. Look, Command Cavern is a very unique POI. You have the scanners, you have launch pads, you have siege cannons, fishing spots, and one of the only POIs I think we've ever seen in the history of Fortnite where you can actually split this comfortably amongst this many teams. But on top of that, right, you see all the floor loot because there's a ton of floor loot spawns, but there's one piece that makes this drop spot so special. And you guessed it, it's the vault. Look at everything the vault has to offer. You have slurp barrels, you have the supply drops, gold, ammo crates, and so much more. So when you drop here, there's so much that it has to offer, but you may be wondering, how do you rotate away? Well, guess what? I mentioned launch pads and siege cannons, but you will have to use to rotate. But let's just say the zone pool's max distance, right? Let's say it's not gonna be in your favor. So you need to figure out how to rotate correctly. That's gonna be super important. So the last thing you wanna do is go straight in, because once you look at this, you see when you start to move straight in, you're running into other teams. You're going to be running into issues as far as rotation goes because other players are going to be rotating the same direction, potentially as you. But what is more important than anything is how to dead side rotate, because since you're not going to take this rotation, you have to do something a little different. Doing this is going to be super important. You take the siege cannon, again, the launch pad, you start to go south. Then you're gonna curve in on the west side of this zone here, find a nice little central spot, and then you wanna position yourself once you get there. Now, some of the really nice spots here within this zone would be the high ground positionings all around. You'll see actually here, so many different spots like Sanctuary, just south of Sanctuary, and so on. So many incredible positions here on this map that they can take. These teams definitely have a huge advantage when rotating away from Command Cavern. Now, Clay, you were talking about Batman Booga Wheels earlier. Their spot in Command Cavern is definitely special for sure.
It's excellent, and it's one of the few POIs that you can stay in zone very late, and you can, that's how you do that dead side rotate. But I think someone just put off a rotate on us.
That's right. Just like these teams are going to be rotating out of this zone, I have rotated to the other side of this stage. And you know, we've talked a lot about it. We've talked about loadouts, we've talked about drop spots and the duos, but also another important part of the competition is rituals. So let's take a look at how some of these players prepare for game day.
I keep a pretty consistent routine. I always make sure I take a shower. I always make sure I eat good before tournaments.
My routine looks like aim training, crosshair placement training, and then just free building.
I just warm up, play Zone Wars, play creative matchmaking, and then hop in.
Just making sure that I warm up and me and my duo are on the same pace going in. That usually ends in the best results.
I usually 1v1 my friends, or I just like free build to warm up.
There's always pressure, so I think it's really important to sort of accept that you're gonna feel pressure and you're gonna feel nerves.
I like to handle the high pressure environments by drinking some caffeine, taking some deep breaths, trying to relax.
I get like a hand warmer to like calm me down during the game, and that's what I've been doing. It soothes my nerves and stuff.
I think your physical health is like definitely a really important part of just your life and gaming as well.
I like to work out or prepare myself physically. Then I get on like an hour before I play, and then I play and I win.
I like to go surfing a lot whenever I have extra time. Making sure your body feels well is like really important.
I like taking walks. It helps me reset my mental and gets a little bit of exercise, so that really helps.
I think sleep is really important, and people don't realize that. I don't want to burn myself out before a tournament, so I just grind like an hour before.
Coming into the game and making sure that you're not like worn out is really important. That sort of helps me with my competitive push.
I want my body to feel well when I'm playing so that like I feel well overall.
So I think it's really important to make sure that you eat something, and also making sure that you drink a lot of water so you don't have headaches.
I always make sure to eat healthy before the tournament.
I like eating chicken pasta before tournaments. Really helps.
share their game day rituals with us, and I'm sure they're doing that right now because we're only a few moments away before we hop into game 1 of the finals, everyone. It's time, though, our favorite part of the show, it's predictions, and of course, we can't be doing it alone, guys. We got to bring out our 2 casters. It's Jacob PR and Takada.
Hey, there they are. Bring it in.
Like we never left.
What's up?
Oh my.
Takada, it's been weeks, and we're finally here at the finals. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's incredible, right? We've been through qualifiers, through semifinals, and now being in the finals. I mean, I just want to get started.
I know, Jacob. I'm sure you're ready to get started, too.
Yeah, I'm ready to hop into it. I've been waiting for this moment. And for a lot of these competitors, this is literally the beginning of the end.
That's true, everyone. But of course, we got to look at our predictions real quick because this is the beginning of the end for us. We've been doing these predictions for 4 weeks now, having a little bit of a competition for ourselves. And I went with oh my, you guys all lied to me. What? Okay, everyone lied about what their pick was besides me. I'm going with Ree and Rex. They qualified through qualifier 1 with 200 points. They have an uncontested drop spot with no car, with a car there. Clay, before we get to these guys, talk to me about your predictions.
Blindsiding me, Takada. Okay, I see you went with Arkham and Epic Whale. Just have a feeling that they're gonna do well today.
Panda.
Hey, listen, you know what? This is a good sign for me. I'm just saying, you guys are putting all your chickens in one basket here. So look, Batman Booga Wheels, obviously they've been growing in the space, and this team has something special, and I feel that this is their season.
Takada, you lied to me.
Look, me and Jacob, we have this synergy going on, all right?
Okay.
So Jacob, you know, wasn't the best at predictions previously, but when we went together, when we held hands and both picked Arkham and Epic Whale, that's when they qualified, and we have that faith in the finals. So, you know, I had to pick Arkham and Epic Whale.
I mean, Jacob, we saw it in social media. You know, a lot of these pros like to say who they think is going to be making it through as the first place spot, and every single pro said Arkham and Epic Whale, Arkham and Epic Whale. So what have they done differently from last season where they got 15th place to have such a confident spot in first place right now?
To me, the biggest thing for these guys isn't necessarily what happened to them last season, even though that plays a huge part. They're 6-time, multi-time champions, and when you place that low, you come out with a fire. You can best believe these are guys who are going to play like they have never won an FNCS before. They're going to come out hungry as can be.
But also, I do have to talk about their journey through these. I mean, they didn't make it through any of the qualifiers, and in fact, they made it through semifinals day 2, I believe, Clay.
Yeah, they definitely had a hard journey, but I mean, it's Arkham and Epic. Well, you can't really bet against them.
And Takada, something that we commonly see is that regardless of if they're contested or uncontested, they sometimes have issues with Storm Surge tags, and they're going to be uncontested today, potentially. Drop spots do change. So what are your thoughts on that?
Look, I have faith. They have a vehicle. They've had a lot of time to study and practice for these finals, and knowing the type of players they are, I'm sure they're ready, and they're going to be able to get enough damage.
And then, of course, Batman Booga seems to be kind of a rising star. I remember watching him back in third-party tournaments, slowly starting, everyone just kind of making fun of his name, and now being one of the best players that NA West has to offer. How has he gone to this point?
Look, his commitment level is probably the highest I've seen on West right now. A lot of players, they have good commitment, but Batman Booga is next level. It's similar to like Malibuca on EU, right? Literally, he'll get done with qualifiers, get done with finals, and he's immediately into scrims, practicing, prepping, and that's the same thing with Batman Booga, and that's why I'm confident that him and Wheels will do something special these next 2 days.
Guys, I know what you're saying in chat. Stop the talking. Let's start the game. So with all of this being said, everyone, FNCS Chapter 3 Day 2, or Chapter 3 Season 2 Finals Day 1 starts now.
Starting right now, Takada. Can you believe it? Everything we've been through this season comes down to an end this weekend. And I gotta ask you, this is game number 1. You're the only one I trust. How is a player feeling in moments like this?
Look, the first game is always gonna be the most stressful, but it's also the match that kind of builds up your momentum for the tournament. I feel like it's almost as important, if not more important, than the last match of the day. So this is the match of the players. They gotta get ready. They gotta feel confident. They gotta show that they've studied beforehand and they are ready to make something happen.
Yeah, I like it, because even though this is 6 games today. It's 12 games overall. So as much as it's important to have a great day tomorrow, you got to build that foundation that you can really lie your hat on. And I like that. Building the confidence early is going to be absolutely huge, and knowing that if you do go down early, if things do happen, there are so many opportunities to kind of pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and go at it again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's veterans, Jacob. There's some players that, you know, it's their first time in the finals, and the battle bus is ready, so we don't have to wait too long to see these names, Jacob. I mean, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. And that's the thing about this, is it doesn't matter how I'm feeling, because these players, there's 50 different duos, 100 individuals dropping into the map right now, and it matters how they're feeling, because they're the ones that are going to have to put up a fight here. And already we got some early action going down. Evo on one, both of them taking damage, but they fire back, they turn, they burn, they take out July. Now Amp with his back up against the wall, no builds to his name, with the striker, with the combat. He does have the tools, but he doesn't have the time. This is the moment, Scotty, he has to back down and really reassess the situation.
Now, not having that player advantage is Evol and On One here looking to make something happen against Amp, and there it is. Evol now with 2 eliminations, starting off with 6 points.
Yeah, this is where it's so easy to kind of get down on yourself. You know, you didn't last too long, but this is where you got to have the most confidence in your gameplay possible, knowing that, hey, something drastic happened in game number 1. I can pick it back up. I can have the games of my life and kind of finish it off, because that's something we've seen throughout the qualifiers. A team that typically does win the first game or has a good half of the tournament doesn't typically end that same track.
Look, I was saying how important that first match was for the momentum, right? But something just as important is that mentality, Jacob. Being able to bounce back from a negative situation like getting eliminated off spawn is one of the most crucial things of Fortnite competitive. And the top tier players, they're really good at this. And we can actually take a look. Speaking of top tier players here, we have Krypus, Thoric, going to be coming out on top in this early game engagement. And losing his teammate Thoric, I mean, you know you're feeling stressed out in the first match.
No, you definitely are. And you got to have the confidence, though. If you are Thoric and you did go down, Krypus getting not one, but both of those eliminations, that's to start to build that confidence in the foundation that we're talking about. And because you can kind of see on this side of the map, even though there is one team floating around, it's not going to be an easy exchange if they did want to try to third party and kind of clean up all this.
It's all about having options, right? Deciding what you want to do. And speaking about fan favorites here, Jacob, we got Rex, we got Reet. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for in the finals. Put the duos down, as Reet right now getting tagged from afar, but looks like they do have Greasy Grove uncontested, so they have time to loot up, they have time to mat up, they have time to get everything they need for that late game. But problem could be damage, Jacob. I wonder what their plan is, right? Where are they going to go for tags? Are they going to try and take an engagement? Are they going to take it slow, look for tags from afar? Really so many options, just have to make the right one.
Honestly, it's another team that's in that very same boat, Arkham and Epic, even though there's a huge bout of confidence for them from the analysts and from you and myself to really come out on top. It's really going to test them, because that's what we've seen throughout the qualifiers. You heard some of them talk about it, uncontested. They struggle with Surge. Even when they were contested, they struggled to make it out there in a good position. But with the amount of time they spent throughout the qualifier, 1, 2, and 3 days of semifinals, and on that last and final day, not only securing the first spot through consistency, but getting the victory royale just to really seal the deal, I feel like that was the change that they needed. That was the boost of confidence.
That was the boost of confidence, but my curiosity now is how much time they've had to prepare for these finals, being qualified from that first week. Now, I mean, are they ready, right? Have they studied enough of the opposing duos that they've seen qualifying week by week until this moment, the final moment, and see if they can kind of use that to their advantage as we switch over here. The Pandas pick Wheels, Batman Booga, and Command Cavern. I mean, we know their route. They like playing up top. They like having a good amount of vision around the surroundings and kind of get those tags from afar so they're not too worried in the later zones.
Yep. Batman Booga and Wheels playing very, very similar here to Tavern and Nico, or at least how they play the early game, how their plan is. They kind of loot up, they farm up as much as possible, collecting all the surrounding ground, and then they just build for height and go for their surge tags. And then over here, the thing is about both of their positions is they both possess the cannon to get easy rotation. So even though you kind of look for now, Tavern and Nico far out of zone, you got to imagine the same thing could be said about Batman Booga and Wheels. They're in such a great position to be able to make that quick rotation, so they don't have to worry about it.
Speaking about great positionings, Jacob, we got Jeffers, we got Crimson, crouched up waiting for that perfect moment to attack, but it looks like they might not have connected that important initial shot, and now they don't really have too much of an advantage, and they might even just decide to disengage here. I mean, that is a smart play, Jacob. You gotta make these decisions quickly, right? They wanted to go for the engagement, but they were not able to connect that big initial shot, and they're backing off. They're playing it slow now.
Yeah, you got to imagine getting third party towards Tilted. That's something that's really going to affect people as Jeffers just get beamed yet again. This time it's FJ, AA, and Sharkboy putting down the shots, collecting that surge. And you can see everybody's going to have that pool towards the eastern side of the map. And for Crimson and Jeffers, they're really stuck in a weird spot here. Do you rotate forward between two teams? Do you stay back, stay between two teams? Takata, I got to go ahead and ask you, with the situation that you're seeing, what would you advise them to do?
Look, I need to see their loot because it really depends how crucial these tags are, right? If they want to get the damage, I mean, they can take some shots from afar, but they're using so much resources right now being close by. They're using shields. They're using materials. They really have to decide if it's worth it to take that engagement. And it looks like they wanted to disengage, but just that choice of disengaging really just lost them quite a lot of resources.
Chip and Lime. Was a real fan of them last season. A little contested last season towards Chonkers, but this time not as contested. So hopefully they're gonna have a different go around. You can already see Lime, 2 launch pads to his name, and he's already traveling towards the Butter Barn. If you guys don't know, Butter Barn is one of the only locations in which you can purchase a launch pad. Extra rotation for them. That is just bonus from where they're sitting now, as you see them already trying to match the launch pads, which the damage of Surge, which they haven't been able to get off of Respawn. So you can obviously see there's another team rotating in from the south, though.
You can see here Lime 2 using his wood builds to kind of block off the shots from his opponents. He does not want to use his metal. He does not want to use his brick until he's getting those rotates in and making those bases that they're going to use for a longer period of time. When you're doing those rotates, you want to burn the wood, which, I mean, they're doing a great job of it now, but the issue is another duo from behind, another duo from afar, kind of taking shots at both angles, and they're really using up a lot of materials here. So they might have to wait a bit, play it a bit slow, but looking at Punisher and Landjock, we know they drop at the bottom left side of the map uncontested, so they do have a good amount of loot. They've got the resources, but they need that damage, Jacob. Yep. That's what they're looking for.
And this is one of those teams to where I think they played through so many different versions, so many different metas when it comes to competitive Fortnite, dating as far back as the World Cup. And that teamwork honestly cannot go unnoticed, the way they've been able to play through the qualifiers, the way they've been able to progress, actually make it towards the finals where they feel so comfortable. But this is the decision they and everybody else is going to have to make, because it is so light in terms of people landing here. You got Greasy Grove uncontested and so many spots that aren't actually contested. It's Surge that is going to be a problem, and hopefully they were able to plan well to see Arkham and Epic having to go through that same thing. Uncontested Coney, they need Surge.
Also, a quick bit of info is more than half of the players today are returning from last season's finals. I mean, just kind of shows that if you really put in the effort, you can make something happen, Jacob.
Yep, and as this game slowing down, Surge coming their way, they got Panda ready to break something down for us.
Hey everyone, look, this is one of the things we were talking about in the pre-show. Batman, Booga, and Wheels do a good job of taking the top of Command Cavern and really placing themselves in a nice spot. But one thing they always do is they like to scan. Once they scan, as you can see right here, they get all the information of the players and the loot that is all around them. Now that the scan comes through, you will actually see a nice little aerial view of all the players. See, a lot of players here, so they need to be careful.
Thank you so much, Pan. I really love getting that little extra bit of insight, Jacob, seeing what these duos are up to. And I mean, Batman, Booga, Reels, they really have a game plan, right? From getting tags to the rotates with the cannons to even making use of those environmental kind of opportunities like the recon scanner. So really love to see that extra use of the map as we look back here at Evol and his duo partner on one as the zone closes on the east side of the map. In between the islands, Jacob, I mean, a lot of water in this zone.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a doozy when they do start to make it towards the zone that you're talking about. But Evil One and On One, they have some journey to make. Chip and Lime slowly rotating over. You see Vanillas, that's North Benji Fishy. Don't let him fool you. over here, team it with Wavy Jacob. Tavern and Nico forced to rotate off the fortress. So a lot of our Western teams are going to have to make that far rotation, and that's why it's important for teams like Batman Booga, Tavern, and Nico to really utilize the cannon that is really in their plan. You see they have the launch pad for later in the game, and hopefully they don't get stuck in a spot. And that's why you're seeing so many teams trying to make a quick rotation over to the eastern portion of the map, because they don't want to get stuck and forced to use resources that they want to save for later in the game.
It's all about getting that rotate early, but sometimes you just can't do that if you end up getting to an engagement you don't want to. There's some duos holding you off, holding your rotate. That's why it's so important to know beforehand which duos are in your surroundings, what their path is, how they like to rotate, so you can use that for your own advantage. As we look at Notch here, it's been like he has a great loadout, but making his way into zone slowly but surely.
All right. See Koyo, Zero. This duo right here is actually really interesting to me, because anytime I felt like we were watching them towards the end game, they weren't actually a complete duo. They were scraping these solo points left and right, and that's something that really has to build your confidence for a lobby like this, the set lobby, best of the best, saying, hey, if worst comes to worst, we can scrape together these points, but you can see them trying to get that early spot in zone. They don't want to scrape together points. They want to control as much of their destiny as possible, and take note of the actual location in which they're boxed up at, because they want to give themselves a backup plan before it actually does shut off. They want to give themselves a rotational tool in case things get rough.
I mean, it's all about thinking ahead, Jacob. That's the most important part, is just knowing what to do. What can you do depending on the situations, right? Depending on the zone, depending on which teams rotate close to you. As we look at Dom here, and Trey might have to do some damage here. 63 below, quickly moving up to 73 as they start panicking a bit more, looking for more shots, harpooning some bushes, seeing if they can really do anything here to get the damage on.
I really know everybody flew on over to that private island across the ocean as Dom taking a bunch of shots. And honestly, I love this play. So many times you see teams trying to out-heal with the shield kegs, trying to out-heal with the minis. This time around, Dom using it in a proactive manner, dropping the shots, dropping the shield keg, and continuously still looking. Even though he's going to fall below, he might go ahead and jump up as teams begin to rotate on their backside towards Daily Bugle. This is going to be a great chance for, even if they do use both the shield kegs, but get a ton of surge.
I mean, that's one of the most effective ways of using the shield kegs, right? But one of the most effective ways is getting storm surges, taking shots and hitting them, right? And that's exactly what Angel's doing here. 36 below. Gonna try and turn that around, though, as he has Pars and Rays close by. Looking to see if he can maybe get an angle onto them, but he has to be careful, as he himself will also be losing shield here. If he's not careful with his rotate, sometimes it's worth it to put a little extra bit of builds down to block more angles off, and it ends up saving you shield, so in the end, it really can be worth it, but they've got a long ways to go if you look at the bottom right on the mini-map, and it's not going to be an easy rotate.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, even though it does get shorter and shorter. They do have a ton of heroes, but you already see 3 teams lined up in the zone, 3 teams, including them, trying to make their way to the zone, and then obviously another one trying to block their path. This is where it could get dangerous if they don't watch out. That's Tavern and Nico waiting for that perfect moment to strike, but Tavern gets spotted out. The shots are going to come in. His shields are going to get dropped, but Angel taking what he could get, and that's why I love this play, using the brain instead of the brawn, getting the surge and continuing going.
Great play, just like you said, Jacob, but now he has to base up. He has to get closer and closer to the zone, help his duo partner Nigel out as well, as they're both in the zone now, but they're inside the same box, and it's going to be incredibly dangerous when Storm Surge is active and they've got the focus on them, which is looking exactly like what's happening here as they start expanding a bit more, building more metal, building more boxes, so they can be safer here as their opponents look for damage, but only being 45 above, they themselves are going to have to do damage as well here as we switch over to B-Dog. 73 below, has to make something happen here, only 4 chug splashes.
3 teams directly close to each other, 2 more towards the outskirts, 5 more towards the bottom. And the thing is, moments ago, Caleb and Solution was so far split up. Solution is stuck in Storm right now, trying to out-heal it, because going through that path is definitely going to make him take shots. You see B-Dog, Cheaters, trying to out-heal the Storm for now, but with only 1 more chug splash, they're going to have to peek through and look for the shots as the damage continues to rain in. The options are running out, 109 below the damage threshold, trying to go at it and make somebody their target, but nobody's peeking. Nobody's getting them the shots they need. 20 34 HP and counting. Even though he does land the shots, he's still below the threshold.
When is he gonna have time to pop this big? No, actually gonna get knocked, and at the same time, his duo partner gonna get eliminated, and they're gonna be waiting for the second match of the day here as we switch over to Tavern. Hopefully, his duo partner Nico is looking good, but unfortunately, Nico might have just gone down as well. You can just see how powerful, how strong Storm Surge hits, especially in this first match as Epic Whale secures 2 eliminations on the feed, and Tavern now with 25 HP to work with, 1 mini shield. And 2 assault rifles, Jacob is gonna have to make something happen.
Yep, definitely does have the medium range ammo to kind of utilize both. Nice striker pump. 1 mini though, just like you said. He's looking a little thin when it comes to the heals, especially without having Nico. But this is a whole difference from their actual qualifying run, where they were actually pulling those zones and they were able to box up towards the high ground and get the damage they need. This was a far pull. They didn't have time to really set up in the way that they practiced up until this point, but in 45 seconds, the zone's going to close yet again, and a lot of these teams on the beach side are going to have to possibly rotate to a better spot, and hopefully for them, it stays on land.
We'll see that in 35 seconds once the zone fully closes, but now we have our eyes on Snacky Fabs, the former FNCS duo champions here, feeling happy, feeling confident, seeing if they can make it happen again. The double, Jacob, I'd like to see that happen, but with 20 seconds left till this zone closes, they're just kind of deciding what the rotate's going to be. They have a launch pad. Really just depends how it closes, though. But this is exactly how Epic Whale managed to secure those 2 eliminations. Doing a nice little cheeky bush strat.
Yep. Probably got Arkham boxed up next to him. You see the shots. Just two quick bursts right there coming out from Epic. And that's how you take away somebody else's possible eliminations and their points. You see him looking towards the high ground, not wanting to let it go to anybody else. And you see he got his sweet spot in towards zone. And because the next one is going to pull half and half, I think it's a perfect spot for them to try to either get some high ground or kind of continue doing what you're doing. But I know sooner or later teams are going to slowly but surely try to close in on that position.
I don't know. What I love about bushes is also if you're not spotted, you don't really have to use too many materials. You can see all these opponents, they've got their metal, their break boxes. I mean, they've got a lot of real estate built up, but Arkham and Epic Whale, I mean, I think I saw some walls, maybe a ramp, and they're just hiding inside their bush, getting their tags. So we switch over to Reet and Rex here, who look like they want to get a bit closer into the zone. They have the loadout, they have the resources, but they also have a duo in front of them and on top of them, kind of blocking their path. So they're going to take it slow here, play it together, play it close by, and it looks like they will be able to secure this rotate.
Yeah, and one of the few teams that can really say throughout the qualification process, they average over 20 points per game. Even getting a victory royale, getting that top spot where a victory royale at the time when they qualified in qualifier 1 did not advance you to the finals. That was just bonus for them as they wanted to prove their dominance overall. The rest of the playing field, Caleb, Solution finally found their way together, but it cost them some heals. It cost them some builds. As you see Caleb looking a little light, and he still has to travel across the water, but using the boat would actually be a good way to get in, but it would also give away your location by drop.
It could, just as Kalibuka here, 119 below, just making that rotate in time, but now he has to quickly change his course of action to look for some damage alongside his duo partner Solution as he starts thinking of angles, thinking of possibilities, has a duo close by. Has to help his teammate, though, who's still on the edge, rotating in, trying to figure out what's the correct play here. Do I risk it going for a shot up close, or do I wait for my duo partner, push it with him, look for shots from afar? I mean, so many opportunities, but they've really got to take one here.
Yep, you see Nitrix and Caesar on the other side. Nitrix, if you remember, got in through qualifying after that long rotation. He was able to reboot Caesar back into the game and really give themselves that final push that they needed. Wavy, Jacob, and Vanilla's making their way in. Kaboo looking like he was by himself. Gonna have to wait later and see if that one is gonna be confirmed. But Tavern, somebody we know is by himself. Somebody we know that is below the damage threshold, looking for the shots. And this is where proactivity is a must.
I mean, what I love about this is Tavern is solo, right? Playing alone, but look how confident he is. Yep. He has the high ground, has a double box built out, has a good amount of resources, launch pad, ammunition. I mean, he's got it all. As we switch back over to Kalibuka here, now the Storm Surge has gotten even more scary, more deadly here as they're looking to see if they can secure some damage, secure some eliminations, but quickly enough, I mean, they've got to pop shields now. Only 1 mini left. This is duo partner Solutions goes down, does go above the Storm Surge, but now was it really worth it? Kalibuka's trying to do everything he can to stay up here, but it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, they know he's weak. They know at one time or another he did take damage from the Storm Surge, trying to find his way back into the zone to really utilize that med mist, or it's what's left of it. 2 more minis. He's going to be down all his heals. He's still trying to look for the shots. He knows 2 above the damage threshold is absolutely nothing as Caesar goes down. Nitrix soon to follow. I got to imagine that was either Vanilla's or Caleb pulling out the big ones right there as Arkham and Epic. I did see in the elimination feed they picked up even more as you see them sitting on 4 eliminations as a team.
You know they're feeling good. 4 eliminations, just getting into the 5th zone. Now, with only 38 seconds until the storm closes, they are picking up that little bit of extra loot they got from the elimination now, rocking a good amount of shields, good amount of ammunition, and kind of thinking what they're going to do for their rotate, right? They're a bit low here, so not sure if they're going to decide to go back up after, if they're just securing that extra loot, but you don't want to get too risky, right? Too greedy and end up getting eliminated just for going for a little bit of extra loot or maybe an epic assault rifle upgrade. But so far, they seem to be safe, and you can see this zone. If it pulls into the water, Jacob, it can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it could definitely be very dangerous, especially for those players that are on the low ground. But the high ones, you can see this could be a good opportunity for Trinity to try to steal away height. But you see the zone. Max pull back on the land. And the thing about this, it's not just back on the land. We got very different height elevations along the way.
Variations in that elevation is really going to be difficult for the duos that do not have that mobility and do not recycle a launch pad, for example. They're going to be rotating by foot, figuring out how to make it happen here. But we see Reet, we see Rex, Raise Pars, Batman Booga Wheels, all these duos kind of waiting, deciding, do we launch pad, do we recycle one? What's the play?
Yep, you can already see as that one dwindled down. A lot of these arrows, you see them flying, speeding across the map. They're the ones choosing to use that early launch pad. They're recycling, they're finding a gold mine as they make their way through the sky. Zone beginning to pull off of that mountain, so everybody's gonna have to make their way. A Snacky, he has the high ground for now. Pars, Rays looking like they're trying to sneak it away, but they get spotted out. Build's looking light, so it's not gonna come to fruition. Forced to drop down low, take some of that low ground as he continues to find a refresh.
Fav, Snacky, looking like they're holding the high ground here for first moving. They're gonna keep trying to do that for the rest of these moving zones, but in the meantime, all the action, all the engagements beginning on the mid, on the load. You can see Arkham Epic right now leading in points due to those eliminations, but we got Rex close by with 2, making that rotate happen here, still with a lot of materials to work with.
Yeah, and you can already see with only 2 players needing to go down, 371 above the damage threshold. That's not even a thought in their mind as Pars gets dropped back down to the storm. School goes down as well. Zookies and Bacon trying to make their way in as they go through in a very contested layer. But Batman, Booga, and Wheels finding the good spot, knowing these players are weak. They're going in, trying to pick up the elimination, but Wheels goes in too far. The damage is in. He gets dropped. It's all up to Batman, Booga, and you see the splashes coming out, but no builds to defend himself. He's going to get dropped early in game 1.
Snacky Fabs, they're still holding on to that high ground, Jacob. We have Kimchi playing it out as a solo, 2 eliminations, looking to pick up another here, popping a midi, has 24 HP to work with. Gotta be careful, that tick is crucial to staying up here as Kimchi ultimately gets taken out. Epic Whale and Arkham looking to see if that high ground could be theirs as they start going for the retake. They crack Snacky, do not get the knock, but Fabs has been taking out. Snacky now forced on the low ground as Epic Whale gets another. Now up to 6 eliminations, Jacob, and they've taken the high ground.
And so many of our fan favorite teams have at least lost a player. You saw Reet, you saw Fab, Salty, Bacon. They're all going down, including Snacky, who's done up. Epic Whale is going to get that elimination. Vanilla's picking up 2, staggering back towards zone. Lime and Chip sitting in 3rd for now. 34 points, 4 eliminations. Looking to the backside at the perfect moment to find Moose, which it looking like it might go over to Vanilla's, who drops from the sky, trying to steal it from his very hands.
Lime and Chip, 4 eliminations, 34 points. Be careful, though. You got to close your openings there as Lime gets cracked quickly, though. Popping those chug splashes, recuperating that shield, recuperating that HP, and now looks like they're going to play zone here. Play together. That's so crucial for these late games, so important as Arkham and Epic Whale did exactly that to secure this high ground, and they are looking to close it out.
Yep, looking to close it out strong indeed. One of the only duos alive, and I say one of because there's still one more after that as Vanilla's the solo trying to out-heal it. The med mist runs out. Time is definitely going to come to an end as Lime gets dropped. So does Chip. It's coming down to 3 teams, and the only one really standing tall, the multi-time champions, Arkham and Epic. 9 eliminations to their name. You see them healing towards the backside, putting themselves in tip-top shape because they have the high ground. ground. They have it in the bag. All they need to do is take out Vanillas, and they see him trying to block the high ground take, not giving him any options, forced him to the backside. Vanilla's not slowing down, trying to make his way in, but he gets blocked off, and the elimination and the victory royale goes to Arkham and Epic.
And just like that, Jacob, game number 1, the double-digit elimination victory royale from Arkham and Epic Whale. It looks like they're making that comeback happen from last season.
Yeah, I had a feeling that tonight was going to be a good night. And for Arkham and Epic, it was a great victory in game number 1. Clay, we can go ahead and do a high five. We'll send it to you in a moment. But Takada, what else did you see in that game that impressed you besides Arkham and Epic?
I mean, it was all about that high ground, right? Snacky Favs, they took it at that first moving zone, and they did a good job, I mean, to keep it up in those initial zones. But when it got to the important one, those last moving zones, that's when Arkham and Epic really came on top and worked together to make it happen.
Yep, we saw it happen. Arkham and Epic, talking about Favs and Snacky, but there's 48 other teams we've got to talk about. Panda, Kelly, Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And if there was any doubt the 6X champs were out of the competition, that doubt is gone right now. Arkham and Epic Whale are back, grabbing the first VR of the day with 10 eliminations. And what an incredible way to do it, because that game started off a little awkward, right, Clay, with the water zone?
It did. It started off a little shaky for them as well, right? They looked up to try to go for high ground early, couldn't get it, and then just played together. Finally, Kelly, they are hip to hip. They are box to box, and I say it all the time, and I love seeing it from them because they're some of the best at doing it.
Without a doubt. And Panda, obviously, we saw that it was Snacky and Favs that had height going around zone 7 there, but Arkham and Epic Whale, they waited for the right moment. How did they know when to strike?
Well, listen, they're veterans, right? They've been obviously the multi-time champions of this region. They know how these other players play, and they probably knew that Snacky and Favs was going to go at a certain point, and they waited until they win so that they could inevitably end up taking it from them. But one thing you have to talk about, right? Arkham Epic Whale, they're famous for coming in day 1 hot, right? Like winning game 1, potentially doing well game 2, but then they start to slow down a little bit, and then day 2 is actually when they're more successful. So listen, it could be a similar story here for this team, but we'll have to wait and see as the rest of these games unfold.
Clay, you seem to doubt what he said.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen them not do well the entire season. They've had a struggle, right? And then they come out and they're like, us struggling? No. And I'm fully behind this team winning today, because that was excellent Fortnite. That's the Fortnite we expect from them, and that's the Fortnite that we know they can do, and so it's good to see them doing it.
Let's actually take another look at one of our duos here. Reet and Rex had a pretty decent start, grabbing a few eliminations, but unfortunately not making it to the very end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. You see Reet unfortunately go down here early into the moving zone, so it's all on Rex. And now we all know Rex is a phenomenal shotgun player when it comes to it, but 79 HP, not really a lot they could do. So their goal, stay up. Get as many points as I can for placement, and if I get an elim, that's extra placement and points on top of that. And just look, what a shot there on the Mizu. That's what they needed just to keep them going. And hey, as Solo getting top 3, I'd take it any day.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Obviously, Reet and Rex, some of the best fighters in all of NA West. So it doesn't surprise me to see them as a solo player and still be successful. But man, what a start here. Arkham Epic Whale 62 points with a 13-point lead over second.
That's right. Second place being Fox City's team. Rex and Reek going to be in third place there. Moose and Aiden are going to be holding it out in fourth. And then Lime and Chip with a pretty decent performance as well in fifth place. And that's just game number 1, everyone. We still have 5 more to go today and then another 6 tomorrow. Is there anything that you want to see different coming out of some of the other teams here? Obviously not Arkham and Epic Whale, because they did really well.
I want to see Batman Booga Wheels go for high ground. I want to see them take a game. You know, I'm here for it. I know that they can do it. Like you said, Batman Booga is an amazing player. He's been on the rise for the past couple of seasons, and so I'm here. I want to see it happen.
Panda, how much of the success of Arkham and Epic Whale came out of a drop spot in Coney Crossroads?
Well, obviously being uncontested adds a lot of value, but on top of that, again, they have one of the few vehicles on the map. So both, they have rotation, they're uncontested, meaning that they have the loot they need to be successful. It's just a matter of them executing on a game plan. Fortunately, Surge worked out in their favor this game. They were able to get those tags, which we don't always see them get. So that's what led them to have a successful in-game. However, that can change pretty quickly going into the remainder of these games.
It really can, because it all just depends on where that zone is and how they find the rotations. Because this one, while it pulled to the east, that was a great rotation for them. And if it doesn't pull that same direction, maybe a little bit more tricky, Kelly.
And talking about tricky, we got to talk about a tricky position that Snacky and Favs, our reigning champs, are in 10th place. They held high, I believe, in Zone 6, Zone 7, right here. We're watching it right now, Panda.
Yeah, look, obviously Snacky Favs, the boys, they do incredible things from the high ground, but they took it a little too early. We kind of even hinted at this when we were watching behind the scenes. We saw this high ground take and we're like, wait, Arkram, Epic Whale still in this game? They know how to take height at this point? So it's definitely risky for Snacky Favs to take it so early, but they did still find some success here from the high ground. You see them doing a really good job of pressuring the teams below. They were able to do quite a bit until inevitably they end up falling. You see Favs goes down first. Snacky, the normal solo clutch player in this team for sure, ultimately gets a little bit more in this game, but it's not enough, man, not enough.
It's not. They did their best though, which was really great to see. Coming out 10th place is still great. You're not too far off of the pace, right? Again, it's game number 1, right? 40-point difference is not too bad. We've got a 32-point for a victory royale. So not terrible, not bad. It's still well within their grasp.
Oh, there is still so much more that can happen here in the next 5 games. And then another reminder, guys, we have 6 more tomorrow. So this is 1/12 of the competition. Anything can happen. But let's say you're Snacky Favs in that position. Okay. Would you have waited to take high, or would you have tried to drop down earlier once you saw someone trying to steal it?
Okay, see, here's the issue that I think that they had. They tried to go for eliminations on high ground that were too far below what they were trying to hold. And that's where Arkram and Epic Whale took advantage of that, and they went up and got Favs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. What it was is they held high ground, but they didn't hold it well. They didn't have really good space between the next mid layer and them, ultimately resulting in them losing it. So they have to be a little bit more cautious of that. And one of them, between Snacky and Favs, have to stay in the back of zone, right? In the back of that high ground. Because as soon as you give up that area, that's when teams like Arkram Epic Whale, they will strike, they will land in the back, and then they will focus you. So you got to be very, very careful.
Will Arkram and Epic Whale strike again? Well, we're going to find out real soon, everyone, because game number 2 starts now with Takata and Jacob.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I mean, Jacob, I love the breakdown from our analysts. High ground is such a complex thing, right? It's how do you play it, right? Do you take it early? Do you take it later? How do you take it later? And there's just so many situations from high ground. But Arkram and Epic Whale, I mean, they know how to make it happen.
They've seen every single situation. You got to imagine, alone throughout the qualification process, they must have learned so much, including how to land, how to utilize that uncontested drop. And for them, it ends up building them a great foundation for this game. But as they said, this is only 1/12 of the entirety of the weekend. It's a marathon, and it's not a race. And it's equally as important that they end it strong.
We're just getting started here. Game 1 has been finished now shortly. Getting into Game 2. Battle Bus is already ready. I mean, Jacob, I can't wait to jump right into it.
No, I can't wait either. After that first game number 1, 13 points of separation between Arkram and the rest of the pack. You know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing. That's 4 eliminations. That's Arkram and Epic going down early. Even towards the mid game, you can instantly cover that ground in no time. As you see, Vanilla is flying through, Cheaters, B-Dog, so many players on this side of the map. And that's the thing, though, that we've talked about this side of the map. It's very, very light compared to the north side of the map, so you have to have your surge path down packed.
And now that we've only played 1 game, going into the second, it's all about maintaining that momentum or changing the mistakes from game 1 if it didn't go too well. So depending on how it went, how you played, now it's time to adapt, time to learn from what went wrong in that recent match. Was it the rotation? Was it the loot? Was it an engagement you took? You really got to think about what happened and improve it for game 2. So let's see which duos are going to be able to do just that as we look at Chicken and his duo partner Jesus here. 7th place spot in Chonkers Speedway. looking for some tags on their opponents.
And for them, honestly, looking for those tags is business as usual. Landing on the outskirts of Chonker Speedway. Still counts as Chonker Speedway, though. Plenty of heals on that side. Only a couple of chests to kind of split between the two, but they're able to get those tags and really clean up on the players that are actually in towards Chonker Speedway and try to get themselves loot if any of them do go down very, very early on. But if the first game kind of taught you anything, Lime and Chip, they play that passive game. They go for their surge, but they go for the rotation into zone as well.
I mean, looking here with Lime Chip, Andy and his duo partner, this place looks contested, even with Feetcoy and his duo partner there, but I don't believe there was any early game engagements. They were able to loot up, get enough resources to kind of feel safe rotating out and keeping that momentum going. So we can see Lime trying to do just that again in this second match as he's looking for tags onto Feetcoy, onto C3S here, seeing if he can kind of play it slow and get that angle as he does connect too, but not enough to push.
Yeah, not enough just yet to feel comfortable, but definitely enough to kind of, hey, I got some surge, and call it out to your teammate. You see Reet and Rex making that quick rotation, uncontested towards Greasy Grove, and they're trying to go ahead and loot up as much of the surrounding ground as possible. And the interesting thing, though, I want to see how it does play out of it. You saw how they went south just a little bit and went in their rotation. That could be possibly taking away loot from a team like Landjock and Punisher that doesn't actually get a POI. They do get a portion of their loot on the surrounding ground.
Right, Landjock, Punisher playing by those windmills at the southwest part of the map. I mean, they've got their route planned out. We saw how well they played those qualifiers, and now in the finals, curious to see if they've changed something up, knowing they have to go against some titans like Rex and Reet and Greasy there. So we switch over to Favs and Snacky, who we saw what happened. They got that high ground. They were playing it so well onto the later moving zones, but Thoric, Krypus here, they get into the same engagement they did last match.
Yep, and they're doing it almost the same exact way. They stay close together. They make sure they're hip to hip when going ahead and fighting these exchanges. And honestly, it had me scratching my head a little bit that where was that player and why was he so far out by himself without a teammate around? Definitely going to be a good sign, though, that if they cannot find him, the chance for that reboot is through the roof. If you look how close zone actually is, and it's only first zone, this is going to be a great chance to kind of outweigh. Yeah, you might take some damage. Yeah, you might not be able to loot up as much as you can, but, you know, having a teammate is much better than not.
I mean, speaking about learning and adapting, right? Could be that Thoric and his duo partner kind of knew which opponents they had close by and how their rotates worked, right? And that's how they were able to catch one of them off guard. But back to Epic Well Arkham, they are uncontested in the Coney Crossroads, doing what they have to do. But a quick stat, that Epic Whale's third victory royale in Game 1 of FNCS Finals was the most of any NA West player.
I gotta imagine. I don't know exactly. I'm new here. I gotta imagine all of those led to at least some top places. Because I know last season, it did not start off with a game #1 victory. In fact, their first day was something that they can forget, which is why this season, they're out for redemption. They're out to really put their name back on top. As you see, on top right now, Wheels doing what he does best. He's the IGL. He's the guy that is going to be looking for the tags, feeding all this information to the young Batman Booga. And that way, sometimes you let him off the leash, you let him get loose, he pops in a box and gets some eliminations.
What I love about Batman Booga Reels, right? They have their game plan and they stick to it every match. I mean, I'm confident that even in Game 5, Game 6, we're going to look at the Command Cavern, and at the start of the game, Batman Booga Wheels, they're going to be up here on this antenna, built up in their base, just looking for shots, looking for some damage onto their opponents as we've got North Benji Fishy here, his duo partner, Wavy Jacob, in the second place spot, 49 points, Jacob. I mean, they're clearly doing good so far.
Yeah, definitely a much better performance. And honestly, they clutched up big throughout the semifinals to earn this spot. It was the final games at the end of the day where they got the majority of their points to push themselves into that top 6 as On1 and Evo trying to battle yet again. 1-0 off spawn against Amp in July, but this time it does look a little tougher. It looks like they're going to have to dig deep as they split up for just a moment. Amp and July, I think they see that split. They're trying to drop down, take quick care of this elimination, but as soon as they notice they're on 2 different sides, it looks like they're hesitating to try to figure out which one they're going to go after.
July here looking to see if he can find an angle from above, but he has to be careful as they are duos from afar taking shots as Amp, though. His duo partner is going to get a nice connection onto one of the opponents there, but they really do have to be careful. Their duos looking at them, thinking about that third party, and they know exactly that, so they either have to finish this engagement quickly or play it safe, or maybe even disengage, which looks like is what they're going to try and do here. But July, you have to be careful. You have to hit that launch pad, and luckily enough is going to be able to do that using that mantling as well to get a decent escape, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I gotta ask you, just forcing out that launch pad that early before Zone 1 even closes, does that give you a little bit of confidence going ahead and continuing to try to continue this initial fight?
I mean, for Evil and On1, I think it kind of does. Kind of shows your opponents are a little scared, right? They're not fully confident like you might be, which is why we might see Evil and On1 here continuing the aggression, continuing the push. As we move over to Snacky, who manages to take down one here. Favs is still up as well now, giving them the player advantage. It was Rexy.
Rexy and Dynamic here also landing, or at least rotating through the Collider at the wrong moment here. And because the Collider has so much rotation all around, there actually is a good amount of loot. It can be split, but if you're going to use that rotation, it's going to allow you to take a lot of shots as Snacky boxes him up and makes quick work of Rexy. That's going to be something that you're really going to have to think about as this game progresses, but Dynamic is still alive. It is in zone, so that's going to be a hard reboot card to get as well.
Looking back here to that engagement, we just saw Evil On1 still at 0 eliminations, and looks like their opponents have successfully gotten their disengagement as they're going to continue rotating through. Now the zone still has 1 minute and 7 seconds to close. You could see on the mini-map as these duos kind of have to figure out where they want to rotate to, what they want to do. Do they want to play the edge of the zone? Do they want to try and get centered zone? Maybe find a vehicle to rotate with? It really just depends what they practiced before.
Did they get those eliminations, or did somebody pull the great escape to get out alive? But you can see them still going south towards Synapse Station, at least trying to get whatever loot is left by as Lime and Chip. They have a different plan in mind. They want to get as directly towards zone, even if it is going to be on the edge. Gather that information and figure out where to go next. But right before we switch, you see there's another team just north of them. That's Creep, that's Leo, Notch, and Salty also close by. So another chance, honestly, for Lime and Chip, not to actually get into this exchange, but to get that third party, get the surge that they need, and continue to move north.
Salty here, continuing that rotate, walking alongside his duo partner, Notch here. If you look at the minimap, doesn't seem to be any enemies close by, so they've got a bit of time to do what they really have to, but in just 2 seconds, this zone is going to close. Second zone will appear, and it closes close to that Daily Bugle on the northeast side of the map. You can see the duos there feeling a bit happy now as they've pulled zone, but the duos that have to rotate now have to kind of think what the game plan is.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of those southern teams, it's about just getting to zone as fast as possible, just to keep it simple. But a lot of these teams that don't have to make as far of a journey to get there, you can see them and the idea of setting up, getting the Storm Surge, trying to hold somebody out and make their battle that much harder. You see Chicken, Andy, their battle is definitely going to be hard, forcing out that shield keg. But it does look like they have a ton of heals, a ton of resources here that they can take their time and not actually have to beeline just yet. And I say yet because sooner or later, that Storm's going to push them in.
Speaking about chickens, we got another chicken over here by the fortress alongside Mectin. Now, getting closer and closer to that zone, but they're looking healthy, Jacob. I mean, other than that assault rifle, they've got the mobility. They've got the shields, hard heals. Has a nice shotgun as well. And I wonder what they're going to do here. Are they going to play more of an elevated position as they do have a mountain close to shifty shafts, or are they maybe going to do a little bush strat like we saw Epic Whale and Arkham do in Game 1?
Yep. And speaking of Arkham and Epic, this team was directly responsible for Arkham and Epic not qualifying in Qualifier 1. You kind of saw that one. And I even remember Chicken said, I made like a banana and split as soon as I saw them trying to box up to me. And that's something that really goes to show how much respect Arkham and Epic actually demand. But Mectin and Chicken, they got here through consistency overall. So you know they're ready to play for that long game.
Physics, though, has to be careful, has caught himself in an engagement here. Zone also is about to start closing in just 7 seconds. Looks like he might have been able to finish this elimination. I mean, Sedna does have one elim, but Zone's going to start closing here. I don't think their loot is looking too good, and this rotate is going to be incredibly difficult as we move back to Kevin here, who's back at the fortress.
Yep, see him trying to go ahead and take that high ground, use the cannon to rotate, 108 above the damage threshold. He knows he doesn't need it just yet, but because he's on top of the actual fortress, you know he's going to be looking for the shots, looking for information, and this is what makes this such a smart play, Takada, because you know as well as I do, players would typically kind of wait around before they go ahead, or instantly use, I should say, that cannon to try to rotate, and they get shot from everywhere around the map. But there's so much we missed throughout the course of the game. Clay, what is something we might have missed?
Yeah, actually, I want to take a look at how Arkham and Epic Whale are getting Storm Surge. They're base up with Epic Whale looking, already over-indexed on shields, so it doesn't matter that he's taking these shots. Actively looking, while Arkham's running around, looking for some mats, looking for some extra shields for them up above. So, great change this season for them.
Thank you so much, Clay. I mean, I love to see that, right? How do they get their damage? I mean, they've done such an amazing job in game one, getting the damage done, getting the rotate in. And doing that damage from afar is always one of the best ways to do it if you can do it successfully, because you don't put yourself in too risky of a situation. And if you do it enough in advance, you really have enough time to get the tags you need to, especially if you're centered zone like the Coney Crossroads is on the map, right? So you don't have to rotate too far in a majority of the zones here. As we look at Aiden, who does have to make quite the rotate here with just 25 seconds left till zone closes. 340 damage below the Storm Surge. Lost his duo partner Moose, and now really just trying to make something happen.
Hey, if anybody I trust, it has to be at least Aiden and Moose. They pulled the Berry Bonds. They called their shot. They knew exactly what game they were going to qualify in. They knew what day they were going to qualify in, and that takes guts to make a call like that. So they rightfully deserve to be here in the finals, but they need to be looking for more surge, a little bit more proactive, as Moose is down 366 below the damage threshold. And what makes it even scarier as I continue to pile on the conditions is 16 people need to drop.
16 people. I mean, this is a classic West situation here with Storm Surge being so powerful. Even in the second match here, I mean, you really are just forced to do damage. You cannot wait it out. You cannot out-heal it in this situation, especially if you're so far below as Jagby or Chris here, 91 below, trying to do what they can. Down to 3 mini shields here, running out of ammunition by the second. I mean, they're close to Epic Whale and Arkham, but getting into an engagement, it can be way too risky.
Yeah, there's about 10, 11, even 12 teams on this side of the zone alone, so the shots were definitely possible. But he's going to get dropped. Storm Surge continuing to rag in on Yagvir as he's not finding the shots that he needs. In fact, there's a lot of pressure being put on him, so he can't even necessarily shoot the shots, but there goes 2 quick ones as he finally does go down. The lobby, at least for now, beginning to thin out, and you can see opportunity strikes. Arkham, Epic, they didn't even get the elimination, but they see all that loot and they continue to find exactly what they need in order to keep themselves in this first place spot.
Arkham and Epic Whale did not get the elimination, but they got the loot. And with that, they're going to continue to kind of pull off what they did in game one now with the good high ground position, play out the rest of these zones as Kevin now trying to pop a medkit. Is he going to get it off in time? He does, just by a millisecond. Getting the medkit off now. Storm Surge still ticking. And I don't know if he's going to have time to get the second one.
Let's say, did he even have a second one as the health gets dwindled? Once again, he's able to out-heal it just in the nick of time, bringing it back up to 100 HP, but no shields is going to be the worry as Aiden finally goes down. His team is out back to lobby. You see Chris, Cypress also following suit. Dynamic goes down. He lost his teammate early on as you see people who got dropped throughout the course of that Storm Surge, and that's where we've seen it all weekend long. You got to be proactive. You got to know if you get that far zone, you cannot necessarily sit there with the same timing as you would as if you did full zone.
I mean, that's one of the issues, right? Planning ahead. If the zone pulls far, you're not going to have as much time to look for tags once you reach the zone, so you might have to do it beforehand, either before rotating or during your rotate. But if you end up looking for tags during your rotate, then you have a higher possibility of getting held in zone, not having as good as a rotate, and even getting eliminated early. So it's a very difficult situation to be in, and you really have to prepare in advance if you want to come out on top in one of those situations. As we look at Rex and Reet, which might have done just that with 1 elimination already, having the damage needed to come out on top in this Storm Surge. But now with third zone coming to a close in just 1 second, we're going to see where the fourth one pulls.
Oof. I think this is equal zone for everybody, though. This is a great zone for everybody here on the map. Only thing is for those people on Daily Bugle, they have the high ground. Is that something you would suggest as a quick rotate, or utilize the high ground, get the shots on everybody around, and make a late rotate?
The issue with that Daily Bugle hill is, I mean, they're the only duo up there. A majority of the duos are on the bottom side of the Daily Bugle, and they have vision on their upper half. So if they get caught off rotating, it might be a little too risky. They really have to do it when their opponents are not looking at them, when they don't have a line of sight. So maybe they can even look for some damage, play the rotate late, get the tags, and then rotate when everybody's kind of in that chaotic situation, trying to make it to the zone. As we look here at North Benchy Fishy, just making it into zone with his duo partner here, but the bad part about it is they have to get the rotate done.
Yeah, you said just making it to zone. 3 other teams there nearby on their left. Luckily for them, though, if they were watching and getting the information that I talk about very, very early on, they'll see a lot of those teams on their right side begin to rotate in. So that should be their play in terms of trying to find that sweet spot in the zone, unless they're waiting for anybody else on their left to try to use a launch pad and recycle it. As you see Kompalomp picking up yet another elimination, 3 more points to their name, but you see it's Midi and Kaboo close by as well, where the revive is going to be stuck. They are going to be able to get it off. And honestly, it looks like they may have escaped a possible elimination, because you know, if the other team knew they were there, smelt that they were weak, they would have attacked.
Switching over, though, to Faxvidi and Benchy Fishy here, 401 above. They have 2 eliminations. Could be the reasoning of why they got into zone late, but might have just been worth it, as now they don't have to risk anything to do damage. They have a good amount of loot, and they can even maybe just look for some refreshes on these duos that do have to do some damage. But Reet and Rex are also feeling good. They have the floppers, they have the chug splashes, and they have a good position to look for angles, look for shots. But you can see there's still quite a lot of duos that have to make it into this 4th zone. And then right after this, Jacob, it's the half and half, the 5th zone.
Yep, you see T getting knocked. Salty's going to have to go ahead and leave it, go as a solo. Definitely more than enough heals as long as he can find that sweet spot, but not enough to out-heal it. Luckily for him, only 4 more players do need to go down as the heals begin to get dished around. See splashes, shield keg being used, trying to save the minis to the very last moment, because you know as well as I do, if he has the time to really utilize the shield keg, that alone will get him 100 as he's 83 below, proactively trying to utilize the shield keg beyond just what I explained as he peeks through a window, trying to find the shots, but it's not going to ring through. 83 below and counting.
Salty here, looking to make something happen, although only 2 players have to get eliminated for Storm Surge to no longer be active. He might just be able to wait this one out, but you never really know. 1 more player left as Epic Whale takes out Beast, but could that 1 player be the one we're looking at, Jacob? Could Salty be the player to get eliminated? I hope not here, as he does have a good amount of middies and even a chug splash to keep himself going.
Yeah, he is one of the few odd men out here without a duo, but there's a couple of those around who do need to go down, but everywhere he looks, left, right, and center, so many players are a duo. The early launch pads going out, though. Salty trying to give himself the tip-top shake right before he tries to recycle it, and what a great play to recycle, because he still has 2 more launch pads if things do get rough, but without a single heal. Storm Surge still ticking on his backside. He has to start getting a little bit more aggressive, or he will go down. He will get dropped. He found a box. That's Jeffers, a little weak, but the Storm Surge still ticking in. He can only take 2 more shots, but he's not finding the damage that he needs, but just in the nick of time. Players drop below, 49 left. Storm Surge will stop.
Storm Surge is no longer active, but Salty is now down to just over 40 health, so he's gonna have to do something big to make the comeback. As we look at Arkham and Epic Whale, have 2 eliminations now, have a nice advantageous positioning on the high ground. Really depends where that first moving zone pulls, though, and we know Arkham Epic don't really like to take it on first moving, so even if it pulls back to them, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh, I'm sorry. I just saw where that zone pulled. That's a little bit of an incline. That's a little bit of a hill. You better make sure you have some builds. But for Arkham and Epic, if they play their cards right, it's not too much building and being able to recycle over other players. They can conserve mats, hold on to the high ground, and really begin to dominate the rest of this lobby.
I mean, that's what we love to see from Arkham and Epic Whale, right? Taking high ground when you really have to, and they might just be doing that, Jacob, as you can see them building out, going to look around, see which other duos want to take it, especially in this early zone as the launch pads kick in, the rotates begin.
See, Salty doesn't have to necessarily recycle, but he does have to start looking for the damage. Players waiting his backside. trying to stagger themselves out. Salty used the first of 2 launch pads, but once again, 309 below, sitting, waiting for that opportunity. Watches towards the low ground. This is his chance to peak because 2 shots ring in from that surge. He's gonna go down, and he immediately finds some damage, but is it enough?
Pushing over the Wavy Jacob and his duo partner 4 eliminations, but they do not seem to have mobility. They couldn't even find a launch pad to recycle. Now they have to keep it moving, keep it going, using the builds, tarping in. They're using a lot of materials here, so they are going to need a refresh early, but switching over to Epic Whale and Arkham. Arkham has been taken out. Now it's just all up to Epic.
Nope. Can't take too much damage from the storm. Able to dodge it there for now as this journey got exponentially harder, losing a teammate and about to lose all your builds. And that's why you see him trying to get so aggressive, but he's run out. He's fresh out altogether, but the zone pulls back. Chance to stay front side and recycle the builds. This is the perfect opportunity for Epic Whale, but for Salty, it's not as perfect. 164 below. Storm Surge finally does him in, and he's back to the lobby.
Smacking Favs on the low ground, Epic Whale on the low ground, but in the meanwhile, we have Nitrex and Cesar on the high ground, and they are controlling it perfectly as Epic Whale looks to see if he can make something happen. He did pull that zone back and now has a solo close by, but he just has to connect. That big striker pump shot hits the wall. It's not going to be enough now. Just 2 ticks away from getting eliminated. Really has to break these walls as quickly as possible, or this could end up badly.
With disaster here, tries to go for a big shot, but that's Jeffers who's going to end that run. First place, possibly up for grabs from any one of these teams with a big victory royale, as there's still so much left in this game. 4 eliminations for Nitrex and Caesar. You called it before. Have the high ground, 7th moving zone, but do they have the builds to hold on to it? Is going to be the biggest question as Fabs losing his teammate. You saw so many players trying to do it as a solo, but the heals is what's impressive right now for Fabs, as long as he can hold on, staggering himself, using the floppers, and this is his chance to sneak up on anybody here in the game that's in his path.
Not just 2 more floppers, also has 3 splashes. Switching over to Rito, who has 5 chug splashes and 3 floppers. I mean, all of these duos are prepared to play that heal off, to stay into the zone, get those angles required to either take the high ground or just get that extra bit of positioning. As Nitrex, Caesar, they still have this high ground. They've been holding it so well, but Zuki's playing it out as a solo, has to clutch it up here with not a lot of builds to work with.
A lot of solos and a lot of players here that ran out of builds early on. Blessed by the ping pong that is the storm, going back and forth, up and down the terrain as Fabs trying to sneak that shot. Going to be a little bit of a miss there. Not looking what he's for, but he knows to keep it going. You cannot slow down, cannot get content as he's trying to conserve as many of the builds. He can do it. He can stagger himself back. He does have the floppers, and it's already looking like he's trying to make a play for the high ground if that opportunity presents itself.
Fabs looking to make something happen. Popping those chug splashes, keeping himself up, but look how high up Nitrex and his duo partner are. Switching over to Rito, actually going to be getting taken out here. Kenzo and School, 6 eliminations, but School going to go down now. Kenzo playing it out as a solo, 9 duos up. That's 12 players.
Yep, only got in Siphon mats as well, so that's looking a little thin. Zuki's right in front of him, waiting for that opportunity to strike. Big shot's going to be landed as Kenzo has to think twice. Luckily, though, he does have the med miss, so he can find a way and take his time as he peeks towards zone, as Zuki's sitting as low as possible, trying to recycle the beers. Nitrex and Caesar still finding a commanding way to hold on to that high ground and pressure every team farther and farther below.
Zuki's here, still up, still looking to make something happen. 60 points, trying to pop that mini shield. Does he have the time as he's waiting for the angle, for the shot onto his opponent? Will he be able to connect it as Kenzo is inside of his box? Just one edit, but Zuki's gets taken out. Kenzo now bumped up to 3 eliminations alongside his duo partner with 4, and Dragon also going to go down.
Caesar, Nitrex still holding on to that high ground, doing everything right here as the game slowly but surely coming down. 4 duos, 1 solo left into this game, but Nigel and Angel, plenty of builds, heals, and resources, staying on that mid layer. The separation is important, trying to take that piece and put the damage from above because they're in that sweet spot, but they need to watch out because at a moment's notice, Nitrex and Caesar can drop down and try to take him out.
Back in here, you can see how concentrated he is, looking for the right attempt here to go for some eliminations, but be careful. Only 2 ticks of that storm, and he's going to get taken out. Has 3 eliminations with his duo partner here now playing the last moving zone. Just 15 seconds until it closes.
Yep, he can't stagger too far. He's going to go down, and he does. He gets dropped. That's Angel who actually takes him down, not the storm. Elimination for him. Chicken trying to do what he can, but he gets taken out. Angel almost goes back to back there as they're trying to out-heal backside of zone. That's Nigel. Caesar towards the high ground. He lost his teammate. This one is coming down to the wire as all the heals are coming loose. Everybody outside of zone. Nigel with the splashes. On one is gunning the med kits and the bandages off. So does Caesar as there's only 2 players left. Caesar going for the bandage play at the end, but the splashes, the med miss onto on one is going to give him the advantage and boost him to the end to take game number 2.
So close, but yet so far as Caesar there. Had the med mist, had the chug splashes, had the bandages, but it was not enough. His opponents were prepared. They were ready, not only for the heal off, but also for that engagement, as I believe on one here, getting the siphon might have just won him that match.
Yeah, I definitely did win him everything there and more, because you see, even if that one did go down to a heal off, he still had plenty of splashes. Many ticks onto that med mist to really utilize, but that is how you play a sound game from start to finish.
I mean, you really just gotta wait for that last moment, see what you can do, make use of the med mist, make use of positioning in the storm, because, I mean, your opponents aren't really gonna think you're waiting in the storm. They're gonna think you're playing that zone, trying to keep yourself up as long as possible. But if you have items like the floppers, like the chug splashes, like the med mist, you can really get those crucial angles to come out on top and secure those victory royales.
Yeah, and the thing that's crazy here is that after 2 games, we saw Arkham Epic go down early. We saw Reet and Rex fall towards end game. So the leaderboard is anyone's for the taking, and we have the best analysts to really break it all down.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And you're right, our top team's going down, not necessarily early, but earlier than they wanted. And it looks like for the first time, it was going to be a height win all the way through from Zone 6. But then, of course, you always have to have the back pocket strat of the heal off. And that's what On1's team had in spades right there. Panda, obviously, when you're in a situation where you're getting shot at, you have to use your heals. So how do you prepare for the heal off potential?
Yeah, look, the heal off is obviously super important. It's always something that you should have in the back of your head. And that's why you see a lot of teams carrying chug splashes, med miss, and so on. So when a team gets in a position like that, that's the play you have to make. But one misplay there, I believe it was on one that potentially missed out on an elimination and a siphon that could have changed the trajectory of the end of that game. But regardless, it was still an incredible play to finish it off. But Reet and Rex, we got to talk about them, right? Again, they've been doing some big things here, as well as Evil and On One. Now, looking at the way they're set up, Clay, it does look like they could be successful.
Yeah, they even had a med kit as well, going for the heal off and that potential. They were not afraid to go for the elims there. As you saw it, look, 1 flopper remaining. This elim is the only reason On1 had any heals left in the inventory. That's where they get the chug splashes, that's where they get the med miss, and that's where they get the victory royale.
Changed the whole trajectory of the game, Kelly.
I mean, how important is it, though, to kind of stay on the low ground when you look like you're going for that heal-off potential, because that's where all the loot is?
So important. It's the most important because, like you said, all the loot is going to fall down. And all of the old builds, you get to run through completely free. It's going to be harder to find you on the low ground.
Well, let's take a quick look at our standings right now. Of course, Arkham and Epic Whale are still on top in first place, but there's only a 3-point separation now from first and second. And then you see jumping up 14 points, it's School and Kenzo. Right below them, though, Rex and Reet still holding strong. But even a bigger leap, it is Nigel and Angel. My goodness, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, that gives kind of some hope for some of these other teams, right, that aren't necessarily in the top 10 right now. You can definitely still climb here, but we got to talk about Reet and Rex there in 4th place. They had a pretty solid game. It's not necessarily the game they wanted. However, it's still a great game to set them up for a lot of points moving into these next few. Now, it's really important to note that Reet has been doing a good job of controlling his aggression here. We've noticed in both games that he has not found himself overextending and falling too early, which is really solid to see here from Reet and Rex.
That's what we want to see from them, because once Reet gets a little bit too aggressive, the entire playbook is out of the window. They need to stay together. They need to stay hip to hip like they do here, and it'll allow Rex to operate so well, because Rex has the shotgun aim that we know about.
I think that kind of speaks to him and his growth as a player. And I'm wondering, Panda, how much is that of him switching his role to the IGL?
You know, I think a lot of that has to do with it, right? We've seen Reed time and time again jump into people's boxes when maybe it wasn't necessarily the best play, but now he's definitely more calculated in every decision that he makes, and it's an impressive change here for his play style. And I'm interested to see how this is going to continue to grow from him, not only in this finals, but in seasons to come.
And it doesn't happen often. We don't see that change happen, so it's great that we get to see it unfold and see how it'll go in the future.
And you guys aren't going to have to wait too much longer to see it unfold because game number 3 is ready to go. So let's head on over to the casters.
You already heard him break it down. After 2 games, competition is as close as ever. You're seeing teams like Nigel and Angel boost up the leaderboard, double-digit spots. That's going to show that, honestly, one great game can make your tournament.
I mean, and that's what happened in the first game for Arkham and Epic Whale. They got that double-digit elimination victory royale, but in the game 2, in the next match, they just weren't able to hold that consistency up, and it didn't bring them down in the leaderboard necessarily, but it just made it that much closer. All these other duos that performed very well in game 2 are now in that top spot.
I like the way you said that. Didn't bring them too far down the leaderboard for now because they gave themselves that 13 or so point cushion. If you have another performance like that, you go down earlier than you would hope, that is definitely going to do something to your placement on the leaderboard. But you heard the beep, beep. The battle bus is ready, and so is game number 3, Takada. This is going to be a great opportunity for teams before the halfway point on the day to really make up some of those points.
Game 3 could be a big one for a lot of these duos here as they're already dropping in. The battle bus has its engine warm, is ready to get these players into the action as we're going to be starting off here with an interesting drop spot. Rex and Reet, just like always, in the Greasy Grove, close to Landjock Punisher. Might even be them getting some tags, but I think they're still uncontested here. You can see in the bottom right in the mini-map, no duos contesting Rex and Reet, so I mean, at the moment, they're feeling pretty safe.
You gotta be feeling pretty good as well. You pulling out that legendary Striker Burst AR. Talk about surge tags. That's gonna be a huge tool for success. July gets the auto shotgun, but not enough. The separation from Amp and July is one of the biggest factors right now, but the pressure on Amp to really perform. 2 different combat SMGs, 2 different sidearm pistols. If he can actually land his shots, that will deal more than enough damage in the CQC to pull out a great elimination. But I think On1 and Evo, they know the situation, they know he's a solo, so they're not going to let that opportunity come to fruition.
I mean, we saw the aggression coming from On1, from Evo in the previous match, and Amp and his duo partner really just did not want to take those engagements, and I feel like confidence is one of the most important factors to Fortnite. You really just have to show that you're ready for an engagement and ready to take your opponents on, especially if you're being contested in a drop spot. As we actually switch over to our second place team, Jacob, and it looks like they started off a little crooked.
I'm just looking all over the map for now, seeing where is Wavy Jacob actually down and out at. And it's looking like he might actually be able to get the revive off. Quick box, and he's not going to be a full one, trying to conserve the mats. But Wavy Jacob will survive to live another day, which is huge because what they've been able to do the last day to qualify into the finals, what they've been able to do throughout the first 2 games is huge because it goes to show for some of these players, it's just making it to this point that matters.
Batman Booga Wheels here. Looks like they... I don't know if they're taking a different approach here, or this is part of their kind of routine, farming up, getting the necessary resources before building up that base and looking for the tags, as they have 90 assault rifle shots, a bit of shotgun ammo as well, but not enough to play the whole match out. As we switch back over to the Coney Crossroads, Epic Whale and Arkham, see they're still in the first place spot, but it's a lot closer now, as we saw Wavy Jacob and his duo partner there. I mean, they got into trouble, but they got out of it.
It's going to be a big one for them. But last time Arkup or Epic Whale won game 1, they went on to place first in the finals. So even though they're only ahead by a little bit for now, they do have history on their side. And honestly, for a lot of these teams, I wouldn't bet against them. But history has been made before. You got Fabs and Snacky with a monster of an FNCS last season. They didn't only take part, but they took over, really cementing their victory. And that's something Arkham and Epic have to do here. They have to remind everybody who they actually are.
Remind them who they are. as we switch over to Kenzo and School. Ooh, want to make something happen in the Tilted Towers. Highly contested drop spot, but if they're here, Jacob, especially seeing that they're in the 3rd place spot, you know they mean business. They want to make something happen, as they kind of got their game plan down. Use those slurp barrels, farm up their metal, farm up what they need. Even having those wheels ready to put onto a vehicle here, get the rotate done, not by foot. As we switch over to the new POI on the map, the Collider. Snacky and Favs dropping here pretty safely. To be fair, they have not got into too many early engagements, but the amount of loot.
Talk about an early engagement, though. Something at the bottom of Collider could be popping off. 2 teams stacked like pancakes, one on top of the other, as Fast and Snacky. They're smart enough, though. They know the situation. They know there's a lot of rotation here towards this POI. They're not wanting to put all their eggs in one basket, and that aggressive early game basket, because they know the eliminations as the game goes on will naturally present itself, as Caleb and Solution towards Command Cavern. They know they can kind of split this loot and kind of get out of dodge, but they know they can also try to get aggressive, get the damage, try to find eliminations where they can. As you see, with that high ground, or at least a little bit of it that they do possess, they're putting the pressure on from above onto Kevin and Yasir, and the shots will ring off. Both players actually losing just a little bit of shield, not too much to worry about, though.
I mean, these engagements generally happen when you're looking for Storm Surge tags, but you do so much damage that you get such an advantage that you just want to take the engagement. You want to get those eliminations, and that might be just what happened here. But now seeing that both duos, or I mean at a good amount of effective HP, nobody really has the advantage, and it might just get to a point where it's not worth it to waste each other's time when you could be farming resources, could be rotating, and it looks like they might just do that and disengage. But a duo that looks like they don't want to disengage is Boyo and Zio. They want to get into that action.
Yep, over towards Condo Canyon, a little bit of a contestation here. They're having the high ground against Slub Pup and React. I believe this is going to be a great chance if they're able to hold on to the high ground, not too far of rotation into zone, so they definitely can take their time here, especially since they have that escape route underneath their sleeve in the form of a launch pad, as Pollo trying to conserve what little bit of the light ammo he has, less than a full clip left, so he's trying to burst that wall down as React. They know he's separated. This is their perfect moment to strike. Zio barely survives with that layer of separation as React continues to pop off, trying to put the damage out, and they did more than enough to go ahead and at least find one player separated from his teammate, and they clean up that elimination and get both back to back.
React slump, nice little quick 2 eliminations at the Condo Canyon, feeling good, getting the dance in, getting the vibes up as they want to continue this out. Currently 26th spot, but I mean, this is the time where you make that comeback, right? Game 3, you still have so much more to be played out, not only in day 1, which is 6 matches, but also tomorrow, day 2, which is another 6 matches for a total of 12. As we switch over to Rex, to Reap, who seems to be playing, I was going to say a bit aggressive, but they're just going to keep rotating, get their shots in as they're rotating. Kind of scared me for a little bit. I was like, whoa.
You scared him too. You saw he was about to just single build that layer. As soon as he heard the whiplash, as soon as he heard the shots fire off from Reet and Rex, he just immediately build the Taj Mahal, trying to get up that mountain in no time. But that's exactly what happens if you get caught off guard. They can instantly strike, dwindle down your health. So I don't necessarily disagree with that play. Expend the resources, make sure you're safe. And that's what you see Reet and Rex. Even though they do have some max mats here for the most part, they're going to go ahead and re-farm a lot of the builds, protect the whiplash the best that they can, and look for surge, and then they can later rotate in with that whiplash.
Kenzo here on top of the middle builds, taking his shots, doing his damage. Like we said earlier, 3rd place team right now, really just going for that consistency at this point, as we might just have an engagement on the southern side of the map here. It could be Chicken, could be Andy. Haven't taken shots yet. There's the initial engagement. Some shots from a combat SMG, but doesn't look like they want to make anything crazy happen, as they just kind of disengage with that few bit of shots.
Yeah, you got to be careful traveling through, around the Butter Barn because of the launch pad that you can buy. And you can already see Chicken does have enough if you can go ahead and find the time to go ahead and do it. They already have 1 launch pad to their name overall, so that rotation is definitely in their back pocket. And you see the epic striker pump, and that's going to be a tool, but I think Evo and Onward saw it as well. And you see the waiting in the wings, but there's a team, a third-party opportunity that just takes down so many of Andy's shields.
I mean, you can even see on the mini-map, there's a lot of duos close by. you really have to be careful when you're looking for shots. You can't stay still for too long, and if you're gonna do it, you gotta build around you. Make sure you're covered, make sure you're safe to take those shots. As we look at Nigel Angel, who, surprisingly enough, Angel does not have shields, but his duo partner is holding some, so hopefully they get that sorted soon enough. As they're kind of looking around, scavenging, seeing what they can find, as Snacky and Favs are doing just the same thing, but inside of a bush.
Yep, something we saw Arkham and Epic do last game. To kind of, like you just said, there's so many different kind of great points to hiding in a bush like this. You reserve a lot of the resources, you go ahead and hide, and especially if Favs is actually nearby, boxed up, which it kind of looks like it does on the minimap, they're going to think Favs and Snacky are both in that same box. They're going to go ahead and try to put the damage onto them, and this will allow Snacky, at least in theory, a kind of free couple of shots, and he just has to kind of hit him.
Has to hit him, has to make him count. As we switch over to Epic Whale, which is alone in a box. I'm sure Arkham is close by, but not in the same one as Epic Whale, as they're doing the same strategy Clay was talking about last match. Looking for tags from afar, even taking tags at the same duo from last match. And they also have another one close by, but I like that Arkham and Epic are in different positions. It just opens up different angles, right? Different opportunities for the both of them. As we look at Kido and Russo here. 0 eliminations, but they've got a pretty high up position. I wonder if they got into an engagement. Looks like they might have actually had one with B-Dog and his duo partner there. So although they don't have eliminations, they most likely do have a good amount of damage.
Yep, even though that you're saying they have damage, they have what they need. You know as well as I do, 85 players being up, which means this is going to be a rough situation here for some of these duos traveling through Storm Surge, having to find the opportunities, because as the zone gets closer and closer, these players are less likely to kind of peek in and out of these covers, especially if they already possess the Surge that they need. But back on board On1 and Evo, they already have some of that Surge, 2 eliminations to their name, but they also have a good sweet spot in zone, a little bit of an incline on a hill. They're building a couple layers up, so they're just gathering all the information in the world. They're not necessarily looking for Surge, but if a player over peaks, you know they're going to take it.
I really like this. I mean, it kind of shows that they did what they had to in the early game quickly enough that they've been able to box up before the opponents have rotated in, and they can kind of just sit there, let the slower rotates come in, do some damage. Meanwhile, there's more duos doing the same thing here as Nitrix and Cesar are looking to do some damage from above, as they are 165 above. Don't have to do too much, but it's always better to be safe than sorry, especially when you're in such a good position to take those tags, do that damage, because you never know later. It might just be too risky to get that damage.
And you can see Nitrix's loadout. He's just waiting to kind of hop in a box. No variation of auto, drum, or striker shotgun, so he's got to be very accurate in a short amount of time with that combat. As 95 below the damage threshold right now, Arkham and Epic Whale, as it drops 146 below. And this is what happens, what we're talking about, uncontested Coney. It's great for you to loot up and get the resources, but if you don't find the Surge, you really end up in a pressure situation.
Looking to see of what the opposing duos here are doing at the Coney Crossroads, as Epic Whale and Arkham are still kind of in the boxes. They are below, though, which is the scary part, Jacob, but they do have 2 duos close by, so I'm wondering if they might just have to take a riskier engagement. There's 84 players up right now, so a good amount of players still have to be eliminated as Pars goes down. Second zone, just 43 seconds until the zone closes, and 14 players have to be eliminated. I mean, Jacob, this is going to be a tricky one.
Yeah, luckily for him, though, he's very on the edge of zone, so the potential for so many more teams to cross his path is going to be real. But you can see all the pre-made builds all around for actual Coney Crossroads. It's going to give him a lot of cover, a lot of space to bob, weave in and out, and kind of cloud and cover up the shots that Epic Whale is desperately looking for. And you see them go one more box out, building a little bit higher to try to give him that much more of an angle, but nobody is giving him the shots that he's looking for. In a few seconds, Storm Surge will start to activate with 13 players needing to go down.
136 below for Siderazor and his duo partner here. 15 points, looking to see if they can make something happen as they look for that engagement, but get tagged from afar. You always got to be careful of those third parties, especially when Storm Surge is active. It's so crucial to stay covered. Look for the correct angles, as now they begin the hunt once again, going back into the box, actually going so aggressive. They're using a harpoon to get in here. It's Bat Kitty, it's Prism. They're the opponents.
Yep, they're the native NA East duo, but Scissors is going to lose his own duo in the process because of Storm Surge going for the pieces, which are easily takeable here in this moment, but he's getting third-partied, forced to back away, but Storm Surge still on his back. He goes right back in, but right back out to the lobby he goes as Loke Cypers. They're going to see that situation, take what they can, and try to get out of dodge as well as Nigel and Angel. A few moments ago, not looking up to 200, but now 73 above, much better spot, especially after last game. That's going to be a huge confident boost for them, moving up over 30 places after that big game.
Wow, I mean, so much happened due to this Storm Surge. You can see only 70 players alive, so Storm Surge is not active anymore, but at what cost? I saw Epic Whale go down on the feed. Chicken just got eliminated, and you can see the amount of duos there in the Coney Crossroads on the minimap. I mean, all of them gonna have to rotate here, but some of the duos that have done it well. We can actually take a look replay though at how Epic Whale went down. He was below. Looks like he went into some action there to look for an elimination, but was ultimately taken out. I mean, that's the problem is playing aggressive, Jacob. When you're going for that Storm Surge, you don't want to have to play aggressive for it. It's always better to do it from afar, but if you don't get the damage from afar, I mean, you might just have to do it.
Especially if you're on that side of zone where more than half of the lobby is also looking for Surge stacked up. Even if they're not, you know they're going to take advantage of those third-party opportunities. But what is going on? It looks like a Mythic Boss trying to go in, or at least an IO guard. That's going to get annoying because other players are taking notice. They're taking shots, trying to make it that much harder here. And even if they aren't taking the shots, they see exactly what's going on, and they're trying to lend that helping hand.
Lemon Bowl, Ryan FPS, get out of there. You gotta run. This is not the time to be battling against one of these opponents. You want to get to zone, you want to rotate, and you want to stop using your resources to combat the opponent as we switch over to Kimchi to Salco. We're doing what they can to stay up here. Only 2 minis to work with. Kimchi gonna get cracked, gonna get taken down to just 3 HP, and now the focus begins. The opposing duos see the opportunity to attack, to do the damage, to get that knock, possibly even an elimination, but Kimchi doing a great job of using those reinforced walls, and now, as they might have just gotten into the zone, or have they? Jacob, this is a scary situation for Kimchi.
3 HP, he's trying to go ahead and take it. 1 HP, he gets dropped down finally. Kimchi and Salco are gonna fall. Trey and Dom, who didn't even get the elimination, are like, what is this? It's raining loot. Hallelujah, it's raining loot.
I mean, sometimes you get a llama, and sometimes you get some opponents eliminated right on top of your box, and it's like a care package of loot. Just drops down into your area, and you can pick it up, you know, keep the game going. As we're looking at Wavy Jacob, North Benji Fishy, they are positioned the zone quite early here. Looks like they've been pretty relaxed. They still have the shield kegs, still have the chug splashes, and still are looking to do just that bit more of damage.
And it's a very risky rotate in front of them as well, if they're feeling brave enough to try and take it, as Fav, Snacky trying to make their way into zone as well. Very, very healthy when it does come to the builds, because they do a good job of reading the scenarios and the situations, knowing when to build, when they don't have to, and they can recycle everything along the way. And you see them splitting the mats, making sure they have equal amount. And this could be the makings of a good high ground play for Faz and Snacky, as long as they continue to pull the zone. But that's going to be the biggest thing as we find out later on who gets half and half, who gets the far pull, and who has their work cut out from us. Jeffers and Crimson not into the zone just yet, but the teams are above them towards the high ground, so they could certainly sneak their way in.
I mean, I love these plays, playing it slow, playing it kind of hidden, looking to see if you can surprise an opponent here. They do just that onto School here, cracking him, taking him down to just 30 HP, and now Jeffers Crimson, they're going to play aggressive. They're going to look to secure that elimination. They've already done so much damage. They've got that advantageous position, but now what will they do? Will they go for that elimination? Will they stay with the nice little position and zone that they've got? And maybe that little bit of extra damage they secured from getting the 3-2-1 onto School.
Yeah, you gotta imagine as they go up above the threshold, somebody else in the lobby fell below the threshold. And for School, he did such a great job, a quick job at that to kind of get out of dodge, reunite with Kinzo, and put themselves in a great spot. Because you gotta imagine 457 above the damage threshold going down. That really puts a damper onto everything. But you can see what their idea is. They're gonna really try to utilize that cannon for rotation depending on where the next zone pulls.
Looking over at Fikoi, C3S here. They're playing aggressive. They're looking for a little wall replace, a bit of real estate onto their opponents. ESRB Jacob, his duo partner, as they're going to be just combating back, but be careful as that drum shotgun is dangerous, having to put another reinforced wall down. Now, ESRB Jacob and his duo partner actually going to pop double shield cake here. They have to recuperate that shield if they want to take this engagement.
I was liking what I was seeing for a moment. ESRB Jacob trying to go for a sneaky, unorthodox play, going for another angle, but that same play cost him so many shields, so much HP, and allows for X-Rays and Decoy to stay alive and live to tell the tale, but they got blocked off because of those armored walls as everybody begins to pull. That's going to be a southern-western zone, but Combat goes down in the zone. Decoy and X-Ray finally get dropped. Don't know what they were looking for, but they have one more game to find it out.
They wanted that aggression. They wanted those eliminations, but they were unable to secure them as Snacky and Fabs are able to do just that on some other opponents here as they secured 1,349 above the Storm Surge. They've got the damage, but now they have to get that rotate in 5th zone. Half and half has shown up. 42 seconds until the zone closes. Duos making the rotates now. Very dangerous position to get into an engagement here, so you've got to play it careful. You've got to play it calm, and you've got to play it collected.
Yeah, even though they're kind of feeling okay when it comes to the resources, it's the lack of heals that I feel like worries them just a little bit. And you can see them popping in and out of the boxes, peek, and seeing who is directly around them, who's on the outskirts, who's in a bad position that they could try to take advantage of. His Chicken is not the greatest position. He is a solo, 1 mini to his name, but he could definitely make magic happen like we've seen so many other solos before.
Chicken here inside of his build, inside of his cone, having the vision while still being covered. Now looking to see what he can clutch up as a solo. Mekton had gone down. You can see all the duos here, the positions, and I don't think I see one which is a clear high ground position. So maybe a lot of these duos just kind of made it to zone and wanted to stick to that position for the first moving, as it does pull back into the tilted towers.
Yeah, good spot, but it's going to go lower, below elevation. And for some of these players, going in and out of that build is not necessarily going to be a possibility. So it's going to be a rough trek and a rough journey for some of these players, depending on how quick and fast you act here in this situation. But you can already see in your minimap players choosing to launch pad early, get ahead of zones. They don't have to worry about the madness. But Evo, one of those players that tried to get ahead, he gets dropped by Solution, but not taken out just yet. He still has a chance to survive if his teammate is brave enough.
ESRB Jacob here, going back, going for the launch pad, actually gonna take it. But will his duo partner do the same here as Chicken now floating? Benji Fishy up top, Tavern, Kenzo, Dynamic, Rexy, Kaboo, all these players recycling launch pads, making use of that mobility, but the duo with the high ground, the Solution, it's Kalibuka. They've got it, and they want to secure it.
Oh, but he blinks. He missed it. A player jumps towards that launch pad and takes advantage. It might be Snacky here, and we talked about the pressure, the potential for them to take it away, but no, it's actually Punisher and Landjock, one of the oldest duos that we have here, still remaining as a team, and that connection absolutely perfect to make sure they maintain that high ground pressure. Reet and Rex, we saw them go down about maybe 12th place last game, trying to pad their stats, trying to move up the leaderboards here, but they know they cannot get off path. They have to keep focused towards their end game.
Just 43 damage above the Storm Surge, 35 players up, 5 players still have to be eliminated, and Landjock and Punisher still have the high ground, but they have to be careful. Zone pulled far. They're gonna have to use a lot of materials to keep up on the high ground. The Snacky now secured an elimination, up to 4 with his duo partner. Landjock, Punisher, they still have the high ground. You can see just how much builds they're using. You can tell that they want to keep it.
And you see the elimination feed getting lit up like the 4th of July right now. There's Aiden, Caleb, the team that had the high ground at the moment going down. So does Moose, Fab, Snacky still trying to make their way through the mid ground as a duo staying hip to hip. That way, if they do end up in a box, it's lights out for whoever's that unlucky person on the other side. as Rex still trying to find their way together. A lot of our top teams, the common theme is going to be playing as a full team as long as possible. But an opportunity strikes. School drops into the wrong box. Rex takes Reed down, and you can see the eliminations be continuing to fire off.
Wavy Jacob here still up with his duo partner, North Benji Fishy. Reed has been taken out, but Rex, will he be able to clutch it up as he's taking out School? Gonna see if he can keep this momentum going as North Benji Fishy opens up a gap in his opponent's real estate, but be careful, there was an opponent hiding there as Rex still up as a solo, has one elimination, but wants to secure more. Pars close by, takes shots, not enough to get that elimination, and now Rex is gonna keep it moving, keep that rotate onto the zone.
The team that squeaked in at the final moment, Vanilla's Wavy Jacob making so much noise, saying, hey, all we need is a chance here as he's building quickly in. Matt's running dry, though. All he has left is just 3 builds, but he has enough minis. He has enough shields to get them to tip-top shape as Kenzo trying to fire off. Under pressure, though, from high ground, from low ground, forced to edit in and out without builds. He has to recycle as the pressure is definitely on. It's mounting as he has no other choice, but he finds an answer as Leo goes down, but so does Kenzo.
Now, Landjock Punisher still with the high ground, but we have Zukis on the low ground. We have Back Kitty. We have Slump trying to see if he can pick up his duo partner, Jacob, in the middle of one of the last moving zones, as now Punisher and Landjock have to decide, do we start playing a bit aggressive? Do we go from some more eliminations? It is 3 points per elimination, so a bit of extra points would not be bad, but is it worth the risk as Back Kitty has gone down? B-Dog now playing as a solo. 4 duos up, 7 players as Slump actually picked up his duo partner in this last moving zone and now is back up as a duo.
Do you believe in magic? Because I bet they do, as B-Dog still trying everything he can. Tries to edit back in, but goes down to the storm. Now it's all up to Slump. His teammate gets dropped, trying to find Bacon, backside of zone, front side, weaving in and out. The incline can do some of these teams in, as we're down to our final 2 teams here. But React is getting dropped. Landjock and Punisher, they have this one in the bag. They have the high ground. They have the build. Everything but the actual win itself, which is honestly looking like it might come to an end, barring any miracles.
The effective HP advantage, the player advantage, the positioning, they have it all. Landjock and Punisher just have to do a little bit of a play here to come out on top, take out Slump, but do they know how damaged their opponent is? Are they gonna go for that 2 versus 1? And they do, cleaning it up. Landjock, Punisher, securing Game 3, securing the victory royale, and from the 25th spot, really making a comeback here halfway through the tournament.
Yep, an incredible comeback indeed. Holding on to the high ground, but like we keep saying, one of the longest reigning duos we have here competing in FNCS. You got to imagine a lot of that comes naturally, and you see 7 eliminations as a team with the victory royale. So that's over a 50-point game for them.
And they really made it happen. They did not even have the high ground for the first moving zone, but they saw an opportunity and they took it. Launch padding onto the high ground, battling it out, and securing it till that last moving zone. And not just that, they even got a nice little bit of elimination, 7. So I'm curious to see how many spots they jumped up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, we've seen last game about a 32 jump for Nigel and Angel, an over 50-point game for Landjock and Punisher. Kelly, Panda, Clay, where do we stand after all this?
Jacob Takata, we're going to have to wait a second to find... Oh, I believe Storm Surge is active, and we'll get into that in just a moment, everyone, but we have to talk about the highlights of that last game. Of course, it was Landjock and Punisher holding height so strong all the way into the very end, but I actually want to give a shout out to Slump. I don't think I've ever seen an 8th and 9th zone teammate hold his teammate or pull his teammate into the zone to be able to heal him, but it looks like it didn't work out, but what it did work out was for Landjock and Punisher.
And their style of Fortnite finally comes to fruition. We get to see it in full forward, right? They play slow Fortnite until they get to high ground, and then they start getting elims. 3 elims on Punisher, 1 elim on Landjock. They're not afraid to go for these elims either. You see him constantly looking, that's Kenzo, who almost ends up going down. I believe they end up finishing the elim there, and they end off with a great amount of elims, so it's good to see them on top again.
It really is, and they did such a good job. This was all textbook, right? When they took the high ground, they took it at the right time,
They held it correctly, and they managed the players down below. That's all you have to do to be successful when you have that high ground, Kelly.
Oh, without a doubt, and they did that in spades. And of course, we have to talk about another team, Snacky and Favs, the reigning champs, of course, having an okay performance earlier on into the competition there. So let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from them. And again, everyone, the stage right now is a bit purple because we have Storm Surge active, but once again, we'll get into that in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, Snacky Favs, they've had a great start on the day so far. They're a top 10 team here going into the game. But look, so much is still going on here for this team. Snacky Favs, multiple eliminations, great positioning, great placement. Not necessarily the VR, but still so much great stuff going on for them as a team. But Favs goes down, and ultimately, that's what converts the entire game here, Kelly.
And something that I want to talk about, of course, is Storm Surge. I know that there's not only a lot of new players competing right now, but a lot of new viewers that don't really know fully what the impact of Storm Surge is and how to get those Storm Surge tags. So Clay, just start us off a bit of why that's important.
All right, well, Storm Surge is one of the most important features of the game because it makes or breaks the fact that you get to these end games. So take a look right here. Storm Surge will activate in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. This is a way for the Storm to thin out the lobby. That way there's not as many players. We don't want to see 90 players in that last moving zone. It would be kind of hectic.
It absolutely would be. And look, Surge is such an impactful part of the game. It's actually created a rather large skill gap for these players. We see even the best of the best in Arkham, Epic Whale. They struggle with Surge because it really is such a huge factor in the way that you play the game, and you need to make sure that you plan for it, whether you're going to be healing off against Storm Surge or you're finding positioning early on so you can get those tags. So either way, that you really have to make sure you're paying attention to that going into each and every game.
But Panda, something that I saw in that game there was that there was a team that had 2 eliminations and they were below Storm Surge. And then compared to that, there was another team at the same time that had 0 eliminations, but they were hundreds of points above Storm Surge. So how does that situation happen?
You know, I mean, look, that's a good question, right? It really depends on how you position yourself, right? Again, every tag counts, and when a team gets several tags early on, that means they're setting up not only them for success, but they're setting all these other players that weren't getting tags early in a really large deficit, to say the least. Because again, a team like Snacky Favs, they're very, very good at getting those tags early, and they can go plus 600, plus 700 damage, but all that does on the bottom end makes that bigger deficit here for the players that haven't been able to get those tags.
And you only need 1 tag for an elimination too, right? So some of these elims we see maybe just be, hey, let's grab that 1 tag.
Well, you're looking at the bottom end, but right now we're going to be looking at the top end right now, jumping all the way up to the top. It's Wavy, Jacob, and Vanillas. I know their names don't look like that, but 106 points. Below them, it's Bacon and Zooks jumping up into 2nd place with 104 points right there. So new teams jumping up into our 1st and 2nd place spot, Clay.
Yeah, that's kind of this trend we've seen in NA West for the past couple seasons. We've got newer players in the top 10, and that's what I like to see.
I mean, this is game number 3. This is the halfway point of day 1, the quarterway point of the entire final. So there is still so much that can change. Was there a top team that you saw that did something a bit interesting that you want to change up for the next game?
You know, Snacky Favs, they have a really good shot at the top spot yet again here. So I really hope that they try to play high ground, because realistically, we know they're a good high ground team.
Will our top teams hold strong, or will a new team jump up to the top? Well, only 2 casters can answer that question. It's Jacob and Takada.
Just got some...
That really is the question, Kelly. Which teams will be on the top? We're halfway through today's matches. Remember, today 6 matches will be played. Tomorrow 6 matches will be played for a total of 12 matches. Now, being halfway through day 1, Jacob, we've seen an incredible amount of action, but there's still so much more to unfold. We had Epic Whale and Arkham go down early to Storm Surge in the last match. What will they do to change up their previous game? Will they go look for more tags, look for more damage? Will they play more aggressive? But also the duos that did well, will they be able to keep it up? Will that consistency be able to stay?
Yeah, because I mean, top 5 and above, no victory royales, but they're in the top 5. That goes to show consistency is key. But you heard the beep beep. Game number 4 starts right now, and so does the second half of the day for a lot of these teams. And I like the way you kind of brought up Arkham and Epic yet again, because throughout the qualifiers, whether it's 1, 2, 3, whether it was the semifinals, it goes to show and it kind of proved that it's not how you start, it's how you finish, to where you pick up on top. And what a 50-50 that we see, the pickaxe battle right out of the gate.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some people warming up in their pickaxe engagements, right? You see box fights, you see zone wars, but soon enough, we might just see pickaxe wars as we have Ghosty and Flameback coming out on top with some of the quickest 2 eliminations I've seen before.
Almost forgot that web sling, or that web was right there. I thought he just dropped, fell, took too much damage, but Lime Chip, they know better. Getting shot out of the sky for a moment, but that's not gonna have him show any fear, because he knows what needs to be done in this situation. Bobbing and weaving, found the opportunity, but not the weapon that he wanted. But he did find the minis. The splashes from his teammate Chip here is gonna get him enough HP to at least keep looking for more.
Lime popping those minis, getting that shield back up, as he has to be careful, even if he does come out on top in this engagement. Close in the chunkers, as he might do, but no, Feetcoy actually gonna take him out. Now Chip up to a 1 versus 2 situation, as he also is gonna get taken down, but that's gonna notify Chicken, that's gonna notify Andy that the engagement happened. Eliminations were made, and now they might have an option to go in for that third party, but I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, Jacob.
Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in and you saw the beginning of last game, no, this is a completely different game. Same exact scenario. Wavy Jacob going down early. Vanilla saying, don't worry, I'm going to get you. And they get right back in. But that makes me think, at least think, I don't know for sure, that he's going for the early tags on players right out of the sky, trying to get the surge damage, so that way they don't have to worry about it later in the game. Because without the qualifier process, it wasn't until the 5th and 6th games they were really picking up that pace.
North Benji Fish here, Wavy Jacob having similar occasions happening, but I mean, if that's the pace, I think they're okay with it if they are in the first place spot. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too mad if they really can just get that comeback. As we look at Epic Whale here now, farming up at the Coney Crossroads. Last game, a huge amount of duos ended up rotating here, and that just might happen again, so they might have to rotate out earlier if they don't want to get into those engagements. But it's so important to have the resources you need before rotating out of your POI, so they're going to be farming up their metal, farming up their brick, and hopefully getting out in time.
Yeah, much better game as they continue to adapt, change things up on the fly, get as many of those hills, resources, like you said, mats as well. As we jump on board, Wale here in a moment, possibly waiting in the bush for the perfect moment. Anybody rotates at the wrong time, they could easily become a victim here of the drum shotgun, or that Stinger SMG here can pack a punch in the quick of an eye. And that's something that we saw over towards Chonkers. The biggest difference between Chip and Lime's loadout and their opponents is Chip and Lime's loadout was kind of built for that long range tags, even though it was the floor loot. And their opponents, they got, you know, the luck of the draw there. They got the Stinger, they got the CQC, and the blink of an eye, they kind of realized the situation and acted. That's what you have to do in Fortnite, because sometimes time is just not on your side.
I mean, and they did it perfectly, right? If you realize you have those weapons which are perfect for that CQC combat, that close quarters combat, then you might just want to play a bit more aggressive, go for the engagements, go for the early game eliminations. But on the contrary, if you end up maybe getting those long range weapons like some sniper rifles off the bat, not too many shields, you might actually want to play a bit further back in case your opponents did get that better RNG. So looking over at Schools, as he's just going to keep farming up. I mean, getting the metal, getting the loot, getting the resources he needs to keep it going.
Yeah, they're the definition of playing that long game. Sitting in third place, southern tilted landing spot. They just loot up everything that they need, and then they kind of go towards that mountain that's kind of a little bit to their east, maybe a little bit southern, to kind of grab that cannon. That way they have the easy rotation, and just like a lot of the other teams that can kind of possess that high ground, they use it and then rotate directly after. But Bacon and Zukis are the only duo to place top 10 in each game today. Talk about consistency.
I mean, if they can keep that up throughout all 12 matches, I wouldn't be surprised if they finish in first. It's all about consistency, and if you can do it for 12 matches, it's really a huge impact on how your performance is going to look throughout the tournament. We've got Jeffers Crimson looking to play a little aggressive, but with that shield cake down, they might just be looking to do some damage, get the tags. I mean, even if you're close range, taking shots with that striker pump shotgun, you might just want to do Storm Surge, right? And you don't want to get too aggressive, you don't want to get into your opponent's box unless you really have a huge advantage. But so far, it looks like both of these duos are kind of doing that passive aggression, going for tags, doing damage, but not going all in.
Yeah, and you can almost see the difference in the teams that are actually landing at Tilted. Two of those teams trying to get that elevation on the eastern or western mountain, I should say, to try to go for the tags. But that one, the Kinzo and his teammate that landed southern Tilted, are utilizing the rotation and the high ground. And that's something that you really got to think about. It's not enough just to get a great spot. You have to start thinking about the long game. And that's why you see a lot of these players running like, why is he peeking in through the cones? Why is he just sitting there? He's gathering information because it's only one of the only covers in the game besides the ramp placed at a certain angle that you can peek through and get that information while staying fully protected.
And I mean, that's one of the most important things to do in Fortnite competitive, right? It's get information and do it while you're protected. You don't want to put yourself in a risky situation while you're gathering this information. So doing it through builds, through edits, is one of the most common and effective ways of doing so as we switch over to Arkham and Epic Whale here, looking for damage, looking for tags. And I mean, they just got a good amount of that as they already moved over to the Sanctuary. So just like we were saying, I mean, they really got out of Coney Crossroads quick this match.
And you can see already, like you said, they got out of Coney Crossroads. They realized last game Surge was such an impact on their overall game plan. I don't even think they got a single point because of how early they did go down to Surge. So they already made those adjustments and say, hey, Surge was a problem. Now we have to find it. They immediately rotate from Coney to Sanctuary, take the high ground, get some tags, and immediately begin to rotate yet again. That's the thing about Arkham and Epic. They realize situations, they act fast, and they're very, very proactive. And even though at times it might look like they're splitting up, that's still all a part of their plan.
And another duo that's just like that, it's Snacky. It's Favs, our former FNCS duo champions, looking to see if they can make that happen again here. 84 points in the 4th place spot. Have 2 launch pads, have a good amount of loot, and even resources here. They got out of the POI early, began the rotate, and so far, I mean, this game 4 is starting off very strong for them, even if they don't have too many eliminations. But maybe I spoke too soon as Favs got cracked here. Hope I'm not bringing the caster curse to them, and I'm gonna let them keep rotating, Jacob.
Yep, and that's the thing. They gotta be careful, though. I know they don't know. We are lucky enough to cast, you know, such an amazing final here. Game number 4. That's Arkham and Epic that is so close by. They're one of the teams that we keep talking about information gathering, knowing what to do to information and kind of being proactive. If they hear your shields drop, they will see that as a green light. They will try to go and collect those elimination points, especially since they realize we already lost our 1st place spot. We have to get it back.
Have to get it back, have to do something to make it happen. We got B-Dog, we got Cheaters, 12th place spot. Looking for tags from afar. I mean, they're pretty relaxed. I'm sure they already have a decent amount of damage, seeing their positioning, even if they don't have eliminations. But a duo, they might have to do something here. It's Trey, it's Dom, who seems to be looting up. I mean, they've got a good amount, but never can have too much loot, Jacob, as they continue running through the Sanctuary.
Yep, you can see Trey kind of having that IGL style loadout, leading his team, trying to do the best that they can. That's why you see the Striker burst mixed with the drum shotgun just in case things get rough. And Dom with the Striker pump and the combat SMG obviously does contain the Striker burst as well for Surge. He's going to be the player to kind of look at to get a little aggressive, to kind of finish off these eliminations if that opportunity does present itself. But a lot of these other teams do possess a little bit of the high ground, but you can see a team that they're slowly moving up on once that audio begins to kind of click in and realize that's a third-party opportunity.
Now, taking a look at Mecton, taking a look at Chicken. Popping the med mist, looks like he did lose a bit of damage there to the zone, but opening up the map, you can see this is a far south zone, Jacob. So all those duos that drop at the north side of the map, even Command Cavern, Logjam, they might have some trouble getting the rotate in, or even if they get the rotate in, they might not have a lot of damage done as they've been focusing so much on that rotate. So could be difficult for a lot of duos in this match.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we already talked about very, very early on is sometimes you got to sacrifice a little bit of that farming, a little bit of that loot gathering. If you do get that max and far pull like some of these teams do here, you're going to have to get that spot in towards zone. Otherwise, you're going to be in an overly congested spot, fighting your way in towards zone, forced to use a lot of the resources that you gathered up to that point. As you see, Mekton and Chicken continuing to find their way through the Sanctuary. Little do they know, a team is almost adjacent to them, right on their right. A couple of teams beginning to be in front of them, 3 total, with 2 of them in an exchange here. And this is where if you're in the zone, it's great. You can go ahead and share that cover, but neither one of these teams are in zone, so this is going to make their journey that much harder.
Cypress here, alongside Locks, on a nicely elevated position. Actually, you can see the top of it made out of wood. I mean, I want to emphasize as much as I can is the correct use of materials. When should you use metal? When should you use brick? And when should you use wood? When you're doing these slight rotates like you see them now, you really just want to use as much wood as possible because it's the least strong material in the game. But when you're basing up, when you're doing, well, putting yourself into a position you're not going to move from in a long time, that's when you want to use your brick and metal. And having the chance to conserve it as much as possible is very important, especially in a finals like this where really anything matters. As we switch over to Arkham Epic Whale now, just 1 below Storm Surge, now 4 above, but I wouldn't be safe with that.
Yeah, trying to peek because they know 1 is absolutely nothing on either side of that threshold. But over peeking a little bit too much, not finding what he needs. That both of them take some big tags. You got to imagine it was a couple of those teams, maybe Nigel and Anger, maybe Kompalomp towards the outside, or a team that could be right above them. As you see in the distance, on the other side of that hill is going to be Vex and Apar, but Epic Whale and Arkham realize a team is slowly but surely trying to rotate in behind them. And you see the shots continuing to rain in from the covers to hitting the actual target, but Epic Whale over peaks yet again. That's been the 2nd time so far, but you can see it's all because of where he stands in terms of Storm Surge.
I mean, sometimes I feel like it's okay to overpeak. If you manage to secure the damage and you got it, then it's worth it. Because if you didn't get that damage and you were taking from Storm Surge, you would be losing more shield than you did by overpeaking. So they're really doing what they can to get the damage. Now Epic Whale only 4 above, but elevated here, 103 below. I mean, that's a lot worse of a situation. They're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive here for the tags, whether it be just focus a duo close by, get close enough to one that you can play aggressive, maybe box fighting, or hit a good amount of shots from afar, which is what Elevated is trying to do here. And he might have just successfully done it, as now he's only 28 below.
Yep, slowly but surely climbing up that damage threshold, but still needs to climb into the zone here with a team right behind him. Another one right behind that one, still at Rocky Reels. 1 towards his right, a couple towards his left, and center as well, as this game does continue to progress. If you don't make that early rotation, if you don't find that sweet spot, it's going to be getting every inch harder here. As 43 below, they continue to fall. But my thing is here, I'm not too worried because of the amount of heals and the exact heals. The shield keg is more than enough to out-heal the Surge. But it will waste. There's 14 players that do need to go down.
14 players, and what scares me is also that positioning. I mean, there's so many duos that are just crawling their way into zone, and they're going to get into some engagements. They're going to get into some battles here, and if they don't end them quickly or find a way around them, they might just end up getting eliminated, maybe even from afar on the edge of zone. So we have Dynamic here using the Med Mist, using the Chug Splashes to make their way into zone, but they're so far out, Jacob. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a doozy here. As Storm Surge continuing to do them in, running out of all their resources and their heals. 2 different Med Mists to his name, and still finding that struggle to be real. One's going to run out, but Storm Surge still clicking in. Pops the mini. No, he does not get it off in time. But I will say, with him going down, that leaves all those resources, all those heals right to his teammate to use.
Looking at Epic Whale and Arkham, though. 6th place spot. Seeing if they can get those tags, get that damage. But they've got to do it from afar, Jacob. It's not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy at all. And that's one thing that Fortnite has taught us. It may not be easy, but it's worthwhile in the end as they're continuing to find the Surge. This time from the early rotation all the way from Coney, they're going to have to rotate yet again. But I'm going to rotate on over to Clay because he sees something interesting that we might have missed.
Yeah, just wanted to take a look here at Ree and Rex's inventory. They're already prepping for the heal off. Take a look, 6 Chug Splashes here for Ree, also with that legendary combat, or SMG rather. And then look at Rex, 4 floppers, 4 Chug Splashes. They're ready for the end game.
They are ready to go. And that's what you like to see, right? These players being prepared, being ready for the action. As we just have that legendary combat SMG. Now 4 Chug Splashes in 1 big pot. So you can see kind of the effects of Storm Surge over time. As we can see, they are in a perfect position, Jacob. Third zone, dead center, almost guaranteed to get a decent fourth zone here. And even if you're on the corner of fourth zone, that's not too big of a problem, because if you end up pulling half and half, I mean, you're good to go.
Yep. That's exactly what you want to do here, and that's why we talk about rotating versus sacrificing the farming, so on and so forth, as they did more than enough to get themselves a good spot, but a team is either right below or right above them as well. Favs and Snacky forced to go in. Good spot for them as well. Middle of Chonkers Speedway. The only thing that kind of worries me is that incline right above them towards the north side. There's so many teams trying to make that their home, their base, to where they can box up, and that's going to possess a lot of natural elevation, and depending on how big they build or how high they build up, that's going to even more kind of suppress and cushion how much ground they have.
Fabs and Snacky here, looking to see if they can kind of peek into an angle or maybe just stay safe here. There's a lot of opposing builds that they want to kind of replace to make sure they have a majority of the real estate in the area, as they are inside of zone. And now it's kind of up to the opposing duos, which have to rotate to get a clean rotate in, whether it be recycling builds, recycling launch pads, using their own mobility, maybe just rotating by foot. As we look at Vanillas and Wavy Jacob here, who are just on the corner of the east side of the zone, but Prism is close by, and it looks like Vanillas might have just caught him off.
Yep. Smells it from a mile away. The player taking a little bit too much damage. At least too close for comfort. Knows another player's there. Here's the shots beginning to fire off, and that's why they're peeking, getting a little bit more risky. They want to try to take that elimination away, but that one's going to end just as quick as it started, as Vanilla still going for that piece control. Players third partnering their way in. He might have to think twice about what he's going to do here and try to reunite with Wavy Jacob. They're the team currently sitting in first place, 107 points. They don't want to throw it away in a moment's notice.
Looking at the surrounding area here, all the duos based up, waiting for that zone to pull, that half and half zone, one of the most important zones of the match here. As we can see, Cesar and Nitrix are actually going to begin their rotate already. 1 minute left until this zone closes. They're rotating a bit early here, but they've got to be careful, because if you do rotate early and you get the line of sight onto you, you could just start getting focused by the lobby, and that's exactly what's happening here. Now is the time to use those reinforced walls, to use your metal, and to not peek at all, because if you end up getting cracked, it's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not too worried too much when it comes to the actual heals. 6 splashes, 5 now, 6 minis. Got to imagine Caesar has some on him as well. It's the resources, it's the mats that begins to worry me just a little bit, as you see them possibly trying to look for who they can go after to get the refresh that they possibly need here. 30 builds to his name, 216 below the damage threshold, so even more so than needing the builds, they need the shots to fire off, but they're in such a weird and unique spot that those shots are not going to come easy.
I mean, just like you said it, Jacob, they're not going to come easy, and needing 250 damage.
A lot.
They might have to make something happen here. 62 players alive, so luckily enough, not too many will have to be eliminated. I mean, hopefully. We'll see what happens here, how quickly these players get into their engagements, as we're already down to 60 now. Just 9 more players have to be eliminated as Nitrex starts getting a bit aggressive, getting into the action. As the Storm Surge gets activated, Nitrex getting cracked, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, they get eliminated.
So that's what you're talking about. The right pieces, the right moment. You notice he was trying to pre-edit with the wood, and Takata taught you anything. Use the wood early, save the brick and the metal, but at the same time, because they came focused in the lobby, a lot of their metal, a lot of the brick was already used and expelled out of their inventory. But Bacon and Zooks will take anything that comes to them. You see there at the bottom left, they have taken at least a share of first place, along with Wavy Jacob and Vanillas, and it's going to make it even more interesting as both teams are still alive and both of them have a rotation to make.
And this is the duo that's made it into the top 10 of every single match today, so with the loot they have right now, Jacob, I wouldn't be surprised if they make it into the top 10 again.
Yep, see the inclines, that's the thing about the southern portions of the map, especially towards Chonkers Speedway. The up and down, the pre-made builds, it's going to make it that much harder for some of these teams to journey through, as Bacon and Zooks waste no time. They want to use that launch pad early, take some of that high ground, as Epic Whale continues to put out the shots. They only have 1 elimination, but you got to imagine when it comes to the damage, they're in a sweet spot.
Epic Whale here, following Arkham, getting that rotate in, actually building up a little bit. Maybe even, I was going to say second height, but they could be going for more of a high ground position here, just looking around, but we know they don't like taking it too early as they look around, see kind of what's going on. I mean, what I love about this position is it gives you so much information of where your duos are, maybe what you can use to recycle, to rotate for the next moving zone, and that information, it can really be crucial for the end game.
Just like this information here, second place right next to third, 2 superstar teams, one of them being Reet and Rex here. 3 eliminations so far, 99 points, plenty of resources and heals. Honestly, they have everything that they need to go ahead and win this game. They just need to be able to execute to perfection here. As you see everyone on the map spread out, but the team that you notice on the high ground, that's Arkham and Epic. But you saw where they were at last moments ago when it came to materials. They cannot hold on to it for 6th, 7th, and 8th zones, so they're going to have to wait or possibly make a huge play.
Now, they're going to edit that wood. They're going to look for the tags, look for the damage, maybe even secure some knocks and possibly some eliminations here. 156 above, going up to 189 quickly. This is such a great position to do the damage. You can even see Zuki's and his duo partner are close by, and they keep looking for that damage, looking for those tags, looking for those eliminations out of the sky.
And you see Wavy Jacob and Vanilla is trying to go ahead and recycle as many of those builds, finding some bandages to get his HP up even further, as everybody just trying to get that sweet spot ahead of zone. And this is where teams begin to start to take that high ground. You see X-Roy's, Fico, they're going to be able to hold on to it for now. But Arkham and Epic may just be 1 layer below, but Snacky goes right into the cover. A huge shot's going to deal out, and high ground goes on over. And not just high ground, but an elimination as well.
Snacky taking down 1, Favs doing the same. 2 eliminations now for Snacky Favs. They've taken the high ground. Snacky, just to secure it, is going to use a launch pad, group up with his duo partner, and now looks like the zone has even pulled a little bit backwards here. So this is huge for Snacky and Favs, as they do not have to use too many materials. But now Wavy Jacob, Vanilla's has gone down, playing it as a solo here, 20 below, picking little by little, as Reet also is playing it as a solo. But these are tied-in players. They are the ones that can make it happen, as Reet has 3 eliminations and Wavy Jacob is going to look to get some.
You see, they're trying to hold on to it as fast and as much as possible, maybe even using the zip line as a plan B if things come crumbling down. But Ignite, JG9, he goes down. Jeffers is going to try to do what he can as a solo. You see Scissors doing it as well. Reet towards backside, trying to find his way in. Vex, Apar doing a good job, just in the nick of time. Nico, Kinzo in a battle, front side of zone. They're both solo as well, and this just got exponentially harder as Reek falls, and it's all up to Reek.
Kenzo now also playing as a solo, 2 eliminations on the board. We still have Nigel, we still have Angel, we still have Snacky and Favs on the high ground, as Zookies and Bacon making up to their name, getting into the 10th place spot little by little, as Reet still up as a solo. Jacob trying to clutch it out, 3 eliminations, looking to get out of this, but there's just so much pressure from above, so much pressure from below, but Reet manages to do it, manages to get out of the situation, and now is going to try and pop a big.
Yep, slips through the cracks there, almost literally and figuratively, to be able to stay alive, just like Kinzo. Even though he has 170 effective shields and HP, he's going to go ahead and use the med kit, but you saw him restart it. He was trying to stagger himself outside of zone. That way he could try to sneak up on the team, just like Reet. No builds, no heals, trying to sneak up and find the elimination, but bobbing, weaving in and out of these covers, doing a fantastic job trying to stay alive up until then. His run comes to an end, but you got to imagine the points he garnered as a solo.
Now, Epic Will Arkham still up as a duo, 3 eliminations on the board, but they're going to keep going strong, breaking through builds. Snacky and Favs, though, do have the high ground. There's so many powerful duos up, as B-Dog just took one of them down. Angel and Nigel get taken out. Zuki's gets cracked here. Snacky doing a great job from above, applying that pressure, doing that damage as he drops down lower, looking for some angles, looking maybe for a little bit of extra eliminations as he just gets that elevated, getting taken out. Now Snacky has 2, but he's hungry for more. Gets a shot off, gets the knock, but it's not going to be elimination.
And you can see the 2 roles emerge towards the end game. Fav staying up top, 6 floppers, playing as the healer, even finding elimination. Snacky playing as the fighter, dropping down low. He does not want to let this come down to a heal off, even if they have all the heals in the world. But Arkham Epic recycling those builds, more than enough mats. The med mist as well. Such a great spot to come back after such a bad game last game.
Snacky playing it aggressive while Favs is all the way up on the high ground, playing it slow. B-Dog gonna get taken out. Did have a med mist, as Snacky continues his wrath, continues to look for these eliminations, trying to play aggressive, show off his mechanical skills here as he goes some real estate, goes for a bit of wall replacing here, but Arkham and Epic Whale, they're still up. 3 duos, 6 players. It's all duos, Jacob.
Yeah, you said all duos. Triple threat match of sorts, and Fav still staying towards the high ground. Like I said, 6 floppers to his name, but Crypus is the meat in the middle, stuck between 2 top teams. He's gonna get dropped. So does Thork. It's down to a 2v2. Snacky and Favs versus Arkham and Epic, but Epic's gonna go down. They know it, they see it, but a big shot's gonna fire off from Arkham, and it's not enough. Snacky and Favs held high. 8 eliminations take the game.
And I love that, Jacob. Favs playing it safe, playing for that heal off, and Snacky going with the confidence, dropping down low, looking for those eliminations. That is how you have to play high ground.
Yep, and like I said, throughout the game, they realize their roles, depending on what is in that inventory. As soon as Favs probably called out, I have 6 floppers, Snacky knew exactly what to do. He dropped down and prevented every one of those teams from even having a chance to heal off.
And not only that, they knew when they had to play together. Snacky was playing alone on the low ground, going for those eliminations, but when he already took that 1, when he took down 2, when all the opponents were boxed up together, he said, Favs, come help me out. We're winning this by eliminating the players.
Yep, and unfortunately enough, Crypus and Thork, they were that meat in the middle, but great to see Arkham and Epic also have a fantastic performance, trying to pull themselves back towards the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty rough last match, so now being able to recuperate that, come back in a 2nd place spot, also securing some eliminations. I mean, we're just 4 games through, but with 12 from both days, 6 today, I mean, there's still so much more to unfold.
Yeah, and there's only 3 people I trust to unfold the last 4 games, figure out where we're at in the leaderboard. Kelly, Panda, Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada, and big shout outs to our reigning champs, Favs and Snacky, holding height, probably the best height hold that we've seen all day, Panda.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But I mean, look, this is what we expected from this team, right? We knew going into finals, this is their element. This is where they shine the most. And so seeing them on the high ground was no surprise.
But I love the fact that Favs is holding on to all of those floppers, because you really got to prepare for every kind of in-game situation, Clay.
You do, and we saw it almost actually go to a heal-off had they not gotten hyper-aggressive and gone for the eliminations. And you can see Snacky already prepping for it. Does have the 3 chug splashes, was able to grab some of those floppers for Favs, ended up giving some of them over, but they played much better this time around. They didn't try to go over-aggressive. They kept someone on high ground, and even while they did go for those elims, one person was always up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And the real impressive piece to all of this is most of, if not all of, the top 10 teams were up here in this moment. So Snacky Favs, not only did they win the game, not only did they do this from high ground, but they did this against the best of the best here on the leaderboard right now. So such an impressive set of plays here for this team. But Snacky Favs, they did it in style, right? Several eliminations as well. And it came down to this, the final moments. Like Jacob mentioned, the meat of the sandwich was taken out. Now it's left to Arkham Epic Whale. And Snacky Favs, fortunately, walk away with them and a few eliminations. But look, wait a minute. It wasn't enough. 1 point behind?
1 point behind Bacon and Zooks in that 1st place spot now. Although Favs and Snacky jumping up 3 placements, so does Arkham and Epic Whale, who are now in 3rd place. School and Kenzo still holding strong in 4th place. And then, of course, Rex and Reet, my pick, going to be dropping down, but just a little bit. They're in 5th place. But I love that Bacon and Zooks is up here because I want to talk a little bit about their highlights. I believe all the way down from Zone 5, they were already grabbing a few eliminations. They're really good at grabbing those early eliminations, Clay.
Yeah, I think they're the only team throughout the entire day today to be in top 10 every game. I think that was a stat that we ran, and as you can see, they're doing really well, and this is why. 4 elims in that A zone, and they're looking for more. Look at that. Perfect timing on the elim there from Zooks. Is Bacon right there with them, as well as they're doing a little bit separated, and you see Bacon start to take some storm damage, but they always find a way back to each other, and at that moment, that's what you need to do.
Team cohesion, that's what it's all about, right? Listen, if you know how to play with your teammate, you know how to stay box to box, you're going to be successful, and that's what we're seeing here from them. But look, anything can change. We still have several games to go.
Yeah, who needs a VR when you're able to grab that many eliminations and that many placement points every single game? But just looking from 1st all the way down to 6th place, there is only 40 points that separate those 6 teams right there. And reminder, guys, that this is just game number 4. We still have 2 more games to go today and 6 more games to go tomorrow. So if your favorite team isn't performing well right now, don't worry, they still have a lot of opportunities to change up what we're going to be seeing there. Now, something I really want to talk about was that during Zone 6, we saw Fabs and Snacky try and take height, but then Snacky launch padded again to be able to secure that height. Why launch pad at that moment? Doesn't that kind of put a target on your back?
It does a little bit, but obviously in that situation, it was played at the right point in time. See, if that was played a little bit earlier or at a different angle, definitely could have been more of a target. However, it worked out in their favor. They walk away with the high ground and ultimately the game.
Yeah, it's mostly so you can just save mats. You send your first player up, go launch pad, secure high ground, while the other player secures it in the back. And then once that player has high ground secured in the very front of zone from the launch pad, that last player launch pad's over and boom, you still have high ground.
I also want to call out Reed's play there after losing Rex, dropping down and then actually finding the perfect place to drop down and pop one of those big pots. How that doesn't seem like it's ever possible, Panda.
No, it doesn't. And look, as a solo player, Reed is very, very successful, right? He kind of thrives under this pressure, and that was one of those rare occasions where he both thrived and still fell earlier than he would have liked. So ultimately, we're going to see more of Rex and Reed here going into these next few games, but you never know. Could be more solo play from them.
He might have fallen earlier, but he was still in our top 5. But maybe a new team will jump up into our top 5. We're going to find out in game number 5 with Jacob and Takada.
Breakdown. After 4 games, Takada at a total of 12 throughout 2 weekends. It's very, very important for these teams to really finish strong because you want to give yourself as much of a cushion going into day 2 as possible because anything can still happen.
Look, I normally say game 5, game 6, these are normally the last 2 matches, right? We have a whole other 6 matches tomorrow, so these last 2 matches, they're important, but also, you can kind of use them to kind of get a feel of the lobby, right? What are the opposing duos doing? What can you improve on? What can you work on? Because you can still get that comeback in day 2 if it's not going too well. If it is going well, I mean, you just keep it rolling, Jacob.
Yep, and we're going to keep it rolling indeed, because you heard the battle bus is ready, and so is game number 5, where honestly, if you might be that inexperienced player, the pressure might get to you just a little bit, but you got to realize it's a marathon. It's not a race. Even though the day may end today, the entire finals continues tomorrow with 6 more games, so it's important. We talked about so many things, being able to get the elims, resource management, going for surge, but mindset is just as important as every one of those things below the list.
Starting off here with Salco and Kimchi, I mean, we see them doing what they can in these late games and these early games, but in the 21st spot, they're going to want to change something if they really want to be on that top side of the leaderboard. But 47 points, I mean, it's not a bad place to be in. You can really make something happen. We saw what Arkham and Epic Whale did in the first match with 10 eliminations and the victory royale. I mean, they shot up that leaderboard.
Yeah, and even though we don't want to talk about their day number 1 of last season, they still took it to a lot of teams in day number 2, boosted up the leaderboards. You got to imagine if that day number 1 went just as well as Lime returning after that kind of downfall in the previous game, getting that down and knock onto Fico. He's looking to kind of clean it up, get his shields up, and have themselves a much better start this go around.
Lime, see if you can find that angle as Chip is popping up some mini shields, but there has been a knocked player. They could have this advantageous position, kind of baiting him out, it seems, as Fico is knocked there, but Lime has not went for the finish yet. Playing it slow, kind of trying to see what the teammate is going to do, what Zayrez is going to end up deciding. Will they go for that 1 versus 2? Will he back off? Will he try and go for the reboot card? I mean, there's a lot of options, but not so many possibilities. As Chip is actually going to go down here. Now, Lime has to clutch it up in the 1 versus 1, and the worst part is there's another duo close by, and if they go for that third party, Jacob, it could be the end of both of these duos in this engagement.
Yeah, this is their chance. Go ahead and try to kind of make something of these last 2 remaining players. 2 different solos, 6 possible points, but Lime wasting no time, getting right into the box and gets that elimination. And you know as well as I do, Andy and Chicken here, all this action going down, these Limes immediately trying to go for the reboot. And you know he's going to try to make like a banana and split, but does he have the time? Chicken with the high ground turns, drops from the top, beginning to put that pressure, continuous pressure that is just so insurmountable. That Lime with his back up against the wall, very few options. He's going to get dropped, and what a fantastic play to try to save the day. An even better one from Andy and Chicken.
I mean, I love what we're seeing from this duo, right? They don't have to risk it in the early game as they drop a little further out from Chonkers. And even though it doesn't have as much loot as inside of Chonkers, you still have that opportunity to get the third party if an engagement happens. And they really take advantage of that. But what are we seeing here, Jacob? Sedna and Physics, they are right behind Landjock, and he does not have a clue. If they get a nice 3-2-1, they might just be able to knock Landjock down here.
Yeah, but they're waiting. They're waiting until they get close. They know Sedna does not have an AR, either variation, Striker or Ranger, so they have to wait till they get closer and closer, close the gap as Physics and Sedna looking like they're going to have a play, but as soon as the cover breaks, got to imagine Landjock's going to be able to see him. The 3-2-1 comes in. His health goes out, and their chance to strike here. No Punisher in sight. It's the high ground. It's just building and building away. Landjock trying to create that distance, and the shots finally come in from Punisher as Landjock may have made the great escape with everything on his back right now. He does just enough to survive.
Wow. Up and up and up. Landjock going to the skies as he managed to get out of that situation, but that was definitely a scary one. I want to give the props to that reaction time. But looking over at Snacky, he already has 2 eliminations, Jacob. It seems he got into an engagement here in the Collider and came out on top.
Yeah, it almost looked like, since I do that might have been Moose or Aiden that was not fully elimed. It might be 2 different solos as they're finding the next one. That's Kompalom, who's down to just a sliver of HP, trying to survive, possibly going in at the wrong time to get the reboot. This is Snacky and Fav's Collider. No team will be left alive.
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing, Jacob. Former Duo FNCS champions currently in the first place spot. You can see their confidence just from those 3 eliminations in the early game. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep that aggression rolling.
Yeah, talk about aggression. Bacon and Zuki's here doing a good job all day long in terms of consistency as Flameback, Ghosty trying to do what they can, steal away the high ground with the damage that's being dealt, but Bacon unable to hold on to that build. He slips down. Teeter just 1 layer below, but that's not necessarily a bad thing either because Zuki's is right there with him, neck and neck.
Bacon, Zuki's, Ghosty, Flameback, who will come out on top of this engagement as Bacon is tied for 3rd in total elims with 9 eliminations. Looking to see if he can make it 11 here against Flameback and Ghosty, but something you don't want to do is get eliminated early, especially when you're in such a high position. Being in 3rd place, if you don't have an advantage in this engagement, it really might just not be worth it to take it. So seems like they're playing it slow. They're down below, maybe looking for tags, farming up, but they don't want to risk it all just for a little bit extra points from those eliminations.
Yep, I almost got to imagine, just because they were looking over towards Coney Crossroad, that might have been Arkham Epic or any rotating team getting that damage for Storm Surge. Just like Reet and Rex, they may not have all the damage in the world right now. We know they land uncontested towards Greasy Grove, where 1 of 3 cars do spawn. That is going to be the Whiplash, and you can see them utilizing it, trying to make their way into a great spot in zone to where they then can start to look for the Surge tags, in which they lack because they land uncontested.
Look it over at Evol, though. Close to the Butter Barn here on the map. 7th place spot, 104 points. It's like always, they've been able to get the loot quickly and even rotate quickly. They are leading all teams in early game eliminations. So you can tell that the early game, they really got it under control through their path, through their resources, through their rotates. I mean, they've been doing a great job, but what they have to do is close out that late game. In the 7th place spot, I mean, they've been doing a good job, but if you want to go for first, you really just have to make those late games count.
Yeah, and it goes to show, because of that southern portion of the map overall is not as contested as the northern portion of the map, they're probably catching a team off guard before the third party can even come in. That's just a possibility, knowing how well they are playing so far on every different angle you look at. Aggression, lack of aggression, surge, and that's going to be a great tool for their confidence, realizing whatever gets thrown at them, they can take it in stride, just like Favs and Snacky. 3 eliminations to his name, and he knows knows since he took down Aiden early on, there's still a solo around. It's about figuring out where that solo is and taking him out before the rest of the lobby knows when they see. And even though it's not Snacky, it might be Fabs trying to go in. He found the player he was looking for, and this is where they're going to go ahead and slow it down and reunite together to pick up this elimination.
This aggression has been going on for so long for Snacky and Fabs, but they have to be careful as Snacky gets straight into the box. And I mean, be careful eating up my words there. Snacky annihilating Moose, going up to 4 eliminations now. You can tell they're fueled up. And when a duo like Snacky and Fabs are fueled up, they're a dangerous train to go against. This Bacon here has lost Zukis now in a 1 versus 2, but the confidence is still there. Playing aggressive, getting the reboot card of his duo partner, and now might choose to disengage.
Yeah, you can see this immediately trying to get out of dodge. He knew a couple of teams were there, but does he know 2 more slowly but surely trying to move in? And I like the play by Ghost Team Flameback. Create some distance from that actual altercation. That way they can now be that third-party opportunity of other teams tend to overstep their boundaries, or they can try to make that quick rotation. As you see, it does begin to pull a little bit more north as Coney Crossroads is just on the edge of zone.
Bacon here still holding his ground, does not want to move here, actually not making any noise at all. He might even want to see if he can get a shot onto one of the opponents. From seeing how confident he was playing against his duo, I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to get a bit of action here, or maybe even he just wants to wait it out and play one of the reboot vans that are close by. As the zone has pulled far, you can see at the bottom right of the mini map, it's pulled more to the north side of the zone, or his north side of the map, so they will have some time to get the reboot if he's not spotted as a solo. Well, in the meanwhile, we got School, we got Kenzo. Getting a nice little rotate done with the cannon close to the collider. Makes me wonder how Snacky and Fabs are doing right now, as they started so strong, but nice little rotate, do not get tagged by any opponents, and they're just gonna keep it going until they get the zone.
Oof. Might have cursed him just a little bit. Tags coming in a little late, but you could see their rotation and how they play. The blueprint has already been laid from earlier games. They go southern tilted. They travel to that mountain very, very close by to one cannon. And you saw the cannon hop from one to the next across tilted. But they see them stay away from the collider, because if you see Snacky's name lighting up the elimination feed, you know where he lands towards the collider. And that goes to show that depending on what your situation is, it's not only important enough to know who actually lands at your drop, but who lands all around, so that way when the eliminations do light up, you know exactly what's going on, or at least the story of it.
I mean, we've talked about how important it is to know this type of information, but that's just giving one of many examples of what it can be used for. And these top players, these veterans, are definitely making use of that information to know where they should rotate, where they can find eliminations if they really need Storm Surge, depending on how the opponents have started off in the early game. But what I'm loving from Angel and Nigel is positioning so high up, so well positioned. And not only that, you can tell they've been practicing their aim as Angel annihilating his opponent from afar there, doing more than enough damage to stay on top of Storm Surge.
Yeah, you can see they have one of the highest spots in zone right now, which is going to make getting the information on every duo in and out of the zone that much easier. Getting the shots and somebody over peaking and staying above the surge. And you can see it from downtown, almost one side of the zone to the next. Those are the shots still reigning supreme from Nigel and Angel. Even if you think you have the high ground, Reet and Rex, there's somebody that just has it that much higher. And it's going to go ahead and make for an interesting story. Who's above surge? Who's below surge? 82 below for Reet and Rex. I wouldn't be too worried. Just 2 shots. That one gets cut in half. 30 below. One more great tag, they'll be above surge.
One more great tag, but 1 minute and 35 seconds to get that great tag. I mean, you really just don't have to get stressed out in this situation. If you're Rex, if you're Reet, you have to kind of be confident that you'll get those shots. You'll do the damage, even if they're still below by a bit. But no, those tags were enough. 48 above now. Maybe you want to do a bit more, right? Because it still can go below here, so do as much damage as possible, but don't get stressed out. Don't do anything too aggressive, as On1 and Evol seems to have done something aggressive here. Seems like they might have even got to into an engagement inside of the storm, as how far out they are right now, and maybe they can use the cannon to rotate in, but there could be duos kind of holding them, and that would make it very risky to get back into the zone.
Yeah. But as every duo already rotating in. First cannon, that one's going to be easy. Getting the information while you're flying through the sky, though, is definitely going to be a must. Figure out where these players are positioned at and where to go from there, as Mitty and Kaboo still trying to get whatever's left towards Command Cavern. And if you look, they have the floppers, they have the med mist, and you got to imagine they have some other heals, or at least the location of them nearby, which has them feeling of confidence that, hey, we're going to be able to get out of this storm, we're going to be able to heal up, no problem. But the timing is what my biggest question is. Do they have enough to get themselves a good spot in zone?
And timing's so important. It's really hard to know as well how much time you have to do certain plays here, as Cheaters and B-Dog are just in the corner of zone, but they seem to be getting kind of tagged from afar. I mean, you can see on the hill, on the ridges, how many duos are positioned up on the mini-map, so any engagement around here will be incredibly risky, as you have that third party that could come in, or even fourth party, or maybe even just shots being taken from afar. But the issue is, if you're below on Storm Surge, you have to make something happen, so you don't really have a choice.
Talk about below, though. Sedna physics below the shifty shafts. Land a big shot onto Cheaters, who are trying to be proactive and get the surge that they needed, but that one comes at the wrong time. They find these players, they peek, they get taken down, and physics, Sedna, they got exactly what they were looking for. They go back down into the shafts of Shifty to try to make a quick rotation, but B-Dog peeks yet again. The feeling of deja vu as he's getting tagged up. Storm Surge also playing a role. Minis are a must, and he's going to go through a ton of these shields if he's looking to out-heal it. So they got to figure out that perfect moment to turn this one on its side and get aggressive.
I mean, that's the issue. You know it's too risky of a play, but when you're below on Storm Surge, sometimes you really just don't have the choice. As Cheaters and B-Dog are healing up, doing what they can to out-heal the Storm Surge, but soon enough, they're going to have to go back into that action and physics instead. Now they're waiting for it.
Yeah, they can't even play that safe game of peace control. They just have to go in with nothing but hope and dreams as they get sent back to the lobby. That's physics that picks up both of those eliminations, saving the day for him and Sedna. And all the loot, all those spoils are definitely going over to them as they try to figure out what that next play is. You see Batman Buka getting it down onto Lemon Bowl, flying through the sky, looking like he might be trying to pick that one up, depending on if Wheels likes what he sees, because we know Wheels, he's the IGL, he's the steering wheel, the captain that you can trust. But Nico might have lost his captain as Tavern's down, trying to do it by himself. No heals, no shields. He's definitely going to have a rough time, but all you need is a chance.
Nico now with 0 shields to work with. You said it was going to be tough, but it's really going to be very difficult as Pars and Rays are down below. 200 effective HP on the both of them, but the thing that could save Nico here is the Storm. All these duos have to rotate, and they might not think it's worth it to hunt for this solo instead of taking that positional advantage. So now Nico is gonna have to make something happen, gonna have to rotate. Meanwhile, though, there are duos close by. There are duos inside the zone looking back. So if Nico doesn't find some mobility here, or maybe even a pass from his opponents, he might just get taken out, and that's what ultimately is gonna happen.
Somebody just grinning ear to ear, sneaking that elimination backside of zone. Fab Snacky. The 4 eliminations from the early game is still kind of holding them in a spot to where Surge has not been a worry for them. They're just picking and choosing spots, going from one zone to the next. But spots of play are getting rebooted. The shots quickly fire off, dropping him to about half HP or less. As he's continuously looking around, it's 14 seconds. This is going to be the thing that they're looking for as the next zone pops, as Zooks and Bacon trying to figure out where those eliminations went right into their hands, but they're looking for more, continuously trying to get aggressive. Getting one on a beast is not enough. They get into the box. Bacon gets chopped down, though. One play to the next. Getting offensive right after getting that elimination. The greed, that's what did him in.
The greed made one of our most consistent duos, if not the most consistent duo of the day, get taken out before the top 30th position. I mean, that is going to be pretty negatively affecting their position, but the good thing is there are 12 matches, 6 today, 6 tomorrow, so they'll have more than enough time to make that comeback and keep it going. And it's not even really a comeback as how well they've been playing throughout today. Looking at Landjock and Punisher, though, had that massive jump in the leaderboards after securing the Victory Royale. Now sitting at 80 points in the 11th place spot, getting closer and closer to that top 10.
Yep, only 9 players need to go down before I mean, I wouldn't even say Surge is a worry right now because it has to be one more full zone as well, but you still got to accumulate that damage because it always is a thing in the back of these players' minds. You can see how they were able to pick up this elimination onto Trey. They immediately go in box to box, the pre-edits, which is the most important part. They kind of boxed him up in a ring.
I mean, they really just full-pieced him with pre-edits. I mean, sadly, he was crouched, so he couldn't even get out, even though he was right in the open, breathing fresh air, but that fresh air is not enough to save him, as Arkham and Epic Whale are some vicious creatures when they want those eliminations, but Benchy Fishy now, also known as Vanillas, and Wavy Jacob, 84 above Storm Surge, 119 points, doing a great job overall, but they want to close it out stronger, making their way into this 4th zone with only 40 seconds left until the 5th one opens up, but Kenzo, School, finding a quick little elimination off the solution.
Yep, that was a big elimination for them to kind of get that refresh. A couple more points underneath their belt as well, that boosted confidence, but it's the damage to stay above the Storm Surge threshold that's most important, but only 4 players need to go down, so it's not going to be too much of a worry. As Prism gets dropped, that number continues to dwindle. Epic Whale getting a knock on the notch, 0 going down. You got to imagine, because it wasn't a knock, that they are back to the lobby overall, and that's 3 more points for Vanilla.
Kenzo School here up on a higher elevated location. I mean, if they pull first moving, they do have the choice to hold it because this zone would pull back to a big hill, so it could be huge, but actually turns out to close more on the northwest side of the map here with only 1 or maybe even 2 duos inside the zone, leaving a majority, if not almost all, of the players left to rotate here, but some of them are starting off early here as Reet and Rex are doing a nice little ground rotate. And I was going to say it's working out, but right as I was going to say that, Rex gets cracked here, and now Reet is forced to go back and help his duo partner.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. 2 peas in a pod, and it was working out for them at first because they went off the mountain. They slid down, but as soon as those teams began to catch up to them, they were now in their line of sight, which is where those shots did come from. But a lot of our top teams, or at least 2 of them in the top 5 right now, Vanillas, Wavy Jacob, hip to hip with another team who's also hip to hip with Snacky and Fab, the team currently sitting in first place, 155 points so far. They continue to have this performance. Honestly, they could be threatening a lot of teams tomorrow with that match point.
I mean, it's scary, right? Match point. I would love to see one of these duos make it happen. And looking at Snacky and Fab's confidence in this early game, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out a big late game here. 155 points, looking to make it closer and closer to that 200-point threshold, but so far they're playing their game. 5th zone, 20 seconds till it closes. First moving will appear. They have the loot, they have the mobility, they have the materials. Now it's just all about not making a mistake, playing correctly. As on the feed, Arkham picks up another elimination. They're doing a great job of playing aggressive here in the early game, but Wavy Jacob, Vanillas are doing the same. 3 eliminations already, picking up some chug splashes, but you got to be careful. When you play aggressive, you put yourself into risky situations, and with these duos close by, you can get dangerous.
And as they continue to kind of shoot those shots at your cover, you're just expending a lot of those builds to go and hold and maintain your position. So it makes it harder for that high ground take to be a thing, but we've achieved it. We got to 6 moving zone. This is where at least one duo has a play to try to hold on to that high ground. Whether they keep it or not, that's definitely going to be another story, because you see so many madness launch pads, so many players second height wait for this opportunity to try to steal it away. But as zone begins to move, those players that are towards the backside are going to have to rotate off of that elevation, off of the mountain, to try to find their way into zone.
Looks like a majority of these players, I mean, they know that there was not a duo that was clearly looking for high ground, but as Epic Whale and Arkham start to rotate, land second height, they will look for that information. You'll see them looking around, see who's going to go for that high ground, who's positioned best to take it, and who can we eliminate as they look for opportunities, look for options. But Kenzo Schooled, they're going to land up top, edit down, make sure they're playing together here. Make a good use of that med mist as Kenzo actually was cracked, but look at the high ground, Jacob. It's Wavy Jacob. It's Vanilla's.
They're always finding a way back to that high ground. And you see Vanilla's Wavy Jacob. Wavy's gonna go ahead and pressure these players. Vanilla's trying to connect. Kevin, you see her, second height, trying to steal it away. They get spotted out. The damage is there to hold them at bay, but it's Favs and Snacky that try to make it. Chicken go ahead and knocks him down. Arkram picking up another one. So is Onward, but Favs sitting in first place has to do it here as a solo, so you know he's gonna go ahead and curve a little bit of his aggression until that opportunity naturally presents itself towards the end game, in which it does, as everybody gets jam-packed closer and closer together as Kinzo trying to make his way in, but he gets dropped down, leaving it all up to School.
Cool, playing it as a solo, just like Favs, as Snacky has been taken out, but the solos might just collide here, might get into some engagements as Favs continues his rotate. Wavy Jacob still having the high ground with his duo partner, but Favs going in, looking for some action, looking for a piece of the pie, but Arkham, Epic Whale, they're still up and they're a duo.
Yep, third height, Pars and Rays just above them. Pars and Rays looking like they're going to try to stagger themselves back, but it looks like they're going to drop. May not like what they see as this one continues to go over different elevations. We're going back down just a little bit as Favs kind of holding on to that SERP. That Chug Splash, holding on to the mini to try to give himself the best chance that he got, but Victor V, Jade and the duo slowly behind him. Keto, a solo, trying to make his way in, and Jeffers gets lost. Crimson has no other choice but to leave him behind.
Crimson playing as a solo. Reet gonna be taken out here. Favs now still up, still in that first place spot, clutching up those extra points for his duo. His Punisher is gonna get cracked, 24 effective HP, but Favs takes down another. Now has 2 eliminations once he gets this finished, but he's gotta be careful. He gets edited down. Will the drum shotgun be enough? It is now. Up to 3 eliminations, has to get into zone. Only 12 effective HP.
He said, Snack, you got 4. Don't worry, brother. I got you. As they're trying to maintain that first place, Punisher went down. It's all up to Landshock. He doesn't have any builds. They run out. He runs dry as Favs trying to continue his run, and he finds Landshock slipping, but unfortunately, there's only so much one man can do. 4 eliminations each for both Favs and Snacky as this one's coming down to the wire. Our final 4 teams, Arkram, Epic, can they do it again? Can they win 2 games overall?
Can they make it happen right now with 7 eliminations? It's looking like Wavy Jacob and his duo partner Vanillas are gonna have to go into that engagement. They actually crack Arkham. Epic Whale takes down 1. Now it's a 1 versus 2, but Vanillas takes down Arkham, making it a 1 versus 1. It's Epic Whale versus Vanillas. Vanillas with 5 eliminations, Epic Whale with 4. Now with that advantageous position on the high ground, is Epic Whale gonna be able to close it out?
He does have the builds. This is definitely 100% possible. 2 wins in day number 1. Much better than they've done throughout all of these qualifiers, but one man stands in his way. Vanillas, this is a chance for really, and him and Wavy Jacob to cement their position. The piece control goes over. 1v1 continues. High ground to Vanillas. That not backing down is Epic Whale, who gets dropped just a little bit. Vanillas taking the high ground, taking the HP lead. It's all up to him as he tries to make it happen. Epic Whale flirting in and out of the zone, and Vanillas will take the game with 6 eliminations.
Really had me on my tippy toes there, Jacob, from the 2 versus 2. Arkham and Epic Whale against Wavy Jacob and Vanillas to the last moments, 1 versus 1 as Vanillas retakes the high ground. Just had a little bit more materials than Epic Whale, and then used that positional advantage to get the shots in and get that last elimination, securing the victory royale. That is a huge match for Wavy Jacob and Vanillas.
With how consistent they've been playing, that's a huge boost of points as well. And the way that he was able to take the high ground at the end, Vanillas 1v1 from low to height, that's a huge daring play. But man, if you're gonna be a champion, you have to make plays like that.
And it was difficult to do because Epic Whale actually had the high ground first. So Vanillas had to stay calm, had to stay collected, retake the high ground, and then hit his shots, come out on top, and secure that final elimination.
Yep, that final elimination indeed. But you can see Fab, Snacky having a great game. Arkham, Epic having a great game. So many of our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard performing well, performing consistent. So we got to see where we lie in that leaderboard. Kelly, Panda Clay, how can you help us?
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And what a great game 5, the 2v2 down to the 1v1. But it was Vanilla's on top, or actually on low, and then on top, and then on low, I think. But an incredible play there. 8 elimination VR for that game number 5. And you know, I really want to talk about the height steals there, because it looked like for a moment it was Wavy, Jacob, and Vanilla that took it. Arkham and Epic Whale launched, but then decided to go for second height. And then just moments after that, Favs and Snacky try and take height. Snacky going down early, and that kind of spelled the rest of the situation for them.
It did. Let's take a look at Epic Whale and Arkham and their chance to try to take high ground like you talked about. They're really good at going for it, so when they did that, I was very surprised that they didn't fully commit to the high ground, because as soon as we see Epic Whale looking up, we know, all right, high ground take's coming at some point in time. So I was very intrigued, but I'm glad they went for this low ground play. Man, it just seems like they weren't as comfortable there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And one thing I want to talk about with Arkham and Epic Whale, if they do not go for high ground, it's because they see something that we don't.
Yep.
So it's really important to keep that in mind. But either way, I think they knew in this moment it was going to be very unlikely that they walk away with the top spot. So it's very important for them to come in second, because there's still so many points on the line here with a second place finish.
And I was just talking about Favs and Snacky, and I want to focus on them a little bit, because although they didn't make it to the first and second team, grabbing 4 eliminations at Zone 2 definitely puts you at a great start.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out. But listen, if you look at Snacky and Favs and what they've been able to accomplish, not only in previous seasons, but just today, they've shown that they are ready to be not only the back-to-back, but the 3-time. They're going for it, right? And they have everything they need and more to continue to be successful.
I love this Elam here from them, because it just shows how aggressive they truly can be when they're working together. And you saw Elam after Elam after Elam came through in this early game. They said, you know, who's landing near our collider? I don't think that's allowed.
No, and I mean, there's so many shots fired right now at us. I feel like we're being attacked at all angles. You know what would be pretty helpful right now? An armored wall.
Ooh. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. So let's break down armored walls for some of our new viewers and players right now, because again, armored wall is one of these newer items, right? Not everybody's seen them, not everybody's played them. Essentially is a trap item in your inventory. You throw it up. That wall has, I think, 12 to 15,000 H or 1,500 HP. All right, so let's take a look. Saki right here, gonna use the armored wall in a very good way. Getting sprayed, boom. No longer getting sprayed, you're fine.
Yeah, it's basically the biggest counter to any kind of pressure that you take in the lobby. And that's one of the things that I think was lacking in competitive before. And it's been an incredible addition here in the more recent seasons. So it's nice to see these additions continue to change. And this is actually a big moment here for Kimchi and Salco. You watch, those armored walls kept Kimchi in the game and allowed them to get a few more points following that play.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest denials of spray in the lobby, right? Before it was a rift to go, right? You could launch pad out, you could rift to go out, but now it's the armored wall, and anyone can pick these up. They spawn pretty frequently. I think you get 2 of them per as well. So as long as you use them effectively and you place them in the right spot, you're chilling.
Definitely going to be chilling in our top 10 leaderboard right now. Let's see who is holding out strong in first place. And of course, it's Favs and Snacky now. A 15-point lead over our second place team, which is Arkham and Epic Whale. Right behind them, though, it is Wavy, Jacob, and Vanilla's. Below them, though, Bacon and Zooks dropping 3 placements out of that first place spot. And then, of course, Rex and Reet still holding strong in that 5th place. But just look, between 1st and 5th place, it is a 44-point difference. And it's still pretty close all the way down to 7th place right there. But guys, that was just game 5. We have 1 more today, 6 more tomorrow, so anything can happen.
It really can, and that's a really great point. It's only 40 points different, right? And that's a victory route with 12 or 3 elims, 4 elims there. So, and we know anybody that wins is gonna have more than 4 elims, right? It's kind of the trend that we've been seeing. So, like you said, it's still well within grasp for anybody. It just really depends on how today ends for these players.
It does seem a little top heavy though in Panda. We see it time and time again. Our 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place team making it into the end game. What can these other teams do to try and break into our top 10?
I'll say it. Eliminations. Eliminations is the key, right? Obviously being consistent, getting placement is super important, but with eliminations being worth 3 points per elimination, these teams need to turn up a notch and get a little bit more aggressive. That's going to be the only way they can climb outside of the top 10 into the top 10.
Yeah, we've actually seen a pretty passive West. We've seen Storm Surge come through early, 90 players up in some of these zones. So I would Panda. I want to see more elims on the board.
Will game number 6 be another passive play, or will we see the aggression take hold? Well, everyone, game 6 is ready to go with Jacob and Takada.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Amazing breakdown, as always, from the best analyst in the West, Jacob. But this is it. Game 6, the last match of day 1. We still have 6 more matches tomorrow, but this is the end of day 1. We've seen clutches. We've seen duos really coming out on top with double-digit Elim victory royales. But the question is, who is going to take this last match, and who is going to be on top going into day 2?
Yep, and you said it. There's 6 games tomorrow. So even though your tournament life is not going to be over tonight, how you play is really dictated with how you finish this 6th and final game. Where do you stand on the leaderboard? If you're at that bottom half of the leaderboard, you got to do exactly what Panda said. Pick up eliminations, win games. That's the only way you got. But if you're at the top half of the leaderboard, you still have your destiny underneath your control.
And what I love about this 2-day format is that you got time to prepare, but what we don't got time for is the action. The battle bus is ready. We're jumping into the game, Jacob. And I mean, I'm excited to see what these players do for day 2, right? How they prepare themselves after day 1. What did they do correctly? What could they change? What could they improve on? It's really about the amount of time, amount of research they put in for tomorrow's games. But before we get to tomorrow's games, we have to close out this last match, starting off with Victor V, Jaden X, and the Jonesies.
Yep, and that's one thing that we have seen throughout our other regions as well. As soon as the day's done, they're hopping right into scrims. That goes to show who really wants it, who doesn't. Not saying scrims are everything, because VOD reviewing is huge, getting a great rest, really preparing yourself. But when it comes down to getting that last bit of practice, that's what a lot of teams have done throughout the different regions, as Lime goes down early, leaving it up to Chip. But so does his opponents. They do lose a player very, very early on, but it's just a knock. It hasn't been cleaned up just yet, so Fikoi is definitely revivable.
Chip now looks like he's gonna actually take the disengagement, though. Probably does have the reboot card as from his teammate, but we saw what happened in the last match, Jacob, when Chip Lime went for that aggression, went for the eliminations. Even if they come out on top, there's always that risk of the third party from Andy and Chicken, so they've really got to be careful here, and Chip learned that from his last match, and he's gonna play more for the reboot here, as we also see Wavy Jacob and Vanilla's on the right side of the screen now. Main part, I mean, this time, Wavy Jacob isn't on the ground, so it's a little different than the other matches we've seen around here, but hopefully that allows them to rotate a bit quicker as well.
Yep, I think that's going to be a little bit better, a little bit more of a boost of confidence. They're probably laughing about it just as we are. No more feeling of deja vu, but definitely towards the top of the leaderboard, putting up a huge fight. Crypus is going to get lost, but you see, he got a down onto Squishy. This is where a lot of that magic was happening early on. Elige with a big battle against Ghosty, and what an attempt by Ghosty, almost dropping down Elige by his lonesome.
But he made it happen, hit the shots, connected what he had to connect, and made it happen. Epic Whale Arkham, though, still in the Coney Crossroads. I mean, I wonder how down they have their path, right? They've looted this area so many times, game after game, and I'm just sure that they've got everything down to the second. They know what chest you gotta loot when, how to do it the most efficient way possible, where to farm metal, how quickly you're gonna take to farm it. As we switch over the Snacky, though, and Favs and the Collider, they did get very aggressive in the last match, but now they don't seem to have an elimination, and they don't seem to be getting into any engagements. I wonder if them being in the first place spot kind of makes them want to play a bit safer. But it is Snacky and Favs. I mean, we know how mechanically confident this duo is, so I wouldn't be surprised that even in the first place spot, they play a little extra aggressive.
Yeah, you can already see 3 teams, including Favs and Snacky, landing directly in the Collider. A 4th towards the outside, the outskirts that they have to watch out for. as the uncontested duo, Reet and Rex. Business as usual, honestly, getting and demanding the respect that they deserve. Landjock and Punisher not overstepping their boundaries this time around, leaking in towards Greasy Grove. So this is going to be something that we've seen them do all day long. They go ahead and loot up, they mat up, and that rotation is absolutely nothing to them because they have the whiplash to be able to zoom themselves back into zone, but sitting in 20th place, 63 points. Midi and Kamboo, and honestly, they were one of those teams making noise throughout the qualification process that you would expect big things from.
Now in the 20th place spot, they have everything that takes to make that comeback if they want to get into the high end of the leaderboard. But Jeffers Crimson here, 103 points down below them in Tilted Towers. The aggression in this 6 match is going to be stronger. Always the last game is a bit more aggressive, but you can see here now in the Tilted Towers, there even are some players kind of sneaking their way in, but Jeffers has no shields to work with, only has a med mist, so if he ends up getting cracked, it might be a bit difficult to come out on top.
I think that's Kinzo over there towards the side, maybe trying to get those third-party shots. We talked about what they do towards South Tilted, setting themselves up for a late game type of play, not wanting to kind of put all their eggs in that aggressive basket. You see Wheels taking out Solution, Chip finally going down. So you can see players getting dropped left and right in the feed as you see this one's going to be a little bit of a North Pole, eastern side as well, something different than we saw last game.
On one Evol here, does not have any eliminations, but also doesn't seem to be contested, so I'm wondering what the opposing duo, Amp and his duo partner, ended up doing. Maybe switching their drop spots, but looking at Chicken, looking at Andy, looks like they've got into an engagement against Decoy and Zayrez, but Decoy, he's feeling like he wants to take this engagement in a special type of way with his boat here, but you gotta be careful because you can get tagged quite easily on that as you cannot build, so Decoy's gonna actually disengage from this engagement. I mean, they already have one elimination, so they've got the damage they need.
Yeah, you can try to imagine trying to go for the cheeky damage. Maybe he just kind of explodes the covers while a couple of shots are getting snuck in from X-rays. And that's where you see them kind of go back towards Chonkers. They don't want to rotate if it is going to be a long pull against Andy and Chicken, who they know are formidable opponents. They know how to get the damage and can easily try to ruin a game in the blink of an eye as Zooks and Bacon. Something that we've seen them do as well. Gather as much of the high ground as possible, especially in a spot that they're at right now, a heavily rotated spot. And this is where they're going to start looking for the damage when it comes to Surge. And the biggest thing that I like in their inventory, besides all the heals and the weaponry, is that shield keg.
Shield kegs are so important, and I love that we see them now constantly throughout these matches, throughout this tournament, really being made, I mean, put to great use, right? When they're needed storm surge damage, when they want to trade tags. I mean, you really see the shield keg coming in clutch a lot of the time, but looking at Convict, looking at Slick Nick, 38 points, pop that shield keg, but now with the zone closing, 2 minutes, 20 seconds till it fully closes, I mean, this is not a position you want to battle in, you want to fight in. I mean, you want to get out of here, but it looks like the opponents, they want to take this engagement, or maybe they might just end up, I was going to say Shark Boy might use a launch pad here, but they want to battle it out, Jacob.
Yeah, it almost makes you question where the zone actually is for them to feel this brave. But they also know the position that they're in. That's something that we did talk about before the game started. Panda said it as well. If you're that far down on the leaderboard, you have no other choice but to try to pick up those eliminations. But Landjob, talk about picking up the elimination. He's going to find one onto Creep, get even more mats, resources for his end game. But back on over to the Storm fight, FJ, AA, and Shark Boy sitting on the high ground against Convict and Slick Nick. They thought it was going to be uncontested towards Camp Cuddle, but you know how it goes. A couple teams switching up their drops depending on where they're at on the leaderboard. Something you have to take note of as you're flying in.
Looking now, Shark Boy here actually trying to find an angle, but FJ has the flank. They've kind of sandwiched the opponents here, but they have to finish this engagement quickly, Jacob. If they don't get these eliminations as quickly as possible, I don't know if they're going to make it back into the zone. Shark Boy does have 5 chug splashes. Not sure if they have any med kits or bandages, but seems like they're playing pretty calm here. I mean, they feel confident enough in this engagement.
Yep, you see him trying to reunite, take the outskirts and the loot that follows. And before, looking like both teams might actually try to abandon that exchange. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew in this situation, and they have to make it to zone. And this is where you see zone is, on the edge of Tilted Tower. So those teams at the far western portion of the zone are going to have a trek. They're going to take a ton of damage, tick after tick. So I got to imagine, once they reach the actual zone, they're going to be looking for some sort of a refresh.
And there might even be some opponents looking for the same thing. And if they're waiting for them in zone as they're rotating in late, it could be quite dangerous for them. So it really just depends on their positioning, on their timing, really, of when they enter the zone. But looking at Angel, looking at Nigel, they're quite centered. I mean, zone closes in just 8 seconds and can't even see the corner of it. And we can even see it here. It's actually a northeast type zone, but let's see where it pulls here in just 1 second when it closes. And it's going to be fully northeast, Jacob, even more north of the Daily Bugle. So I feel kind of bad for example, Landjock Punisher, who had to rotate all the way from the southwest side of the map, close to Greasy, alongside Reet and Rex. But you kind of got to prepare yourself for that, right? You got to know what you got to do in these situations.
Yep. Talk about who knows what to do in situations. Clay, tell us, what can we do in these situations?
Ooh, that rotate looks tough, but I want to do a check-in here on our top teams. Look at Snacky and Faz inventory. Already looking pretty good here at the Glider. Moving over to Arkham Epic Whale, setting themselves up for good surge plays if they have to try to out-heal it. And now over to Wavy Jacob and Vanillas, looking good as well. So top team's looking great.
The top team's looking great, Jacob, but will they be able to maintain that throughout the match? If you start off strong in the early game, that's one good thing, but being able to hold it off until the late game and really make it count when you need to is the important part, right? 6th match of the day. Now, coming to those last moments, seeing who can really come out on top in this day one is Wavy Jacob and his duo partner Vanillas. They're feeling good, but I don't think they want to take an engagement so early on, seeing that they're doing so well right now. They really don't want to risk anything unless they get that advantage. Maybe a quick striker pump shot in a close quarters combat, or maybe just a 3-2-1 on an opponent. But if it's nothing big like that, it's probably just safer to keep the rotates and keep the damage from afar.
Yeah, I love their rotation. They're not necessarily going on each and every hill. They're literally in the trenches, rotating through. And because they're in the trenches, they have the hills on either side of them to kind of block not only the shots that could fire through, but their position overall. And that's what's making and allowing them to get an easy and quick rotation. And that's what you got to do in a situation like that, especially sitting in 3rd place. You know how crowded the southern portion of the map that can be. You rotate as quickly and as early as you can, because if you don't, you can get caught out just like this.
Cesar here alongside Nitrex, 13th spot. Storm Surge being activated. They might just have to do a good amount of damage here if they weren't able to get the tags before. But Landjock Punisher, I was talking about the rotate. They're going to have to do all the way from the windmills in the southwest of the map to the northeast. I mean, they got the damage with that one elimination from Punisher, but now it's all about rotating. They don't want to waste their launch pad here. They want to keep it if they can, but it's looking difficult. They're just on the corner of zone. You got duos to your right, you got duos to your left, and you do not want to get into an engagement. You just want to get the zone.
Yeah, and we've seen so many of our top teams, Fab, Snacky, Arkham, Epic, literally reading my mind in the back, wondering where is Reet and Rex, because we saw so many fantastic loadouts from our top teams. This one is definitely going to follow suit, and Reet kind of pulling out a trick from underneath his sleeve, an epic sidearm pistol with that close range shotgun. That's something that I go ahead and pointed out to you very, very early on. If you can hit your shots, we know how accurate Reet can be. That sidearm pistol can pack a punch of a blink of an eye. You mix that with the striker pump, they can deal damage, but it's a matter of getting into the box, getting close, closing that gap, because 268 with a sidearm pistol is going to be so hard for them to get the damage.
I mean, I agree with you, Jacob, especially if you get an epic one. I mean, you're really just ready to connect those shots. And speaking about connecting shots, using that sidearm pistol, really just making it happen. Reet going straight into the action, almost securing one, but there it is. 90 White has to get one more tag, and they just secured those eliminations. I mean, Jacob, you called it. They made it happen.
That is definitely going in the highlights. I can bet you that much. And that where he now has the choice. Do I continue on with the sidearm to where I just deal over 100 damage in the blink of an eye by not missing a shot? Or do I continue to do what I do best? I can only imagine probably looking for some sort of combat SMG to make his life that much easier. Just like Yagvir and Chris, looking for the shots. They want to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, and there it goes. So many shots can be fired, including the knock, and this is where the decision is theirs. Do they go farther, deeper into zone to try to get the elimination plus the points, or do they hold their spot, take what they can get, and continue to move on?
56 above. It would be great if they can get the finish from the knock they just secured, as that would give them damage for Storm Surge, seeing they're only 52 above, but it's going to be difficult as there's a lot of builds in between. So they're going to keep looking around, seeing duos that are rotating into Storm, duos that have to rotate into zone, and I think that Chris and Jagvir here will be able to get the damage, but I mean, they might have to rotate soon. They are kind of close to that edge of the zone, so they could pull it, but if not, they might have to do a little bit of a tricky rotate, as it is close to the Daily Bugle, and if a lot of duos kind of get positioned up there, rotating closer could be quite difficult. But Snacky Fabs right now, 0 eliminations, but 282 above. You can see that even if they don't go for the eliminations, they still do the damage they need to, as Evol has done exactly that, but he might have just lost his duo partner in the meantime now, playing it as a solo.
Team trying to recycle the launch pad. Amp does go down. Probably saw that one in the elimination feed. Could be his for the taking if he plays his card right. Finds the player that's knocked. Even though he's not going to get the points, he's getting the Storm Surge damage and more. He's getting all that fallen loot, but so many players see him. They're going to try to take him down. Storm is taken. Doesn't have time to pop the med kit. He's going to use a launch pad, but did he make it to zone? And judging by the storm of raining loot, I don't think he did.
Oh, I mean... So close, Jacob, but yet so far the good thing is he's got 6 more matches tomorrow to make it count. But Wavy, Jacob, Vanillas, they are still going 3rd place spot, have played passive, have gotten the damage they needed, and even the loot and resources, as they are looking incredibly healthy. But right as I say that, once again, Wavy Jacob getting cracked, but the good thing is he's got the reaction time to close up those builds and heal himself back up.
Yeah, add then the fact that they're literally on the edge of zone, towards the inside side of a mountain. So even though that might be hard to travel with after, if you don't pull the zone for now, you're going to be clouded. You're going to be covered up by so many different things, including the mountain, as Merc, Russo, and Keto try to go ahead and build over them, but that's something you don't want to do because they wait for things like that to drop players into the box. Damage, not too much, is going to be dished out, so that's going to slow them down. I say slow them down because they realize this is an over-congested part of zone. They want to get out of here as quick as possible.
Russo popping that big shield, does it successfully, and now going to continue playing it slow, playing it safe, as Epic and Arkham here are doing exactly the same. I mean, Epic Whale does have 1 elimination, but you can see in their position for this zone, they're kind of on the dead side of the zone here, so they're really just playing it passive. You can tell they just want to play for that consistency, play for that leaderboard, get to the end game, and make it count in the end game. Don't want to do anything risky beforehand, and now they do have to make a rotate closer to the Daily Bugle, but without having too many duos close by, it should be pretty possible as we look at Snacky's replay here. I mean, so confident mechanically, Jacob.
Such a dangerous player to go up against. And that's why you have to almost even take note of everything. We talk about positions on the map. You better add the outfit in which they're wearing. You just got to go ahead and figure out what is Snacky kind of using to kind of load out and drop into the map, because that's somebody that I'm going to watch out for. I'm going to play careful and maybe even try to run if he gets a little bit too close as the eliminations continue to get packed up. As Skull, Kinzo, they have a little bit of a rotation to go, but there's at least 3 teams already in zone, 2 more towards their left. So if they get held out here, this could be them expending a lot of massive resources in order to get in as the shots fire off for the distance. Top of Daily Bugle, another team wanting a piece of that pie.
They do have 0 eliminations, but they have a shield keg. I'm wondering if they're saving that shield keg for Storm Surge if they don't have enough damage done. Kind of like that they're using the bushes and their environment to kind of hide and look for tags, but didn't work too well as they did get shot at. Switching over to Andy, though. Right now named Jesus with 2 eliminations, and 2 eliminations for his duo partner Chicken, but his duo partner is no longer standing as he now has to clutch it out as a solo. He could go for the reboot in Daily Bugle, but it would be almost impossible at this point with so many duos close by. He is 122 above, even though he's a solo, so damage-wise, and he's looking good, but it's always difficult to make it happen, but it's definitely possible.
You see him using every bit of resource, thinking outside of the box to get himself a good spot in towards zone. And if a team knows he's there as a solo, that's where it's going to get tough. But as long as they don't know and he builds too wide, he's going to be in a good spot with a lot of natural coverage around his Fabs and Snacky. The train keeps rolling. They find Chicken. They go ahead and take him out and take him into the box to go ahead and get all those resources. That's 2 eliminations for Snacky in just a short time.
I mean, you know they're feeling good in the first place spot now, securing elims before the late game. Confidence is so important, Jacob, and Snacky and Fabs have it right now.
And they have all the confidence in the world that at a moment's notice, they can take over the game and really make that gap larger between them and Arkham and Epic, who are sitting in second place right now. And you see the elimination feed. They got at least a knock onto a player, as it looks like they're trying to clean it up and they're chasing them. They're immediately going forward. 416 above the damage threshold. And they're going to get a pull here to where they're trying to set themselves up as they're finding the player that they lost moments ago. That's React, who goes down, but the job is not done just yet. You see it in the distance. Rex trying to close in on that gap to try to take him out and take all that loot.
Epic Whale here, playing it safe, holding the builds, can secure that loot, but is it worth it? Is it too risky to go for it? Being in the second place spot, you really cannot afford to get eliminated here in the 28th place. So Epic Whale, you can tell he's playing it safe, although he has 0 shields to work with. And it's just not worth it sometimes to go for the extra loot, as Arkham might have to split some of his for him. But looking over to Rex, they do have a good amount of loot, have a good amount of surge, and even a good amount of resources. But now they just have to get into zone here. But so close by, the rotate seems to be pretty simple here. You can see using wood at the start, and now shortly he's going to be switching over to brick and metal to build their fortress. I mean, it's so important to conserve these hard materials.
And you notice how they went down the mountain. They wanted to make sure, because they know so many teams are going to try to claim that top spot at the top of the mountain towards Daily Bugle. So they went down a layer or 2 to try to get themselves a sweet and comfortable spot in zone, which they found unscathed without taking shots. But a team that's not going to be so lucky, Zuki's taking too many shots. Bacon feeling that pressure, trying to find his way in towards zone. 3 chug splashes, 5 minis, enough heals to try to get himself to tip-top shape. But after that, that's when it gets dangerous. Those 3 eliminations are not going to be enough if you have to survive as a solo.
Bacon seeing what he can do to make it happen, but seems like his opposing duos have realized that he is a solo and he is trying to make it into zone. Now he's gonna have to do something if he wants to come out standing. Has 37 builds to work with, a majority of those being wood, now using his metal here. So this is incredibly dangerous. Has to figure out how to get out of this situation. Can actually break out of a wall, and is he gonna make it? Jacob barely getting into the zone. I don't even know how much HP he has.
It doesn't matter what he has right now, because he has a dream. 16 effective shield and HP and a dream. Luckily for him, he found those bandages along the way, so he can get about 125 effective shield and HP before he has to start to look for more. 171 above the damage threshold, finding a way towards the high ground as the mountain pulls far and beyond. He's gonna have to find his way down just as he found his way up. But a team that's finding their way down into another box, that's Fab, that's Snacky. They realize their job isn't done just yet, but that's Reet and Rex on the other side. This is a dangerous fight where either one of these teams in the top 5 can easily fall out of.
Snacky deciding to back off of that engagement, but you can see all the opposing duos starting to rotate a lead. We got Vanillas, who is actually going to get taken down, leaving Wavy Jacob up as a solo, and Wavy Jacob quick to react, backing off here, going to pop his last shield. It's a big shield now with 54 shield, 86 HP, going to make the rotate happen. Has 125 damage above Storm Surge, but Storm Surge is not the issue at the moment, it's the rotate.
Yep. Can find his way in, gonna be able to get that HP up if he has the time for the med kit. Depending on the time as well, he can stagger himself backside of zone and sneak up on a player and get the refresh that he is looking for. Because right now, without any shields, having only med kits, heal off is not going to be a possibility. But take a look at the high ground. That's Dragon Elise stealing it away from Scissors.
Looking to make something happen in the last game. Dragon taking that high ground, but Sizer seeing if he can clutch it up as Batman Booga building up. A Leech, though, they still have it. They're still up top, and they're looking to hold it.
Yep. Latin American powerhouse duos trying to make a name not only for themselves, but for the passionate fans that I know they have. Is Wavy Jacob is finding this moment to try and go ahead and pop the med kit. Another opportunity to stagger himself backside of zone, but Snacky and Fabs, they don't want to stagger. They want to go ahead and get every elimination underneath their belt as you see them taking the high ground, taking the layers away, and going ahead and trying to get themselves, because if you look again, it goes from low ground back to high ground.
The zone is pulling back and forth, but Epic Whale Arkham is still up. Snacky Fabs are still up. The Titans of this match are still up and going as Snacky picks up another elimination. It's actually going to be on Arkham now. Epic Whale left alone as a solo. 3 eliminations for Snacky and Fabs, but he gets right into Rex's and Reed's box, taking out 1, but is Fabs going to be able to clean it up and get that last elimination onto Reed?
It's going to be a trade with both these players going backside of zone, but Reed and Rex, they get the final laugh. It's Rex particularly who got 4 eliminations, 6 as a team, still trying to find their way in towards zone, but Dragon Elise pressuring from the high ground. Batman Booga Wheels trying to catch up. Nigel and Angel still looking strong.
Epic Whale now has to play it out as a solo, has 3 eliminations. Arkham did pick up 2 before going down. 208 points currently in that second place spot. All the placement points he's securing right now are crucial to staying on top. Dragon and Elite still have the high ground. Angel is up. Batman, Booga, and Wheels are still going strong with 8 eliminations.
And the teeter-totter of zones continue. Up zone, down zone, uphill, downhill. It is making it so hard for these teams to try to find the perfect route. And as soon as Nigel thinks he's safe, he gets peeked out and exposed, dropped down to a sliver of HP, forcing out the med miss from Angel. But it's a blessing in disguise, because now he can stagger towards the backside of zone and try to make things happen.
5 duos up, 8 players. Epic Whale is still holding up strong, but be careful. Batman Booga is coming by close. Wheels is up too. It's a duo. This is a 1 versus 2, but Nico comes in from the back, takes down 1. Batman Booga also is going to get eliminated. Now Epic Whale is trying to secure these last placement points, but Nico is one of the solos close by. Angel is also down below. Epic Whale is going to make a power play.
Yeah, no heals to his name, but he does find 1. He does find just a little bit of builds, enough to create a couple of covers, but now he's fresh out with a chance to make something happen. He pops a big shot onto Nico, not able to pull out the med miss because that would make him vulnerable. Nico pops